obvious privileges. Yes, Feng Ling and Feng Long had mentally prepared for this, displaying no extreme emotional upheaval as they prostrated themselves once more, affirming their understanding. Guest, I am ready to trade. Have you prepared the gold? Commence from my storage space. With a flash of ethereal blue light, the sisters, still kneeling, found themselves upon the grass in the courtyard. In the place they had occupied, a pile of evenly weighted gold bricks appeared, one of which bore precise cutting marks, clearly a result of the system's handiwork. Meanwhile, the fervent Chilean, utilizing the system's ring to engage in feudal superstitions, did not sever communication immediately. Instead, he raised a chalice crafted from a skull and proclaimed loudly, "My subjects, rise. The celestial beings have taken the Feng Ling and Feng Long of the Rohuan tribe, and have left behind an equal weight of gold as a gift. May the heavens bless Tilly. Let us continue our revelry." Instantly, the ministers and attendants who had been prostrating themselves below rose, cheering heartily and showering Chilean with flattery. Long live the great Lord of 10,000 Sweat. The celestial family of the Lord of 10,000 Sweat shall endure for eternity. Should the guest desire more servants, feel free to seek me again. Besides those of the Rohuan tribe, there are beauties from various realms to present. However, I hope to acquire some useful technological products next time. After all, a lack for gold. It is merely a means to amuse my subjects. If eternal life is unattainable, I wish for this empire to bequeath its legacy to generations unending. Chilean drained the fine wine from the skull chalice, seated himself, and began bidding farewell to Huang Yu. If satisfied, I shall continue to reach out to you. Chilean, farewell. Goodbye, esteemed guest. After severing the video dialogue, Huang Yu and Ling Yi turned their attention to Feng Ling and Feng Long, who remained in their prostrate position, their alluring curves exquisitely displayed. Feng Ling, Feng Long, rise. Here, you need not kneel. Huang Yu attempted to encourage them to stand, but without the system's translation, they evidently could not comprehend Mandarin. And in the presence of their so-called deity, they dared not move a muscle. They do not understand, observed Ling Yi, stepping forward to assist them in rising. Huang Yu followed suit, and upon closer inspection, he realized the sisters stood at his chin, approximately 1.6 meters tall. Given 2 more years, they would surely surpass 1.7 meters. At this moment, Feng Ling and Feng Long gazed at the celestial being approaching them, their hearts inevitably filled with trepidation as they lowered their heads, unwilling to meet its gaze. Although their appearances were identical, one feigned composure while the other recoiled slightly, betraying a hint of fear. From their earlier demeanor, it was clear who was the elder sister and who was the younger. What shall we do now? Huang Yu had completely forgotten his English, leaving him at a loss for how to communicate with an extraterrestrial being. In contrast, Ling Yi exuded an air of confidence as he led the 2 anxious sisters into the house, casually stating, "Leave it to me. I'll take them inside first. You can stay outside for a while. I've prepared the ingredients. I'll be cooking tonight, and we shall dine at home." Chapter 95. Am I, Huang, a lecherous man? As dusk fell, the sky gradually darkened. In the spacious kitchen, Ling Yi wielded a knife with remarkable skill, deftly processing various ingredients with the speed reminiscent of a culinary prodigy. Huang Yu, a novice in comparison, could only assist by washing vegetables and passing items. Meanwhile, Feng Ling and Feng Long, who had spent the afternoon attending Chinese language lessons, sat bewildered in the dining room, whispering anxiously in the language of the Rohuan tribe. "Sister, it seems the master and mistress are preparing food. As servants, sitting idly here feels quite disrespectful. Do you think we might be punished?" The timid younger sister, Feng Long, expressed her concerns, while Feng Ling, though equally apprehensive, endeavored to maintain an air of calm for her sister's sake. "Feng Long, I wish to help, but we are unfamiliar with those divine tools and the ingredients of the celestial realm. Although we are not yet well acquainted with the master, the mistress has been teaching us the language of the divine realm this afternoon. She also instructed us to rest here, so we should be safe." To Feng Ling and Feng Long, this place was akin to the heavenly realm, and the villa represented the abode of the celestial couple. Though not grand in scale, its exquisite nature far surpassed that of the Khan's court, adorned with various divine artifacts. Having reassured her sister, Feng Ling began to review the Chinese phrases they had learned earlier. "Do you remember the sentences the mistress taught us?" "Yes, I remember." Feng Long nodded earnestly, then attempted to recite the phrases, albeit with a pronounced accent. "Yes, master. I apologize, master. Please help me, master. Please, master." However, after managing to articulate 3 sentences, she faltered on the 4th. "Show mercy." Feng Ling interjected helplessly. "Ah, yes, please show mercy, master." Feng Long's eyes lit up. "What else? Is there more?" Feng Ling inquired, but Feng Long could not recall any additional phrases, and after much contemplation, She resigned herself to confessing her forgetfulness with a forlorn expression. Alas, dear sister, I have forgotten. Feng Ling shook her head, well aware of her younger sister's character. During their time in the sweat courtyard, she had tirelessly tutored her, and thankfully, the outcome had been quite satisfactory. I knew you wouldn't remember, but there are still a few phrases left. Do make an effort to practice. Master, please don't. Master, please don't. Master. Ahem. To continue in that vein would be rather impolite. Should Huang Yu overhear these words, he would undoubtedly wear a perplexed expression, questioning what nonsense Ling Yi is teaching. Let us diverge our conversation. While Feng Ling and Feng Long were revising their Chinese, Ling Yi was diligently occupied in the kitchen. Having completed the preparation of all the ingredients and now commencing the actual cooking, Huang Yu, unable to assist at the moment, began to scrutinize the various ingredients. Sea cucumbers, oysters, black gold abalone. The flavor of seafood is quite agreeable, and it is also quite nourishing. While the fallout from the nuclear waste in our daily lives has yet to fully spread, we should indulge while we can. Who knows if in the future we might only be able to purchase farmed seafood from the western regions. Though I am unfamiliar with the specific varieties of sea cucumbers and oysters, their size is indeed impressive. However, that dark, peculiar abalone must surely be the renowned black gold abalone from New Zealand. I have yet to taste it, but I have heard it is quite delectable. What else do we have? Lamb chops, beef. Nothing unusual, but what on earth is that long, strange thing next to the beef? The more Huang Yu examined, the more he felt something was amiss, prompting him to inquire. Ling Yi, why does it seem that most of the ingredients you have prepared are for your own nourishment? Ling Yi readily admitted, leaving Huang Yu feeling quite embarrassed. Ahem. Not that I am lacking in vitality, am I? Your health is fairly decent, but I am primarily concerned that you may suffer too great a loss over these 3 months. So I thought it prudent to prepare some supplements in advance. Upon hearing this, Huang Yu felt a surge of indignation, challenging her with conviction. What are you implying? Do you believe me to be some lecherous individual? Have you already concluded that I would languish in bed, and that without that gene-enhancing medication, I would be unable to function? Is that not the case? Ling Yi raised an eyebrow in retort. You. Just as Huang Yu seemed ready to explode, Ling Yi hastily shifted the topic. All right, no more jesting. Huang Yu, I need to discuss something with you. What is it? Speak. Huang Yu was still somewhat miffed. Initially, there were no other occupants here, so residing in the master bedroom on the 2nd floor was acceptable. But I believe I should take the master bedroom on the 3rd floor instead. Why bring this up all of a sudden? Huang Yu queried, puzzled. What does it matter which floor's master bedroom one occupies? The arrangements of the 2 master bedrooms are scarcely different. At least the areas are the same. Isn't it true that with 2 additional people in the villa, and potentially more in the future, while I could arrange for them to stay in other bedrooms, those beds would be rather cramped for 3 persons? If you desire, you could invite them to the master bedroom on the 2nd floor, where the bed is larger. What a chaotic situation this is, Ling Yi. Huang Yu attempted to retort, yet Ling Yi did not afford him the opportunity. She halted her actions, extinguished the flames of the stove, and, with an air of unwavering determination and a profoundly serious tone, declared, It is settled. The master bedroom on the 3rd floor is mine. I shall not concern myself with your antics on the 2nd floor. However, in my bedroom, you are forbidden from cavorting with other women, and you are equally prohibited from engaging in such activities above my head. Ling Yi was not jesting. This was her final stand. Ling Yi, you. I understand. Observing her grave demeanor, Huang Yu comprehended her intent, yet felt at a loss for words, and could only respond with a solemn acknowledgement. Upon receiving his affirmation, Ling Yi seemed to exhale with relief, her tone softening. I apologize, Huang Yu. My tone was rather harsh just now. Please go wait in the dining room. I can manage on my own, and will be done shortly. All right, Huang Yu replied, but did not leave immediately. Instead, he approached her from behind, enveloping her in his embrace, his hands encircling her slender waist. Ling Yi made no resistance. She closed her eyes and leaned back for a moment before saying, You should go. I still need to prepare the meal, and it will be ready soon. Okay. Huang Yu responded once more, releasing her and slowly making his way towards the kitchen door. Yet, at that moment, Ling Yi spoke again. Huang Yu, you should rest on the 2nd floor tonight. I will communicate with Feng Ling and Feng Long without issue. I will make everything clear to them. Upon hearing this, Huang Yu could not help but glance back, only to see Ling Yi rekindling the flames, diligently crafting a delectable dish. Thus, he refrained from further discussion and continued on his way. Chapter 96. A great supplement with a mind full of concerns, Huang Yu arrived at the dining room, where he found Feng Ling and Feng Long seated at the table, diligently reviewing their Chinese language studies. The moment they saw him, They hurriedly approached and reverently prostrated themselves on the ground, simultaneously uttering something in an unfamiliar tongue. This sudden display left Huang Yu utterly bewildered, disrupting the thoughts that had preoccupied him. He had not exchanged any words with the pair of sisters throughout the afternoon. It had been Ling Yi who communicated with them, seemingly teaching them a few common phrases. He was taken aback to find that their habits from the Red Flame territory had not been altered. Although their delicate forms were captivating, their prostration stirred within him an uncomfortable sense of conquest. "Rise, there is no need for you to kneel here. Please take a seat over there." Huang Yu attempted to communicate, but it was evident that they could not possibly learn Chinese in such a short span of an afternoon. They were unable to comprehend his words and dared not move. Thus, Huang Yu, with a sense of resignation, lifted each of them by the arm and guided them to the chairs at the dining table, disregarding their bewildered expressions, and firmly seated them before taking a chair for himself. Upon witnessing this scene, Feng Ling and Feng Long, who had been previously bewildered, suddenly displayed expressions of terror. Their faces drained of color. They hastily rose and rushed to Huang Yu's side, once again prostrating themselves before him, murmuring incessantly, although their speech remained somewhat awkward. Huang Yu finally grasped their words. "We are sorry, master." It seemed that Ling Yi had taught them well, as they could now articulate a few brief phrases. However, confronted by the trembling sisters, Huang Yu found himself unable to communicate further, waiting patiently for Ling Yi's arrival. Gently assisting Feng Ling and Feng Long to their feet, Huang Yu decided it best to have them stand behind him for their comfort. He took out his phone and absent-mindedly scrolled through short videos, remaining silent while his mind wandered, a state that proved to be another form of torment for the two young women behind him. Feng Ling and Feng Long were perplexed by his demeanor, yet dared not utter a word, standing anxiously and exchanging glances instead. Fortunately, it was not long before Ling Yi approached, carrying a plate of scallion-flavored sea cucumber. Observing the sisters' shivering forms, she expressed her confusion. "Huang Yu, what have you done to them? Why are they so frightened?" "I have no idea," Huang Yu replied, equally bewildered. "The moment I arrived, they knelt down. I'm not a slave master. I merely wanted to help them sit. Instead, they turned pale with fear and knelt again. So I had no choice but to let them stand." "Is that so? Let me inquire," Ling Yi said, beginning to converse with the two sisters. Huang Yu found it difficult to comprehend. If Ling Yi had learned Mandarin through the internet, how had she acquired the language of the Ruahuan tribe without any online resources? It could only be surmised that the information processing capabilities of the chip in her mind were extraordinarily powerful. In just a few exchanges, Ling Yi grasped the situation. "I understand now, Huang Yu. Feng Ling and Feng Long are accustomed to a life governed by strict rules. How could they not be terrified when you, their master, invite them to sit with you? And with your inability to communicate further, their anxiety only intensified. What should we do?" Huang Yu inquired. "We shall eat first. Let us reserve some dishes for them and have them serve tea and water from the side. This will put them at ease. Additionally, I need to properly teach them," Ling Yi proposed. With that, she turned to the sisters and communicated further, then added, "You may begin eating. I will have them handle the serving." "Very well. I shall sample your culinary skills." "You haven't prepared these dishes back in your hometown," Huang Yu replied, pleased at the prospect of not having to lift a finger. He picked up a piece of sea cucumber and placed it in his mouth, savoring the fresh, soft, and fragrant taste, a true delicacy. Ling Yi worked with remarkable speed. In no time, she had presented a sumptuous array of dishes: pan-seared black gold abalone, braised lamb chops, scallion stir-fried beef, and a bowl of rich oyster soup, constituting a delightful four-course meal accompanied by a soup. Initially, Huang Yu believed that the ordeal had concluded, yet Ling Yi had not forgotten to prepare a sumptuous meal for him. Two exquisite dishes, human lamb kidneys and stir-fried beef tendons, were ultimately presented at the dining table. As Feng Ling cautiously poured him a glass of chilled, freshly squeezed watermelon juice, the table was finally adorned with a splendid array of 6 dishes and a soup. However, gazing at the lavish spread, Huang Yu fell into a deep contemplation. Ling Yi, having removed her apron, approached and took a seat beside him. Observing his reluctance to touch his chopsticks, she assumed her culinary skills had failed. "Huang Yu, why aren't you eating? Is there a dish that didn't turn out well?" "That shouldn't be the case. I meticulously replicated the techniques of renowned chefs. How could I possibly err?" Undeterred, she sampled each dish in succession, confirming their delightful flavors, and took a sip of her freshly prepared watermelon juice, which too was impeccable, leaving her increasingly bewildered. "What on earth is the matter?" Huang Yu, noticing Ling Yi's confusion, finally chuckled and replied, "I'm pondering whether you intend to either overindulge or overwhelm me with this feast." "Haha, in truth, the portions aren't as copious as you imagine. Besides, my sisters will be dining later. You should indulge a little more, especially in those 2 dishes. They're all yours. Ling Yi found his words amusing and began to serve him with enthusiasm. Before long, they had devoured a significant portion of the 6 dishes and the soup, leaving only a small remainder for the eagerly watching sisters nearby. After a brief respite, Ling Yi announced her intention to teach her sisters a few things, gently nudging Huang Yu to retire upstairs for a shower. He was well aware of her underlying meaning, but offered no objections. Grabbing a change of clothes and heading to the master bedroom on the 2nd floor, perhaps due to the hearty meal after showering, Huang Yu felt a surge of energy coursing through him. Even his breath became slightly labored. He donned a set of pajamas and stepped onto the balcony to enjoy the breeze while scrolling through his phone to distract himself. Though he could not escape the beads of sweat forming on his brow, time passed, and as the clock approached 9 o'clock, the sound of the door opening caught his attention. Upon turning, he beheld the 2 sisters, freshly washed and radiant, draped in bath towels and clad in slippers. Their cheeks flushed, yet their steps resolute. They made their way toward the grand bed in the bedroom, obediently kneeling atop it, their enchanting emerald eyes gazing intently at him. However, Huang Yu did not rush toward them. Instead, he took a deep breath, struggling to quell the heat surging within him, shook his head, pointed to himself, and then gestured towards the upper floor, regardless of whether Feng Ling and Feng Long grasped his intent. He turned off the lights and strode briskly toward another master bedroom upstairs. At that moment, having just arranged everything, Ling Yi felt a wave of fatigue wash over her. With a hint of disinterest, she picked up a set of clothes and entered the bathroom. Given the security of the standalone villa, she felt no need to lock the door. Just as she began to disrobe, she was startled by the sound of the door opening, the noise suggesting that the newcomer was in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, the bathroom door swung open. As Ling Yi gazed at the blushing Huang Yu, she was filled with a mixture of astonishment and delight. Huang Yu, what brings you here? Did Feng Ling and Feng Long not accompany you to your room? This is indeed my room, Huang Yu declared before sweeping Ling Yi into his embrace, one arm encircling her slender waist while the other shielded a prominent area, lavishing her with fervent kisses against her soft, cherry lips. After an extended moment, they parted, both slightly breathless. I specifically arranged for you a pair of such young and beautiful twins. You foolish boy, why are you not downstairs enjoying their company, but instead seeking me out? Ling Yi chided with a smile, attempting to regain her composure. Yet Huang Yu was well aware of her insincerity. This is our new home. On the very first day of moving in, how could I go looking for other women? What kind of affair is this? I am not a petty woman who would feel jealousy over such trivial matters. You disregard the benefits I have arranged for you. You truly are a simpleton. Noting Ling Ye's continued bravado, Huang Yu chose to ignore her. At this moment, his nightwear had slipped away, leaving them clad in nothing but the barest garments. With a determined lift, he executed a princess carry, stabilizing himself before heading straight for the large bathtub nearby. Ah, what are you doing? Ling Yi exclaimed, startled by his sudden movement. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around his neck, and soon both found themselves reclining within the bathtub. The villa's decor was opulent, with both master bedrooms featuring spacious bathrooms, and even with 2 adults lying down, it felt far from cramped. Resting against the soft cushion at the edge of the tub, Huang Yu activated the water flow, and the temperature was perfect without any need for adjustment. Only then did he turn to gaze at the enchanting figure beside him. Ling Yi lay on her side, adorned in a delicate white bandeau and matching lingerie, her hands offering no concealment, one resting casually at her side, the other gracefully draping between her chest and abdomen, her lips slightly upturned, her eyes sparkling with warmth. No matter how many times he beheld her, Huang Yu found himself irresistibly captivated by Ling Ye's beauty. She eschewed makeup, presenting herself in her natural state, yet her innate charm surpassed that of countless women. Beneath her slightly tousled golden hair, her high nose and elegantly arched brows framed her striking aquamarine eyes, which playfully gazed back at him. While the color of her eyes mirrored that of Feng Ling and Feng Long, they lacked the bewitching quality of theirs, instead exuding a sense of tranquility and wisdom. Having spent so much time together, is there anything about you that I have not yet seen? Ling Yi inquired, noticing Huang Yu's lingering gaze. She reached out to tuck a few stray strands of hair behind her ear, receiving the unspoken signal from his beloved. Huang Yu's breath quickened once more as his eyes traveled downward, crossing over her voluptuous curves and her toned abdomen, pausing momentarily at her exquisite navel, before continuing to her long, elegant legs and delicate, fair feet. As the water level gradually rose, she became increasingly alluring. Unable to resist, he extended a hand to gently caress her delicate foot, gradually moving upwards. Ling Yi reveled in this tender touch, her eyes narrowing in delight. Finally, Huang Yu suddenly pressed down, and the two resumed their passionate kiss. Time seemed to slip away, and soon Huang Yu lay back in the bathtub, gasping for breath. With warm water lapping at his chest, the built-in temperature control rendered him impervious to any chill, while Ling Yi, blushing, rested her head on his shoulder, one hand tenderly stroking his chest. All right, Huang Yu, I understand your intentions. Feng Ling and Feng Long are probably still waiting below. You should go find them. Upon hearing these words from the enchanting woman in his embrace, Huang Yu opened his eyes and turned to plan another kiss on her forehead. Tonight belongs to the two of us. I shan't go. You truly wish to spend the night with me? Ignoring them, that seems unlike you. Ling Yi was perplexed. She knew well the weaknesses of her man. It was entirely out of character for him to disregard those lovely sisters. It was akin to an old cat sleeping beside a salted fish. How could one resist such delectable temptation? Suddenly, lost in her musings, Ling Yi let out a soft gasp as she felt a sudden impact on her backside. It was Huang Yu's large hand, which had unexpectedly struck her beneath the water. How could it be unlike me? Don't always think of me in such an unflattering light. Detecting the hint of irritation in Huang Yu's tone, Ling Yi conceded that he had temporarily overcome his weakness, yet she remained skeptical of his ability to conquer it forever. With a playful glint in her eye, she continued, "Oh, is that so? I had already ordered several maid outfits online, the kind with black stockings, specifically for Feng Ling and Feng Long, but also for you. If you don't want them, I can return them right now. Maid outfits, black stockings, rather cool." For some inexplicable reason, these words conjured vivid images in Huang Yu's mind, and the lavishly indulgent items he had consumed earlier did not go to waste. The thought of the twin sisters adorned in maid outfits ignited the dormant fire within him, causing his blood to surge once more, inadvertently brushing against Ling Yi's thigh. Sensing the fleeting touch on her leg, Ling Yi understood all too well what was transpiring. She bent her knee, applying pressure to a certain area, and looked up at the clearly stimulated man, speaking in a tone of triumph. "Oh, just a moment ago, you claimed you weren't so easily swayed. How is it that you react the moment I mention this? Now tell me, should I return those outfits or not?" "Return? Not return? Is that even a question? Of course, I shall not return them. Are you satisfied now?" Enraged and embarrassed, Huang Yu swiftly rolled over, pinning Ling Yi beneath him, and exclaimed fiercely, "After feeding me all those invigorating delicacies, am I to be blamed for having a reaction?" With a hearty laugh, Huang Yu suggested that one could easily descend to find Feng Ling and Feng Long, though they were unadorned. Their natural beauty was akin to a pure lotus emerging from clear waters, a sight that would surely please him. Ling Yi, upon hearing this, couldn't help but chuckle. "Indeed, it is quite to my liking. However, I shall refrain from seeking them out. Given the state you've left me in, you must take responsibility tonight." With that, Huang Yu resumed his playful assault, catching Ling Yi off guard, evoking a slight discomfort within her. "Are you truly not going to find them? We shall address that later." As the hours passed, the villa's soundproofing proved effective. Feng Ling and Feng Long, waiting patiently below, remained oblivious to the happenings above and gradually succumbed to slumber. Though it seemed improper to sleep before their host, the sisters exchanged glances and surmised the situation, ultimately opting to retreat to the master bedroom on the second floor, comforted by the thought that their kind mistress would not hold it against them. Chapter 98. A pair of obedient maids. With a long yawn, Huang Yu awoke in a daze, rubbing his eyes and searching around, yet finding nothing amiss. Indeed, Ling Yi had long since risen. It appeared that the provisions prepared by Ling Yi the previous night were rather excessive, endowing Huang Yu with an abundance of energy. When he finally roused himself, the sun was already high in the sky. However, this surplus of vitality came with its own toll, perhaps due to the previous night's exertions. He felt as if his bones were on the verge of disintegration. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was already past 11 in the morning, nearing lunchtime. Struggling to rise, he slowly made his way to the bathroom and sank back into the tumultuous bathtub from the night before, allowing the warm water to envelop him, alleviating some of his fatigue. Indulging occasionally is acceptable, but I cannot afford to make it a daily habit. I must avoid exhausting myself to the point of collapse. Having regained a semblance of energy, Huang Yu shook his head, resolving to refrain from such lavish nourishment in the future. It would not do to bolster himself during the day only to deplete his reserves by night. Even the sturdiest of bodies could not endure such treatment indefinitely. As he pondered this, a delicate knock resounded at the door, accompanied by an unfamiliar utterance in Mandarin. "Master, may we enter?" It was unmistakably the voices of Feng Ling and Feng Long. What could bring them here at such a moment? Before he could contemplate the reason further, he heard the door creak open, followed by the sound of footsteps. Evidently believing him still in bed, they ventured directly into the room. "Master? A series of murmurs in Mandarin followed, after which Huang Yu could no longer comprehend their words, likely as they discussed among themselves, having not located him. "Feng Ling. Feng Long. I am in the bathroom. Please Please do not come in just yet. I shall be ready shortly. Huang Yu raised his voice to remind them and hastened his washing, intending to finish quickly and don a bathrobe before stepping out to spare everyone the embarrassment. However, he evidently overlooked the fact that the two sisters had yet to master the Chinese language, which rendered his words in their ears as follows. Feng Ling. Feng Long. I am here, come in, I am well. Dear sister, the master is calling for us, it appears. Indeed, Feng Long. Let us hasten to attend to him. Thus, while Huang Yu was engaged in cleansing himself, he suddenly heard the bathroom door swing open. His body stiffened, and upon turning, he beheld Feng Ling and Feng Long clad in enticing maid outfits, each cradling a neatly folded garment. It seemed that Ling Yi had not deceived him last night. The maid attire, with its typical black and white color scheme, short sleeves, low neckline, sheer black stockings, and exceedingly short skirts, was indeed quite refreshing. Perfectly suited for the sweltering climate of Ling'an. Coupled with the iconic headpiece and black leather shoes, they appeared utterly charming, especially considering that the sisters had always lived in the strictly regimented imperial court of Tuli. Serving their master had almost become instinctual. Their submissive demeanor, combined with their identical appearances, was simply enchanting. Huang Yu, overwhelmed by the sight, felt himself falter, realizing he could no longer endure the situation. Instinctively, he grabbed a nearby towel to shield his modesty. How did you two enter? He exclaimed. Master, we have come to serve you. Although they could not comprehend Huang Yu's words or discern the reason for his evident anxiety, the sisters dutifully fulfilled their roles. Ling Yi had instructed them to assist if Huang Yu was bathing. Thus, Feng Ling and Feng Long set down the garments, and each picked up a fresh towel, approaching to begin washing him. The moment they made contact, Huang Yu's body tensed, yet observing their obedient demeanor, he gradually relaxed. After a while, he succumbed to the sensation. Resting his head against the side of the bathtub, allowing the sisters to tend to him, their attentions gracing nearly every part of his body, save for his most private areas. Surprisingly, it felt rather pleasant. However, the notion of allowing others to assist him in dressing was still beyond his comfort. After a flurry of activity, he finally managed to direct the sisters to await him at the door while he hastily dried off, swiftly donned his clothes, and brushed his teeth. As he exited to find the two dutiful little maids, Huang Yu opened his mouth to say something, but recalling their inability to understand Chinese, he decided against it. Forget it, let us proceed downstairs. Sighing in resignation, he shook his head and turned to descend the stairs, with the sisters promptly following in his wake. In the dining room, Ling Yi had just removed her apron and sat at the table, where a freshly prepared spread of 4 dishes and a soup awaited. She had been inspired the previous night and had prepared 6 dishes and a soup, which proved to be a bit excessive for the 4 of them, leaving them somewhat overindulged. In truth, 4 dishes and a soup was just right. Oh, you are finally up. I thought you might remain bedridden all day. The sound of Huang Yu descending the stairs could not escape her keen ears. Upon their first encounter, she immediately provoked him with her words, her face radiant and even adorned with a knowing smile. Huang Yu, momentarily devoid of the strength to argue, could only respond with an exaggerated roll of his eyes. Nonsense. The more one plows a cow, the more it grows lean, while the fields flourish with cultivation. It is common to hear of cows that have worked themselves to death, but never fields that have been worn out. After exhausting myself last night, you appear so vibrant. And you dare to laugh at me? With a hint of irritation, Huang Yu reclined in the armchair, his gaze fixed on the table set with 4 dishes and a soup. The soup was a chicken broth, accompanied by braised meat, red-cooked pork, pan-fried matsutake mushrooms, and steamed lobster. This meal did not seem overly nourishing, but it was satisfactory. Ignoring Ling Yi beside him, he picked up a pair of chopsticks and began to eat. He first sampled the 2 meat dishes. The texture was unlike the beef or lamb he was accustomed to, nor did it taste like the usual pork. And the braised meat had a pleasantly chewy skin. Could it be wild boar? Ha ha ha. Observing Huang Yu engrossed in his meal, seemingly indifferent to her presence, Ling Yi could not help but laugh. All right, I shan't tease you any longer. You've worked hard. Come, eat more meat. And that chicken soup, especially prepared for you, to replenish your energy. Huang Yu merely returned a roll of his eyes, letting out a cold snort to express his dissatisfaction. Grabbing a glass of red beverage that Feng Ling had poured, he downed it in one go. The taste was quite pleasant. Was it chilled pomegranate juice? It must be said, Ling Yi's culinary skills were truly impressive, nearly mirroring those of renowned chefs online. With more practice, she might surpass them entirely. And Huang Yu found himself relishing the meal. Yet, something felt amiss. He could not shake the sensation that this meal invigorated him more with each bite. Although he had expended considerable energy and replenishing nutrients should revitalize him, the effect seemed extraordinary. Chicken broth does restore vitality. but he had consumed it before without such dramatic effects. Was it perhaps due to the meat dishes? Chapter 99. A complete outburst. Ling Yi. What kind of meat are these dishes? Huang Yu inquired, his brow furrowed with growing suspicion. The red-cooked dish is venison, which is gentle in nature and beneficial for strengthening the spleen and invigorating energy, while the braised dish is donkey meat, known for its sweet and cool properties that nourish qi and blood, enhance qi, and calm the spirit. You've gone and nourished me again, you. Wait. That is not right. Huang Yu suddenly realized that his wife intended to bolster his health once more, just as he was about to admonish her. He felt an increasing warmth spreading through his body, causing him to exclaim in alarm. I've eaten venison and donkey meat before, while they are said to be nourishing. How could they have such an effect? Did you do something special with the other dishes? Matsutake mushrooms, lobster, pomegranate juice. They all have rejuvenating properties as well, don't they? Ling Yi, noticing Huang Yu's discovery, covered her mouth while stifling a laugh and began to explain. But that still doesn't make sense. I've eaten these before, and they never had such an effect. Could it be the chicken soup? Huang Yu, coming to a realization, immediately turned his gaze toward the chicken soup on the table. Moments ago, he had only appreciated its exquisite flavor, but he had overlooked the medicinal ingredients within. Upon closer inspection, he recognized only goji berries and what seemed to be cordyceps. However, he could not identify many of the other herbs. Ling Yi, what exactly did you put in there? Huang Yu suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. In response to his inquiry, Ling Yi blinked and began to look around aimlessly, exhibiting a demeanor quite unlike her usual calm and astute self, clearly hiding something. It's nothing really. Speak the truth. That is an order. Seeing her flustered state, Huang Yu activated his ultimate command as the master. With no choice left and constrained by the mental barriers within her mind, Ling Yi reluctantly began to list the herbs used in the chicken soup: cordyceps, gold lokyang, epimedium, cistanche, maca, goji berries, astragalus. All right, Ling Yi. You are truly impressive. You are indeed a master of nutrition. Huang Yu, overwhelmed by the barrage of herbal names she was listing, 7 or 8 and still counting, covered his forehead in exasperation, urging her to stop. While bestowing upon her the title of nutrition master, he felt that even the few ingredients he had heard were already daunting enough. He feared that even a single hair strand added to the mix would render him utterly revitalized. Ling Yi, do you truly wish to invigorate me to death? Observing Huang Yu's helpless expression, Ling Yi hurried to clarify, although her smile bore a hint of awkwardness. How could that be? I tailored this based on your physical condition and extensive research of traditional Chinese medicine. Rest assured, it is absolutely nourishing and safe. Plus, if any issues arise with your health, I will detect them immediately. I don't care. From now on, when it comes to cooking, stick to normal, healthy meals. Or maybe just a little supplementation. But absolutely no more of this excessive nourishment. I'm genuinely frightened. This is an order. Despite his usual unconditional trust in Ling Ye's judgment, the 2 recent dietary experiences had left him with lingering trepidation, to prevent her from surreptitiously adding supplements to his meals. Huang Yu had no choice but to reiterate his command as the master. Fine. I understand. Ling Yi, feeling compelled, was somewhat displeased, resulting in her deliberately avoiding him for the entire afternoon. After Feng Ling and Feng Long finished their meal, she took them upstairs to attend a Chinese language class. Consequently, Huang Yu found himself feeling bored, and after being overwhelmed by the invigorating effects, he could not even take a nap. He decided to head to the media room to watch a film, preparing to review the Wandering Earth duology. Although the concept of moving the Earth to wander through space has been deemed entirely unfeasible in reality, the space elevator featured in the second installment remains exceedingly captivating, and he resolved to construct one in the future. However, the location of the space elevator in the movie was set in the capital of Gabon, Africa. While the geological conditions there are indeed stable, it's too close to the Western world, making it susceptible to interference. Perhaps we should find a suitable location in the Asia-Pacific region instead? First, it should be near China. After all, it's our homeland, and we must consider our nation's interests. Second, it needs to be easily accessible for convenient transportation of supplies. Third, it must avoid active volcanic and seismic zones to ensure safety. Balancing these 3 criteria makes the selection quite challenging, especially the third point. If only there were a way to mitigate the impact of geological activity on the space elevator. After watching 2 movies, it was time for dinner again. This time, Ling Yi didn't prepare overly nourishing dishes, but instead served a balanced meal, ordinary meats, seafood, and seasonal vegetables. Finally, a meal I can eat without worry. You've worked hard, my nutrition maestro. Huang Yu was naturally quite pleased. TCH, I try to nourish you, and you don't even appreciate it. Ling Yi, however, seemed slightly displeased, though it was unclear why she had suddenly developed such an interest in tonics. After dinner, Ling Yi continued Chinese lessons with Feng Ling and Feng Long. Since she had to attend to company matters the next day, she wanted to make the most of the available time to tutor the sisters. Meanwhile, Huang Yu spent a few hours on his computer until past 10 o'clock, when he finally felt ready to rest. As he approached the master bedroom on the 3rd floor and reached for the door, he found it locked. Ling Yi, open the door. It's me, Huang Yu called. Knocking. Huang Yu, we're still in class. Go wash up in the master bedroom on the 2nd floor first, Ling Yi replied, dismissing him without opening the door. He didn't think much of it, assuming their lesson wasn't over yet. Besides, he had plenty of clothes in the 2nd floor bedroom, so he complied without protest. But then, as he lay in the warm bathwater, eyes closed in relaxation, he suddenly heard the sound of the door opening and closing again. Soon after came that familiar, halting Mandarin, Master, we come to serve you. Before he could even respond, Feng Ling and Feng Long, clad in revealing maid outfits, pushed open the bathroom door and stepped inside. One of them spoke in broken phrases. Madam said, you shouldn't go upstairs tonight. She locked the door. Tomorrow, you don't need to go to the company. Ling Yi locked the door, so she intended for him to. Before he could process the thought, the sisters began undressing, soon revealing their natural beauty, each holding a towel modestly in front of themselves. Their eerie emerald green eyes, tinged with shyness, fixed on him as they slowly approached. Huang Yu's mind short-circuited. Like a puppet, he allowed the sisters to guide him in washing, and this time, even his most vulnerable areas weren't spared. The lingering effects of the midday tonic surged within him once more. Finally, as one sister pressed against him from behind and the other knelt before him, hands resting on his waist, his thoughts dissolved entirely. He had completely exploded. Chapter 100, Rarely Going Out. After yet another day had risen high in the sky, Huang Yu awoke to find that the sun was still well above him. This phrasing may seem a bit awkward, but that is not the crux of the matter. What truly matters is that at this moment, he felt as though his arms were being weighed down by something. As he explored with his hands, he recalled the circumstances and opened his eyes to take a closer look. Before him lay a pair of identical twins, peacefully resting their heads upon his shoulders. Feng Ling and Feng Long, born upon the vast grasslands, had practiced archery and horsemanship since their youth. Despite their smooth and fair skin, their physiques were far from the delicate frailty typical of women. Instead, they were remarkably athletic, though they had yet to fully mature. Their modest curves were not nearly as grand as Ling Yi's, yet the definition of their abdominal muscles was strikingly clear. Particularly the exquisite navel that Huang Yu found immensely appealing, having lingered over it on several occasions. Although the bodies of the two sisters were quite light, Huang Yu had been constrained for several hours, and discomfort began to set in. Unable to suppress the urge to free himself, he inadvertently stirred, awakening the twins, who gazed up at him with their enchanting green eyes, tinged with a hint of shyness. As they shifted slightly, their bodies brushed against one another, akin to the gentle caress of spring breezes awakening dormant saplings into towering trees. Naturally, this commotion caught the twins' attention, prompting them to intensify their playful antics. Huang Yu could hardly withstand this, and soon the three of them were tangled in a playful embrace, indulging in merriment throughout the day. Breakfast was forgotten, and they even neglected lunch. It was only as dusk fell that the trio made their way to the bathroom, where they were treated to the tender care of Feng Ling and Feng Long, leaving Huang Yu feeling utterly content. However, as he observed the seemingly boundless energy of the twins, he found it hard to believe that, had he not witnessed the two vivid streams of crimson spreading in the warm water the previous night, he would have never guessed that they were untouched maidens until now. Yet, this time Huang Yu chose not to continue the frivolity and quickly washed himself clean. Once they had all changed into fresh garments, they descended the stairs together, only to discover that, unbeknownst to them, Ling Yi had returned and had even prepared dinner. As she gazed at the trio descending, a subtle expression crossed Ling Yi's face, and she teased, Lord Huang, how do you feel? Have your bones fallen apart? Coughing lightly at her words, Huang Yu reflected on the fact that this was indeed her arrangement, and, being his rightful consort, he chose to candidly admit, I have never experienced such stimulation in my life. My bones are indeed nearly shattered. Oh, I expected you would be more stubborn, Ling Yi replied, somewhat taken aback by his openness. This was all part of your plan. Why should I hide it? Huang Yu responded as he approached the dining table and took a seat, while Ling Yi deftly handed him a small bowl of chicken soup. Behold, I fear you may struggle to rise from your bed today. The chicken soup, simmering since last night, has been prepared without the addition of those overly fortifying herbs. Yet it should still provide a gentle boost to your vitality. Huang Yu harbored no doubts regarding this. He had clearly expressed his desire to avoid any indiscriminate use of tonics, and Ling Yi would naturally comply. Consequently, The soup was consumed eagerly. Despite the absence of potent herbs, the flavor remained delightful. However, as he savored this culinary delight, he noticed Feng Ling and Feng Long, both still inexperienced in the ways of the world, standing behind him. Thus, he added, Ling Yi. Feng Ling and Feng Long seem to be feeling a bit under the weather today. Please tell them to join us and sit down for the meal. Understood. After all, they are my sisters. How could I be so unkind? Ling Yi replied, turning to engage in conversation with the two sisters. Although there was a hint of apprehension, they cautiously settled beside him and Ling Yi, beginning to eat with care. However, lacking proficiency with chopsticks, they clumsily utilized knives and forks to take small bites. While they dined, their eyes remained fixed on Huang Yu and Ling Yi, ready to spring into action at the slightest indication of need. Huang Yu, try to limit your outings over the next few months and avoid interactions with outsiders. If you grow weary of confinement, once the sports car arrives this weekend, you may take it for a spin, but stay away from crowded places. As they continued their meal, Ling Yi suddenly interjected with this remark, leaving Huang Yu perplexed. Why do you say that all of a sudden? Is something amiss? With only about 3 months remaining until the formulation of the Lork gene optimization serum, Ling Yi explained. As I mentioned before, your appearance will undergo noticeable changes before and after use. I can help you conceal this through video, but if you constantly present yourself in public, it will become challenging. Those familiar with you will surely notice the discrepancies. Indeed, you make a valid point. I comprehend. But what shall we do regarding the supplies needed by Vivian and Marnes? Huang Yu was acutely aware of the stakes. Yet he recognized that providing for them in the coming months would fall upon his shoulders. Moreover, St. Maurice had no warehouses. It would be impractical to transport supplies to the villa, would it not? Rest assured, I have taken care of everything. Besides delivering supplies to them, you will also need to receive medicinal materials from Vivian. Ling Yi had indeed anticipated this necessity and had made prior arrangements. I have rented additional warehouses in the industrial park and established a cafeteria for the company, ensuring that our employees' meals are managed by the firm. This will grant us the justification to procure various supplies in bulk and provide ample storage space. Furthermore, with my accounting, no one will uncover any discrepancies. Then there is no issue. Let us continue our meal, Huang Yu replied, nodding with reassurance. Later that evening, having just cleansed themselves, Huang Yu and Ling Yi lay entwined in the main bedroom on the 3rd floor. I offer you nourishment, and yet you resist. Now you seem more compliant. Ling Yi teased Huang Yu. She knew him well. His only vulnerability lay in his surname. Since the moment I became acquainted with myself, at least 9 out of 10 days have been spent in intimate communion with my own being. However, just a while ago, I earnestly took a bath, emerging thoroughly refreshed. The reason for this is, of course, self-evident. Fine, I admit it. I have been quite fatigued these past few days. Yet I would rather wait than consume an excessive amount of supplements, for I fear it may be detrimental to my health. Huang Yu rolled his eyes. Once my gene optimization serum is completed, I shall ensure your well-being without fail. After a brief pause, he continued. During this time, I have no objections to staying indoors, but I must find something to occupy my time. Is there anything I can assist with? I learned during the 3 years of the pandemic that staying at home for too long can be quite unsettling. After all, I cannot spend every day frolicking with those 2 little maids, nor does my body permit such indulgences. Chapter 101. Biological Civilization? Upon hearing Huang Yu's words, Ling Yi pondered for a moment and realized there was indeed a matter requiring his assistance. If you are seeking help, there is indeed something. What is it? Leave it to me. Huang Yu displayed great interest in this. The few helianthus plants have been sitting in my office for some time, neither thriving nor declining, and I do not have the time to monitor them constantly. There is an empty flower bed behind the courtyard, so I could simply bring those helianthus plants back tomorrow after work and transplant them there. You can take care of them for the next few months. However, at this point, Ling Yi shook his head. No, that won't do. After all, helianthus is an extraterrestrial plant. According to Vivian, when it blooms, its seeds disperse with the wind. As long as they remain in their current half-dead state, it is manageable, but should they thrive outdoors, the resulting seed dispersal could have significant ecological repercussions on Earth. Not to mention, if this plant were to escape and be discovered by certain individuals, it could lead to unforeseen consequences. What then? At this moment, Huang Yu realized he had not previously considered this issue, but soon he devised a plan. Oh, I have it. Besides the flower bed, isn't there an unrenovated sauna room nearby? Could we not repurpose it? His suggestion prompted Ling Yi to recall the existence of such a room, yet given the sweltering heat of Ling'an, neither of them had any interest in a sauna and had merely treated that space as a storage area. Indeed. That separate room we inspected before was originally designed to be a sauna, but it remains empty, which I had not taken to heart. Let us do this. I shall arrange for it to be converted into a small greenhouse for plants, with all data controllable via computer, thus making it convenient for you to manage. Computer-controlled? Yes, indeed. I must tell you, when the time comes. But as Ling Yi elaborated on the greenhouse, a sudden spark of inspiration ignited in Huang Yu's mind. Hey, Ling Yi, wait a moment. What do you think about acquiring a slave that can communicate with plants? What? A slave that can communicate with plants? Are you suggesting we buy such a slave specifically to tend to the helianthus? Indeed. It is prudent to entrust professional matters to those well-versed in their fields. The vast expanse of literature on Earth boasts a myriad of extraordinary races. And while some may seem scientifically implausible, the universe is a realm of infinite wonders. How delightful it would be if such races truly existed. However, as the conversation unfolded, Huang Yu discerned a subtle nuance in Ling Ye's gaze, prompting him to inquire with a hint of perplexity, Ling Yi, what expression is that? The esteemed Lord Huang. Despite your evident fatigue today, you cannot suppress your restless heart, Ling Yi replied with a wistful tone. What? What are you? Oh, nonsense. I have no such intentions. Huang Yu initially failed to grasp her implication, but soon realized that his esteemed consort suspected him of seeking to expand his harem. Yet, he felt unjustly accused. At present, he embodied the essence of a sage, devoid of such frivolous thoughts. Is that truly the case? I find it hard to believe, Ling Yi declared skeptically. Huang Yu, left with no retort, merely rolled his eyes, opting not to elaborate further on the matter. Believe it or not. Let us discuss the pressing issue at hand. Simply tell me if it is feasible. Certainly, it is feasible. Let us peruse the system's database. I shall sift through the results, she replied. Then it is settled. System, please assist me in searching for any slaves capable of communicating with plants. As for physical appearance. Oh, never mind. This time I have no requirements regarding size or looks. Please share the findings with Ling Yi. To dispel any notions of harem expansion, Huang Yu deliberately refrained from imposing criteria on physical attributes, trusting Ling Yi to select appropriately. Surely, she wouldn't choose any strange aberrations. With his command, the system swiftly filtered a wealth of information, revealing that such extraordinary races indeed existed in abundance. Before long, Ling Yi identified what she deemed the optimal choice, an image of a group of charming children, seemingly indistinguishable from humans, yet adorned with translucent insect-like wings and garments crafted from various leaves and petals. Pixie slaves, products of a secondary biological civilization, a peculiar race favored by nature. Inherently endowed with the ability to communicate with all life forms, adept at concealment, diminutive in stature, inherently kind-hearted, and fearful of solitude. A minimum of 10 must be traded at once, and no maltreatment is permitted. Pricing is negotiable. A biological civilization? I have yet to encounter one. Could it possibly be the Zerg from StarCraft? However, before Huang Yu could delve deeper into the merchant's shop information, Ling Yi exited her skeptical demeanor, her voice laced with excitement. I shall accept that you harbor no such intentions. This little pixie you specially sought out stands no taller than 10 centimeters. Not only can it care for flowers and pets, but it can also serve as a translator. Even in my absence, it could teach Feng Ling and Feng Long Mandarin. I have never heard of such a wondrous and adorable race before. I've already stated that I have no such intentions, yet you remain unconvinced, Huang Yu sighed, abandoning his inquiry and shifting the discussion back to the matter at hand. Upon reviewing this introduction, it becomes apparent that this merchant possesses a commendable sense of compassion. Despite their willingness to sell, they express profound concern for the well-being of these small sprites, fearing their solitude. They stipulate that buyers must purchase at least 10 at once and must not subject them to cruelty. However, Huang Yu furrowed his brow and continued. If this merchant truly possesses such benevolence, how can they justify selling such an endearing race into servitude? This seems illogical. I cannot comprehend this either. But perhaps we should inquire directly with them, Ling Yi suggested. Although equally perplexed, she chose not to dwell on the matter but instead opted to contact the merchant directly. Very well, let us change our attire first, then request a dialogue through the system. One cannot conduct business dressed in sleepwear. Yet, this request did not proceed as smoothly as the two had anticipated. After waiting for over 10 minutes without any response from the other side, Ling Yi remarked, "It appears this seller is preoccupied or perhaps resting. I shall leave them a message, and we can take a break." Huang Yu nodded in agreement. Since the other party was unavailable, further negotiations could wait. Just as Huang Yu was about to terminate the dialogue request, the merchant unexpectedly connected the video call. Instantly, a vast expanse of verdant forest appeared before their eyes, resembling the trees found on Earth, albeit in a rather unwell state. Strikingly, the focal point was not the insect race that Huang Yu had envisioned, but rather a tree. Yes, a tree, with a robust trunk adorned with moss. Its height remained indeterminate. Yet no other tree nearby reached even half of its stature. Its upper branches were lush, with various avian-like creatures seen nesting, while the base displayed two enormous splits, the surrounding soil bearing fresh signs of disturbance, as if the great tree had recently shifted. Midway up the trunk, 3 deep hollows were visible, one large and 2 small, resembling an oral cavity and eyes. Coupled with the gnarled bark nearby, these features vaguely formed a human visage. I apologize, esteemed guests. I have been in slumber for far too long. Although the system was programmed to alert me when buyers arrived, awakening has proven quite challenging. As the largest hollow of the trunk opened and closed, an ancient voice reverberated, clearly informing Huang Yu and Ling Yi that this tree was indeed alive. It was the merchant. Chapter 102. The ancient treant, Shui buyer. While Huang Yu remained astounded by the fact that a tree could speak, Ling Yi had already commenced a dialogue with it. A sentient plant being? Good sir, your age appears rather formidable. Have you encountered a treant like myself before, esteemed lady? I am Shui buyer, and as for my age. As we delve into this matter, the great tree, or rather, the venerable Shui buyer, exhibited a peculiar wrinkling of its bark above its eyes, while a remarkably robust branch languidly scratched its head, seemingly pondering its own age. This motion startled several avian creatures, yet they swiftly returned to perch upon its crown. After a considerable pause, Shui buyer gradually shook its head and expressed, "Apologies, dear lady. It seems I have somewhat lost track of my own age. I vaguely recall that my leaves have shed over 60 million times. Perhaps even more. Let me reflect a moment." Huang Yu, Ling Yi. The elderly Shui buyer spoke with remarkable slowness, emanating an aura steeped in antiquity, yet the enormity of its words was undeniably startling. If we were to assume it shed its leaves once a year, that would suggest it is at least 60 million years old, though the length of a year on its planet remains a mystery. Even if we posit that a single day on Earth equates to a year in its existence, that would still amount to a staggering 160,000 Earth years, a life of unparalleled antiquity. Ahem, Ling Yi interjected, as Huang Yu cleared his throat, feeling a slight dryness. Do not call me. While I have heard tales of sentient plant life existing in the cosmos, often with remarkably prolonged lifespans, and some even developing their own civilizations, encountering such an ancient being is a first for me. As Ling Yi spoke, her expression was one of sheer astonishment. Since their acquaintance, this was the first time Huang Yu had witnessed such a demeanor from her, yet he remained perplexed. Ling Yi. What I mean to convey is that I have always envisioned biological civilizations as resembling insect-like creatures. How could a being like Shui buyer be considered a biological civilization? To me, it seems more akin to a cultivation civilization. This subject was far more familiar to Ling Yi, who had lived for 7,000 years. It is not surprising. While earthly civilization often imagines biological life as insectoid, and indeed, insectoid civilizations do exist in the universe, the classification of civilization types is not determined by the appearance of the species. Biological civilizations typically do not rely on technological creations, nor do they absorb cosmic energy to enhance themselves as cultivation civilizations do. Instead, they focus on optimizing their genetic lineage, with individuals maturing into combat-ready entities shortly after birth. Some of these formidable individuals can even function as cosmic warships, engaging in battles throughout the universe. Moreover, the type of civilization often depends on its environmental conditions. Perhaps Shui Bayer's planet suffers from energy scarcity, or they have yet to develop a unique method of cultivation, instead opting for continuous genetic modification to strengthen themselves. If that is the case, it would not be surprising to classify them as a biological civilization. In essence, the external appearance of a species bears little relevance to its type of civilization. This will become evident to you as you encounter more examples in the future. Upon hearing this, Huang Yu nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging Ling Yi's elucidation. It is akin to the Tianhua civilization, which at first glance appears to be a primitive society reminiscent of a medieval Western civilization, yet in truth, it had long since entered the cosmic age as a level 4 technological civilization. Ultimately, it was a matter of my limited experience. Clearing his thoughts, Huang Yu observed the furrowed brow of the pondering Traber and decided to interrupt his contemplation. Grandfather Traber, may I trouble you for a moment? Is it acceptable for us to address you in this manner? He sought clarification on the form of address, as the gender of the ancient tree being remained an enigma. It's perfectly fine, my good sir. We tree folk do not adhere to the distinctions of gender. Yet I can discern the respect in your words. May I inquire your names? What brings you two to seek my counsel? Traber was drawn from his reverie by Huang Yu's interruption, yet he bore no resentment and dismissed any concern regarding Huang Yu's address, focusing instead on the crux of the conversation. Perhaps he was aware that his speech was rather slow and wished to avoid prolonging the exchange unnecessarily. With that, Huang Yu articulated his intentions more formally. I am Huang Yu, and this is my fiancée, Ling Yi. We are currently endeavoring to cultivate some plants and have discovered the existence of sprites through our system. We hope to procure some in exchange. Ah, sprites. That is quite agreeable. My requirements have been explicitly stated in the product description, as long as you can ensure their well-being. I would gladly offer you some in return for even a mere stone, Traber replied. A stone for sprites? Huang Yu and Ling Yi exchanged bewildered glances, momentarily doubting their hearing. Grandfather Traber, do you mean to gift them to us? Indeed, that is correct, Traber affirmed. Is there truly nothing you desire in return? What could have transpired that would lead you to part with the sprites in such a manner? This struck Huang Yu as peculiar and utterly illogical. Something must have transpired. If you are willing to spend some time listening to my tale, then very well. Traber began, revealing his thoughts without reservation. According to him, he was uncertain of his parentage. When he emerged from a seed, he already possessed consciousness. At that time, the world was enveloped in a vast, wide expanse of ice and snow, with only a small patch of land contributing a hint of green to the desolate landscape. Years later, as Trevor's trunk thickened slightly, he became capable of liberating himself from the soil's constraints and wandering freely. However, the frigid climate hindered him from venturing far, forcing him to linger near his birthplace. Yet, as time passed, the sun gradually melted the ice and snow, and the climate warmed. Little by little, the perennial glaciers receded, transforming the earth into a tapestry of green. The youthful Traber commenced his journey, scattering his seeds in his quest to explore the world, and with other dormant seeds awakening. The population of the tree folk began to surge dramatically. Later, the tree folk almost dominated the entire land of the planet, gradually diversifying into various species adapted to different environments. They began to form their own civilization, complete with a distinct language and script. Over time, numerous kingdoms emerged, each distinguished by its unique tree species. Naturally, as the first to awaken and the most ancient of the tree folk, Chorbiel became a king among them. However, perhaps due to their inherent traits, the tree folk, as they aged, developed an increasing affinity for slumber. Thus, regardless of how vibrant they were in their youth, all tree folk ultimately came to a halt, silently transforming into unremarkable trees, seldom awakening until their natural demise. Consequently, conflicts or wars among the tree folk were exceedingly rare. During their prolonged slumber, some of the ancient tree folk would sporadically sprout a few buds on their branches, awaiting the right season for them to bloom. Yet, what emerged was not a flower, but a peculiar being. These entities, diminutive in size, concealed themselves among the flora, nearly invisible. They possessed a lively and benevolent disposition, lacking the ability to reproduce and incapable of growth, forever resembling perpetually young children. Innately, they possessed the ability to communicate effortlessly with all living beings. The tree folk had never encountered such extraordinary creatures, but since they emerged from their essence, they regarded them as their offspring. In their tongue, these children were referred to as little sprites. Chapter 103. The sleeping sprites' time flowed inexorably, and all things flourished. We, the tree folk, relished our slumber, and the sprites, too, shunned conflict. Thus, the two wise races on the planet coexisted harmoniously, enveloped in tranquility, until, alas, at this juncture, Chorbiel let out a profound sigh, unleashing a gust from the largest tree hollow, causing nearby trees to sway perilously, some even standing upright to assess the commotion. Yet, upon realizing it was Chorbiel stirring, they scratched their heads and rooted themselves once more. Indeed, this entire forest was comprised of ancient tree folk capable of movement. After a while, Chorbiel continued, alas, until a colossal stone, engulfed in flames, descended from the heavens, alongside the violent earthquakes and tsunamis. It brought forth a cloud of dust that obscured the entire world. The site of its impact happened to be a treefolk kingdom, whose king was a friend of mine from the same era. He and his kin vanished just like that. Alas, in the subsequent years, all treefolk could sense that the sky, even the sun, had dimmed. The glaciers I remembered began to return, and countless species of treefolk, along with innumerable plants and animals, became forever lost to us. Although the sprites did not age or perish, the chilling climate and the consequent scarcity of food and habitat inevitably led to their significant demise. My poor children. Upon hearing this, Huang Yu and Ling Yi gradually comprehended the gravity of the situation. The cataclysmic fall of a meteorite had transformed the planetary environment, leading to a mass extinction of species. Could it be that the tree folk and the little sprites were destined for annihilation? That seemed implausible. After all, wasn't Shui by air in possession of the system ring? Unable to fathom the implications, Huang Yu chose to listen further. Originally, all the tree folk had resigned themselves to a slumbering demise, entombing their seeds deep within the earth. Much like I once did. After countless millennia, those seeds would surely sprout anew. One day, the tree folk would be revitalized. And the little sprites would once again emerge from the essence of the tree folk. Our lineage would endure. Only the remnants of our bygone era would fade into oblivion. After a profound sigh, Shui Bai'er's narrative took an unexpected turn. At that moment, a ring descended from the heavens, landing in the forest, where the little sprites brought it to me, igniting a glimmer of hope. With the aid of the system, I optimized the genetic makeup of all tree folk, enabling them to adapt to the current environment, and future sprites born henceforth would survive. Yet, those sprites born prior to this intervention were beyond salvation. Unlike typical flora and fauna, their mode of existence and anatomical structure were exceedingly unique, rendering the cost of genetic optimization exorbitant, a burden I could scarcely bear. Consequently, they faced a gradual extinction, their numbers dwindling. I could only entrust them to a benevolent caretaker, wary of placing them all in the hands of a single individual. Thus, it became clear, Shui Bai'er had successfully rescued 2 races through the system ring, yet he remained powerless to aid the previously born sprites in the face of extinction. Unable to save these earlier sprites and unwilling to witness their slow demise, he ultimately resorted to offering them for adoption, stipulating conditions to ensure their future welfare. However, fearing their potential eradication post-transaction, he opted to distribute them in multiple batches, casting a wide net, knowing that despite some encountering insurmountable odds, a portion would surely survive. Upon concluding Shui Bai'er's tale, Huang Yu immediately pledged his commitment. Grandfather Shui Bai'er, we hold great affection for these little sprites, and vow to treat them kindly. They need only assist me in tending to the flora and serve as interpreters. After all, Huang Yu is no monster. He would never mistreat these diminutive beings. At this juncture, Shui Bai'er was about to respond, but Ling Yi, feeling somewhat anxious, interjected with a pressing concern. Wait a moment, Huang Yu. While I too cherish these little sprites, I do not wish to inadvertently harm them. What if they cannot acclimate to Earth's environment? If their arrival here proves fatal, I would rather not bring them at all. This statement bore considerable weight, for these little sprites had been sent away due to their inability to adapt to their original planetary conditions. What would happen if they encountered the same fate on Earth? The environment encompasses more than mere temperature. Huang Yu found himself momentarily at a loss for words. The thought of escaping from one perilous situation only to land in another was daunting. At that moment, Shui Bai'er seemed poised to voice a thought. But Ling Yi interjected with a strategy she had conceived. Grandfather Shui Bai'er, I propose that we first send a small sprite here to ascertain its adaptability to the environment. If it thrives, we would be delighted to welcome more sprites. If not, we shall promptly return it. Upon hearing this, Shui Bai'er finally found his voice. I am truly pleased that both of you hold such affection for the sprites. However, I must confess that I have previously traded some sprites using this very method. It was merely that my speech is somewhat slow, and I had not the opportunity to express it earlier. Huang Yu interjected. So this has always been your approach. However, your pace of speech is rather languorous. After listening to your tale for so long, it is already 2 in the morning. In that case, Grandfather Shui Bai'er, let us expedite the trading process. Huang Yu casually picked up a piece of tissue from the bedside table, which he intended to use for the trade. Very well. As both parties confirmed the transaction, a familiar azure glow enveloped them, revealing a sphere composed of withered yellow leaves, roughly the size of a basketball, in Huang Yu's hand. This is a sprite that has been born from me. It is relatively large in size. Due to its aversion to the cold, it has been slumbering within its leafy cocoon, which provides it with comfort. Place it in the sunlight, and when it feels at ease, it shall awaken. Prior to its slumber, I informed it that it would be sent away, so upon awakening, it will naturally comprehend the situation. If it does not awaken, it signifies that the environment is unsuitable for its survival. And I kindly ask you to return it to me. After the transaction, Shui Bai'er reiterated his concerns, clearly troubled. Rest assured, with the system's protocols in place, I would not dare to act in bad faith. Should it prove unfit for this environment, I shall return it by tomorrow evening, Huang Yu assured him. Meanwhile, Ling Yi seized the opportunity to snatch the leaf sphere, cradling it in her hands as she examined it repeatedly, as though she had discovered a cherished treasure. After ending the call, Huang Yu couldn't help but smile at the sight. It seemed this little sprite had fully awakened Ling Yi's nurturing instincts. Observing her, he wondered how overjoyed she would be if everything went well, but it was time for rest. All right, we must wait for the sun to rise to discern the outcome. Your actions may disturb it. You make a valid point. Let us place it on the balcony for now. The weather forecast predicts sunny days ahead. Prompted by his reminder, Ling Yi delicately placed the leaf sphere on the balcony, finally lying down but not forgetting to add, well, I suppose I want to go to the office tomorrow. I want to watch over this little sprite. Chapter 104. Truly delightful, truly delicious. The following morning, Huang Yu slowly awoke in bed. Yesterday, he had completely exhausted himself. Naturally, he fell asleep as soon as he lay down, and consequently, upon awakening, he felt invigorated. Gazing out at the splendid sunshine, he glanced at his phone and realized it was nearly 9 o'clock. You're awake, came Ling Ye's voice. He lifted his head and scanned the room, but Huang Yu did not see her figure. You should have some breakfast. I've made porridge in the kitchen. And it's still warm, Ling Yi said again. Huang Yu then discovered that the voice emanated from the balcony outside the bedroom, presumably where she was still observing the leaf-shaped orb. He swiftly rolled out of bed, slipped on his slippers, and made his way to the balcony. Having changed his clothes for a transaction the previous night, he had been too lazy to change back before sleeping. The weather in Ling-en was still somewhat warm, so he was dressed in his favorite black short-sleeved shirt and shorts. The balconies of the two master bedrooms were quite spacious, with a large sheet of transparent tempered glass overhead, allowing ample sunlight while shielding from rain. Below, a tea table and 2 reclining chairs were arranged for the owner's leisure. At this moment, Ling Yi lounged in a loose-fitting white short-sleeved shirt and shorts, reclining on one of the chairs, her long, fair legs elegantly draped over the other chair, glistening under the sun's rays. Perhaps due to the intensity of the sunlight, she wore a pair of sunglasses and delicately sipped from a cup of coffee. Looking again at the leaf-shaped orb on the tea table, Huang Yu noted its unchanged, smooth exterior, which caused him to ponder. It was said that a suitable environment would awaken the little spirit within, yet with the temperature having risen considerably, the orb remained motionless. Was the Earth's environment unsuitable? Such a pity it would be, for where else could one find such a diminutive, charming creature capable of conversing with all living beings? Of course, the most significant aspect was that it came at no cost. Huang Yu, I'm keeping an eye on it here. You should go down and have some porridge, Ling Yi said, her attention shifting as she noticed Huang Yu approaching. Oh, all right, Just as Huang Yu was about to say something more, a gentle breeze wafted in, carrying a faint but acrid scent of smoke. What is that smell? Is there a fire somewhere? He leaned out to look into the courtyard and saw the two sisters, Feng Ling and Feng Long, busily engaged in activity. One was lighting charcoal in a massive oven, while the other was brushing seasoning onto a whole lamb secured to a grill. Oh, that's the oven and a little lamb I ordered online. The mutton from the south has too strong an odor. The ones from the grasslands taste much better. Initially, I intended to handle it myself, but Feng Ling and Feng Long mentioned they had learned to barbecue since elementary school. The animals they raised seemed similar to those on Earth, so I just helped with the seasoning and left the rest to them, Ling Yi explained. They can do this? Indeed. I almost forgot. Chili once mentioned that they too learned to cook from a young age. The roasted whole lamb prepared by these natives of the grasslands promises a delightful lunchtime feast. Upon hearing this, Huang Yu's interest was piqued. Although these two sisters are from another realm and are not well acquainted with the flora, fauna, and spices of Earth, the ecological similarities between the two planets suggest they possess commendable culinary skills. Go enjoy your porridge. If you keep dawdling, you'll end up merging breakfast and lunch into one meal, he suggested. Oh yes, I'll head down now. After having a bit of porridge, Huang Yu intended to assist at the oven, but upon his arrival, Feng Ling and Feng Long seemed to become somewhat flustered. His efforts to help only seemed to complicate matters further. Eventually, Ling Yi, unable to bear the sight, called him over to join her for coffee, which prompted the sisters to pick up their pace. As noon approached, despite being unaware of the happenings below, the tantalizing aroma of meat wafted through the air, stirring Huang Yu's appetite. Noticing Ling Yi still fixated on the leaf ball, he couldn't help but offer some advice. Ling Yi, it seems Feng Ling and Feng Long are nearly finished. Let us head down for a meal. We can return to watch afterwards. Sighing, she replied, it's already midday. If it were due to the temperature, they should have awakened by now. Could it be that they are struggling to adapt to Earth's environment? Her tone reflected a sense of reluctance. The allure of these extraordinary creatures was slipping away from her grasp. Well, let us eat first. If they haven't responded by nightfall, we'll have to return them to Zibier. After the two descended the stairs, they found Feng Ling and Feng Long had indeed opened the oven and were carefully lifting out a whole lamb, glistening invitingly. A large roasting platter awaited on the table beside them. Though the lamb was modest in size, it was ample for 4, alleviating the need for additional dishes. The two simply seated themselves in the courtyard to savor their meal. The lamb had been slow roasted for over 3 hours, its exterior a golden, glistening hue, with a crisp, caramelized surface and tender, succulent meat within. A morsel placed in the mouth unleashed a delightful aroma, devoid of any gamey taste. This is truly delectable. I never expected you two sisters not only to be stunning, but also to create such delicious dishes, Huang Yu exclaimed in admiration. Indeed, the cooking is executed with remarkable precision, rivaling that of renowned chefs, Ling Yu concurred, acting as a translator to convey Huang Yu's compliments to Feng Ling and Feng Long. The sisters inclined their heads in gratitude, murmuring something in response. What are they saying? Huang Yu inquired. They expressed their appreciation for your kind words, stating that while they are responsible for the cooking, the seasoning was prepared by me, their mistress, and they still have much to learn, she translated. Ah, then I shall entrust them with any future barbecues. Just as the two indulged in their meal, the sisters continued to slice and plate the lamb, sending waves of enticing aromas into the air, and at last, the leaf ball on the third floor began to exhibit signs of movement. As the leaves rustled gently, a small hand emerged from between the foliage, followed by another, together prying the leaves apart to reveal an adorable little head. It boasted a mane of green hair, somewhat disheveled, and a cherubic face reminiscent of a human child, albeit with a somewhat dazed expression, its eyes barely open as if awakening from a prolonged slumber. Yet its nose twitched incessantly, seemingly drawn by a tantalizing aroma. After a brief moment, this enchanting sprite clambered out of the leafy cocoon, using both hands and feet. Its petite, naked form bore a human-like torso and limbs, yet devoid of any reproductive organs, while two pairs of translucent, insect-like wings adorned its back, shimmering with a fantastical array of colors under the sunlight. Although its eyes could only open a slit, it vigorously flapped its wings, following the scent as it fluttered downwards, swaying like a delicate butterfly. Meanwhile, the four individuals savoring their meal in the courtyard were suddenly taken aback as something fell from the sky onto their dining table, landing with an ungraceful thud and sprawling across the surface. Undeterred, it scrambled toward the towering roasted lamb before it, eagerly grasping a morsel of meat and shoving it into its mouth. As it feasted, it murmured in a language unknown to the onlookers. Yet each of them felt the echo of a delightful child's voice in their minds. It's so fragrant and delicious. Chapter 105. Little say the sudden appearance of this diminutive creature left Huang Yu, Ling Yi, Feng Ling, and Feng Long exchanging bewildered glances, caught off guard by this unexpected guest. Yet, witnessing its squinted eyes and the endearing manner in which it stuffed its cheeks with morsels, they couldn't help but gather around, intrigued. It must be that little sprite. Ling Yi was the first to react. Huang Yu nodded in affirmation, recognizing this extraordinary being, a creature of myth and legend, as none other than the little sprite sent by Grandpa Chubier. Huh, Huang Yu, are you my master? My name is Sei. The sprite intelligently confirmed its master upon hearing Ling Yi's words, introducing itself before gobbling down another generous piece of lamb. Indeed, little Sei. You are the one I brought back from Grandpa Chubier. How do you find this place? Are you comfortable? The environment here is lovely. Though it doesn't quite compare to my former home, it is far better than the desolate aftermath of the calamity. The air and temperature are both delightful. I feel very at ease. Having finished the last morsel of lamb in its hand, the little sprite, Sei, gazed longingly at the roasted lamb before it, clearly still hungry. Ling Yi beheld the sight before her and offered a gentle smile, delicately lifting a morsel of shredded meat with her chopsticks and placing it slowly before the little creature. The moment its eyes sparkled with delight, the little Sei eagerly grasped the offering, devouring it with unabashed joy, her face radiating bliss akin to that of a human child savoring candy. Even with her cheeks stuffed full of lamb, the little Sei managed to express her muffled gratitude. Ah, thank you. Sei is so happy. Ah, it's delicious. What is your name, sister? Ha, I am called Ling Yi, the fiancée of Huang Yu. She responded. Then you are my mistress, Sei exclaimed. Ah, what is this? I have never tasted it before, but I wish to have more. Observing her adorable demeanor, Ling Yi felt an overwhelming surge of maternal affection. Meanwhile, Feng Ling and Feng Long, constrained by the ingrained customs that silenced them, could only gaze at the charming little Sei, clearly enchanted by her presence. However, Huang Yu was struck by a wave of confusion upon witnessing Sei's fondness for the meat. Little Sei, I did not expect you to enjoy meat. I recall that Chubier mentioned that you little fairies only consume fruits and nectar. Yet never did he imply that you have a taste for meat. To his astonishment, Sei was instantly taken aback by his words. Meat? Is this the flesh of an animal? What is its name? What does it look like? In a flurry of panic, she cast aside the lamb and stumbled back, her eyes wide with alarm as she fixated on the massive roasted sheep. You are eating lamb. This is what it looked like when it was alive. Huang Yu, sensing her distress, kindly pulled out his phone and showed her a picture of an adorable lamb. In an instant, Sei began to tremble uncontrollably, losing her composure and plopping down onto the table, tears streaming down her face. The lamb is so cute. How could one eat a lamb? Sei has done something terrible. Wah. Huang Yu. Look at the mess you've made. Knowing she doesn't eat meat. You still showed her that, Ling Yi exclaimed, her brows furrowing in anger at Huang Yu, before hastily comforting the sobbing Sei by stroking her head. Yet, Huang Yu was equally bewildered. After all, it was the little one who had eagerly stuffed the meat into her mouth. How could he be held responsible? Moreover, wasn't he who had offered her the second piece? In a moment of absurdity, he inquired, Little Sei, did you find the lamb's meat delicious? It was tasty. Wah. Sei responded, her cries growing louder. After a considerable time, Ling Yi finally managed to soothe the inconsolable Sei, leading her away gently. Meanwhile, the remaining three polished off the delectable roasted lamb, with Feng Ling and Feng Long dutifully cleaning the dishes, while Huang Yu sought out Ling Yi, who was presently enjoying the cool breeze in the pavilion alongside Sei. On the table lay a small dish filled with a few peeled grapes and some finely chopped fruit flesh, resplendent in a myriad of colors, suggesting that the fruits from the refrigerator had all been utilized. Ling Yi had even added a small spoonful of honey. Little Sei sat beside the plate, using both hands to eagerly stuff her mouth, her face once again radiating a blissful expression. Observing her delight, Huang Yu could not resist reaching out for a grape, only to be met with a sharp slap from Ling Yi aimed at his outstretched hand. Huang Yu blinked in confusion. Hey, Ling Yi, why did you hit me? It serves you right for making Sei cry earlier. I just managed to soothe her. If you want to eat, go fetch it from the fridge yourself. It was evident that Ling Yi's heart had been completely captured by the beloved Sei. Yet, the little one had also claimed that the lamb was delicious. Was that my fault? Dear mistress, it's all right. Sei is already full. Sei, displaying commendable conscience, licked her hands clean of juice, patted her belly, and then flew over to Huang Yu, holding out a grape. Master, have a grape. Ah, thank you, little Sei. Huang Yu accepted the grape with a subtle expression, casting a glance at Ling Yi. Humph. Ling Yi scoffed, rolling her eyes at him. At that moment, Sei flew back with another grape in her arms. Mistress should have one too. Thank you, little Sei. Ling Yi's face immediately brightened. After finishing the grape in just a few bites, Huang Yu initiated a conversation. Little Sei, if you find this place comfortable, would you like me to ask Grandpa Chui Buyer to send more little fairies over? Yes. Sei would love to have friends. Hold on a moment, little Sei. Where do you usually live? It would be best to arrange accommodations for your friends before they come. Ling Yi pondered further. As for where we live, we typically sleep in flowers or on large leaves. As she spoke, Sei pointed to the two short trees in the foyer. The leaves on those trees are quite large and suitable. However, our favorite is to sleep in fragrant, beautiful flowers. That sounds splendid. I will contact Grandpa Chui Buyer right away. Upon finishing, Huang Yu initiated a dialogue request to Chui Buyer. Chapter 106. The Little Fairy Gardener Group. Oh, My little Sei, you are awake. It seems the environment over there is quite pleasant. As soon as the call connected, the ancient Chui Buyer focused his gaze on Sei seated at the table. Yes, the environment here is very comfortable. My friends will surely love it. Sei exclaimed with excitement. That's wonderful. Mr. Huang Yu, I prioritize sending out the little fairies that have been asleep the longest. There are still many left. How many can you accommodate? How many can I accommodate? Naturally, I wish to welcome as many as possible, but our garden. Huang Yu naturally held a deep affection for the garden nurtured by little Sei. If circumstances permitted, he envisioned creating a fairy kingdom. Yet he was acutely aware of the troubles that could ensue if the existence of these fairies were to be discovered. Thus, it was prudent to limit the initial number. A mere 20 would suffice, for the risk of exposure was too great. Ling Yi, how about we start with 20? We can accommodate 10 in each of those small trees. In the future, when we establish a grand private estate, we could have Grandpa Chui Buyer deliver several thousand, no, tens of thousands, of fairies. We could directly establish a fairy kingdom. Splendid. Once we find a suitable location, I shall purchase it and construct a magnificent estate. Although Ling Yi was not entirely lost in Huang Yu's grand vision, she wholeheartedly supported his plan for a fairy kingdom, her mind already contemplating the ideal location for such a venture. Instead of merely acquiring a plot of land, it would be far more advantageous to purchase a private island, allowing us to transform it into a secluded paradise where secrets need not be so carefully concealed. Indeed, I am considering a private island. I will look into it. Is it truly so? A fairy kingdom. Sei is enchanted by the idea. Little Sei's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing this. Indeed, little Sei. I would suggest that we choose. As the three conversed with increasing enthusiasm, they inadvertently overlooked the presence of the elder, Chui Buyer. While he did not mind and felt joy at their genuine fondness for his children, He contemplated hastening the transaction so he could return to his slumber. Oh, pardon my interruption, but if you are certain about acquiring 20 fairies, I can deliver the remaining 19 right away. Ah, yes, my apologies, Grandpa Chue Buyer. We shall finalize the transaction immediately. With Chue Buyer's interjection, Huang Yu suddenly recalled that the transaction was not yet complete, prompting him to swiftly confirm the order. In the blink of an eye, 19 familiar leafy orbs appeared in the courtyard. Wow, my friends. Hooray. Little Sei was overjoyed at the sight, dancing and swirling around the newly arrived leafy orbs. As dusk approached, the sun dipped below the horizon, yet after an afternoon of warm sunlight, the 19 fairies gradually awakened. They were all of similar stature, none exceeding 10 centimeters, each fluttering 2 pairs of transparent wings as they flitted about the courtyard, frolicking among the flowers and trees. Before preparing dinner, Ling Yi sliced a plate of fruit cubes, specially prepared for the fairies. Little Sei, please summon them for their meal. Certainly, my lady. Responding from her perch on Ling Ye's shoulder, Little Sei flew out of the house. Perhaps due to their origin from the ancient tree King Chue Buyer, the fairies instinctively regarded him as their leader, especially heeding his words. In no time, the 20 fairies returned, chirping excitedly as they greeted Ling Yi before gracefully landing on the dining table. Although delicious food lay before them, they exhibited remarkable decorum, refraining from squabbling and demonstrating courtesy. With the foremost fairy willingly offering fruit cubes to its companions behind. Lulu, here is a treat for you. Thank you, Lays. Ah, delicious. Keller, please hand me one. Here. Observing these obedient little ones, Lingya, who had never been a mother, felt her heart melt. Yet suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, causing her smile to falter, her brow to furrow, and her expression to grow increasingly complex, though none noticed. Hey there, are the little ones having their meal? Huang Yu's voice resonated from behind, rousing Lingya from her reverie. Quickly masking her emotions, she donned a bright smile and turned to reply. Yes, we should eat too. But we can't have barbecue for every meal. Tonight, I'll take charge in the kitchen and invite Feng Ling and Feng Long to learn by my side. One day, I too wish to enjoy delectable dishes while waiting, and when the mood strikes, to cook myself. Haha, that sounds wonderful. You work hard, Huang Yu said, pulling his beloved close. Watching the little spirits joyfully dine stirred a longing for children within him. Lingya, once we have children, would you prefer a boy or a girl? A boy, Lingya answered without hesitation. Really? I thought you might prefer a girl. I, for one, would love a girl, someone as clever and beautiful as you. Though perhaps with a touch of my own traits. Wait. No, just a hint of me. All right, let go now. I need to prepare dinner. Lingya gently extricated herself from Huang Yu's embrace and strode toward the kitchen. Yet, with her back turned, her expression grew intricate, and she murmured in a voice barely audible, I still choose a boy. After Lingya departed, Huang Yu quietly observed the little spirits as they savored their meal. Before approaching them at an opportune moment, little ones, are you satisfied? Master, we are full. Indeed, Lulu is right. The fruits are delicious, and the honey is very sweet. We love them. Hearing the little spirits express their delight, Huang Yu felt a surge of happiness. From now on, you may eat as much as you desire. But I need your help with something. I hear you can communicate with plants, correct? Of course, Master. We adore playing with flowers, trees, and little animals. Yes, many plants fall ill and cannot speak. We help nurse them back to health. Master, we were just chatting with the plants in the courtyard. Those 2 small trees welcomed us to sleep on their leaves, and several plants promised us some leaves to make clothes. Wow. You've already established a rapport with our future landlords. Then you shall be the garden guardians of this place. The flowers and plants in the courtyard, as well as any future pets, will be entrusted to your care. You must look after them well. If anything arises, you can find me and the mistress. If we are not around, seek Feng Ling and Feng Long. Understood. The little spirit gardening team guarantees to fulfill the task. Observing this group of little sprites enthusiastically making promises, Huang Yu nodded in satisfaction. With these charming creatures around, the cultivation of Heil grass should pose no challenge. In the future, regardless of what herbs are transplanted, he would be promptly informed of their growth needs, and if transplantation proves impossible, time would not be wasted. Speaking of this, how about introducing the little sprites to Vivian? Chapter 107. Transplanting Heil grass. Just as Huang Yu contemplated waiting for Vivian's tribe to stabilize before recommending the sprites to her, Ling Ye's voice suddenly echoed. Have the little ones finished eating? It's time for us to have dinner as well. Turning around, he saw Ling Yi approaching the dining table with a bowl of soup, followed closely by Feng Ling and Feng Long, each carrying 2 dishes with both hands. Observing this, Huang Yu swiftly stepped forward to take the soup from Ling Ye's hands. Come, hand it over. You've worked hard. The sprites, aware that they were about to use the dining table, fluttered into the air, clearing a space for the four. However, as they began to indulge in the delectable food, all but little Sei were captivated by the enticing aroma, unable to resist engaging in quiet discussions. It smells so good. Although Lulu is already full, this aroma makes me feel a bit hungry again. I want to try it. I've never encountered such a fragrance before, said Lacey eagerly. Me too. Watching her companions so eager, little Sei couldn't help but intervene. You all need to come to your senses. While it smells delightful and tastes good, much of that food is meat from small animals. It's one thing for our human masters to eat it. But how can we sprites partake? Instantly, the sprites flew back a distance, away from the dining table, to avoid further temptation. Ah, it's meat from small animals? No, no. I want to eat it. Yes, we won't eat. I don't want to eat either. But why does it smell so good? As the sprites chattered away, one of them unexpectedly posed a rather profound question. By the way, Sei, how do you know that the meat tastes good? Little Sei. Upon hearing this, little Sei felt embarrassed and, in her awkwardness, exclaimed loudly, This is something you don't need to worry about. I was the first to arrive. Naturally, I know. This commotion finally caught the attention of the four. Sei, what's wrong? Did you have a quarrel with your friends? Ling Yu asked with concern. Oh no, we didn't quarrel. We were just playing in the courtyard. Yes, Master, we were playing. I was there too. Seeing the little ones appear somewhat flustered, Huang Yu felt perplexed. What is going on with them? They seemed quite anxious. It seemed they could hardly bear to witness their human companions consuming meat, despite their understanding of such behavior. As they had befriended animals and could not bear to see such scenes unfold, Ling Yi had a shrewd guess that proved remarkably accurate. In the ensuing days, she continued to oversee the affairs of Jiuzhou Pharmaceuticals as usual, while Huang Yu began instructing Feng Ling and Feng Long in the nuances of the Chinese language. With the assistance of little sprites acting as translators, the sisters made rapid progress. Meanwhile, the villa in St. Maurice resonated with the sounds of construction. A team of workers, equipped with tools, transformed a previously idle room into a charming little greenhouse. Finally, after work on Friday, Ling Yi returned with several barely alive black hellebore plants, which she transplanted into the greenhouse, allowing the sprites to take center stage. Is the temperature uncomfortable, little plant? Let me adjust that for you, one sprite chimed. Do you need water? Oh, you're not lacking in hydration, but you do require nutrients. No problem. Just let me know what fertilizer you need, and I'll have the master procure it. The soil here is too loose. Allow me to compact it for you. Hee-ho. I'm stepping. Oops. Have I compacted it too tightly? My apologies. I'll loosen it right away. Observing the sprites bustling around the black hellebore plants, Huang Yu and Ling Yi were thoroughly entertained. Although they could not hear the plants converse, they could infer the playful banter, which was quite amusing. These little creatures are utterly delightful. I could watch them all day, Huang Yu remarked suddenly, to which Ling Yi responded, that is splendid. With their company, you need not fear boredom, and you needn't worry about your incessant mischief towards Feng Ling and Feng Long. The first part of her statement was agreeable, but the latter was somewhat misplaced. What do you mean by mischief? And what do you mean by all day? When have I failed to return for rest? Huang Yu retorted. Humph. If the little sprites weren't here, would you still say the same? Ling Yi raised an eyebrow. Please. I'm not inclined to debate this with you. That flower bed outside is quite substantial. Previously, I suggested planting some jasmine for its fragrance. Yet you claim there were better options. Why has there been no action on that front these past few days? Noting Huang Yu's attempt to shift the conversation, Ling Yi, who had merely been jesting, did not press the matter further. I chose climbing roses, also known as rambling roses. They possess long vines, are resilient to pruning, and can ascend walls. Their blossoms are diverse in shape and color, exuding a rich fragrance and blooming throughout the seasons. I ordered plants approximately 2 meters tall, with particularly large flowers, ample enough for a sprite to rest upon. Naturally, we must wait a bit longer, but the time will pass quickly. Climbing along the walls? Isn't that akin to the Virginia creeper? This villa is encircled by walls over 2 meters high, and should we plant these climbing roses, we could adorn not only the flower bed but also the perimeter of the walls, ultimately enveloping the villa in a splendid floral barrier. The prospect is quite appealing. While jasmine is fragrant, its flowers are a mere 5 centimeters in diameter, far too small for the sprites to recline upon. Thus, these climbing roses truly represent a superior choice. Wait, did you say roses? Ling Yi, the rose is indeed a thorny flower. We must be cautious not to harm the little sprites. Huang Yu suddenly recalled this point. Rest assured, I inquired before purchasing. They are accustomed to thorns, having lived amongst many prickly plants before, and they know how to avoid injury. Is that so? Then I feel reassured. Only then did Huang Yu relax. At this moment, The little sprites had finished their tasks. Little Say proactively fluttered in front of the two and announced, Master, Master, these little grasses feel quite comfortable now. As long as we maintain this state and provide some fertilizer, they will grow swiftly and robustly. Thank you for your hard work. If you need any fertilizer, just let me know, and it will arrive promptly. Now, it's time for us to eat. Your sisters Feng Ling and Feng Long have prepared fruits and honey for you. Hurry and go enjoy. Upon hearing Huang Yu's words, the sprites erupted in cheerful exclamations and swiftly flew towards the dining area. Hooray! Mealtime. Delicious fruits and honey. Here I come. Chapter 108. Driving as Huang Yu and Ling Yi watched the little creatures chirp excitedly as they entered the house. Their attention returned to the few black grass plants in the greenhouse. With the sprites around, these black grasses would thrive. By the end of the month, I will compile all the relevant data, and then I will have Vivian deliver some healthy specimens, enabling us to cultivate them on a large scale in our own plant factory. Ling Yi crossed her arms, showcasing her elegance, while articulating the subsequent planting plans. Our own plant factory? When did this come about? Huang Yu, having not ventured outside recently, was completely unaware. It's something that has developed over the past few days. With the company's newfound wealth, expansion is only natural. There are plenty of vacant factories in the industrial park where Jiuzhou Pharmaceuticals is located. So I decided to lease an entire building. Most of the floors will be transformed into plant factories for cultivating black grass, while the bottom 3 floors will remain as a pharmaceutical workshop. We can continue using the previous workshop for now and convert it back to a warehouse later. A plant factory is essentially similar to this greenhouse, albeit on a much larger scale. It utilizes intelligent computers and electronic sensing systems to automatically control environmental conditions such as temperature, humidity, light intensity, CO2 concentration, and nutrient solutions, allowing the plant's growth and development to be minimally constrained by natural conditions. I understand the concept of a plant factory, but how will we address confidentiality? Huang Yu's primary concern was confidentiality. At this stage, the black grass remained his lucrative asset. While it might be leaked eventually, the longer it stays under wraps, the better. Oh you, why must you always envision the worst possible scenario? Worry not. I have designed fully automated equipment. Once the machines finish harvesting, they can even deliver directly to the pharmaceutical apparatus. Aside from the subsequent transportation, no one else will be involved. If any equipment malfunctions, I will be promptly informed and can personally take a team for repairs. Ling Yi shook her head in exasperation, explaining, I've grown accustomed to it over the years, Huang Yu admitted, feeling a bit embarrassed. However, after spending such an extended period together, Ling Yi has come to comprehend his way of thinking. He ponders victory before considering defeat. He reflects on gain before contemplating loss. This duality bears both advantages and disadvantages. While the former instills a sense of prudence in his actions, the latter renders him hesitant and indecisive at critical junctures. It remains uncertain how much further he must endure to cultivate his growth. Perhaps it is time for you to independently assume responsibility for certain matters, lest you perpetually lack a certain audacity. Huang Yu, initially taken aback by this suggestion, quickly grasped that it was an opportunity to hone his ability to stand alone. And he eagerly responded, all right, just leave it to me. Upon reflection, he realized that relying continually on Ling Yi would render him no different from a dependent. This is what you proposed, so do not complain later. Whoever complains is a dog. Whether managing a company or overseeing negotiations, just say the word. Yet, upon hearing Huang Yu's enthusiastic declaration, Ling Yi shook his head. What are you thinking? Your role should be that of the supreme leader of civilization. These trivial matters will naturally be handled by others. What you ought to contemplate are the overarching strategies, how to make decisions in critical moments, how to navigate dilemmas, and how to balance interests. These are the concerns befitting your position. These matters seem to pertain to a national leader, Huang Yu mused. While I do entertain thoughts of controlling global affairs from the shadows, are you suggesting I step into the limelight? Indeed, if you do not step into the forefront, your grand ambitions will ultimately serve others. Remaining hidden and timid will hardly qualify you as a supreme leader of civilization. Are you perhaps already daunted before beginning? Who is daunted? Let's get to work. While fully aware that Ling Yi was employing a tactic to spur him on, Huang Yu found merit in her argument upon further reflection. To advance the establishment of a Earth Federation, it is essential to create an icon embraced by all humanity. If that figure were merely a puppet he had propped up, it would inevitably evolve into a significant liability, potentially turning against him. When shall we commence? I shall inform you when the time is ripe. We must first see the year through. Let us return for a meal. What? We must wait until after the new year? Of course. We have to wait until you utilize the gene optimization serum, and without the support of the outpost vehicle, our manufacturing capabilities will stagnate, rendering many plans unattainable. Very well, Meals must be savored one bite at a time. I shall wait. Tomorrow. Let us go retrieve that Lamborghini together. From now on, you will drive me to the company, and until the plant yields results. You will also need to supply the raw materials. Not a problem. I shall drive you to work henceforth. On a Saturday morning, Huang Yu and Ling Yu set off together to the Lamborghini dealership they had previously visited. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our establishment. The previously reserved black Lamborghini has arrived, and we have taken care of all the registration formalities. Once the final payment is settled, you may take it away. The same sales manager as before, upon recognizing the affluent patrons, exhibited an exceptionally cordial demeanor, eagerly guiding them to the sleek sports car. With its iconic wedge design, the Lamborghini's glossy black exterior gleamed invitingly. As Huang Yu caressed the smooth paint, a genuine smile illuminated his face. At last, he owned a car. Sir, here are the keys. You may sit inside and experience it. Upon receiving the keys from the sales manager, Huang Yu pressed the button, and the car door gracefully swung open, reminiscent of a butterfly unfurling its wings. After settling into the driver's seat and adjusting the various features to his satisfaction, he declared, "Everything seems in order. Let us proceed with the payment." "Certainly, sir." "Right this way," the sales manager replied, eagerly signaling to his staff to bring forth the card reader. Huang Yu generously settled the several million in outstanding payments, thus acquiring the vehicle as his own. As he sat in the driver's seat, Huang Yu turned to Ling Yi, who stood silently smiling beside him. "Why are you still watching? Get in. Let us take it for a spin." Ling Yi, without a word, gracefully took her place in the passenger seat and closed the door. With a swift push of the accelerator, Huang Yu exited the dealership, the roar of the engine igniting a surge of exhilaration within him. Speeding along in this striking supercar, the duo soon arrived at the seaside. As they admired the swiftly passing scenery, they rolled down the windows, inhaling the refreshing sea breeze. In that moment, Huang Yu felt an overwhelming sense of ease and joy. Reveling in his long-held passion for cars, his countenance brightened with genuine delight. Who would have thought, just over 2 months ago, that I, Huang Yu, could afford such a vehicle? "If you like it, I'll design a unique one just for you," he said, observing Ling Ye's earnest expression as she regarded his excitement. "Really?" she asked. "Of course," he replied with a hearty laugh. "I'll be waiting." Thus, they sped along the coastline, unknowingly reaching the northern part of the city. As Huang Yu slowed the car, coming to a gentle stop by the roadside, he gazed out at the familiar, desolate beach. "Why have we stopped here all of a sudden?" Ling Yi inquired, her curiosity piqued. 2 months ago, I stumbled upon the system ring while taking a walk here. It's quite secluded. Shall we take a stroll? Sure. With that, they exchanged a few brief words before stepping out of the car and making their way towards the stretch of sand. Chapter 109. Ling Ye surprised. Ling Yi surveyed the unremarkable beach, devoid of any visitors and yet to be developed. There were no nearby residences. Just a few distant ships sailing across the sea. It was difficult for her to fathom why Huang Yu would come here. "This place is indeed quite remote." "What brings you here?" she asked. "Well, there is no need for embarrassment. After resigning from my job, I was heartbroken when Wu Qin left me. Feeling despondent, I wandered alone along the shore, lost in a whirlwind of thoughts. I walked aimlessly, even losing my shoes that day. Who could have imagined that I would stumble upon a system ring here?" Huang Yu initially felt hesitant, but recalling that the other person was his beloved, he decided to reveal the truth. "Oh, this place is quite far from where you used to work. How long did it take you to arrive here?" "I never would have guessed that you could be hurt by such a deceitful romantic," Ling Yi remarked with utmost seriousness. Sighing, he admitted, "To be honest, I did consider marrying her, and this experience was a significant blow to me. However, I possess a decent capacity for resilience. In fact, I had already come to terms with everything before finding the system ring." As he spoke, a tinge of melancholy crept into his heart. I wonder if anyone else feels the same. When alone, no matter the challenges faced or the pressure endured, one might crumble. Yet, after a night's sleep, a meal, or a day of leisure, one can emerge renewed. However, when accompanied by someone who shows concern, it becomes unbearably overwhelming. Initially, he felt indifferent. But as Ling Yi engaged him in this dialogue, those painful memories resurfaced. Shaking his head vigorously, he took a deep breath and continued, Why dwell on her? It no longer matters. I resolved that even if she were to seek me out again, I would have no dealings with her. From that moment on, we would merely be strangers." Although Ling Yi could not fathom his thoughts, she sensed his emotional shifts. Unlike some women who cling to their partner's past, she followed his lead in the conversation. "Of course, how could my man ever be attracted to such a woman? If we were to encounter Wu Qin again, I would certainly flaunt you before her, ensuring she regrets her decisions." "Really? Ha ha ha. Excellent. If we meet her again, she will surely rue her choices." Hearing Ling Ye's playful words, Huang Yu burst into laughter, overwhelmed with joy as he lifted his beloved and twirled her around. Once they landed back on the ground, Ling Yi offered a tender kiss, and the two embraced passionately, undisturbed by anyone. Gradually, Huang Yu's hands began to wander, moving down her back. Just as he was about to escalate the moment, Ling Yi abruptly pushed him away and shot him a knowing glance. Huang Yu, have you forgotten your promise to me? Ah, of course I remember. I just couldn't help myself, he replied, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Not long ago, he had committed to only being intimate in his room, unless she consented otherwise. How had he lost control so quickly? I will let it slide this time. Ling Yi let out a soft hum, turning to gaze at the waves that ceaselessly washed ashore, taking a deep breath to savor the essence of the ocean. It's still early. Shall we stroll along the beach? Feel the sea breeze and bask in the sunlight. With that, the two companions commenced their leisurely walk, their feet sinking into the soft sand, the gentle sea wind enveloping them. Ling Yi spoke softly. It has been several days since. Do you recall my promise of a surprise? Surprise? Huang Yu blinked, momentarily perplexed by her words. However, upon reflection, he realized she had indeed mentioned it previously, hinting at a small revelation that would astonish the earth. Are you referring to the surprise you mentioned on the day we viewed the property? Exactly. It's all prepared and ready for you to see. Just unlock your phone. Phone? Huang Yu, somewhat bewildered, retrieved his sleek black device, the extraordinary master. Yet, upon tapping the screen, he was greeted not by the familiar interface, but by an entirely new loading screen. What is happening? Did you do this, Ling Yi? Indeed, she replied candidly, then proceeded to elaborate. This phone is undeniably advanced on Earth, yet in my view, both its hardware efficiency and human-computer interaction possess numerous flaws. Thus, I have redeveloped an operating system. You may lack the technical knowledge to grasp the details, so I will succinctly summarize its effects. You need only understand that this operating system I have created is compatible across smartphones, tablets, and computers. It can enhance the operational efficiency of existing hardware by at least threefold, while reducing energy consumption by half. Moreover, due to the diminished load on the hardware, its lifespan will be significantly extended. Upon hearing this, Huang Yu was taken aback, a gasp escaping his lips. This operating system sounds extraordinarily powerful. The fact that it is universal across phones, tablets, and computers is impressive enough. To think it can boost existing hardware efficiency by 3 times, have energy use, and vastly prolong hardware longevity is truly remarkable. Does this not imply that even a low-end device can effortlessly run high-end games, while the performance of originally premium devices will be elevated further? For many financially constrained players, the frustration of having downloaded their favorite games only to find their hardware inadequate is quite disheartening. Take Huang Yu, for instance, in the early game stages. With just a few territories and units, play was swift and smooth. However, as the game progressed, managing vast armies of tens of millions became commonplace, leading to unbearable lag. Even when stubbornly enduring the stuttering gameplay, the inevitable crash of the system would occur. What an exasperating predicament that is for game developers. The initial concept of a game may seem flawless, and they may indeed bring it to fruition, however. The unfortunate reality is that the majority of mobile phones and computers in the hands of consumers cannot support it. As for the select few affluent players with capable hardware, how much revenue can they truly generate? Consequently, in pursuit of a broader, adaptable user base, developers are compelled to exhaust their creativity in reducing the game's memory usage, often at the expense of gameplay quality. The end product, regrettably, may turn out to be disappointing. What a lamentable situation. Yet, if Ling Yi's assertions hold true, promising to triple hardware efficiency, have energy consumption, and significantly extend hardware longevity, then the prospects become intriguing. Regardless of foreign or domestic systems, they would pale in comparison to this operating system. Chapter 110. Artificial Intelligence. Ling Yi, is what you say genuine? Huang Yu managed to utter, swallowing hard, his voice trembling slightly. Why would I deceive you? Please refrain from interrupting. I was not finished. Oh, go on. I'm listening, Huang Yu replied, his demeanor unusually obedient. What I previously mentioned was the efficiency of hardware utilization, but how could that alone astonish the world? I have also made advancements in human-computer interaction, in my view. The current state of interaction on Earth is excessively antiquated. Hence, I have chosen to design a relatively comprehensive artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence. Upon hearing this key term, Huang Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. He opened his mouth to speak, but hesitated, biting his lip and remaining silent, causing his face to flush with a vivid hue. His expression quite remarkable. Huh, what an expression. If you're struggling so much, just say what's on your mind, Ling Yi chuckled, finding amusement in Huang Yu's plight. After calming down, Huang Yu swallowed again and asked, you can actually create artificial intelligence? It's merely a basic form of artificial intelligence. It took me about a month. After all, considering that even the chip in my mind was designed by me, utilizing it to create a rudimentary AI was quite effortless. However, developing a mid-level AI would require significantly more time and effort. Artificial intelligence is categorized into different levels. Huang Yu, clearly intrigued, prompted Ling Yi to elaborate. In the realm of the universe, artificial intelligence is universally acknowledged to be divided into 4 tiers, with profound discrepancies in computational power. A basic AI is merely a program capable of logical responses. It can pass the Turing test, yet all its reactions are preordained by humans, devoid of true thought, executing commands mechanically, even if such commands defy common sense. Meanwhile, a mid-level AI is capable of self-reflection, possessing reasoning comparable to that of humans, and can adapt its responses based on actual circumstances. However, it lacks emotions and cannot contravene its core programming. For instance, it cannot engage in actions such as the annihilation of humanity. Is there a final tier of advanced artificial intelligence? Huang Yu inquired. Advanced artificial intelligence possesses human-like emotions, and even the Tianhua civilization is still in the process of development regarding this matter. As for the ultimate tier of artificial intelligence, I only grasp a conceptual understanding. Perhaps I shall elaborate on this in the future. Very well, he conceded, despite his deep curiosity about the future trajectory of artificial intelligence. Huang Yu recognized that it bore little relevance to the present. Hence, he decided to postpone the discussion. Now, let us return to the main topic. My operating system, while not particularly remarkable among basic artificial intelligences, is designed for ease of future iterations, ensuring we maintain a competitive edge. Nevertheless, it is capable of surpassing all existing operating systems on Earth. For instance, should you require assistance with a rather complex procedure online, even with guidance, it can be time-consuming and labor-intensive. Yet, with a mere command, artificial intelligence can resolve the issue, enabling even the elderly, who may struggle with new technologies, to utilize smart devices without difficulty. Moreover, this program can be employed in the realm of robotics. In the future, our robots will be able to utilize it for control. However, should one wish to deploy robots for warfare, I would need to design an entirely new system. This is quite impressive. If even the elderly can use it effortlessly, the adaptability of this system is significantly broadened, not to mention its remarkable compatibility with robotic control. Wait a moment. Artificial intelligence robots. At this thought, Huang Yu furrowed his brow, concerned about the potential emergence of a machine crisis. But Ling Yi, having become accustomed to his line of thinking, did not dwell on it and continued, I understand your concerns. The apprehension among humans regarding the potential for artificial intelligence to spiral out of control is long-standing. While it cannot be dismissed as mere paranoia, such a crisis would only arise if someone were to intentionally provoke it. Even intermediate artificial intelligences would be incapable of such a feat. Huang Yu found himself at a loss for words, as she had anticipated his very thoughts. Perhaps silence was the best course of action. Do not overthink it. Basic artificial intelligence is, at its core, merely a program. It lacks emotions and fundamentally operates according to my predefined parameters. For instance, if you were to shoot at a robot controlled by artificial intelligence, provided I configured it not to evade or retaliate, it would neither dodge nor respond, nor would it experience any sense of self-preservation unless I programmed it to react accordingly. Currently, this program suffices, and you need not worry about confidentiality. No one on Earth possesses the capability to crack my system. Simultaneously, I am designing an intermediate artificial intelligence solely for our use. With it, you shall no longer need to rely on me constantly, though it will require considerable time and effort to develop. Rest assured, it will pose no threat to terrestrial civilization. Upon hearing this, Huang Yu nodded in relief, feeling a sense of reassurance as he reflected on the matter. Ling Yi, you have truly bestowed upon me a magnificent surprise. The release of this operating system will undoubtedly astonish the entire world. It is of no consequence. Otherwise, would not my month of effort have been in vain? Yet, Ling Yi remained unfazed, for this was her area of expertise. There was little to boast about when outpacing a multitude of Earthlings who had yet to enter the cosmic age. Ah, your system has been successfully downloaded. But the initial setup requires you to establish its persona. Let me see. Huang Yu glanced at his phone once more. The loading screen had concluded, revealing an oval-shaped entity resembling an egg, complete with facial features. Greetings, Master. I do not yet possess a name. Might you bestow one upon me? A delightful voice emanated from the egg, which had begun to speak. Huang Yu casually named it. From now on, you shall be called Yu. Thank you, Master. Yu adores this name. However, I am still encased within this egg. Does Master wish for Yu to be a boy or a girl? Huang Yu looked at Ling Yi with a puzzled expression. Is there a distinction of gender? User preferences inevitably vary. Thus, I have refined the system to allow them to choose their own identities. I have invested considerable effort in ensuring that each user's persona is fundamentally unique. Impressive. However, if we are to consider the East, that may suffice. Yet in the West, gender is not merely binary. Perhaps you could incorporate additional genders? For instance, a tank or a shopping bag. I fear we might struggle to penetrate foreign markets otherwise. Ha ha ha. Huang Yu complimented her, but soon recalled the nearly 100 classifications of gender in the West, which prompted a humorous idea that made him chuckle. Ling Yi, however, scoffed at this notion, declaring with authority, "Humph, I shall not indulge them. If they wish to use it, they may. If not, they can leave. Indeed, we shall be the masters of our fate. Use it or leave." Huang Yu emphatically concurred with Ling Yi's statement, then turned to Yu Yu. "Yu Yu, I prefer girls. Henceforth, you shall be a girl." "Very well, master," Yu Yu replied, closing her eyes and emitting a suppressed sound, as if straining to break free from her shell. Moments later, a crack appeared in the eggshell, which ultimately shattered and vanished. "Ah, Yu Yu has emerged." With a playful roar, a charming little girl materialized on the phone screen. Her voice was melodious, her 3D model exquisitely crafted, with translucent skin and long black hair reminiscent of a Han Chinese child, appearing no older than 2 or 3 years. She stood barefoot, adorned in a white dress, her black eyes sparkling with vivacity. "Greetings, master. Shall I assist you with music while you stroll along the beach with your beloved?" "Oh, thank you, Yu Yu, but that will not be necessary." "Oh, is the master yearning for a serene moment with a beloved companion?" However, as noon approaches, the vicinity offers scant dining options. At 11 o'clock, Yu Yu will gently remind the master to partake in lunch. For now, Yu Yu shall refrain from intruding upon their intimate world, should anything be required. The master may summon Yu Yu at any moment. As the lights dim, despite being declined, Yu Yu does not respond with rigidity, but instead exhibits a remarkably human-like reaction, even flushing with a hint of embarrassment at the mention of their two-person world. Had Huang Yu not been aware that all of this was preordained by Ling Yi's programming, he would undoubtedly perceive Yu Yu as a genuine entity. It is astonishingly unbelievable. Without the need for testing, none could resist such an artificial intelligence. "Ling Yi, when shall we launch?" Huang Yu finds himself increasingly eager. "We may proceed at any moment. However, we must establish a new technology company, along with an office building that befits it. The company can be swiftly founded, yet I have little interest in the current office buildings in Guangdong City. My intention is to rent a substantial area in that industrial park, with plans to purchase land in the future to construct our headquarters." As the capital under their control expands, Ling Yi's standards have risen significantly. Many existing assets no longer appeal to them, a sentiment Huang Yu finds entirely acceptable. "For the next few months, I shall be unable to take a direct role. You are free to make decisions regarding these matters without my input." "Very well. I shall unveil this operating system within a week, but I require your approval on one more issue." Are you referring to the name of the new company and the operating system?" "Let us call it Jiuzhou Technology and the Jiuzhou 10 operating system, then." Huang Yu's eagerness is understandable, as Ling Yi is fully capable of resolving company affairs, rendering the involvement of the boss unnecessary, save for matters such as naming, akin to the previous Jiuzhou Pharmaceutical Company and Jiuzhou Hair Growth Gel. Yet Ling Yi rolled their eyes, indicating, "I anticipated you would choose such a name, devoid of any novelty. However, that is not what I meant. Hiki, I call this staying true to my original intention." Huang Yu chuckled awkwardly and continued to inquire, "Pray tell, what is the matter at hand?" "If you wish to expand globally from an economic standpoint, it is imperative to establish a comprehensive industrial chain, not merely confining ourselves to the current medical and software sectors. Thus, the company must evolve into a conglomerate, potentially even a multinational corporation." "Ah, no need for you to elaborate. I surmise the name will undoubtedly be Jiuzhou Group and Jiuzhou International. Should we venture into the cosmic era, it will surely be Jiuzhou Interstellar. I implore you to exhibit some originality." All right, you have guessed the company name correctly. Let us not dwell on this matter any longer. Please, elucidate what the issue truly entails." Huang Yu interjected, halting Ling Yi's further critiques. It appears Ling Yi harbors some reservations about their habit of adhering to original intentions in naming. However, is not the name Jiuzhou quite splendid? After all, some individuals, like Lore, directly incorporate their names into their company titles. Nevertheless, Ling Yi merely offered a lighthearted critique, diverting back to the main topic at hand. Returning to the main topic, according to the laws of Huaxia, an individual can only invest in the establishment of a single sole proprietorship limited liability company. A company like Jiuzhou Medicine, which you hold complete ownership over, is precisely such a sole proprietorship limited liability company. This implies that in the future, you cannot possess full control over Jojo technology. Huang Yu was hearing this for the first time, but he did not dwell on it. Oh, that is not a problem. I can distribute shares to you, and we can still maintain full control. However, the larger group still requires more shareholders. To avoid complications, we shall refrain from going public. At that point, you can procure some absolutely loyal managerial subordinates through the system. I will handle their identity issues. We will then command the parent company and the majority of shares, while they will manage subsidiaries and a minor portion of shares across the globe. This strategy ensures complete security. Huang Yu had no objections to this. I fully concur, Lingyi. Why don't we simply expand into Jojo Group before the year's end? We can establish a foothold domestically and later expand into Jojo International. We will jointly select the leaders of each subsidiary through the system. At that time, I will hold 60 of the shares, you will hold 30. And the remaining 10 will be allotted to those managerial subordinates. What do you think? If that isn't sufficient, I can grant you a bit more. If we are to allocate shares, we should be generous. As long as we ensure absolute control, that is sufficient. Particularly for Lingyi, she must not be shortchanged. However, Lingyi did not seem particularly concerned about the shares. This is not advisable. You must establish absolute authority. I can assist you from behind the scenes. But you must not be overshadowed. To outsiders, the shares you hold symbolize your position within the company. My 30 would be too conspicuous. In my opinion, you should hold 90. I will take 5, and the remaining 5 can be distributed to those managerial subordinates. This would be the best approach. What? You don't want the shares? Huang Yu was taken aback by her decision. Lingyi raised an eyebrow and replied, what would I do with so many shares? As long as the money is sufficient, that is all that matters. Besides, isn't your money still under my management? That is true, haha. So, you shall be part of Jojo Group from now on. Yes, I shall consider this my early acceptance of the appointment, Chairman Huang, she chuckled. Just as they were exchanging playful banter, the previously silent Yu spoke up. Master, I apologize for the interruption, but it is already 11 o'clock. You are approximately a 20-minute walk from the parking area. If you head back now, you can arrive at a suitable dining establishment around 12. Huang Yu was surprised at how quickly time had passed. Oh, is it already 11? Lingyi, let us head back. All right. Master, shall I play some music? Yu offered a recommendation. You again have music to recommend? Yes, Yu has prepared a song titled Toward the Clouds, which is both relaxing and melodious. Instantly, a melodious tune filled the air, harmonizing with the ocean, the beach, and the sunlight, enveloping them in a comforting embrace. Chapter 112. The Lost Merns Ballet in the Water. The Stalwart of India, Silver Rice, a kick to Kensar. Do not misunderstand. The above is not mere gibberish, but rather the exhilarating track Catch the Shrimp. Within a speeding black Lamborghini, Huang Yu, while maneuvering the vehicle, addressed the smartphone perched on its stand. Yo-yo, is it truly advisable to recommend this music while driving? Are you not concerned that someone might become overly engrossed and meet with an accident? No sooner had he spoken than Yo-yo's charming little head peeked out from the navigation interface of the troublesome map. It appeared as though she was attempting to avoid obstructing her master's view of the directions, yet she had to lean out, half exposed, to respond, which was utterly endearing. Master, I have analyzed your preferences and behaviors. Although you enjoy passionate music, you drive with great steadiness and have never incurred a fine. Therefore, playing this song will only enhance your focus while driving. Yo-yo, you're rather astute, Huang Yu remarked, a hint of admiration in his voice. Thank you for the compliment, Master, she replied playfully. After a casual exchange of praise, Huang Yu turned his gaze slightly towards Lingyi, who was also watching the interaction between man and machine with keen interest. Surely, no one would have an accident while driving simply due to conversation, he mused. Those reckless drivers will always find excuses for their mishaps. Their negligence is of no concern to us, Lingyi retorted, showing little sympathy for those who flouted the rules. This is not merely an overflow of compassion. The number of people who create chaos is ever increasing. Moreover, it is likely that envious individuals will seize the opportunity to exploit any situation. If an accident were to occur, they might use this as a pretext to extort us, a veritable nuisance. This time, Lingyi did not argue but instead reconsidered the situation, ultimately aligning with his perspective. Well, you do make a valid point. I shall update the system to minimize conversation during hazardous activities and increase reminders. If anyone still seeks to create trouble, we shall see them in court. It seems I have indeed made a wise observation amidst my folly. By diminishing your own merit, you would be better off praising me, stating that I, the sage, am bound to find wisdom. This would be far more fitting. Yes, I am not a fool. but you are indeed a sage, ha ha ha. Ling Yi playfully bantered a few more lines before continuing, in the future, when we venture into the automotive industry. Coupled with artificial intelligence, we shall implement intelligent driving technology. At that point, accidents will be virtually non-existent, and traffic jams will become a relic of the past. To indulge in the thrill of manual driving will require specific venues. Intelligent driving? Impressive, Ling Yi. I am increasingly eager to witness the transformative impact we will have on Earth. There are aspects you cannot yet fathom. Drive steadily. Feng Ling and Feng Long are already preparing lunch. Are we having roasted whole lamb today? Northwest cuisine, hot pot lamb. Ah, that sounds delightful. During my time working in Gan province, I had the pleasure of tasting it, and it was absolutely delightful. Ha ha ha. As Huang Yu accelerated, the exhilarating song Catch the Shrimp reached its peak. Catch the Shrimp. Tong's illness was discussed, along with Haier Wang's special currency and the peculiarities of Andy. On Gallon Road, An's house was unpainted, while he whimsically took his mother for a flight. A Rui kicked the wrong butt. Oh, in the afternoon, the scorching sun baked the earth. Just a few days ago, during a phone call with his mother, Shin Fong, Huang Yu learned that the northern cold air had surged southward, making it so that the highest temperature in his hometown of Xiang province barely reached 10 degrees. While the city of Yu remained sweltering at over 20 degrees, necessitating short sleeves. Feng Ling and Feng Long were diligently washing dishes in the kitchen, while Ling Yi organized workers in the courtyard to transplant climbing roses, each standing around 2 meters tall, adorned with a riot of colorful blossoms. When draped over the walls, they formed a magnificent floral barrier, while the little sprites hid among the branches, peeking at their new home. Speaking of which, I had previously heard from Chue by air that these little creatures were adept at concealment. I had thought it was merely due to their diminutive size, only to later discover that they possessed a kind of optical invisibility. Whenever they chose, they could seamlessly blend into their surroundings. Unless one had locked onto the sprites from the outset, it would be nearly impossible to spot them if they remained still. Meanwhile, Huang Yu, satisfied after a hearty meal, reclined on the sofa in the living room, enjoying the cool air from the air conditioner while sipping green tea for digestion. Having overeaten at lunch, he now perspired profusely. With a bloated stomach, such comfort was unparalleled. However, just as he basked in leisure, the system stirred to life. Host, Marnes has sent a dialogue request. Is Marnes in need of supplies? Connect. Upon his command, his old friend Marnes reappeared on his retina, donned in the same golden trench coat. Though it was evident that he had not changed in several days, as it bore some stains. Strands of golden hair fell across his forehead, and his eyes betrayed an unmistakable weariness, revealing his low spirits. Initially, Huang Yu thought Marnes had once again fallen victim to an ambush by the white bandits. But upon observing the backdrop, he realized something was amiss. Marnes was seated wearily on a dilapidated stool in a clearing within a forest, surrounded by dozens of similar stools, all devoid of company. Yet, in the distance behind him, a group of similarly golden individuals busily prepared food, presumably Marnes' compatriots, comrades, and allies, who were engaged in spirited discussions. The contrast between the two atmospheres was striking, leaving Huang Yu perplexed. Marnes, what is going on? You seem so distressed, yet they appear so joyful. Sighing deeply, Marnes finally whispered an explanation. This morning, nearly 100 representatives convened to discuss our future. Upon tallying, we found that our forces totaled over 4,000. And with my assurance that provisions and medical supplies were ample, the atmosphere was buoyant. A consensus was reached to choose an opportune moment for a rendezvous. While this was initially a positive development, the majority of comrades exhibited excessive optimism, eagerly advocating for an assault on major cities to seize factories and rapidly expand and arm our forces. However, based on my empirical research, the enemy's strength within urban areas is overwhelmingly formidable. Our focus should instead be directed towards rural development. I argued my case fervently, yet I found myself the sole dissenting voice in the assembly, adhering to the principle of the majority. The conference ultimately resolved to concentrate our forces for an offensive against the cities. According to protocol, I should comply with the resolution passed by the assembly. Yet I cannot deceive myself. A reckless assault on the cities could result in the loss of countless soldiers. What should I do? Huang Yu. Chapter 113. What should I do? Upon hearing Marnes' plea for help, Huang Yu felt a familiar pang of unease, as if he had encountered this scenario before. After a brief pause, he responded, Marnes, are you a veteran of the revolutionary organization? No, Marnes replied. I joined the revolution later. The veterans either sacrificed themselves for the commune or have gone missing. What position do you hold in the army? Due to my connections with you, I have managed to secure sufficient food and medical supplies, thus I was appointed as the logistics minister. How many troops can you command? Almost negligible. What is your standing within the organization? How many troops can you command? Can you participate in command? In logistics, my word is final, but I command very few weapons, let alone participate in command. Upon hearing this, Huang Yu spread his arms in exasperation and shrugged. Then there's nothing to be done. Focus on preserving yourself. You cannot dissuade them. Do you not have any solutions? How can I persuade them? It's futile. Back then, even the instructors, cough cough. A mysterious force seemed to halt his words. Huang Yu cleared his throat and continued, in any case, the decision to assault the major cities has become a consensus among your organization's leadership. You possess neither prestige nor troops. How can you contend with them? Only when they suffer grievous losses will their minds change. As he finished speaking, Marnes, a man who had risen from the depths of despair, stared wide-eyed, rendered speechless. Huang Yu, at a loss for a solution, furrowed his brow and sipped his tea, finally offering, "Take it easy, Marnes. Perhaps they will indeed succeed. Thank you for your counsel, but I truly do not believe." Seeing Marnes still in a despondent state, Huang Yu suddenly exclaimed, "That's all right. You, like me, possess a system ring. As long as we are alive, there is nothing we cannot achieve. Remember, regardless of their success or failure, regardless of how many lives are lost, as long as you are still alive, there is always hope." The sudden exclamation finally roused Marnes, who then gathered his composure and said, I understand now." Huang Yu let out a long breath, relaxed a bit, and continued, "First, keep calm and focus on your logistical work. Feel free to ask for any supplies. Be it food, medicine, or essentials, your 10 tons of gold will last for quite a while. Beyond that, the only assistance I can offer is to send you all the revolutionary historical materials from this side. You may reference the successes and failures, but do consider the practical aspects, especially the translation issues. Do you have a mobile phone or a computer? Or perhaps access to the internet? What are mobile phones and computers? Are you referring to the intelligence network?" Marnes responded with a perplexed expression. Sighing, Huang Yu covered his face in frustration. "Well, let me think of another way." At that moment, shouts were heard from Marnes' side. "Comrade Marnes, why aren't you helping out as the logistics minister? Even if your proposal wasn't approved, it doesn't mean you can't have an appetite." "Oh, I'm coming," Marnes quickly replied. "Huang Yu, I must hang up now. I eagerly anticipate your historical materials. If necessary, I can provide some books that may assist with the translations. We can discuss it later." After the connection was severed, Huang Yu felt a throbbing headache and rubbed his temples. Preparing the historical materials was not the issue, but the translation posed a significant challenge, especially since there was no internet access available. The chip from Ling Yu would be of no use in this situation. Surely, he couldn't send a little sprite over. Things were not calm on Marnes' end. "What are you pondering? Why do you look so troubled?" Ling Yi inquired. Speaking of Ling Yi, she has already arranged the transplantation work. Now it is just a matter of allowing the workers to manage it themselves. I was just about to come in for a cup of tea when I saw Huang Yu's distressed expression. "It's about Marnes." As Huang Yu recounted the events, Ling Yi began to grasp the situation, then exclaimed, "Is that all?" Cough, 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 cough. Huang Yu, while sipping tea, was caught off guard, choking on those words. Yet he felt a flicker of surprise. "How so?" Cough. "You can translate quickly even without the internet?" "Does Fengling or Fenglong have internet access?" "I taught them Mandarin from scratch." Ling Yi rolled her eyes. "Those are 2 sisters here. Do you expect Marnes to sell a slave to me?" During video calls, everything Marnes says is heard in Mandarin here. Unless we bring a living person over, communicating through the system for a year would be futile. If a living person is inconvenient, we can have him do another video call, show me a book, and read it aloud. Is that even possible? Huang Yu couldn't help but give a thumbs up. While he may not speak well, I can write. Stop dawdling and initiate the video call. Oh, right away. System. Send a call request to Marnes. Half an hour later, Ling Yi interrupted Marnes' recitation. All right, Marnes, I have essentially completed the mutual translation of the 2 scripts. I will have Huang Yu deliver a phone to you. If there are any translation discrepancies, the artificial intelligence will compile them. You can then contact me through Huang Yu. Meanwhile, Marnes, who had hastily eaten a few bites before being whisked away by Huang Yu for half an hour of reading, blinked in bewilderment. He still could not fathom how Ling Yi had accomplished this. To translate 2 languages simultaneously while reading and listening? Although the system's voice translation played a role, if it were that simple, linguists around the world would be ashamed to continue their work. Nevertheless, Huang Yu had vouched for it. Don't doubt it. My wife possesses such abilities. I hadn't anticipated it previously. Just wait, and I will send you what you need once it is ready. Ling Yu added. It won't take long. It will be ready by tonight. This news filled Marnes with unbridled joy. To him, it felt as though a wave of experience points was about to surge in. So soon? That is splendid. I'll be waiting. Haha. I'm suddenly a bit hungry again. Let me check if they've saved any food for me. I'll hang up for now. After the call ended, Ling Yi inquired about another matter. Huang Yu, what about your old phone? It's in a drawer, still here, not thrown away. Why do you need it? We should waste a functional phone. I'll uninstall all the unnecessary apps, compress the historical data, and install a special edition of the Jiuzhou 10 system. Although it lacks voice features, the text information will suffice. Is it that simple? We also need to have a solar charger sent over to alleviate any concerns about battery life. Hurry and get the phone for me. I'll prepare it for delivery tonight. I'll be busy with the new company afterward and won't have time to manage this. Oh, all right. Chapter 114. The newly established Jiuzhou technology on a bright Monday morning under the radiant sun. A sleek black Lamborghini glided to a halt in front of a warehouse within an industrial park in northern Yu City. The striking butterfly doors swung open, and a man and a woman emerged from the vehicle. The woman, tall and elegant, donned a fitted outfit that showcased her impeccable figure. Her natural beauty was undeniable, enhanced by her striking blonde hair and blue eyes, which added an exotic charm to her presence. It goes without saying, this was our protagonist, Ling Yi. I previously announced in the company group that you would be focusing on your fitness regimen for the next few months. So there is no need for you to appear at the company. Let us head to the pharmaceutical workshop after you've placed this batch of airgrass inside. You can return. Just remember to pick me up after work. The accompanying man was none other than Huang Yu. Without further ado, he made a gesture to secure the car and led the way into the seemingly unremarkable warehouse, which was, in fact, Jiuzhou Medicine's sole pharmaceutical workshop at present. Upon entering the main gate, there stood another gate secured by a password, accessible only to the two of them. Beyond that lay the true pharmaceutical workshop. Ling Yi remained stationed at the entrance, while Huang Yu proceeded to the equipment's feed inlet, sending a dialogue request to Vivian. It was not strictly necessary to have someone guard the door. Rather, it was due to Ling Yi's role as the antagonist during their previous negotiation that Vivian had developed a certain aversion to her. Thus, it was preferable for them not to meet face to face. Before long, Vivian accepted the video call. Huang Yu, I've been waiting for you for a while now. Hurry up with the transaction so I can send you this batch of airgrass and get some sleep. However, given the time on her end, it was around 2 or 3 in the morning. Aside from a few warriors keeping watch, most of the tribe had already retired for the night. Vivian, lacking the energy for pleasantries, stifled a yawn and urged the swift delivery of the airgrass. All right, I apologize for disturbing your rest. The transaction will commence shortly. In no time, a batch of airgrass materialized at the feed inlet, and Huang Yu activated the equipment, causing the entire pharmaceutical workshop to spring to life. Once the transaction concluded, Huang Yu did not forget to remind her, we will also need you to prepare some intact airgrass plants. Don't forget. Rest assured. We will have them ready, Vivian replied, rolling her eyes. Yet, after a few words, she could not suppress another yawn and continued. We have been migrating for so many days. By next month at the latest, we should find that hill. At that time, we will require your assistance in designing and constructing. That depends on you finding the location first. Very soon. Enough of this. I'm heading to bed now. All right. After severing the connection, Ling Yi finally stepped into the pharmaceutical workshop. Observing the quantity of airgrass, she made a swift estimation in her mind. With this batch of airgrass, the target of 5,000 boxes for the month could be entirely fulfilled, and the remaining payment would be received within 3 days. Another tens of millions incoming. By the way, how much do we currently have in the account? Now that the stock market had opened, Ling Yi began her usual stirrings, while Huang Yu truly could not ascertain the amount in his account. Almost 600 million. The remaining payment will arrive by Wednesday. Including the profits from stocks, the account will exceed 800 million by then. Really? That much? Doesn't establishing Jiuzhou technology require some expenditure? Upon hearing this figure, Huang Yu felt a twinge of confusion, not because it was too little, but rather too much. He recalled that just a week prior, his account held 3.5 million. Did a high-tech company like Jiuzhou Technology not require more investment? We haven't spent much. We merely rented a few buildings in the industrial park, renovated them, and ordered a batch of essential equipment. Although Jiuzhou Technology is now registered, its reputation hasn't yet spread, making it challenging to attract talent. We've only hired a handful of capable employees for now. Once our reputation grows, we can hire more. That makes sense. There is no need for our D costs since you are managing that all by yourself. Understood. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. I will pick you up after work. Upon returning to St. Maurice, Huang Yu drove away while Ling Yi ventured alone into the office space of a newly established company. The decor was characterized by a high-tech style. Yet it was not Jiuzhou Pharmaceuticals, but rather the freshly founded Jiuzhou Technology. Dozens of newly hired employees sat attentively in the conference room, awaiting the arrival of their superior. With a commanding presence, Ling Yi pushed open the door and strode directly to the main seat, addressing the employees with authority. Ladies and gentlemen, due to health reasons, our boss has been unable to make public appearances these past few months. As the second largest shareholder of the company, I will take full responsibility for daily operations. I understand that many of you are newcomers, and this JoJo technology is a nascent venture. It is only natural that you may feel a sense of uncertainty regarding your future. Ordinarily, I would share visions of the company's prospects with you, or, more directly, emphasize the various benefits and promises of promotions and salary increases. However, our boss prefers not to indulge in empty promises, and I share that sentiment. You will soon discover whether this company is worth your commitment. Now, everyone, please take out your phones and scan the QR code displayed on the projection screen to download this software. In the next half hour, you will experience it for yourselves. Soon enough, you will understand precisely what kind of company you have joined. After concluding her remarks, Ling Yi turned her attention to a female employee standing by the entrance. She possessed long, unstyled black hair and was donned in a uniform comprising a white short-sleeve shirt and a black pencil skirt, complemented by a pair of sleek black high heels. Although her figure appeared delicate, she possessed a remarkable presence. Su Xiaoli, please fetch me a cup of coffee. Certainly. Manager Ling. Indeed, this female employee was none other than Su Xiaoli, Huang Yu's former neighbor. After several invitations from Ling Yi and having recently discovered information regarding JoJo hair growth gel, she had finally resolved to resign from her position at the beauty salon and join Ling Yi. Ling Yi appointed her as her assistant. Although, given her capabilities, she hardly required one. Su Xiaoli would primarily assist with minor everyday tasks, and her background in the beauty industry made her perfect for providing massages as needed. Before long, a steaming cup of coffee was placed before Ling Yi. She took a gentle sip and turned her gaze back to the group of employees, who had now completed their downloads. Initially expressionless upon encountering the JoJo 10 system, their faces soon transformed as they engaged with the dialogue. The previously quiet conference room gradually filled with hushed conversations, which quickly escalated into a lively buzz. The employees began to interact with one another, their faces alight with astonishment. Chapter 115. The emergence of the JoJo 10 system in a mere half hour, the first batch of employees at JoJo Technology experienced a profound shift in perspective. Upon scanning the code to download the system, alas, on my very first day at work, I must endure the inconvenience of scanning and downloading. What a bothersome affair. What a wretched company this is, claiming to offer grand promises, yet I see they can scarcely muster the effort to even draft a mere outline. I shall remain for a month and see how things unfold. If it proves unsuitable, I shall take my leave. Upon the initial download and interaction with the system, what is this contraption? An electronic pet, perhaps? One can even set its gender? The modeling is rather charming. It likely possesses some market potential. Yet, I remain skeptical of its intelligence. I hope it does not resemble certain artificial imbeciles. Goodness, this is purportedly an operating system? What is this? What has become of my previous system? I hope my cherished collection of romantic films has not been misplaced. Artificial intelligence? Cross-compatibility with phones, tablets, and computers? Capable of enhancing existing hardware efficiency by at least threefold? Reducing energy consumption by half? Extending the lifespan of hardware significantly? Do you take us for fools? This foolish company is not worth my time. As I gradually familiarize myself with the JoJo 10 system. Wait, what is this? Good heavens, it is remarkably intelligent. It responds fluently and even has a playful demeanor. Is this truly artificial intelligence? Incredible. This piece of junk can run games smoothly. It shows no signs of lag. Can it genuinely enhance operational efficiency threefold? After countless exclamations of disbelief, the employees finally concluded. This company is impressive. How fortunate am I to have been hired? Does this not make me a veteran within the company? This opportunity has arrived. As long as I am not dismissed prematurely, earning hundreds of thousands in a year should be entirely feasible. Haha. As 30 minutes elapsed, Ling Yu promptly interjected. Silence. It is time to turn off your phones. Those still engaged in games may as well set them aside. Before long, you shall lose interest in such frivolities. In the coming period, the company will devote itself to promoting this operating system, and we shall proceed with the arrangements for work to ensure everyone swiftly finds their footing. At this moment, the employees, now fully convinced of the company's merits, were remarkably obedient. Some even bore the stigma of being labeled as idle players. After outlining the tasks, Ling Yi inquired once more. Did everyone understand clearly? We did. Then the meeting is adjourned. Let us commence today's work. Thus, under Ling Yi's guidance, the JoJo 10 system debuted on various download platforms for mobile users across Huaxia on that Monday morning. According to conventional wisdom, regardless of the excellence of your product, Without widespread promotion and meticulously crafted marketing, one can only hope for organic user promotion and await the influx of spontaneous users. Prior to this, Jiuzhou 10 had received no promotion, and Jiuzhou Technology, the company in question, had only been registered for a few days, virtually unknown to anyone. Even clients of Jiuzhou Pharmaceuticals could only speculate on the connection between the two. After all, what does a seller of hair growth products know about software? They might as well continue their gaming. However, in Ling Ye's eyes, none of this posed any obstacle. The number of smartphone users in China approaches 1 billion. And through meticulous big data analysis, the audience has been identified. While users browse download platforms, subtle recommendations are made without drawing attention. Indifference is of no consequence. Even if the odds are slim, there will always be individuals willing to take a chance. Initially, by noon, the number of users downloading the Jiuzhou 10 system had just surpassed 10,000. However, as these users began to explore the system, they quickly transformed into fervent loyalists of Jiuzhou technology. Once informed that this operating system could also be utilized on tablets and computers, their eagerness to experiment surged. Upon trial, the efficacy was undeniably validated. This was indeed artificial intelligence, and of domestic origin. Even subpar devices could run high-end games seamlessly, devoid of lag, with hardware efficiency reportedly tripling. After prolonged use, the battery still retained substantial charge, with energy consumption reduced by at least half. It goes without saying that the lifespan of the hardware was undoubtedly extended. Moreover, according to Ling Ye's design, each individual possesses a dedicated system account, enabling effortless information sharing through device binding, regardless of which device is in use. Users encounter the same assistant, akin to a friend residing within the digital realm, thus enhancing user experience tremendously. Within just a single morning, this burgeoning community of users fell into a fervor, with many transforming into enthusiastic advocates. They passionately promoted the Jiuzhou 10 system within their social circles and showcased their smartphones, tablets, and computers across various short video platforms. Their mission was to reveal to everyone just how remarkable domestic artificial intelligence truly is. This ignited the curiosity of many passersby, and as they clicked to download, a larger wave of advocates naturally formed, accompanied by a steady stream of positive reviews. These accolades came in waves, continuously challenging the skepticism of those previously doubtful. This phenomenon prompted even more individuals to download the system with a spirit of experimentation. Amidst exclamations of astonishment, they eagerly joined the ranks of advocates, fervently promoting the Jiuzhou 10 system. Thus, within a single day, searches related to the Jiuzhou 10 system and Jiuzhou technology surged to the top of various platforms' trending lists, also igniting interest in Jiuzhou Pharmaceuticals, which had previously circulated only among elite circles. This was nothing short of a miracle. In just one day, smartphone users alone generated over 1 million downloads. This signifies that within a mere 24 hours, over 100,000 individuals abandoned their original operating systems on both smartphones and tablets, even those of domestic origin, and embraced the Jiuzhou 10 system. Moreover, they simultaneously relinquished their computer operating systems. As time progressed, the popularity of the Jiuzhou 10 system and Jiuzhou technology continued to escalate, subtly hinting at an impending expansion into foreign markets. Increasing numbers of individuals opted to click download, and more joined the ranks of advocates. The Jiuzhou 10 system has emerged triumphantly. Thus, it has officially captured the attention of over 1.4 billion individuals of the Huaxia nation. Simultaneously, it has astonished numerous enterprises engaged in the software domain. What manner of operating system is this? Where did Jiuzhou technology emerge from? Why had I never heard of it before? The operating system we painstakingly developed has yet to unveil its latest version, and now we find ourselves already trailing behind? Chapter 116. On the cutting edge on a Monday evening, shortly after 9 o'clock, within the technical development department of a high-tech enterprise in Yu City, a multitude of programmers were diligently engrossed in their work, their fingers incessantly tapping away at their keyboards. Contrary to the typical stereotype, none of these programmers sported a receding hairline, nor did they exhibit any signs of hair loss. Each boasted a luxuriant mane of black hair. Were an uninformed observer to witness this scene, they might conclude that this team was rather lackluster, lacking even a single balding individual, and thus appeared inexperienced. However, the reality is that the majority of these programmers possessed many years of professional experience. Many had previously been balding or were on the verge of it. Their current appearance was solely due to their supervisor recommending a Jiuzhou hair growth gel, which had caused their hair to flourish at an astonishing rate. As a result, many newcomers to the company mistakenly assumed they were assisting novices. Although a single box of this gel is priced at an astonishing 20,000, one cannot dismiss its value. It delivers results within a week, with only 5,000 boxes produced each month. Those who act swiftly to procure it find themselves fortunate, for once the word spreads, a multitude of individuals suffering from hair loss will be clamoring to obtain it. Suddenly, the sound of a phone ringing filled the air. A handsome man in his 30s. Upon hearing the commotion from his pocket, immediately halted his work and pulled out his phone to check the caller ID, letting out a sigh. Alas, the manager is calling again, but how can it be so swift? The technical development department has been under considerable pressure lately, with deadlines looming, and the team has been working tirelessly for several consecutive days and nights. Yet, the manager persistently inquires, adding to the mounting pressure. However, as it is his superior calling, the department head must respond. Hello, manager, we are still working overtime. We have completed a significant portion of the progress, but we require a few more days to finalize and refine everything to ensure a swift. But before he could finish his prepared response, the manager interrupted him. Chen Yin, I did not ask you that. Set aside your current tasks, delegate them to your subordinates, and then search for a system called Jiuzhou 10. Make haste to study it. We will convene an emergency meeting at 10 o'clock. As the head of the technical development department, you must familiarize yourself with it to prepare. Jiuzhou 10? Manager, what is this? Chen Yan, the handsome man who had recently grown his hair back, was left bewildered by his superior's directives. Download it quickly, and you will find out. Look it up on your phone, and do not download it onto the company computer just yet. The manager, lacking the patience for further discussion, left him with that remark before hanging up. Though Chen Yin remained perplexed, he understood his superior's orders must be followed, so he opened the App Store and began searching. Jiuzhou Technology? Is there still a connection to Jiuzhou Pharmaceuticals? Even the appearance is identical. Are they preparing to venture into the software industry? What could a company that sells hair growth products possibly create? And they even need to hold meetings to discuss it? Let me see. The result of this research was so astonishing that Chen Yin's eyes almost bulged out. His expression was exceptionally vivid. However, to avoid disturbing his subordinates, he could only lower his voice to express his frustration. Goodness, the responses are so fluent. Moreover, there wasn't a single repetitive gesture. It was as if he were conversing with a person living within a smartphone. How are we supposed to study this? If I possess such capabilities, I would merely be a supervisor. Dandan, who exactly developed you? This last question was posed by Chen Yin to his assistant, Dandan. Named so because its initial form resembled a cartoon egg. Chen Yin was uncertain about what this system truly represented, hence he simply named it Dandan. In response to his inquiry, Dandan replied, I apologize, master, but I cannot disclose my development team. However, I am from Jiuzhou Technology Company. If you are interested, you may continue to follow the company's updates. Chen Yin gritted his teeth and inhaled sharply, his brows furrowed tightly. Faced with such astonishing technology, he truly could not fathom which team possessed the capability to develop it. Master, it is already 10 o'clock. Although overtime is required, one must also take appropriate breaks. What? It's already 10 o'clock? Chen Yin suddenly awakened to the realization that the time for the meeting had arrived, and he was on the verge of being late. Goodness, let us go, let us go. Once he regained his composure, he dashed towards the conference room, fortunate that the distance was not great. By this time, the company's leaders had gathered, especially the technical personnel. With nearly everyone present, it was assumed that they were all familiar with the operating system. Now, the meeting lasted until the early hours, yet everyone remained at a loss. Some attempted to crack it on the spot, only to find themselves completely thwarted, even receiving warnings from their assistants. This scenario was not isolated. Similar events unfolded within major high-tech companies across Huaxia. The recently registered Jiuzhou Technology Company had already found itself at the center of attention. 2 nights later, the buzz surrounding the Jiuzhou 10 system and Jiuzhou technology intensified, naturally attracting inquiries from various parties. Meanwhile, in a villa in St. Maurice, Huang Yu and Ling Yi, the instigators of this commotion, remained blissfully unaware, leisurely enjoying tea in the living room after finishing dinner. Goodness, it's only been 3 days since the launch, and there are already so many pirated versions. Huang Yu remarked, scrolling through his phone while sipping tea, unable to suppress his exasperation. Ling Yi, fully aware of the situation, remained unperturbed, slowly finishing a small cup of tea before responding. Currently, a total of 27 counterfeit software applications have emerged across various platforms, audaciously appropriating our work. However, they merely masquerade under false pretenses, their content bearing no relation to the genuine articles. As for the other software and games that exploit the image of our assistant, I find it hardly worth mentioning. It is indeed remarkable that these piracies have sprouted within a mere 3 days. Fortunately, our artificial intelligence remains beyond the grasp of imitation. Users are not naive. They possess the discernment to identify inferior imitations. Nonetheless, There is concern that these counterfeit products may tarnish the reputation of legitimate offerings, prompting us to consider the establishment of our own legal department. Preparations are underway, and in the coming period, our company will continually recruit to expand its scale. Lingyi, it feels as though we are now at the pinnacle of scrutiny. I cannot help but wonder how many eyes are fixed on Jiuzhou technology. Apprehensive that someone might soon instigate trouble, let us dismiss that feeling. Haha, indeed, we are at a critical juncture. Moreover, it appears that trouble is already brewing. Upon hearing Ling Ye's assertion that someone is already causing a stir, Huang Yu, though mentally prepared, was taken aback by the swiftness of the developments. In just 3 days, several batches of online trolls have emerged, dedicated to disparaging the Jiuzhou 10 system and Jiuzhou technology. Some emphasize the notion that artificial intelligence could lead to humanity's demise, while others cast doubt on the potential for information leaks. Though their rhetoric varies, ultimately, these groups insist that Jiuzhou technology ought to publicly disclose the source code of our artificial intelligence and submit to stringent oversight, thereby assuring the public's confidence. Upon hearing Ling Ye's explanation, Huang Yu could not suppress a derisive chuckle. They must be dreaming. If they have the capability, let them develop their own system. Yet, after laughing, his brow furrowed in contemplation as he remarked seriously, however, it must be said that while their intentions are malicious, there is merit in their claims. The fear that artificial intelligence could annihilate humanity has long pervaded public consciousness, compounded by decades of novels, games, and cinematic works. It is not surprising that users might share similar apprehensions. I once harbored such thoughts myself. Regarding confidentiality, it is essential to clarify that the assistant is remarkably effective, leading users to divulge a plethora of personal information, such as private data, gaming accounts, and even mobile payment passwords, allowing the assistant to perform tasks without user intervention. The agitation stirred by these trolls inevitably raises concerns among users about potential information leaks, even fostering fears that we have a backdoor to directly siphon off such data. Even if we were to provide assurances, it is likely that users would remain skeptical. This issue cannot be overlooked. In the case of conventional software, whether there exists a risk of information leaks or intentional backdoors, the absence of evidence usually assuages most people's worries regarding privacy breaches, let alone fears of annihilation. However, artificial intelligence is different. It often appears as though it possesses human-like emotions, and regardless of its flawless design, doubt inevitably arises among the populace. It appears that this group of internet trolls has truly identified the Achilles heel of artificial intelligence, not the system itself, but rather the human psyche. Huang Yu continuously pondered strategies to counteract this, while Ling Yi maintained an air of confidence, as if she held the winning hand. The assistant I designed will not leak information voluntarily, and I have not left any backdoors. There is simply no need. If I wish to uncover someone's privacy, I can do so directly. There is no firewall on this planet that I cannot breach, unless one is completely isolated from the internet. As for the issues brought about by these internet trolls, I have already devised a response strategy. Tomorrow morning, the company will hold a press conference to address these 2 points. Moreover, underhanded tactics are not theirs alone to wield. I can play that game as well. Let us see who can outmaneuver whom. With that, a faint smirk appeared on Ling Yi's lips, leaving Huang Yu to wonder what scheme she was concocting. Despite silently mourning for those instigators, he found himself eagerly anticipating her methods. I shall wait to see your tactics, he chuckled. You will know soon enough, Ling Yi replied, taking a sip of hot tea before continuing. Although some individuals wish to stir trouble, the artificial intelligence I spent a month developing cannot be thwarted by them. In just 3 days, the user base in Huaxia's Jiuzhou region has surpassed 10 million. With even some overseas Chinese beginning to use it at the recommendation of friends and relatives, subsequently introducing it to their foreign acquaintances. However, I initially did not set up other language options. The Jiuzhou 10 system is solely available in Chinese. Therefore, those foreigners who do not speak Chinese cannot utilize it. And even if they seek assistance from someone proficient in the language, they will still be hindered by dialect differences. The assistant will refuse to execute commands from others. If they wish to use it, they must first learn Chinese. No earthly being has yet managed to crack the software system Ling Yi developed. And artificial intelligence is not a game. There are no fixed texts available for localization. Thus, only the Chinese version is available for download overseas, which has left many non-Chinese speakers feeling frustrated. Some have been urging for versions in other languages online, while others have taken it upon themselves to enroll in Chinese classes. Are you not deliberately enticing foreigners? Huang Yu queried. Indeed, Ling Yi readily admitted, much to Huang Yu's amusement. As for those overt and covert attacks, I pay them no mind at all. Once those underhanded tactics prove ineffective, domestic companies will come knocking for collaboration. In time, foreign entities will likely follow suit. However, the primary focus now is to capture and solidify our substantial domestic market. As for other languages, we shall issue a statement indicating that they are under development. We will take our time, allowing them to learn more Chinese in the meantime. Learning more Chinese sounds splendid. Hop ha ha upon hearing Ling Yi's intention for foreigners to improve their Chinese, Huang Yu could no longer contain himself. He reminisced about his arduous childhood struggle with English, only to discover in his professional life that it was utterly useless. After years of effort, he had returned all he had learned to his teachers. Refrain from laughing so heartily just yet. We have much to attend to in the future. For the next few months, I shall shield you from the burdens. But after the new year, it is imperative that you step up. Certain matters necessitate your presence. Otherwise, what would it signify for a prominent figure like yourself to remain cooped up at home? Those unaware might even suspect a coup d'etat on my part. Naturally, Huang Yu understood the gravity of the situation. With a smile, he rose and moved to the back of the sofa, gently massaging Ling Ye's shoulders and neck. It must be acknowledged that Ling Ye's skin was exceptionally fair and smooth, and the sensation of massaging her, complemented by her occasional natural fragrance, was indeed a delightful experience. My dear, you have worked hard. Yes. Apply a bit more pressure. That feels just right. At that moment, Ling Yi closed her eyes, relishing the thoughtfulness of her partner. Although many matters could be effortlessly resolved online, numerous tasks still required personal attendance, inevitably leading to some physical fatigue. Moreover, the final payments from our clients at Jiuzhou Pharmaceuticals have all been received today, bringing our account balance to 8.2 billion. This weekend, let us seek out some managerial slaves. Language barriers can be swiftly addressed with the help of our little sprite, and by early December, several companies can be consolidated into Jiuzhou Group. Once those slaves become proficient in Mandarin, we can arrange for them to commence work within the company. Very well. Huang Yu responded once more. At that time, we shall select some beautiful ones to enrich your harem. What do you think? All right. Huang Yu habitually affirmed. Then immediately realized the abruptness of the topic. Why bring this up suddenly? Consider it a small reward for your massage skills. Do not cease. Continue. Oh, of course. Chapter 118. Press conference on Thursday morning. Within an industrial park in the northern part of Yu City, a plethora of vehicles, representing various media teams, filled the parking lot. Frankly, this scenario was quite unusual, as this industrial park, once thriving, had fallen into desolation due to the pandemic's toll over the past 3 years, with numerous enterprises shuttered and no signs of revival. All of this was attributed to the recent establishment of a company, Jiuzhou Technology. At this moment, within the offices of Jiuzhou Technology, a large conference room was bustling with activity. The tiered seating was filled with journalists from various invited media outlets. Yet the atmosphere remained orderly without any chaos. This was partly due to the high caliber of attendees, individuals who were mindful of their public image. Furthermore, with an assembly of prominent media personnel, no one would dare to act foolishly in such a setting. As the clock struck 10, a tall, strikingly beautiful woman with golden hair and blue eyes gracefully approached the stage, instantly eliciting gasps of admiration from the journalists below. The reason was simple. This woman's beauty transcended that of both domestic and international celebrities. She donned a tailored white blazer that accentuated her graceful silhouette to perfection. Beneath it, a pristine white shirt concealed any hint of exposure, while a matching white skirt further enhanced her dignified demeanor. Coupled with her striking golden hair and azure eyes, she exuded an exotic charm. In the realm of Jiuzhou Technology, the only woman qualified to address an audience in such a setting, characterized by her fair hair and blue eyes, could only be Ling Yi. Given the public nature of the occasion, she had opted for a subtle makeup look, which, though minimal, enhanced the three-dimensional quality of her features, showcasing her unique natural beauty, a sight that could take one's breath away. Additionally, the white stilettos elevated her stature to an impressive 185 centimeters, and her meticulous expression imparted an air of untouchable elegance. An enchanting beauty. This was Huang Yu's remark upon seeing Ling Ye's ensemble that morning. Had it not been for the pressing matters at hand, he would have relished the opportunity to express his affection more intimately. Nevertheless, after escorting her to the company, he couldn't resist planting a fervent kiss as she prepared to exit the car. Ling Yi did not resist, merely casting him a sidelong glance before retouching her lipstick. After all, if she couldn't captivate even her own partner, what would be the point of her efforts? Now, let us return our focus to the conference room. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each of you for taking the time from your busy schedules to attend this press conference for Jiuzhou Technology. I am Ling Yi, the general manager. With her introduction, the gathered reporters finally snapped to attention. The sound of cameras clicking filled the air as flashes illuminated her presence. Yet, she exhibited not a trace of nervousness, continuing with her opening remarks. I trust that you all have a foundational understanding of the theme of this press conference. The AI Jiazhou 10 system, and are well acquainted with its functionalities. Therefore, to conserve your time, I shall refrain from elaborating further. The primary objective of our company today is to clarify certain rumors propagated by individuals regarding the current domestic public discourse and to dispel misunderstandings surrounding artificial intelligence. I believe you are all aware of these rumors and misunderstandings, and you may be prepared to address them subsequently. Thus, I shall not prolong your time. I invite each journalist to pose a question in the order of their seating. However, in the interest of fairness and to ensure that every journalist has the opportunity to speak, I must limit each person to a single question. Her opening statement left the assembled journalists momentarily stunned, caught off guard by the abrupt transition to the Q&A segment without any preliminary explanation. Were they not concerned that some of their inquiries might be particularly challenging, leaving her at a loss for words? Ling Ye's actions are driven by her own considerations. Whether pertaining to the security concerns surrounding artificial intelligence, issues of privacy, or the ongoing development of AI by Jiuzhou technology. With so many journalists present today, each posing a question, it becomes possible to elucidate all matters succinctly, thereby sparing her the need for lengthy discourse. As the reporters soon realized, this approach invigorated them. For if this is the manner in which we engage, it is indeed favorable news for us. For smaller local media outlets, the opportunity to speak today is the best news conceivable. Conversely, for larger media institutions, the sheer volume of inquiries guarantees the emergence of some sensational revelations. Thus, they perceive no loss in this endeavor. Let us begin with Reporter 1, Ling Yi announced, prompting a dapper male journalist to rise and pose his question. Greetings, Ms. Ling. The security and privacy issues surrounding artificial intelligence have become focal points in public discourse. Might you provide your company's perspective on these matters? Sir, you have posed 2 inquiries. Please select one for my response. Oh, my apologies for my abruptness. In that case, could you address the security concerns regarding artificial intelligence? Is there a genuine possibility that it could annihilate humanity or destroy the Earth? This question piqued the interest of all present journalists, for despite the utility of such technology, any threat to human existence must be curtailed at its inception. As it stands, artificial intelligence lacks the capacity to obliterate humanity, let alone the Earth. Although the Jiuzhou 10 system may appear as a sentient being, it is fundamentally a mere program. Despite its sophisticated design, it possesses no emotions. All its actions are preordained within its coding. It will respond solely according to predetermined logic, posing no risk of losing control. Reporter 1 hastily recorded this statement in his notebook, nodded in gratitude, and took his seat. Beside him, Reporter 2, an elegant woman in her 30s, stood up. And before she could utter a word, Ling Yi anticipated her inquiry. Are you inquiring about the privacy issues related to artificial intelligence? Yes. Many individuals in our country share their personal information with their assistants, leading to considerable anxiety about potential breaches of privacy. Rest assured, as with the previous security concerns, all actions of artificial intelligence are encoded in advance, responding solely to fixed logic. It adheres strictly to the commands of its master, the user, and incorporates triple-layered security through voice, fingerprint, and facial recognition. Should any discrepancy arise, it will refuse to execute commands, and it will never divulge any information pertaining to its master. Now, let us invite Reporter 3 to speak. The third reporter, a relatively young woman, stood gracefully and smiled as she prepared to address the assembly. Greetings, General Ling. While your confidence is commendable, how would your esteemed company respond in the event of a potential leak by an assistant? This scenario is highly improbable, Ling Yi reiterated with conviction. I am merely positing a hypothetical situation, and given that artificial intelligence is a product of your company, it is not inconceivable that user privacy could be directly uploaded to your systems. The journalist, despite maintaining a smile, clung to this point tenaciously, her inquiries sharp yet substantiated. Ling Yi could not help but furrow her brow. However, she understood that evasion would only exacerbate the suspicions. Thus, she chose to address the matter with patience and clarity. Firstly, our artificial intelligence is embedded with absolutely confidential code, rendering any possibility of a breach non-existent. The public's primary concern revolves around payment passwords. However, the assistant is programmed to obey only the commands of its owner and does not divulge the password itself. Should a substantial transaction suddenly arise, the assistant will repeatedly seek confirmation. Secondly, I have previously mentioned that the assistant employs a tri-layered identification system, which adapts according to the context. In private spaces, voice recognition suffices, while in public settings, multiple forms of verification are required. Thus far, we have received no reports of the assistant responding to commands from unauthorized individuals. Thirdly, In the event of unlawful infringement upon a user, the Jiuzhou 10 system is equipped with an automatic alert function. Even if a user is deceived into leaving a network coverage area, the system will promptly transmit location information to aid law enforcement efforts. Beyond this, our capabilities are limited. Fourthly, given Jiuzhou technology's profitability, there is no necessity to compromise user privacy, as such actions would yield negligible benefits while incurring significant complications. It is vital to understand that we are merely a company, not an intelligence agency of a nation. Our Jiuzhou 10 system is designed to safeguard user privacy, as this is the path to our greatest advantage. Lastly, I wish to assure our users on behalf of the company, should any user experience a privacy breach directly attributable to a programmatic error in our artificial intelligence, resulting in financial loss, we are prepared to offer full compensation. Following this statement, the journalist found little fault to pursue further and nodded in gratitude before taking her seat. Another reporter promptly posed the next question. General Ling, if the Jiuzhou 10 system ensures confidentiality, what measures are in place to combat online fraud? This concern has long been addressed. The assistant not only dissuades users from disclosing private information, but also encourages them to download the Huaxia anti-fraud app, providing timely alerts regarding fraudulent calls and messages. Should a user disregard these warnings and attempt a forced transfer, the assistant will promptly alert the authorities. After several rounds of inquiries, Ling Yu responded positively, leaving each journalist satisfied. However, when another reporter rose to ask a question, a palpable tension filled the room. Greetings. Esteemed Ling, I am a journalist from Huaxia TV. In terms of artificial intelligence regulation, our nation's legal framework remains starkly deficient. The government may be contemplating legislation concerning your company as recently launched Jiuzhou 10 system. How does your company intend to respond? Huaxia TV is a state-run media outlet, and the inquiry posed by this journalist likely indicates that the government is indeed preparing to enact legislation. Perhaps merely probing Jiuzhou technology as stance or subtly suggesting something to the company. Naturally, Ling Yu would comply unconditionally. She and Huang Yu would be deranged to oppose the state. This is to be expected. Jiuzhou Technology is a firm that strictly adheres to laws and regulations, unwaveringly supporting any legislation introduced by the government. Should the government subsequently enact regulations concerning artificial intelligence, our company will actively cooperate and promptly adjust our operations. Upon hearing Ling Ye's response, the Huaxia TV journalist smiled slightly, nodded in gratitude, and took a seat, though it remained uncertain whether this answer met with satisfaction. Following a few more straightforward exchanges, the key issues had been mostly addressed, yet an unexpected twist arose when a male journalist wearing gold-rimmed glasses stood up. Ling, prior to your company launching the Jiuzhou 10 system, the state of artificial intelligence technology in Huaxia was at an impasse. Congratulations on achieving a breakthrough worthy of historical acknowledgement. In order to advance domestic artificial intelligence technology, when does your company plan to open the source code? At this declaration, a murmur rippled through the audience. It was clear to all that this individual was seeking to provoke. Just 3 days post-launch, he demands the source code be made public. Cloaked in the guise of promoting domestic technological advancement, undoubtedly a ploy from a competing high-tech enterprise, Ling Yu naturally regarded such individuals with disdain. What is your name? She inquired. Oh, Ling. My name is Jinjian, he replied. Such a name, one could readily perceive its insincerity. Ling Yu pondered this name momentarily before bestowing upon him a severe accusation. Jinjian, are you a spy dispatched by foreign reactionary forces? This revelation startled Jinjian. He was merely a hired mouthpiece, and while he might be skirting legality, he would never dare to engage in espionage. Wah, Ling, how can you say such a thing? This is slander. Regaining his composure, Jinjian became flustered, yet Ling Yi maintained a grave demeanor. In recent years, Huaxia has made significant strides in scientific research, increasingly surpassing foreign advancements. Now, with our company having just achieved a monumental breakthrough in artificial intelligence technology, you approach us demanding the release of our source code. Is your intent truly to facilitate domestic technological progress, or to aid foreign reactionary forces in pilfering Huaxia's technological achievements? I harbor grave suspicions. I do not. Jinjian stammered, his face flushed with agitation as he hastily defended himself. I merely requested that you open it to domestic high-tech enterprises. In our country, the plethora of high-tech enterprises inevitably raises concerns about potential leaks when exposed. You clearly intend to exploit this opportunity to divulge sensitive information to foreign reactionary forces. Who made such claims? Simply entrust the source code to a select few individuals, and the matter would be resolved. Humph. You previously stated that China's artificial intelligence technology is still in a bottleneck phase. Even our nascent company, which was established only a few days ago, has managed to break through. Are those long-established high-tech giants incapable of doing the same? I firmly believe that they will achieve breakthroughs in due course. Either you are a spy dispatched by foreign reactionary forces, or you harbor disdain for our domestic high-tech enterprises. Ling Ye's barrage of words, coupled with her formidable presence, left Jin Jian utterly bewildered, rendering him speechless for a considerable time. As for this journalist, I have already arranged for the police to be notified. Please remain here until their arrival. Rest assured, we will ensure your personal safety in the meantime. If it is ultimately proven that you are innocent, I shall personally extend my apologies to you afterward. Next. Chapter 120. A lesson in severity. Upon hearing Ling Yi call the police, Jin Jian was left in a state of shock, nervously taking a seat. Wait, I was merely compensated to voice my support. Initially, they did not expect you would disclose the source code. Why involve the police? Though I am not a spy, what if something is uncovered? While I have committed numerous questionable deeds, I believe I have managed to keep my record relatively clean, so I should be fine. Surely, there will be consequences. A cold glint flashed in Ling Ye's eyes. From the outset, she was aware of how many journalists present were on the payroll. Initially intending to deal with the individuals behind the scenes, she reconsidered. If these journalists had valid points, she might have let them off the hook. For a complete purge could tarnish the company's image. However, Jin Jian's immediate demand for her to disclose the source code, combined with his questionable integrity, left her with no choice but to set an example. I shall see who dares to act recklessly. Next. Excuse me. Just as Ling Yi was poised to address a few more journalists' inquiries and call the next one forward, a contingent of uniformed police officers entered the conference room, causing the journalists to exchange looks of astonishment. Goodness, it has barely been 10 minutes since the call to the police. This is rapid response at lightning speed. How can it be so swift? In fact, it was not merely the speed of the police. The significance of the press conference held by Jiuzhou Technology prompted Ling Yi to preemptively request a contingent of officers, citing concerns about potential disruptions. The local government had no objections, thus arranging a police presence. Once the police station received the report and reviewed the details, they promptly contacted the awaiting officers. A matter of mere steps, and thus the police appeared in record time. Ling Yi, fully aware of the situation, immediately embraced her role, striding forward with purpose and speaking up. Officer, I am Ling Yi, the general manager of Kyushu Technology. I am concerned that this individual may be a spy for foreign reactionary forces. I kindly ask the police to investigate. However, if he is innocent, please inform me, as I will personally apologize to him. Upon hearing this, the officers appeared somewhat bewildered. What is this? A spy? Wasn't it reported that this man was involved in illicit activities with his girlfriend? Although the situation was unclear, the lead officer spoke up. Mr. Ling, while I am unsure of the spy allegations, we are indeed here to apprehend this individual. However, the charges are not related to espionage, but rather to involvement in illicit activities with his girlfriend. Ling Yi was taken aback. Involvement with his girlfriend? This man is quite despicable. But the issue is, we did not file this report. Oh, that might be a coincidence. The station recently received an anonymous tip containing substantial evidence of illegal activities, complete with categorized charges, photographs, and videos as proof. This Jin Jian has repeatedly frequented illicit establishments for immoral activities. And not only him, those involved and the venues are all within the scope of our investigation. As for your spy allegations, the Bureau will look into that subsequently. But we must first examine the substantial evidence from the report. At this moment, Zhan Jian's face drained of color, but he mustered his composure, thinking that he was merely being investigated for moral indiscretions. It shouldn't be a significant issue, perhaps just a fine or detention. The officer was about to say something further when his phone rang. After a brief conversation, he hung up, turning to Zhan Jian with a serious expression. Zhan Jian, you are not only implicated in immoral activities, but also in fabricating and disseminating false information, causing substantial harm to others. We have uncovered additional illegal activities related to damage to commercial reputation and product integrity in the report, which includes your criminal record. Please accompany us. Zhan Jian was now utterly dumbfounded. Being implicated in immoral activities was one thing, but fabricating and spreading falsehoods, causing significant harm to others, according to criminal law. This could result in imprisonment for less than 2 years or detention, along with fines. This was a serious predicament. Ling Yu cast a cold glance at him. Your troubles are far from over. Take him away. At the officer's command, 2 young, robust policemen swiftly approached and escorted Zhan Jian out, during which he did not dare to resist. Mr. Ling, I apologize for the inconvenience caused during such an important occasion. Please continue, the officer said. It is no trouble. Allowing such scoundrels to linger here would be the real inconvenience. Allow me to see you out, Ling Yi responded. Oh, there's no need. Please continue with your work, Mr. Ling. As the officers escorted Jin Jian to the conference room door, the lead officer's phone rang again. After a few brief words, he hung up, his eyes widening as he looked at Jin Jian. Well, Jin Jian, I have uncovered information regarding extortion-related criminal activities, and you are implicated. You are now suspected of multiple instances of extortion, with considerable sums involved. I must say, I have gained quite an education. The reports are meticulously categorized by charges, and you alone account for 3 of them. I am eager to see if you feature in the subsequent reports as well. At this moment, Jin Jian's expression mirrored that of one mourning a profound loss. The crime of extortion, according to criminal law, carries a minimum penalty of imprisonment for up to 3 years, detention, or control, accompanied by fines, if the amounts involved are substantial or if the offenses are repeated. The maximum penalty can extend beyond 10 years. This is disastrous. My benefactor, save me. Humph. You are doomed. But your benefactor is also on the brink of calamity. After watching the police depart, Ling Yi returned to the stage to continue the QA session, while the journalist busily took notes of the earlier incident. After all, the press conference held by Jiuzhou Technology was already a significant event, and the arrest of journalists in such a setting, with each step revealing yet another charge, certainly piqued the public's interest. Perhaps due to the overwhelming impact of the earlier events, the journalists' attitudes became increasingly amicable, making it easier for Ling Yi to respond. However, as the questions regarding artificial intelligence neared completion, the reporter's curiosity gradually shifted toward Ling Yi, creating a rather peculiar atmosphere. Ms. Ling, may I inquire about your age? Do you have a boyfriend? Or are you married? I was born in 1999, making me 24 this year. As for the latter 2 questions, I would prefer to keep them confidential. Ms. Ling, are you of Huaxia descent? Why is your hair golden? Is it dyed or natural? My father is a foreigner, and my mother is Huaxia, hence my natural golden hair and blue eyes. However, I lost both parents at a young age and am uncertain of my father's specific nationality. Nevertheless, I grew up in Huaxia and consider myself Huaxia. Could we ask the subsequent reporters to refrain from probing into my personal matters? Ms. Ling, according to our information, you hold only a minor stake in Jiuzhou Technology, while a mysterious major shareholder possesses the majority. Who is he? The major shareholder has been unable to attend due to health issues and is expected to make an appearance after this year's Spring Festival. Can you disclose any information about this major shareholder, such as their name or age? Those details will be shared by the major shareholder themselves after the festival. We only know that the major shareholder is male. Is there any intimate relationship between you two? I have no comment. I kindly ask the following reporters to refrain from such inquiries. I refuse to answer. After this last batch of reporters engaged in frivolous questioning, what was intended to be a press conference on artificial intelligence devolved into a spectacle akin to a tabloid affair. Ling Yi firmly declined to respond. Restoring a semblance of normalcy. Chapter 121. Counteraction. That evening, Huang Yu drove Ling Yi back to the villa in St. Maurice. She wished to personally prepare a meal and had invited Feng Ling and Feng Long to assist her. In a state of ennui, Huang Yu settled at the dining table, observing the little sprites as they indulged in fruit while he opened his phone, prompting Yu to retrieve news related to the morning's press conference. The first headline read, "The nation is preparing to introduce regulations for artificial intelligence." Naturally, the initial report came from Huaxia Television, which, rather than delving into the intricacies of the Jiuzhou Tin system, primarily discussed the current advancements in domestic artificial intelligence technology and reported on the government's intentions to legislate its regulation. It also commended Jiuzhou Technology for its significant breakthroughs and its commendable attitude towards cooperating with national legislation. Beyond this, little else was mentioned. Yet Huang Yu could not afford to overlook it, as it essentially reflected the government's stance. From the present perspective, their demonstrated cooperation seemed to have pleased the authorities. The report was straightforward enough. Huang Yu paused momentarily before continuing to scroll, perhaps thanks to Ling Ye's efforts, although some media outlets expressed skepticism towards artificial intelligence. Instances of blatant slander were rare, with most reports leaning towards a favorable view. Jiuzhou Technology claims current artificial intelligence lacks the capability to annihilate humanity. Can artificial intelligence truly safeguard user privacy? Artificial intelligence successfully counteracts online fraud. These headlines were relatively standard, but as he progressed, increasingly peculiar items began to emerge. The second shareholder of Jiuzhou Technology, a mixed-race beauty and exceptional businesswoman, only 24 years old. This report was about Ling Yi, though the age mentioned was likely a decade off. Who is the mysterious big boss behind Jiuzhou Technology? Naturally, that would be me, Huang Yu. The untold story of Jiuzhou Technology's boss and general manager. What on earth is this? Such baseless speculation. However, as he continued to browse, Huang Yu's attention was suddenly drawn to another headline. At Jiuzhou Technology's press conference, a reporter named Jun was arrested by police on multiple charges. This incident had occurred earlier that morning? He couldn't help but murmur to himself, but Ling Yi seemed to anticipate Huang Yu's thoughts, emerging with her two sisters, each carrying dishes, and spoke as they walked. This morning, a certain scoundrel, having been bribed to create trouble, attempted to coerce us into disclosing our source code. Given his own dubious background, we decided to make an example of him. To disclose our source code? With so many issues surrounding him, he certainly brought this upon himself. At that moment, the little sprites had finished their fruit and began to flit about in playful abandon, freeing up the dining table. After placing several dishes, Ling Yi wiped her hands of grease and gracefully took a seat, continuing, during this morning's press conference, many journalists were bribed to cause disruption. But I managed to handle them. However, this individual dared to pose such a question, so I anonymously reported him. To avoid arousing suspicion, I included a wealth of information on other individuals' illegal activities, as it merely happened to coincide with him. Consider it a contribution to societal order. After finishing his words, he used his own phone to highlight a piece of news. The Public Security Bureau of Guangdong City has received an anonymous report containing numerous violations and criminal information. The police have already initiated arrest actions. Huang Yu took the phone, glanced at it briefly, and noted that quite a number of individuals had been apprehended, each with irrefutable evidence against them. It seemed that they would be confined for several years at least, prompting him to applaud in delight. Haha. It's gratifying to see such a scoundrel dealt with, and to have so many idle miscreants rounded up alongside him, truly a moment of collective relief. Well, let us dine first. This is merely the beginning, Ling Yi remarked as he placed a piece of venison into Huang Yu's bowl. I have not spared those who funded them. They will have their fair share of reckoning. As they continued their meal, Huang Yu picked up his chopsticks and began to eat slowly. By the way, how do you plan to handle those individuals? Surely you do not intend to throw them all into prison at once? Not at all. Not everyone among them is beyond redemption. The prudent ones understand the importance of aftermath management. However, it is unlikely that all those around them are equally clean. Even trusted aides may not be genuinely trustworthy. Their dealings are sufficient to keep them busy for a while. Oh, is there some juicy gossip? Huang Yu inquired. His interest piqued. It will ferment tonight. The news will soon be apparent. I shall await it then, ha ha ha. Meanwhile, as the two were enjoying their dinner, the head of a prominent high-tech enterprise dined in a luxurious hotel suite, the atmosphere far from lively, with only his most trusted subordinate accompanying him. Boss, allow me to propose a toast. The two clinked their glasses, and the big boss regarded his confidant with satisfaction. This aide not only obeyed orders, but also exhibited remarkable competence. Whenever the boss indulged himself at upscale venues, this loyal subordinate always managed to manage his delicate wife. Both his son and daughter held him in high esteem. Regardless of the burdensome tasks assigned to him, he executed them impeccably. Over the years of managing company affairs, he had never made a mistake, and the boss found himself increasingly reliant on him. What a perceptive fellow. I do not regret promoting him to general manager. After savoring a few more bites, the boss broached the evening's pressing matters. By the way, how are things progressing with Jiuzhou Technology? The aide, who had been in the midst of enjoying his meal, immediately set down his chopsticks, adopting a respectful demeanor to report. Boss, our software engineering team is diligently working to crack artificial intelligence, but progress has been sluggish. This morning, I arranged for a journalist to exert pressure at the press conference, hoping to compel them to disclose the source code. Unfortunately, that journalist encountered trouble and was taken away by the police. Nevertheless, I have alternative strategies. Just as the aide was about to reveal the most crucial details, the boss's phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number, which left him somewhat puzzled. Who could this be? Few are privy to this number of mine. Boss, there might be an urgent matter. Please take the call. All right. However, when the big boss answered, no one spoke. Instead, a screen appeared, filled with numerous photos and text. Damn, someone has hacked my phone. Oh no. Huh? Just as the big boss was about to explode in anger, he suddenly found the individuals in those photos somewhat familiar, prompting him to start flipping through them. As he continued, his face turned crimson, his breathing grew increasingly rapid, and blood vessels began to surface in his eyes. Noticing something amiss, his trusted aide quickly inquired, Boss, is something wrong? Bang. The big boss suddenly erupted, delivering a resounding slap to his aide. Gripping his neck, he slammed him to the ground, his eyes blazing as he shouted, Bastard! I promoted you, and you have the audacity to put such a massive green hat on me. I wondered why that wretched woman trusted you so much. How could those two children be so fond of you? It turns out they are both your progeny, and you even intend to seize my company. I'll choke the life out of you. As his aide's eyes rolled back, a nearby waiter hearing the commotion, burst in, shouting, "Ah, security! Someone's going to get killed. Hurry, security!" Chapter 122. Observing the drama, on Friday morning. Huang Yu awoke with a yawn, only to find the sunlight streaming in particularly brightly, and the absence of Ling Yi by his side immediately struck him as odd. "Where's Ling Yi? Yo-yo, what time is it?" "Master, it is a little past 7 in the morning." "Huh, what is going on? Didn't T Ling Yi call for me?" The fatigue weighing on his body clouded Huang Yu's thoughts, and he rubbed his forehead in an attempt to clear his mind. It must be said that Ling Yi's carefully adorned visage was mesmerizing, even to him. Last night, he had eagerly taken Ling Yi upstairs, where they indulged in a delightful display of affection, first on the soft bed in the bedroom, then in the expansive bathtub of the bathroom, and ultimately back to the bedroom. As for when he fell asleep, he had completely forgotten. Never mind, I should take a shower. I feel sticky and uncomfortable." Shaking his head, Huang Yu strode naked toward the bathroom, soaking in hot water for a full half hour before donning a fresh set of clothes and heading downstairs. The living room was deserted, yet sounds emanated from the media room. Upon entering, he found Feng Ling and Feng Long, clad in enticing maid outfits, seated side by side on the sofa, engrossed in a classic documentary titled A Bite of China. Upon hearing his call, the two sisters immediately turned to him, recognized Huang Yu, and promptly paused the video, dashing over to bow together and greet him. "Master." Since arriving on Earth, Feng Ling and Feng Long had gradually adapted to their new surroundings, learning to use various technological devices, transitioning from kneeling to bowing as a form of greeting, and even becoming increasingly fluent in Mandarin. Having taken to watching films as a means of practice. "Today, why didn't T Ling Yi invite me to drive? And neither did you. Did she instruct you about something?" The two sisters exchanged glances, and one of them spoke up. "Master, the mistress mentioned that there are quite a few paparazzi following her. If you were to drive her, it might lead to some unfavorable reports, so she chose to drive herself. Moreover, she said that until the master undergoes his transformation, it would be best if no one drives her." "Paparazzi? What paparazzi?" Huang Yu initially did not comprehend, but the latter part of the statement provided clarity. "Are you referring to the paparazzi following her?" Ever since Ling Yi made her public appearance at the press conference, a plethora of fans, both male and female, had emerged online. As Ling Yi has yet to accept any interviews, this has resulted in numerous paparazzi trailing her for candid shots, all hoping to uncover her connection with that enigmatic big boss. "Hey, Feng Ling, your Chinese has improved significantly. You are becoming increasingly fluent, with fewer mistakes. Yet." In response to Huang Yu's praise, the speaking sister playfully stuck out her delicate pink tongue and grinned. "Hee. Thank you for the compliment, master. Actually, I'm Feng Long. My sister asked me to practice more, so she sent me to converse with you." The sister who had remained silent then chimed in. "Master, I am Feng Ling." "Oh, is that so? When did you, Feng Long, become so bold? Weren't you always letting your sister speak for you?" Huang Yu had not anticipated this, as the two sisters bore identical appearances, even lacking a distinguishing mole. Despite his extensive observations during this time, he had failed to discern any physical differences. If one had to highlight a distinguishing factor, it would be that the elder sister, Feng Ling, was more courageous, always shielding her younger sister, while Feng Long, being timid, often hid behind her sister. He did not expect to be mistaken this time. Our master treats us so well. Of course, I am no longer afraid." Perhaps it was due to Huang Yu and Ling Yi's kind treatment towards the sisters. Apart from managing household affairs, they had never imposed strict demands or rigid rules, allowing the originally timid Feng Long to blossom into a more vivacious character. "All right, continue practicing your Chinese. Don't mind me. I can amuse myself," Huang Yu declared. "Understood, master." After he spoke, Huang Yu turned and exited. The two sisters bowed and obediently resumed watching their videos. Ling Yi was right. Ever since artificial intelligence emerged, countless eyes have been upon them, from national entities and corporations to those incessant paparazzi. It seemed that even driving was no longer feasible during this period. Settling onto the sofa in the living room, Huang Yu retrieved his phone once more. "Yu, please check if there are any significant news updates lately." "Certainly, master." The owner of a certain enterprise is suspected of economic crimes. Several high-ranking executives have been exposed for embezzlement, and the police have intervened in the investigation. The owner of a certain company brutally assaulted the general manager, allegedly due to an affair between his wife and the general manager, who was secretly plotting to seize control of the company. As I peruse these incidents, it becomes evident that they predominantly involve companies within the software industry, likely the very individuals Ling Yi described as those funding the turmoil. Huang Yu finds himself engrossed, particularly by the account of the owner's violent confrontation with the general manager. Reports suggest that the general manager, whom the owner had personally elevated, betrayed him, with 2 children that are not his own. Furthermore, his wife has been clandestinely scheming to usurp the company. Had this scandal not surfaced, the owner might have faced devastating losses in both wealth and personnel in due course. How deliciously scandalous. Now, they surely lack the time to instigate further troubles. If they harbor intentions against us, they ought to rectify their own explosive issues first. Speaking of which, as the new year approaches, I must find something to engage in. Luo heir, do hasten to prepare my potion. By the way, today is Friday. Perhaps Ling Yi and I should resolve the matter of the slaves tonight. Especially as we are on the verge of integrating the company. Trustworthy individuals are essential, and Ling Yi has worked diligently. In the afternoon, a striking black Lamborghini gracefully glides into the villa's garage, and as the butterfly doors open, our leading lady, Ling Yi, returns home. Huang Yu, who has been waiting in the garage, immediately approaches her with concern. Finally back. Did anything happen today? The company matters were manageable, but those paparazzi are utterly insufferable. I could sense someone was covertly recording me along the way. While I can alter their footage, dealing with such nuisances daily is quite tiresome. I am not a celebrity. Ling Yi replies, shaking her head in exasperation. Huang Yu comforts her with an embrace. You are far more beautiful than those celebrities. Nevertheless, those paparazzi are indeed bothersome. Let us select the slaves tonight. The sooner we teach them, the sooner they can help alleviate your workload. Yes, that sounds good. Is dinner ready? If not, I shall cook. No need. Feng Ling and Feng Long are nearly done. Their northwest and prairie dishes have become increasingly delectable. After all, the sisters come from a nomadic background. Chapter 123. The delinquent youth from another realm. After dinner, the two typically linger in the living room to rest for a while, sipping on hot tea, which brings them a sense of comfort. Ling Yi is the first to speak. I think we've rested enough. Let us begin. All right. Huang Yu, upon hearing this, sets down his teacup and instructs the system to commence searching for managerial slaves, sharing the findings with Ling Yi. Naturally, the physical appearance and stature must be akin to that of Earthlings. After all, these slaves are intended for managing the company. It would be utterly preposterous to acquire bizarre creatures for this purpose, as they would likely attract the attention of scientists eager to conduct research on them. The two individuals had grown accustomed to the process, engaging in minimal small talk before Ling Yi selected her target. The Yangwei tribe slaves, classified as a third-tier cultivation civilization, were originally the primitive civilization of our planet, adept in commerce. After being conquered by our people, they were domesticated and bound by a sole contract ensuring their loyalty. Seeking to exchange for some intriguing items, price negotiable, the image displayed a group of black-haired, black-eyed men and women, resembling the Han Chinese almost identically. A third-tier cultivation civilization? A sole contract? Seeking to trade for some amusing items? Huang Yu, noticing these 3 keywords, was filled with confusion. Why did Ling Yu not seek a technological civilization? Could individuals from a cultivation civilization adapt to Earth's management style? What was this sole contract? And what did it mean to exchange for some amusing items? The merchant seemed somewhat unreliable. Nevertheless, Ling Yi had her reasoning. They were all human life forms, perhaps their civilizational habits differed. But their management methods would ultimately be quite similar, and she could teach them when the time came. As for the soul contract, one could interpret it as akin to a slave contract in novels. The realm of souls was an area where cultivation civilizations excelled. In essence, the master could decide the slave's fate with a mere thought. The last point suggested that the other party had a playful nature, and perhaps a few amusing items would suffice to satisfy them. Of course, it was also possible that the merchant was unhinged, but in any case, it was worth a try. Upon hearing her explanation, Huang Yu couldn't help but voice his skepticism. Everything else seemed fine, but the idea of a soul contract, while common in many novels, felt rather unscientific when presented before him. However, he soon shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it. After all, this was a cultivation civilization, steeped in mysticism. He sent a dialogue request to the merchant. Affirmative, host. In a short while, the image of the merchant from the third-tier cultivation civilization appeared before their eyes, set against a backdrop of a resplendent hall. Within it, several beautiful young maidens danced gracefully in exotic attire, while dozens of individuals played various instruments, creating a melodious ambience. The most striking feature of the hall was an enormous and opulent throne, seemingly crafted from gold, adorned with countless exotic beast carvings and encrusted with an array of gemstones. Seated upon it was a strikingly handsome youth with black hair and black eyes, appearing to be merely 15 or 16 years old. He wore a white robe trimmed with gold, his long hair elegantly swept back and secured with a golden headband. However, the youth sat languidly, propping his chin on one hand, his half-open eyes observing the dancers with visible boredom, showing little interest even with potential buyers present. Who dares approach? What business do you have with me? This youth exhibited a rather haughty demeanor, and based on the self-reference of me, he was likely a youthful emperor, accustomed to wielding authority. Instead of introducing himself, he directly inquired. However, Huang Yu was not one to let such trivial matters impede his negotiations, and thus he replied with a demeanor that was neither servile nor arrogant. Young man, my name is Huang Yu, and this is my wife, Ling Yi. We wish to purchase some slaves from the Yangma tribe. Upon hearing this, the youth smacked his lips before responding. Ah, trading slaves, is it? That is acceptable. Do you have any entertaining items? I have heard the same music and seen the same dances since my youth, and find them exceedingly dull. It has been nearly a year since I ascended to the throne, and in my leisure, I can only indulge in these pastimes. When I searched for amusements in the system, all I found were women and some tiresome toys, which left me utterly bored. At the youth's words, Huang Yu and Ling Yi exchanged glances. This was indeed an easy task. He was merely a young lad seeking amusement. When it comes to entertainment, the technological civilization undoubtedly surpasses the other two. Ahem, young man, we possess a plethora of delightful items, though we must inquire what you enjoy or perhaps detest, so we can prepare something for you to behold. I abhor music, dance, and women. Do not present me with women again, for they only hinder my swiftness in drawing my sword, offering no benefit to my cultivation. What I desire, what I crave are passion's fervor. Ah, yes, war, conquest. I relish war. I yearn for conquest. I aspire to charge into battle as my father did, to dominate the world. Initially, the youth's words held an air of tedium, yet when the topic turned to war, his eyes sparkled with fervor. Suddenly, however, he let out a sigh, his posture slumping as if all his energy had been drained. Alas, my father fought every battle worth fighting in his lifetime. The surface of our planet has been thoroughly explored. Father, why did you not leave me a piece of land to conquer? I cannot wage war across the stars. It was apparent that he was, after all, an ardent warrior at heart, or rather, an adolescent caught in a phase of youthful bravado. From his words, one could infer that his father had unified the globe during his reign and eventually ushered their empire into the cosmic age. Growing up amidst tales of his father's exploits, he naturally felt a sense of envy. Yet, the wars on their planet had concluded. And interstellar warfare was beyond the means of a third-tier civilization. In essence, it seemed as if life had lost its purpose. A penchant for conquest and war? You seem to be a natural-born war criminal. A war criminal? I am the second emperor of the esteemed Defeng Empire. Who dares to label me as such? I shall eradicate his entire lineage. Ahem. No, that is merely a colloquialism here. It simply conveys that you seem perfectly suited for war-themed games. War-themed games? Show me. Quickly. Huang Yu was about to present him with a computer, but then he recalled that the language would be in Earth's script, which the youth would not comprehend. Thus, he quietly inquired of Ling Yi. Ling Yi, I sense this boy is quite suited for computer games, though the language poses a challenge. We will need your translation. No worries. The other party is the emperor of the third-level cultivation civilization. Perhaps there exists a recorded textual artifact. If there is, it will be manageable, and I can translate it tonight. I will inquire further before proceeding. If it does not work out, it will merely consume some additional time. Chapter 124. The Emperor ensnared by the internet, a recorded textual artifact. You say? Let me ponder. Huang Yu's question plunged the young man into deep contemplation. And suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes as if he had recalled something. I've got it. One moment, please. After exchanging a brief greeting with Huang Yu, the young man commanded the ensemble of musicians and dancers before him. Halt. Musicians, step back. Furthermore, summon someone to fetch a jade tablet inscribed with the tongue Wenshu. Quickly. Upon hearing these words, the musicians immediately ceased their movements, bowing respectfully before retreating. After his father unified the realm, he issued an edict to standardize the script, currency, and measures, and this tongue Wenshu contains all the characters of my sealed clan, accompanied by illustrations and comparisons with other scripts. Remarkable. It is akin to an otherworldly Qin Shi. Yet, I wonder if this young man might be the second emperor of Qin. As Huang Yu contemplated this, a servant entered, cradling a jade tablet with both hands, bowing and stepping softly as he approached, presenting it with utmost reverence to the young man. By pressing this jade tablet to your forehead, you can read its contents. The young man nonchalantly waved the servant away and received the tablet, while Huang Yu, intrigued by the jade tablet resembling a ruler, chose not to hand it to Ling Yi immediately. Instead, he gently pressed it against his forehead. The moment the tablet touched his skin, numerous images and incomprehensible characters flooded his mind. This sensation was extraordinary, more accurately described as a spiritual reading rather than a forceful infusion of knowledge. Just as Huang Yu was prepared to delve deeper into the reading, Ling Yu tapped him on the shoulder. Huang Yu, hand over the jade tablet. We have serious matters to attend to. Go fetch your laptop. Oh, right. Here. Prompted by her reminder, Huang Yu broke free from the novelty and quickly passed the jade tablet to Ling Yi before striding away to retrieve his gaming laptop, which was quite well equipped and worth several thousand. Ling Yi brought the jade tablet close to her forehead and immediately entered a state of enlightenment. By the time Huang Yu returned, Ling Yi had already mastered the characters of the sealed clan and configured his laptop, which had yet to be powered on. Operating at full efficiency, she had entirely replaced the computer's system with the sealed clan script. However, as there is no internet connection over there, he will only be able to indulge in single-player games, including Total War, Mount Blade, and Souls-like games that are currently available on Earth, as well as the social games you adore, all of which I have downloaded. Ling Yi, this should suffice. Let us proceed, young man. Huang Yu was just contemplating the exchange when he suddenly realized that he had yet to learn the young man's name, prompting him to inquire. Returning to the matter at hand, young one, I find myself still unaware of your name. I am the second emperor of the great Feng Empire, Feng Wuji. My father has instructed that those within the system must not be treated lightly, hence I permit you to address me by my name. The young man replied with pride. Very well, Feng Wuji, take this computer, set up the assistant, and then, wait a moment. All of you, leave. No one is permitted to disturb me without my command. A wave of ethereal azure light flashed as Huang Yu presented the laptop and a jade slip to Feng Wuji. Once he had dismissed all attendants, Huang Yu began to guide him through the operation. Anu, tell me how to play these games. Certainly, master. Anu was the name Feng Wuji had chosen for his assistant, for at such a tender age he had ascended to the throne, viewing all as his subordinates. With Anu's guidance, Feng Wuji eagerly began to explore the games, quickly becoming engrossed in the virtual world, leaving Huang Yu and Ling Yi in a state of neglect. Young man? Feng Wuji? Feng Wuji. Observing that the young emperor had been absorbed for nearly half an hour without pause, Huang Yu felt compelled to intervene. He called out 3 times, but it seemed Feng Wuji was oblivious, fixated on the mouse and keyboard. Just as Huang Yu pondered how to rouse him, the youth suddenly voiced a query, cautiously tapping the computer screen. Why has this thing gone black? I had just achieved victory against overwhelming odds. Preparing to press the advantage and demand land in reparations from the enemy. The sudden silence suggested the computer had likely run out of power. Huang Yu then recalled that he had forgotten to recharge it after his last use. The battery could only sustain half an hour, merely supported by the Jojo 10 system. Huang Yu, what is happening? Is it broken? Not broken, not broken. Calm yourself, young one. It simply needs a charge. We will send you a solar power supply shortly. How long will that take? The soonest would be tomorrow, Huang Yu replied with a conservative estimate. What? I must wait until tomorrow. The now internet-addicted Feng Wuji was instantly agitated. The allure of Earth's online games was irresistibly potent for a youth of his age, fulfilling his fantasies of battlefield glory while also providing a thrilling novelty. I have barely indulged for half an hour, and now it's over? I must wait until tomorrow to continue? The thought gnawed at him like a restless cat scratching at his mind, causing great discomfort. At this moment, Ling Yi, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. Feng Wuji, return the computer to us. We will charge it for you, and during that time, may we select some slaves from the Yangwei tribe? We need assistance in managing our affairs, and we have also ordered a solar power supply for you, which will arrive tomorrow. Very well, very well. Hurry. I cannot wait. Upon hearing this, Feng Wuji promptly returned the laptop. We only require the most exquisite and competent female servants, Ling Yi added. Exquisite? Competent? It is rather rare to find female servants from the Yangwei tribe who embody both qualities. Perhaps I should summon the young and beautiful female officials from the palace for your selection. Anyone who can serve as a female official in the palace possesses both beauty and capability, which should meet your requirements. Female officials? Just make sure you don't send over certain noblewomen, cautioned Huang Yu. Female officials? I trust none of them belong to the families of certain imperial ministers? He attempted to remind the reckless youth, but Feng Wuji replied nonchalantly, indeed, they do. However, all the civil and military ministers of the empire are bound to my father as sole servants. Upon his demise, they have become mine. Their families are thus also my servants, and I can bestow them upon whomever I choose. Huang Yu was left utterly astonished by Feng Wuji's words. What on earth? Your father is truly a formidable individual. To turn ministers who govern the realm into his own sole servants is astounding. While this may be a crude method, it certainly eliminates the possibility of rebellion among his subordinates. However, one wonders if the common folk might rise against him in the future. Lost in thought, he heard Feng Wuji loudly commanding, bring all the female officials from the palace to me. Chapter 125, The 6 Overseers During the Waiting Period. Huang Yu, and Ling Yi whispered to each other. Ling Yi, is it typical for civilizations to be so ruthless? To directly convert one's ministers into soul servants? Such is the hallmark of differing civilizations. In realms like Tianhua and Dafeng, where rulers possess absolute dominion over their subjects, it is hardly surprising that such authoritarian regimes evolve. Remarkable. The governing structures of advanced civilizations resemble those of primitive ones, Huang Yu mused. It seems there is no ultimate ideal in governance, only that which is most suitable. One cannot impose their own standards upon others. As a classic saying from Huaxia goes, each nation has its own circumstances. Huang Yu nodded thoughtfully, then inquired. How many shall we acquire this time? 6. 6. That seems excessive, Huang Yu exclaimed, taken aback by the number. Primarily concerned about his own capacity to manage such a situation. It's not too many, I've calculated it. 6 is just right. But our house lacks sufficient space. I've considered that. This villa has 2 master bedrooms and 4 guest rooms, excluding the one occupied by Feng Ling and Feng Long. The remaining 2 can accommodate 2 individuals each perfectly. I believe 3 would suffice. 3. That doesn't sound like you. Noticing Huang Yu's repeated objections, Ling Yi finally sensed something amiss. Upon reflection, she quickly deduced the reason, a subtle smile appearing on her face. Oh, I understand. You are perhaps concerned about the strain on your body, aren't you? Huang Yu, caught off guard by the revelation of his hidden struggles, stammered, unable to articulate his thoughts while inwardly raging. Damn it, Laurel, my potions. Could you hasten the process? Observing his awkward demeanor, Ling Yu couldn't help but tease him while justifying her stance. Well, I have a reason for requesting 6, according to the laws of Huaxia. Establishing a corporate group necessitates a minimum of 5 subsidiary companies. Feng Ling and Feng Long lack the requisite talents in this regard, so we must at least replace 5. Given the allocation of rooms, it would be ideal to switch 6, perfectly filling this villa, allowing us to settle matters in one fell swoop. You can rotate between pairs every night. With so many beautiful women at home awaiting you, you'll develop a resistance to the allure of beauty in the future. Oh, by the way, shall I arrange for some additional nourishment for you? Perhaps just a tad more than usual. Although Huang Yu had previously declined Ling Yi's rather daunting dietary supplement, he now found himself compelled by the thought of it. If he didn't supplement a bit more, he feared he might actually perish in bed. Meanwhile, a commotion arose from the side of Feng Wuji. Your Majesty, the female officials are awaiting outside the hall. Let them enter. With a decisive command from Feng Wuji, over 100 exquisitely dressed women in splendid attire entered the grand hall in an orderly fashion, divided into 6 groups. All donned white and gold garments reminiscent of ancient Huaxia court attire, with increasing intricacy and golden patterns signifying their rank. All the women who had been favored by my late father were buried alongside him, and yet I have never lain with a woman. Therefore, regardless of their age, none of these female officials have been touched by a man. Feel free to select any you desire. All of your father's women were buried with him. But what of your mother and the mothers of your siblings? Huang Yu discerned yet another issue. My father had but one son, and as for my mother, he feared her influence on me, so she was also buried, only to be posthumously honored as empress. At this revelation, Huang Yu felt a chill run down his spine. And even Ling Ye's expression grew grave. A son killing his mother. The first in Huaxia's history to do so was Lu Xiaozhu. Turning his gaze back to Feng Wuji, he noticed a certain vagueness in the young man's eyes, leaving him uncertain of how he truly perceived this matter. Never mind. These are matters of the previous generation. Let us discuss our transaction. The female officials in the palace are divided into 6 departments, each overseeing records and documents, ceremonial music and dance, rare treasures, food and medicine, palatial gardens and adornments. How many do you require? 6 will suffice, Huang Yu replied. 6, you say? How fortuitous. The heads of the 6 departments have managed palace affairs for many years, and their appearances and demeanor are exceptional. What do you think of these 6? As Huang Yu gazed upon the 6 enchanting maidens standing in the front row of the grand hall, his heart fluttered. Each of these women was not only a paragon of beauty but also possessed a unique elegance, each one a stunning gem in her own right. How generous of Feng Wuji to bestow all 6 of them upon us. They were all promoted by my father during his lifetime. Although they performed their duties with commendable steadiness, it is preferable that the people by my side are those I have chosen myself. Once these women enter the palace, they shall not be permitted to marry, and since I hold no interest in women, perhaps as my lifespan draws to a close, I will, like my father, seek to leave behind an heir, rather than allow them to languish in solitude within the palace. It would be far better for them to accompany you and lead a normal life. No wonder your father has only you as his sole heir. However, these women are indeed quite pitiful. Huang Yu felt a sense of satisfaction, but still sought Ling Ye's opinion. Ling Ye, what do you think? Very well. There is no need for us to choose, she replied. Excellent. Feng Wuji, we shall take those 6 officers, Huang Yu declared. Upon hearing Huang Yu's confirmation, Feng Wuji immediately addressed the hundreds of female officials before him. I have made a pact with beings from beyond the heavens. The 6 officers will be dispatched to serve a new master in the celestial realm. During this period, each department shall function as per its designated duties without error. The new officers will be determined by me in due course. This proclamation caught the female officials off guard, leading to a flurry of bewildered glances exchanged among them. Especially the 6 officers at the forefront, who immediately knelt in submission. The remaining officials, witnessing this, followed suit, and in an instant, over 100 individuals knelt in unison. A sight that astonished Huang Yu, though Feng Wuji appeared unfazed. Your Majesty, we 6 have managed the affairs of the palace for many years without a single misstep. What grave error have we committed today that warrants our collective demotion to servitude in the celestial realm? One of the officers, scholarly in demeanor, ventured to speak, only to be met with a chilling rebuke from Feng Wuji. Do you dare to defy my command? Your humble servant does not dare, she stammered. I doubt you would, Feng Wuji replied, allowing a momentary pause before softening his tone. You are well aware of the palace's rules. From the moment you entered, you were destined to be the emperor's women. However, my interests no longer lie in women. With your respective talents, you may well grow old and wither away before I ever take notice of you. Your options would then be either to retire in some remote locale or to guard the tomb of the late emperor. Thus, I offer you the opportunity to serve a new master beyond the heavens. Perhaps this is a fortunate turn for you. Indeed, we shall obey, they responded in unison. The 6 officers, perhaps genuinely believing that this fate was preferable, or perhaps too intimidated to oppose Feng Wuji, ultimately accepted their future. Observing this scene, the other female officials felt a pang of sorrow for their fallen peers, soon to be replaced by a sense of elation. On this day, the 6 officers were indeed sent away from the palace, leaving the question of who would assume their positions. Chapter 126. The opportunity for cultivation. As he regarded the kneeling 6 officers before him, Feng Wuji chose to ignore them and instead spoke to Huang Yu. Huang Yu, hailing from a secondary technological civilization, is presumably an ordinary mortal. Despite the apparent frailty of these few female leaders, they would likely be regarded as formidable experts in your realm. Offer me a drop of your blood, and I shall assist you in establishing a soul contract. Another demand for blood? Very well, this is not my first encounter with such matters. Huang Yu swiftly seized a fruit knife and pricked his finger, allowing a single drop of blood to fall into Feng Wuji's waiting hand. He then deftly produced a coagulation potion to stem the bleeding. Meanwhile, Feng Wuji opened his left palm, causing Huang Yu's drop of blood to levitate effortlessly above his hand. With his right fingers poised like a sword, he gestured towards the void before him, as a visible surge of golden energy gradually coalesced into a sigil. With a flick of his left hand, that drop of blood was absorbed into the sigil, which then split into 6, racing into the minds of the 6 leaders. The soul contract has been successfully established. From this moment forth, these 6 individuals shall be your most loyal servants. Upon hearing Feng Wuji's words, Huang Yu was filled with confusion. Is that it? I do not sense any change at all. This is due to the vast distance between our civilizations, so far that even the soul contract cannot be sensed. However, once I deliver these 6 individuals to you, you shall understand its significance. After a brief pause, Feng Wuji felt compelled to elaborate further. Allow me to clarify. Once the soul contract is signed, as long as the distance between master and servant is not excessively vast, both parties can sense each other through their souls, even engaging in conscious dialogue. If the master perishes, so too does the servant, regardless of the servant's strength. This truth remains unaltered. Of course, should you wish to transfer this contract to another, you must come to me. Incredible. If I were to master such a power, could you possibly impart your cultivation techniques and the secrets of this soul contract to me? I assure you, I would bring you all manner of delightful experiences in return. Instantly, Huang Yu's yearning for cultivation reignited, yet in the next moment, Feng Wuji doused his enthusiasm with a cold reality. Are you dreaming? Feng Wuji's eyes widened in disbelief, seemingly unable to fathom that Huang Yu would make such a request. Though young, I am no fool. Games are but a pastime. The legacy of the great Feng dynasty's cultivation techniques and the secrets of the soul contract are invaluable treasures, sacred and not to be bartered for mere amusement. How astute this internet-addicted youth proves to be. Huang Yu awkwardly rubbed his nose at a loss for words, recognizing that he had spoken without due consideration. Fortunately, Ling Yi interjected at that moment, offering an explanation. I apologize, Feng Wuji. Huang Yu is simply too eager to cultivate, which is why he made such an unreasonable request. I hope you can forgive him. Very well, these 6 individuals possess some foundational techniques of the Great Feng Empire. It would not be a problem for them to teach you. However, since we are not of the same kin, I cannot ascertain whether you will be able to cultivate, nor what side effects may arise from your training. Should you inadvertently harm yourself, I cannot be held accountable. Unexpected gains? No matter. Let us proceed and see where this leads. Huang Yu was overwhelmed with joy, as a glimmer of hope finally emerged. What about my computer? Is it charged? Don't worry. Although it isn't fully charged, with your Anu by your side, you will have enough power for 4 hours of use. If it runs out, you can always find me again. Excellent. Another burst of ethereal blue light flashed, and Feng Wuji obtained the laptop he had longed for. Upon powering it on and confirming its functionality, he declared, "No more words. I shall set forth to conquer the world." He then abruptly ended the video call, leaving a hint of bemusement at his evident internet addiction. Returning to Huang Yu's perspective. 6 women adorned in attire reminiscent of ancient Han Dynasty court dress materialized in the living room. At that very moment of their arrival on Earth, an intrinsic connection formed between Huang Yu and them on a soulful level. It seemed that with but a thought, he could obliterate their souls, transcending the barriers of language and engaging in direct consciousness exchange. Please rise. Here, no one deserves your kneeling. As the master, Huang Yu held absolute authority over these soul servants. They had no right to refuse and obediently stood. His gaze swept over them, landing on one particular figure exuding an air of scholarly elegance. I remember you. You are the only one who dared to speak before Feng Wuji. What is your name? Replying to my master, I am the chief of the Windian Sea. My surname is Zhong, and my name is Wanling. It was Zhong Wanling, the advisor who had previously risked her life to speak up. Of course, this name was derived from Huang Yu's transliteration. Zhong Wanling's beauty was undeniable. Her exquisite features, high nose, and profound eyes seemed to contain the vastness of the cosmos, sparkling with wisdom while hinting at a subtle melancholy. Her lips were rosy and delicately curved, exuding an aura of quiet confidence. The palace attire graced her figure, accentuating her graceful form, reminiscent of her name, elegant and gentle. Zhong Wanling. Huang Yu murmured this translated name, pausing before addressing the other 5 women. Please wait a moment. I will inquire about you later. But remember, you need not refer to yourselves as your servant here. Yes, master, they replied in unison. Zhong Wanling, how old are you? Do you practice cultivation? Huang Yu's mind was more preoccupied with the pursuit of cultivation than beauty. Master, Wanling has experienced 47 springs and autumns, and has practiced some foundational techniques from the Great Feng Empire. What? You are already 47? Yet you appear so youthful. Huang Yu exclaimed in surprise. Wanling shot him a glance. After all, in a civilization centered on cultivation, one's lifespan extended with the growth of their power, and aging naturally slowed. Besides, she had no men in her life. Could he possibly be displeased by her being older than him? I didn't mean it that way. Huang Yu hastily clarified. I am well aware. No need for your explanations. Each planet experiences a different duration for its year. The 7,000 years I mentioned were merely converted to Earth years, while I remain oblivious to the length of their year. I understand. You comprehend nothing. Perhaps due to the mention of age, which is a sensitive topic. Lingya suddenly became slightly emotional. Huang Yu took considerable time to soothe her before continuing to converse with Zhong Wanling. Zhong Wanling, do you imply that through your cultivation, you have extended your lifespan, thereby maintaining the appearance of your youth? Indeed, my master, Wanling has made modest progress in her cultivation, increasing her lifespan by several centuries, though the exact duration remains uncertain. As for the ages and cultivation levels of the other 5 masters, they are comparable to mine. May I practice your techniques? As your majesty suggested, the master may attempt cultivation, yet it indeed carries risks. It would be prudent for us 6 to become familiar with the master's physical structure before devising a more suitable approach. Huang Yu clapped his hands, exclaiming, excellent, splendid. The opportunity for self-cultivation has finally arrived. Chapter 127, Arrangements excellent. Splendid. After a considerable time, Huang Yu managed to suppress his excitement. For the allure of achieving immortality and wielding the power to reshape the world with but a flick of his hand was undeniably immense, especially for one who has been steeped in various novels since childhood. Henceforth, I shall entrust you 6 with this task. We are unworthy of such trust. The 6 masters replied in unison. What are the names of the 5 of you? Please introduce yourselves in turn. As you wish. Following Zhong Wanling. The second to speak was a woman of refreshing and ethereal grace. Master, I am the head of the ritual and music department, surnamed Shi, named Yuru. Shi Yuru. Her voice was as soothing as flowing water, instilling a sense of comfort in all who heard it. With a delicate oval face, her eyes shimmered like gentle autumn waters. And beneath her refined nose lay soft, red lips that, though not smiling, exuded an air of tenderness, elegance, and tranquility. Master. I'm the head of the exotic treasures department, surnamed Yin, named Biqing. Yin Biqing, her name resonated with an air of subtle elegance. Yet her large eyes secretly observed Huang Yu, glinting with a hint of mischief, as if she could see into the very heart of a person. Her alluring lips curving into a playful smile. Master, I am the head of the medicinal cuisine department, surnamed Su, named Jingyun. Su Jingyun. Her demeanor was notably cool and reserved, her gaze lowered to conceal her expressions, yet her voice was melodious and sweet, bestowing an ethereal charm that suggested she was untouched by the mundane world. Master, I am the head of the Imperial Gardens Department, Lin Qingrong. Lin Qingrong, of the most delicate and petite stature, appeared quite fragile and adorable. Though she introduced herself with utmost respect, her face remained expressionless, evoking a sense of aloofness that kept others at bay. Were it not for the existence of a soul contract, she would undoubtedly refrain from speaking. Master, I am the head of the Attire and Adornment Department, surnamed Ming, named Yuzhu. Ming Yuzhu, this final master stood apart from the previous 5. She possesses a voluptuous and graceful figure, with a beauty that transcends mere facial delicacy. It emanates a maturity and charm from within. When the other 5 women introduced themselves, they hesitated to meet Huang Yu's gaze, with Yin Bingqing daring only to steal glances. In contrast, Ming Yuzhu boldly locked eyes with Huang Yu, her gaze brimming with affection as if he were her entire world. Yet, through the resonance of the soul contract, Huang Yu discerned the coldness and ruthlessness concealed within her eyes. She resembled a blooming poppy, both beautiful and lethal. This Ming Yuzhu appears somewhat perilous, but fortunately, the soul contract ensures her compliance while she remains by his side. Zhong Wanling, Shi Yuru, Yin Bingqing, Su Jingyun, Lin Qingrong, and Ming Yuzhu. Very well, I am Huang Yu, a celestial being who has struck a bargain with Feng Wuji, and I shall be your new master. This is Ling Yi, your mistress, from now on. Her words shall be my words. Yes, master. The 6 women responded in unison, adjusting their postures before bowing respectfully to Ling Yi. We greet the mistress. Enough. No need for formalities. Although Ling Yi has mastered the written language of the Feng clan, she is still not fluent in speech, thus requiring Huang Yu's directives for the 6 women to comprehend. Ling Yi, how will you arrange them? Ling Yi had already calculated the number of individuals to be exchanged, and naturally, she had devised a plan for accommodating the 6 women. First, we shall assign rooms based on their preferences. It is late, and everyone should rest. Identification, clothing, and daily necessities will be arranged by tonight, and everything will be in place over the weekend. Tomorrow, I will assign each of them a little sprite to swiftly learn Mandarin and familiarize themselves with Earth's environment, followed by arranging relevant work according to their strengths. That sounds perfect. Huang Yu smiled and gave her a thumbs up. However, Ling Yi suddenly narrowed her eyes, leaning closer to Huang Yu and whispering, "Which 2 would you like to accompany you tonight?" Cough, cough, cough. Huang Yu spluttered at her words, unable to suppress his laughter as he lowered his head. His right hand clenched in front of the 6 women to shield his expression, his eyes darting about. How am I supposed to respond to that? Yet, he quickly recalled the night Feng Ling and Feng Long had just arrived. Ah, I have an idea. Just one will suffice. Huang Yu leaned into Ling Ye's ear. Oh, Huang, it seems your constitution is a bit weak, but fret not. Starting tomorrow, I shall nourish you well, ensuring you are lively and vibrant. Now tell me, which one do you fancy? I will make the arrangements. I have my eyes on you. You shall attend to me tonight, he teased, giving her ear a gentle nibble. The unexpected gesture made her shudder, though she did not display any shyness. Instead, her smile widened. I shall await your command, heh, before long. The newly joined 6 women had been assigned their rooms. Zhong Wanling and Shi Yuru, sharing similar temperaments and a close bond, were placed together in one room. Su Jingyun and Lin Qingrong shared a room together. Although both women exhibited a somewhat indifferent demeanor, their frequent interactions under Feng Wuji had fostered a certain familiarity between them. Consequently, Yin Bingqing and Ming Yuzhu could only be assigned to reside together, while neither of them voiced any objections, and they appeared quite amicable in front of Huang Yu and Ling Yi. Huang Yu could sense an underlying tension between them, as if their glances exchanged were charged with electricity. It was uncertain whether these 2 had unresolved conflicts from the past. Perhaps, were it not for Huang Yu's presence as their master, they might have resorted to open confrontation. As the dust settled, midnight had already arrived. Huang Yu and Ling Yi entered the master bedroom on the 3rd floor together, and as soon as the door closed, Huang Yu embraced Ling Yi from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder. He closed his eyes, savoring the fragrance of her body, while murmuring, "Ling Yi, you've arranged for me another woman. I wonder why you don't feel jealous? Humph, what's the matter? Is arranging a harem for you not good enough?" Ling Yi slightly turned her head, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. "Of course it's good. I truly like it. Yet, this moment belongs solely to us. So let us wash up and rest early," Huang Yu replied with a soft chuckle, his hand slipping beneath the hem of her top, gently caressing her smooth skin. "TCH. As if I don't know you." Ling Yi did not deter Huang Yu's mischievous hands, but rather narrowed her eyes, accompanying him into the bathroom. She truly understood Huang Yu, at least in matters of the heart. He would never betray his companions. Yet, as the saying goes, Huang Yu's only weakness was his surname. Faced with the allure of beauty, he would undoubtedly lose his restraint. Rather than vigilantly guarding against temptation, which could lead to indiscretions that jeopardized their relationship, it was wiser to arrange matters herself. In this way, she alleviated her own guilt while recognizing that finding another woman capable of such understanding would be challenging. Her position remained unassailable. Of course, such sentiments were best left unspoken in Huang Yu's presence. Chapter 128, each with their strengths the following morning. Huang Yu and Ling Yi awoke early. This was largely due to one individual gradually learning restraint. At least while his body remained capable, he dared not overindulge, thus avoiding excessive mischief the previous night. Upon descending the stairs, they discovered 6 women, including Zhong Wanling, seated cross-legged on the living room sofa, their eyes closed, each forming different hand seals. Are they practicing? Huang Yu stated with certainty, despite the phrasing of a question. Ling Yu evidently shared this belief. Indeed. But I wonder how the cultivation environment on Earth truly is? As they approached with measured steps, the 6 women seemed to sense their presence, simultaneously opening their eyes and releasing their hand seals. They then rose and bowed respectfully before the two, greeting, "We pay our respects to the master and the mistress. Please, there is no need for formality. The environment here differs significantly from your homeland. How has your cultivation fared?" Upon hearing Huang Yu's inquiry, the 6 maidens exchanged glances, and soon the gaze of the other 5 converged upon Zhong Wanling, as if she possessed the most authority on the matter. "Master," Wanling spoke candidly, "the celestial energy in this realm is not only sparse, but also highly chaotic compared to our homeland, rendering our cultivation efforts remarkably inefficient. Moreover, our recovery after exhausting our energy is exceedingly slow." "I see." As expected, Huang Yu murmured, stroking his chin with his right hand. However, he felt no excessive disappointment, for he had anticipated this outcome. Had the Earth's environment been suitable for cultivation, individuals would have attained mastery millennia ago. Even before the degradation of the environment, living for 200 years would have been nothing extraordinary. The current state of the Earth, plagued by industrial pollution, made this even more evident. It appears I must acquire some cosmic currency or locate a cosmic crystal mine to remedy this situation. You have labored under these conditions, and the environment is beyond your control. There is no need to rush your cultivation. Once I discover the source of the cosmic crystal mine, it will all be resolved. "Yes, master. By the way, have you seen Feng Ling and Feng Long? Have they awakened?" Huang Yu inquired once more. "Are you referring to the twin sisters? They are currently in the kitchen preparing breakfast. Unfortunately, we are not familiar with the local ingredients, or we could lend a hand," Ming Yuzhu interjected, eager to present herself before Huang Yu, her smile radiant. Apart from Yin Bingqing, who cast a sidelong glance at her, the others remained unmoved by her display. Ling Yi observed this exchange with a knowing smile, unconcerned about any threat to her position. She greeted Huang Yu with a gentle smile before departing the parlor without a backward glance. "Huang Yu, you may converse with them. I will check on the kitchen." "Very well," Huang Yu nodded. After watching Ling Yi leave, he took a seat on a nearby sofa, and the 6 maidens promptly adjusted their positions to face him. "You held a respectable status in Feng Wujigong previously. Do you truly need to cook for yourselves?" "Master, you may not be aware, but cooking is a fundamental skill for women of the Feng clan. While culinary skills may vary, it is a common ability among us." Without waiting for Ming Yuzhu to showcase her talents, Yin Bingqing answered first, casting a provocative glance at her afterward. Yuzhu's smile faltered momentarily before she quickly regained her composure. "Once you become acquainted with the local ingredients, you may indeed attempt it." "Yes, master. Of course, I did not bring you here to serve tea, wash clothes, or cook simple meals. Rather, I require your assistance in managing certain enterprises. Yesterday was too late for introductions, and now I wish to ascertain each of your individual strengths." Yin Bingqing and Ming Yuzhu were about to buzz in when Huang Yu anticipated their actions, directly pointing at Zhong Wanling and saying, "No interruptions. One at a time, Wanling. You shall begin." "Yes, master," Wanling replied. From a young age, she had nurtured a passion for literature. Upon entering the palace, she was assigned to the Department of Literature. And after her promotion to the head, she took charge of delivering imperial edicts and managing the documents and archives of the 6 departments, as well as the treasured texts within the palace. Naturally, this allowed her to peruse these classics, granting her profound insights into the principles of cultivation. This was precisely why her sisters had requested her to report back to the master. She is akin to the royal archivist and librarian, as the saying goes. Reading nurtures one's spirit. It is no wonder she exudes an aura of scholarly grace. Over the years, who knows how many books she has devoured. If one wishes to embark on the path of cultivation, they will likely have to rely on her. Very well, Shiro, what of you? Master. I have cultivated skills in musical instruments and dance since childhood. After entering the palace, I furthered my studies in court etiquette and elegant music, and upon my promotion, I was entrusted with teaching court rituals, choreographing performances, and arranging banquets for rulers and ministers. Are you solely responsible for rituals and music? Perhaps you could shine in the entertainment industry, at least bringing a breath of fresh air to that murky realm. Yin Bingqing, your turn. Master. I have always been fascinated by rare treasures. After entering the palace, I continued my studies and upon my promotion, I took charge of the preservation and design of countless treasures within the palace. Over the years, I have gained considerable experience. Regardless of how closely a replica resembles the original, I can discern its authenticity at a glance. After speaking, Yin Bingqing mischievously winked, adding, of course, if the master has any particular adornment in mind, I would be glad to assist in the design. An expert in appraising treasures. Yet the craftsmanship differs between the 2 realms, and I have no intention of venturing into this field. Perhaps a foray into the jewelry industry could be in order. Yin Bingqing, you are quite playful. Su Jingyun, it is your turn. Huang Yu gestured towards Yin Bingqing before continuing to call upon others. Master. Jingyun hails from a family of medicine. After entering the palace, she diligently pursued the study of medical pathology, and upon her promotion, she has been responsible for the preparation of food and medicine within the palace. Su Jingyun spoke little, yet it was evident that she excelled in healing and culinary arts. Having her cook seem somewhat beneath her talents, but her medical skills are genuine, it remains uncertain just how adept she truly is. Jingyun, do you possess insights into treating complex ailments or developing new medicines? Huang Yu inquired further. Naturally, I do, but the circumstances in the 2 realms differ. Should the master require it, I will need time to conduct my research. That shall suffice. We have ample time. As long as results are yielded, I am content. Very well, Lin Qingrong, what of you? Master, I oversee the management of the palace gardens. And that is all. Noticing Huang Yu's slightly widened eyes, Su Jingyun, who was somewhat familiar with Lin Qingrong, quickly interjected to clarify, Master, please do not be displeased. Since entering the palace, Qingrong has been rather reticent. She has been in charge of the garden department, responsible for maintaining the palatial gardens, as well as the cultivation of fruits, vegetables, and medicinal herbs. Her innate talent allows her to control plants and even accelerate their growth. Thus, though she is not loquacious, the late emperor still appointed her as the head. Born with the ability to control plants, and even to promote their growth? This is rather impressive, as it allows her to exclusively oversee the cultivation of herbs. Well, I understand. Less talk is better. As long as matters are made clear, it suffices. With a casual wave of his hand, Huang Yu chose not to dwell on it further and instead turned his gaze to the last individual, the dangerously alluring beauty who was staring at him, seemingly wishing to devour him whole. All right, Ming Yuzhu, it is your turn now. Pray, tell us, what are your areas of expertise? Chapter 129. The poppy flower. With Huang Yu's words, the long-awaiting Ming Yuzhu's smile blossomed even more. She gently tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of languor. Just a few subtle gestures unveiled an extraordinarily captivating charm. She then spoke, Master. Yuzhu is in charge of the royal attire department, naturally responsible for the design and tailoring of royal garments. For instance, the palace attire worn by the 6 of us, as well as the everyday attire worn by His Majesty yesterday, were all designed by Yuzhu. Clothing design? You designed even the garments worn by Feng Wujin? Huang Yu gazed at the splendid palace attire adorning the 6 women before him, slightly taken aback. These garments, dignified and elegant, possessed no hint of vulgarity. And yet they were crafted by you. This poppy flower? This seems utterly incongruous with your own temperament. Ming Yuzhu appeared to comprehend his thoughts, casting him a flirtatious glance as she continued, Do not doubt, Master. Court attire must indeed be dignified and grand, yet Yuzhu has various designs for different occasions. Should you have need, I can craft garments for your wear or admiration. In addition, Yuzhu possesses considerable knowledge of pharmacology and excels in concocting aromatic incense to soothe the mind, which can assist you in attaining restful sleep. Upon hearing this, before Huang Yu could respond, Yin Biqing and Su Jingjun suddenly interjected. Master, Master. Yin Biqing, Su Jingjun, do you both have something to say? Huang Yu inquired. Somewhat perplexed. Ming Yuzhu, however, appeared to have anticipated this moment, merely smiling as she tilted her head. Oh, do my two younger sisters have something to add? I merely wish to remind the master that while her incense may soothe the mind and aid sleep, it also has the potential to bewitch the intellect. Su Jingyun was the first to speak. Bewitch the intellect? A shiver ran through Huang Yu at this revelation. Fear not, Master, Yuzhu is your sole servant. How could she harbor any malicious intent? Know that the moment you harbor a thought, Yuzhu would be left in utter disarray. Ming Yuzhu feigned a pitiful demeanor as she spoke. What exactly is going on? Master, Bingqing can clarify for you. Oh, please, go ahead. Receiving Huang Yu's consent. Yin Bingqing cast a cold glance at Ming Yuzhu, who still maintained a posture of feigned grievance, as if entirely guiltless. Though Ming Yuzhu is the head of the royal attire department, her years of management, sanctioned by the late emperor, also encompassed oversight of the palace's regulations and disciplinary matters. She claims to possess a profound understanding of pharmacology, yet in truth, her expertise lies solely in the concoction of poisons. Over the years, it remains uncertain how many harmful substances she has brewed. Her skill in perfumery serves dual purposes. It can soothe the mind and aid in slumber, or be employed in torture, compelling prisoners to divulge their secrets with an addictive quality that is truly alarming. She delights in tormenting her captives upon their initial encounter. They may feel as if they are floating in a dream, yet once addiction takes hold, they succumb to tears and confusion, their bodies racked with pain, alternating between chills and fever. Ultimately, it feels as though 1,000 ants are gnawing at their flesh, leading many to scratch themselves to death. Their demise is sight too horrific to bear. In short, her notoriety within the palace is well established, aside from the other 5 of us in charge. The rest regard her with a fear akin to that of a tiger. Upon hearing Yin Bingqing's account, Huang Yu could not help but furrow his brow. Did the prisoners not display symptoms akin to those of drug addicts in withdrawal? You claim to be akin to the poppy flower. I hope you do not truly intend to create a poison, for I, Huang, hold an intense aversion to gambling and drugs. Ming Yuzhu, do you have anything to clarify? Thank you, Master, for allowing me to confess. Ming Yuzhu first bowed respectfully, then addressed the other 5 women. I understand that you hold deep-seated prejudices against me, especially you, Sister Bingqing. It is true that I have engaged in such actions, yet I wish to express that I am indeed skilled in the art of poison making. I have utilized incense for interrogation and even execution of prisoners, yet this was done at the behest of the late emperor. If you were in my position, would you dare to disobey? Her words elicited furrowed brows from the other 5, yet they found themselves unable to counter her argument. They had not dared to resist being sold by Feng Wuji, let alone oppose her father. My incense can indeed soothe the mind and aid sleep. But the incense that confounds the intellect has only ever been used on prisoners. The incense burned in the palace has always been of the calming variety. Even the incense used by you sisters is concocted by me. Have any of you ever felt unwell? Humph. I would never dare use the incense you concocted. Yin Bingqing retorted coldly. Surely, the others must have used it. Ask them if you do not believe me. Ming Yuzhu shot back. Alas, Bingqing, I have indeed used it, and I have experienced no discomfort. Zhong Wanling sighed softly, her words directed at Ming Yuzhu, leaving Yin Bingqing perplexed. Sister Wanling, how can you support her? Bingqing, I am merely stating the facts. Thank you, sister, for speaking on my behalf. With Zhong Wanling's support, Ming Yuzhu displayed a confident smile, as her character had indeed proven to be as she anticipated. Master S will can determine our fates. How could I harbor any malicious intent? Moreover, Sister Jingyun possesses extensive knowledge of medicine and pharmacology. If my incense were harmful, she would surely detect it, would she not? Sister Jingyun? Indeed, Su Jingyun acknowledged, albeit with a frown, yet she affirmed Ming Yuzhu's statement. We are 6 in total, and we must stand united. I kindly ask Sister Bingqing not to harbor hostility towards me. Humph. Yin Bingqing let out a cold snort once more, yet she chose to remain silent. Ming Yuzhu, witnessing this, could not help but display a victorious smile, turning to Huang Yu and bowing once again. Master, Yuzhu has confessed. I beseech you to discern wisely. Should you harbor any concerns, Yuzhu shall cease her perfumery henceforth. Very well, I understand, Huang Yu replied expressionlessly. He had discerned the essence of Ming Yuzhu's situation. Indeed, this woman was perilous, adept in the use of poison. Although she claimed not to dare disobey, it was clear she was deliberately acquiescing. Her aims were solely to ascend in power. Previously, it was for the sake of advancement under Feng Wuji, and now, it remained the same. Perhaps she appeared cold and unfeeling to others, But under the control of the soul contract, she would never dare act against her own interests. Rather, she would strive to please him with all her might. Huang Yu slowly rose and approached Ming Yuzhu, gently lifting her slightly drooping, exquisite face with one hand, causing the poppy flower to reveal a bashful demeanor, as though inviting admiration. I am aware of your desires, yet I do not require your ruthless methods at this moment. Simply fulfill the task I have entrusted to you. After a pause, Huang Yu's expression turned suddenly stern. Moreover, Ling Yi will always remain your mistress. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, the previously bashful smile on Ming Yuzhu's face vanished, replaced by a wicked grin. Yuzhu comprehended. Chapter 130. Work assignments after breakfast. The obedient Feng Ling and Feng Long proceeded to tidy up the aftermath, while the 6 ladies, including Zhong Wanling, were dispatched to the audiovisual room to study Chinese. The little sprites were delighted to meet their new companions and rushed over, acting as translators in the process. Meanwhile, Huang Yu sat in the courtyard with Ling Yi, basking in the sun while engaging in conversation. Well, those 6 possess their own areas of expertise. They truly excel in their respective fields, and their ability to shine within the grand palace of the great Feng civilization attests to their formidable management skills. Except for Lin Qingrong, the other 5, with a bit of adaptation, should be capable of handling various managerial tasks. Let me contemplate suitable assignments for each of them. Curious about Ling Ye's emphasis on Lin Qingrong, Huang Yu inquired, Lin Qingrong? Why is it that she alone cannot cope? From what you have mentioned, that girl is not particularly talkative. She may indeed possess management capabilities. Yet Earth is not a rigid palace. Running a company demands adaptability and interaction with diverse individuals. How can one manage without speaking? I surmise her rise to supervisor is primarily due to the Palace Garden Department's responsibility for maintaining the palace gardens, as well as the cultivation of flowers, fruits, vegetables, and herbs. Such tasks are orderly and do not require her to oversee much. Maintaining the status quo suffices. Her talent for controlling plants serves this role splendidly. Huang Yu nodded in agreement. Indeed, he had never heard of a company executive who was taciturn. Yet, Lin Qingrong's abilities were undeniably advantageous. Why not assign her to Jiuzhou Pharmaceuticals, specifically to oversee the cultivation of medicinal herbs? Her skills would certainly enhance plant growth. Indeed, I share the same sentiment. This role is most fitting for her. Ling Yi expressed her agreement with Huang Yu and continued. Next, let us consider the others, following the order you previously suggested. First is Zhong Wanling. In earthly terms, she ought to be regarded as a literary figure of remarkable erudition. However, I presently lack a suitable proposal for assigning her a task, so we shall defer that matter for now. Next is Shi Ro, an artist proficient in the arts of etiquette, music, and dance. This is easily addressed. As you proposed, we shall establish an entertainment company and entrust its management to her, which may yield some captivating cinematic productions. Then we have Yan Bingqing, who possesses a passion for jewelry and is adept in design. We could create a luxury goods company for her to oversee. You happen to have a substantial reserve of gold, which could be put to good use, facilitating the arrangement of legal operations. Su Jingyun, hailing from a family of medical practitioners, is perfectly suited to take charge of Jiuzhou medicine. Moreover, she shares a cordial relationship with Lin Qingrong, allowing for mutual support. Lastly, there is Ming Yuzhu, skilled in fashion design and perfumery, both of which qualify as luxury items. However, due to her discord with Yan Bingqing, it would be prudent to manage them separately. Yan Bingqing shall oversee jewelry, while Ming Yuzhu will handle clothing and perfumes. Though this woman is known for her ruthless tactics, the existence of a soul contract restrains her from causing significant upheaval. Nevertheless, she appears quite intrigued by my position as the primary consort. Upon hearing Ling Yi's somewhat melancholic tone, Huang Yu hastily reassured her, rest assured. I have already cautioned her. You shall forever remain her matron. I am aware and harbor no doubts regarding you. But should she ever become audacious enough to challenge me, I will not hesitate to impart a lesson, Ling Yi retorted, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. Fear not. If she dares to offend you, I shall eliminate her without hesitation. Oh, a woman so enchanting who will share your bed. Can you truly bear to lose her? Every woman in this villa possesses beauty. Yet you are the one who matters most to me. If Ming Yuzhu poses a threat to you, I would have no qualms in extinguishing her. Huang Yu explained with a smile, his words tinged with a certain ruthlessness. Ling Yi, upon hearing this, offered him a thumbs up in approval. Progress indeed. It was not merely the sentimentality in his words that had improved, but rather his decisiveness in action, at least reflecting this newfound awareness. However, it remains uncertain whether he would have the resolve to act when the time comes. With the addition of 3 new companies alongside Jiuzhou Technology and Jiuzhou Medicine, We anticipate the consolidation into the Jojo group by the end of this month or early December. Nevertheless, considering their origins in a realm of cultivation, they remain uninformed about technology. Therefore, I shall temporarily oversee Jojo technology, while the other subsidiaries will proceed according to previous arrangements. Very well, let it be so. But regarding Zhong Wanling, although we have sufficient subsidiaries, I recall that Zhong Wanling has yet to be assigned a role. Should I summon her to inquire about her thoughts? No, I will go seek her directly. With the presence of the little sprites, there is no need for me to decipher their speech. Moreover, a master must maintain their dignity. How could such trivial matters be left to you? Very well. I shall refrain from going. Observing Ling Yu so fervently uphold her authority brought Huang Yu considerable delight. He leaned in to plant a gentle kiss on his beloved's cheek and continued, "But do wait a moment before you go. First, accompany me to bask in the sunlight." Ling Yu did not shy away from her man's kiss. Instead, she obediently turned her lovely face towards him and smiled. "All right. I shall first enjoy the sun with you and also discuss our next steps." "Oh, there are further plans?" "Indeed, a preliminary strategy for global expansion has been devised. Although many details will undoubtedly need adjustment as circumstances evolve, the general direction remains sound. Currently, we have only 5 subsidiaries, but in the future, we shall undoubtedly establish more. Perhaps the existing companies will require further division. For instance, Jojo Pharmaceuticals could separate its cultivation operations. When the number of subsidiaries increases and business ventures extend overseas, it will no longer be the Jojo Group, but rather Jojo International, necessitating a new method of efficient management. My strategy involves delineating global regions and appointing presidents to oversee these areas, thereby ensuring unified management. Of course, to prevent any president from wielding excessive power, a supervisor must also be appointed to oversee their work. You have already contemplated such distant matters? Huang Yu inquired, somewhat astonished. It is only a matter of time. As for the current individuals, while I am prepared to have them manage subsidiaries and trust in their capabilities, it is still necessary to evaluate them over a period and adjust their roles based on their actual competencies. Should they prove capable, they may serve as executives in certain regions. If not, they can remain as general managers of subsidiaries. If their performance continues to falter, then perhaps they should spend their lives at home, devoted solely to serving you. Chapter 131. Our own charitable institution, alas. Master, mistress, what are you doing seated here? Just as Huang Yu and Ling Yu continued to strategize their future global expansion, a little sprite suddenly descended from the sky before them, adorned in a garment crafted from flower petals. "Oh, it is you, Lulu." Upon closer inspection, the couple instantly recognized the little creature. Having spent ample time together with the 20 sprites, each distinguishable, recently, they had been busy creating numerous outfits from leaves and petals, each with their own preferences. In this particular, Lulu favored vibrant floral attire. "Weren't you with the other sprites in the media room, assisting our new companions with their lessons?" Upon hearing Huang Yu's inquiry, Lulu immediately donned a look of distress. "Wu, Sei and the others were clamoring to help with translations, and I couldn't find a moment to speak. So I ran out, unable to find a moment to speak. How pitiable." Huang Yu chuckled heartily. "Haha, come now, little Lulu, would you like to play with the mistress?" The pitiable visage of the little sprite instantly brought laughter to the two, and Ling Yi, who held the little creature most dear, could not help but cradle it in her palms. Upon hearing that Ling Yi was willing to play with her, Xiao Lulu's eyes sparkled with delight. Yet, at that moment, Ling Yi suddenly recalled the need to summon Zhong Wanling, and thought it best to have Xiao Lulu fetch her, thus sparing herself the trip. Therefore, she spoke again. "However, Xiao Lulu, might I request a small favor from you?" "Of course. Whatever you command, it shall be entrusted to Lulu." Xiao Lulu eagerly thumped her chest in assurance. "Among your new companions, there is an elder sister named Zhong Wanling. Please invite her here and inform her that it is at our behest that she comes, as we have matters to discuss with her. Once we are finished, I shall play with you." Elder sister Wanling, understood. Lulu will go at once. With that, Xiao Lulu darted into the villa. Before long, the sprightly Xiao Lulu returned, leading Zhong Wanling, who immediately bowed and greeted. "I pay my respects to the master and mistress. How may I assist you?" Ling Yi then turned her gaze toward Huang Yu, signaling him to take the lead. "Zhong Wanling, as I previously mentioned, your relocation from Feng Wuji was contingent upon your assistance in managing certain enterprises. Now that arrangements have been made for the other 5, your situation is somewhat unique, and thus we wish to discuss matters with you." "What tasks does the master require of Wanling?" she inquired. "During your time with Feng Wuji, you were responsible for issuing edicts and managing documents and archives. Logically, it would seem fitting for you to serve as a secretary. However, we feel that such a role would not do justice to your capabilities. Thus, We would like to explore whether you could effectively manage certain enterprises. Upon hearing this, Zhong Wanling contemplated for a moment before responding. I am not yet familiar with this place. Perhaps the master could provide examples, and I shall consider if I am suited for the role. At that moment, Ling Yi interjected. Huang Yu, allow me to elaborate on this matter. With Ling Yi's readiness to speak, Huang Yu had no objection and nodded in agreement, addressing Xiao Lulu. Xiao Lulu, the mistress wishes to converse with her. Please assist with the translation. Certainly, master. With the little sprite present, their dialogue flowed seamlessly. We have deliberated extensively regarding your role, and ultimately concluded that the sectors best suited for you are politics, banking, and education. May I inquire, mistress, what do these sectors entail? Perhaps due to the specialized terminology. Even with the little sprite translating, Zhong Wanling remained somewhat perplexed. Ling Yi patiently elucidated. Politics involves your engagement in governance, entering the political arena. Fear not. For women here are also permitted to hold office, and we shall support you from behind the scenes. Banking entails managing our funds, as well as those of many others, allowing you to encounter unimaginable wealth in the future. Education signifies guiding and nurturing students. Of course, it does not mean you must become a teacher, but rather assist those children who struggle to learn or cannot afford education. Now, considering these three sectors, which do you find more appealing? Upon hearing this, Zhong Wanling hesitated slightly and said, Please, master and mistress, allow me a moment to contemplate. Very well, take your time, came the reply. As their conversation drew to a close, Huang Yu leaned closer to Ling Yi and whispered, I understand your inclination to place Zhong Wanling in politics or banking. But what is your reasoning for appointing her as a principal? He had noticed this incongruity earlier, but refrained from interjecting. Ling Yi, however, had her own thoughts on the matter. Principal? I did not intend for her to take on that role. Rather, I wish for her to oversee our charitable organization. Given our future aspirations, it would be remiss not to engage in philanthropy. Entrusting our donations to external charities fills me with unease, hence this notion. A charitable organization of our own, Huang Yu mused. Indeed, since she enjoys reading, she may also find joy in helping others acquire knowledge. In that light, having her manage educational charity initiatives would be commendable, much like the Hope Project. Ah, what a splendid idea, Huang Yu exclaimed. In these years of economic downturn, the populace harbors resentment towards those who flaunt their wealth. Our company has already incited envy among both domestic and international capitalists. If we fail to engage in charitable endeavors, the public may voice their discontent. It would be troublesome if both the upper and lower classes developed animosity towards our enterprise. Thus, he recognized the necessity of philanthropy. Huang Yu, too, relished the opportunity to assist those in need, yet placing funds in the hands of other charities, he shook his head, recalling the tarnished reputation of the Red Cross in Huaxia. At that moment, Huang Yu resolved that irrespective of Zhong Wanling's chosen path, he would establish his own charitable foundation, ensuring that all monetary flows would be transparent and accountable. Just then, Zhong Wanling made her decision known, respectfully bowing in reverence. Master and mistress, I have made my choice. The political arena is mired in corruption, and the stench of money is distasteful to me. I wish solely to aid impoverished students in their quest for education. If I can fulfill this desire, no matter how arduous the journey, I would embrace it wholeheartedly. As she spoke, Zhong Wanling's expression exuded unwavering determination, and her demeanor reflected a profound elevation of spirit, a transformation that Huang Yu could perceive clearly through their soul contract. Rising to his feet, he gently assisted Zhong Wanling to stand, and as they exchanged glances, his address towards her shifted. Excellent, Wanling. From this moment forth, our charitable endeavors shall rest in your capable hands. Besides aiding impoverished students, there may be instances of natural disasters or calamities affecting the less fortunate or rural areas lacking access. You may need to coordinate resources and support. Are you willing, master? Should the need arise, I would gladly undertake this task. Zhong Wanling affirmed steadfastly. Chapter 132, The Wealthy Patron Approaching Noon. Several groups of workers arrived at the St. Maurice Villa, driving in their vehicles. These workers, however, were not from the government, but rather from various delivery departments of prominent businesses. The first batch to arrive consisted of clothing and daily necessities intended for the 6 maidens of Zhong Wanling. After all, it is the 21st century. Although they donned palace attire that was both dignified and elegant, and despite the growing number of Hanfu enthusiasts, it would be impractical to wear such garments all day long. According to Ling Yi, these outfits were meticulously selected based on her analysis, and she had taken the 6 maidens behind closed doors to try them on. Huang Yu had initially wished to indulge in the visual delight of the occasion, but with 2 more shipments yet to arrive and Feng Ling and Feng Long being utterly oblivious, he had to remain to attend to them. In light of this, He resigned himself to the situation, knowing that they were all under his care and could later be viewed in their entirety. The second batch delivered was the solar power supply that Huang Yu had longed for. Being a man of considerable means, Ling Yi had thoughtfully chosen a set valued at over 100,000, which included a mobile power source, a substantial solar panel, and 2 specialized long cables. It was noted that his computer could only endure for about 4 hours. Having surpassed that duration, he had yet to seek out Huang Yu. It seemed his addiction to the internet had waned. Curious about the young man's activities, Huang Yu commanded the system, send a dialogue request to Huang Yu. Understood, host. Soon, a visual feed from Huang Yu appeared. He was standing within a grand hall, his feet on a massive map, upon which various regions had been marked with paint, seemingly indicating the state of adversaries. Upon closer inspection, it bore a striking resemblance to something familiar. Isn't this the Mediterranean, surrounded by 3 continents? So, this is a map of the West? Huang Yu, I was just about to seek you out. Where is the solar power supply I requested? Bring it forth. Huang Yu exclaimed, his demeanor quite exuberant. Having previously expanded too rapidly, facing continuous domestic unrest and encirclement by foreign nations, he had suffered 3 defeats in battle and was unwilling to accept such outcomes. Fortuitously, he had a saved game file, and after losing power, he had been racking his brain for a solution. This time, victory seemed assured. Encirclement? I see what game you're playing. You've bitten off more territory than you can chew. Young man, one must learn the virtue of patience. Taking overly large strides can lead to unfortunate consequences. After imparting a nugget of wisdom regarding gameplay, Huang Yu handed over the items. Place the solar panel, yes, that blackboard, in a spot where it can bask in sunlight, preferably on the roof. And my father never hesitated. I, too, want to learn how to tear through this encirclement. Bring forth this panel and place it atop the grand hall. Under Huang Yu's guidance, Huang Yu's attendants swiftly completed the installation, and soon the power was connected. Huang Yu was astounded to witness a seemingly frail attendant effortlessly hoist the equipment and leap onto the roof, a remarkable feat considering the royal palace's height, which was at least 20 meters from the ground. Hey, Huang Yu, what is going on? I followed your instructions and connected the power, yet there is still no response? Huang Yu asked, anxiously clutching the still black-screened laptop. Young man, the electricity has just been connected. It will be fine in a few minutes. Must we wait again? Alas. Huang Yu furrowed his brow, closing his eyes in a display of both urgency and helplessness. Seizing the opportunity, Huang Yu broached another topic. Patience, my friend. Since we have a moment, there is something I wish to discuss with you. What is it? Do you possess any cosmic crystal ore? Indeed. The entire planet's cosmic crystal ore belongs to the royal family, which means it is mine. Why do you ask? Are you seeking cosmic currency? Indeed. Huang Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, if you could spare some cosmic currency, I could procure any game you desire. I could even create one specifically for you. For instance, I could replicate the historical records of your father's unification of the realm, allowing you to retrace his steps in conquering the world. That sounds appealing, but I cannot do that. Upon hearing this, Huang Yu's initial delight swiftly morphed into visible turmoil. His father had previously declared that such matters were fundamental to the nation and should not be squandered lightly. If he were to discover that I traded cosmic currency for a game, he would surely rise from his tomb and outrage Huang Yu. Sensing the hesitation, hastily urged, your father has passed away, and he left you ample cosmic currency. What harm is there in spending a little? It's merely for a game. No, absolutely not. No, no, no. Huang Yu shook his head furiously. Seeing his persuasion falter, Huang Yu resorted to provocation once more, saying, you are grown now. Why do you still fear your father? Are you afraid to spend a little money? So obedient? Who is not afraid of the emperor? Furthermore, my father was wise and formidable. I am still but a youth, with much to learn. Yet I know that heeding my father's words is always prudent. As the conversation progressed, Huang Yu's expression gradually solidified with resolve. Let us not discuss this further. A computer is merely a toy. It should never be a reason to jeopardize the nation's resources. I will not trade cosmic currency for a game. Darn. This lad is surprisingly astute at critical moments. Though he is a wealthy heir, he is not easily swayed. Fear not. I have other means. Virtual reality technology. What is known as virtual reality technology, in simpler terms, refers to the game helmets often mentioned in novels, allowing one to enter a virtual world. No, it transcends merely being a game. Everything is data, and the experience is indistinguishable from reality. It's akin to another world, another life. Although, given Earth's current technological capabilities, there seems to be no hope for realization. The glasses once enjoyed a surge in popularity, but that fervor has since waned. However, He possesses a system ring, and Earth is a technological civilization. One day, it will be achieved. Yet, Feng Wuji belongs to a cultivation civilization and likely lacks such technology. But I cannot disclose this now. From the appearance of Feng Wuji, it is evident that this young man has never been exposed to the wonders of technological civilization. If he were to discover that there exists a means to immerse himself back into the era of his father, to accompany him in conquering the world, or even to traverse an epoch that predates his own, surely he would be intrigued. The dilemma lies in the fact that he currently lacks access to virtual reality technology. While the system is replete with such possibilities, should Feng Wuji learn of its existence, he would undoubtedly seek others to procure it. How then could one profit from this? Contemplating this, Huang Yu pondered and remarked, "Very well, let us speak of other matters. I too have a fondness for games of conquest. I shall create my own in the future, undoubtedly more captivating than those you currently indulge in. At that time, I shall recommend them to you, perhaps even exchanging for something else. This is indeed a possibility. Apart from crucial items such as cosmic currency and royal legacies, I can barter with nearly everything else. How remarkable that the majority of items can be traded in games, truly a wealthy venture." Chapter 133. Waiting. Having concluded the video call with Feng Wuji, Huang Yu welcomed the final group of staff members. This was of little significance, merely a collection of goldfish, varied in breed and rather sizable, a personal indulgence of his. With newfound wealth, he had ordered a batch of exquisite specimens from a fishery. A fortnight prior, upon relocating here, he had installed a 3-meter aquarium in the living room. Nurturing the water for half a month, it was now ready for the fish. With practiced ease, he acclimated the fish to the temperature before introducing them into the tank, instantly infusing a spark of life into the otherwise mundane living space. Just as Huang Yu admired his handiwork, a commotion erupted as a group of little sprites flitted in. "Wow, such beautiful fish! Everyone, come quickly." These were, of course, the little sprites, led by Ling Yi and 6 others who had gone to try on clothes. Communication was unnecessary in this regard. With nothing else to occupy their time, they ventured into the courtyard to play, where one keen-eyed sprite spotted the goldfish, swiftly calling her companions to join her. A few even discarded their garments and dove into the water, gleefully frolicking atop the backs of the fish. "Do not be afraid. Little fish, we are friends. Come swim with us. Ha ha. Little fish, charge. Swim faster. Ha ha." Observing this delightful scene, Huang Yu felt a mix of joy and astonishment at the sprite's exuberance in the water, seemingly unfazed by any lack of oxygen. "Little ones, how do you breathe underwater? Surely you are not lacking in oxygen?" Huang Yu inquired of the sprites. "Breathe? There is oxygen in the water. We can absorb it through our skin." "You possess such a remarkable ability? I truly did not expect that. How impressive." Just as Huang Yu was engaged in playful antics with the sprites, Feng Ling and Feng Long came running over. "Master, lunch is ready." "Oh, splendid. Is Ling Yi with the others?" "They are still upstairs. We were just about to call them. Have they been changing clothes for so long?" Huang Yu was somewhat perplexed yet intrigued, so he continued. "I shall go take a look. Prepare some fruit for the little sprites. It's already ready. They can simply go and eat," came the reply. "Very well, little ones. Enough playing. Follow your 2 elder sisters to dine." At this proclamation, the sprites, who had been frolicking with the goldfish, immediately darted towards the dining hall. "Hooray! Time for a meal. Little fish, we are off to eat. We shall play again later. Farewell, little fish." In no time, Huang Yu dashed to the master bedroom on the 2nd floor, twisted the doorknob, only to find it locked from within. Ling Yi and the others were still inside trying on clothes. "Ling Yi, it's time to eat. Haven't you finished trying on the outfits?" Huang Yu called out loudly. "Oh, coming. Just a moment," came Ling Yi's voice from within, and soon the door swung open. "Pray tell, how many garments did you purchase? Surely, you need not try on each one. I've finished trying them all. I learned a bit of their spoken language in the process. Now, I can communicate with them quite effortlessly," Ling Yu explained. "So soon? Of course, do you not realize who I am?" In response to Huang Yu's astonishment, Ling Yi swelled with a touch of pride, then shouted something in the language of the great Feng civilization into the room. Shortly thereafter, 6 maidens clad in modern casual attire emerged. "Wow, stunning," Huang Yu exclaimed, taken aback by how these classical beauties, adorned in contemporary outfits, not only appeared harmonious, but also radiated a refreshing allure. At that moment, Ling Yi whispered in his ear, "Oh ho ho, there are other outfits as well. I've prepared some that you are sure to adore. Which one catches your eye? I shall arrange for you this evening, so do not seek me out this time." "No need for that. Why the rush? I have no intention of pursuing them these days. I find myself thinking of Feng Ling and Feng Long well." "You even consider the feelings of those 2 sisters? Is that even a question? Am I one to tire of new faces so quickly?" "Well, that's debatable. Hey, You tarnish my reputation. In response to Ling Ye's teasing, Huang Yu rolled his eyes dramatically and pointed a finger at her. Enough. Let's go down for dinner. You all should join us as well. Yes, master. The 6 maidens bowed in unison. After the meal, Huang Yu and Ling Yi habitually sipped tea and engaged in conversation in the living room. Virtual reality technology? What prompted this sudden thought? He inquired. That technology falls within the realm of level 3 technological civilization. Isn't that the wealthy Feng Wujin? I thought to take advantage of his unfamiliarity with technological civilization and sell him a few sets of virtual reality equipment for some cosmic currency. With his internet addiction, surely he could earn some cosmic coins by creating a few games. Ling Yi winked. I had considered that and even inquired, but the lad is rather lucid. He truly heeds his father's instructions. When it comes to significant matters, he is not easily deceived. However, he did mention that aside from cosmic currency and royal inheritance, he is open to exchanges. Well, indeed obedient, yet still a child, it seems feasible to create a few solo games in a social style in the future. It would be possible to trade some items with him and perhaps earn a little money in the process. The thought of developing single-player games crossed Huang Yu's mind as he glanced at Ling Yi, who appeared somewhat anxious. That is not the crux of the matter. What I wish to discuss is virtual reality technology. Can we develop this? If we encounter difficulties, we can consult the system. I believe there is information available from lore as well. If we can manage it, I am confident in the software aspect. It will be a breeze, Ling Yi remarked, sipping her tea leisurely. Thus, the current issue pertains to hardware. We will have to await the arrival of Lore's forward-based vehicle. Indeed, it is mid-November now. And according to the timeline, I estimate that after New Year's, at the latest by early February next year, Lore's equipment should be in place. At that time, we will be poised for a full-scale launch. Right? We must patiently wait for 2 more months. At that moment, Feng Ling and Feng Long, who had finished tidying up the dishes, approached. Master, mistress, the kitchen has been cleaned. We are going to study with the 6 elder sisters. The 2 sisters bowed in greeting and prepared to head to the media room for language practice, but were halted by Ling Yi. Wait, Feng Ling, Feng Long. Please have a seat. We have something to discuss with you. Mistress, is there something you and the master wish to speak with us about? Though puzzled, the sisters obediently settled onto the opposite sofa. Suddenly having 6 elder sisters, do you feel frightened? Ling Yi inquired. Mistress, you and the master treat us very well. We are not afraid. Yes, we are not afraid. What if your master prefers the new 6 elder sisters and no longer favors you? Ling Yu asked again. Well, this. One of the sisters lowered her head in trepidation. The master would never do such a thing. The other replied earnestly. Do not tease them. Ling Yi, Huang Yu chuckled, interrupting Ling Yi, then comforting the 2 sisters. You both are so well behaved. How could the master not like you? This evening, would you accompany the master? Upon hearing this, both sisters blushed deeply, then responded in unison, yes, master. Chapter 134. Enhancement that evening. In the master bedroom's bathroom on the 2nd floor, Huang Yu leaned against the edge of the bathtub, savoring the moderate pressure of the cleansing motion on his back, accompanied by the occasional caress of soft skin, a look of contentment gracing his face. Feng Ling, Feng Long, your Mandarin has improved remarkably. Have you mastered it so quickly? Behind him, the sisters, one on each side, were diligently scrubbing his back with towels. Not yet, master. We have only grasped some everyday phrases, which mistress specifically selected for us to practice. Indeed, when faced with slightly more complex situations, we tend to stammer. Mistress mentioned that we need a few more months to become familiar. I see. So while communication in daily life is manageable, unexpected circumstances pose a challenge. Have you studied before? Huang Yu continued to inquire. Study? What is a book? Why should one read it? In Feng Long's naive words, a significant confusion was evident. Her sister, unable to bear it any longer, playfully poked her forehead and exclaimed, Feng Long, have you forgotten? Books. The vessels of knowledge. Do you not recall the instructional videos our matron prepared for us? Just how much have you forgotten? Oh, please stop poking me, sister. I understand my mistake. I will certainly watch them multiple times, Feng Long replied, laughter escaping her lips. Born into a first-tier civilization in the Grassland Empire, where the conditions for education were lacking, her learning had been confined to archery and practical skills. Yet, her foolish demeanor managed to evoke laughter from Huang Yu. Feng Ling, Feng Long. You both must diligently study Chinese over the next few months. In a few months, your master and matron will arrange for you to attend school, all right? Let me calculate. By the time the new year passes, you will be 17, which typically corresponds to the 2nd year of high school. However, enrolling you in the 1st year should pose no issue. As the conversation progressed, Huang Yu's brow furrowed once more. We cannot rush this. Without a foundation in elementary and middle school, jumping directly into high school may prove challenging. I will speak with your matron to prepare some essential courses for you. Establish a solid foundation first, and then you can begin your first year next semester. What? Master, Feng Long does not wish to leave you and the matron. I desire to remain by your side forever. Feng Long, do not speak foolishly. The master is considering our best interests. And attending school does not mean we must part ways. In contrast to her sister's innocent demeanor, the elder Feng Ling exhibited intelligence and bravery. In the short span of merely half a month on Earth, she had actively sought to understand this new world. To her, this place felt like paradise compared to the Tehran Khanate, with its abundant lifestyle and miraculous technological advancements, completely transforming her perceptions. For the first time, she felt a profound thirst for knowledge and diligently engaged with the instructional videos provided by Ling Yi. Feng Long, your sister is correct. Diligently studying to better yourself is beneficial for you. Even I, in this lifetime, have so much more to learn. And rest assured, I would never part with such a diligent little maid as you. Is that so? Then Feng Long is willing to go. Under the guidance of her sister and Huang Yu, Feng Long finally accepted her fate of attending school, and her efforts became more fervent. Master, my back is ready. You may turn around now. Oh, all right. Huang Yu responded, turning around to lean against the bathtub's wall, allowing the two sisters to attend to him while he closed his eyes and relished the moment in silence. However, as the sisters ventured to sensitive areas, Huang Yu's body began to react, his breathing growing increasingly rapid. Eventually, it was unclear who held their breath first, leading to a playful dive. This sudden movement jolted him awake, prompting him to gently press one hand against the submerged head while the other embraced the one remaining above water. The latter responded eagerly, drawing close and offering a tender kiss. Early the next morning, Huang Yu groggily awoke, glancing at the sun outside, which suggested it was still before 10 o'clock. As he felt the soft embrace of two bodies on either side of him, he finally became fully alert. He vaguely remembered the playful antics in the bathroom the previous night, after which the three of them had settled onto the bed. However, it wasn't long before he was invigorated once more, and in a moment of whimsy, he had the two sisters lie in a manner that allowed them to embrace tightly. Observing their identical, flushed faces, along with their eyes filled with a mixture of curiosity and shyness, he couldn't help but lean down. Nevertheless, he refrained from being overly audacious, setting a personal standard for himself, and indulged in playful antics only a couple more times. With Ling Yi's assistance, he began to replenish his vitality, at least alleviating the feeling of being utterly exhausted. Shaking his head, Huang Yu intended to wash up. But the slightest movement startled Feng Ling and Feng Long awake. I've disturbed you both. I'm just going to take a shower. You two can continue to sleep a while longer. No way. Our master is awake. We cannot continue to sleep. Indeed, master, we shall help you with your back. Soon, unable to resist the insistence of the two sisters, Huang Yu found himself once again in the bathroom with them. However, this time there was no mischief. They quickly washed up and emerged feeling refreshed. Hearing the commotion from the media room, he deduced that the 6 girls, including Zhong Wanling, had already begun their studies. Ling Yi was seated in the living room, sipping coffee while admiring the goldfish in the aquarium. Upon noticing the trio descend the stairs, she remarked, I've prepared breakfast for you. It's warming in the kitchen, so hurry and eat. Thank you, mistress, the sisters replied, yet remained still, turning their gaze towards Huang Yu. You two go ahead and eat. I have some matters to discuss with your mistress. Only then did the sisters head towards the kitchen, while Huang Yu sat beside Ling Yi, who regarded him with curiosity. What is it? I plan to arrange for Feng Ling and Feng Long to begin their first year of high school next semester. So I would like your assistance in preparing some essential primary and middle school courses to lay a solid foundation for them. Arranging their education? That is certainly feasible. They are still quite young and should receive an education. This is not something that requires a request. It's on me. Ling Yi readily agreed without much thought. I appreciate your willingness. It's no trouble at all. Moreover, they already know how to use smartphones and computers, so with the assistance available, there shouldn't be any significant challenges. If they encounter difficulties, they can simply ask you. Since you're so generous, perhaps you could help me prepare some courses as well. Huang Yu added suddenly. What courses do you need? Ling Yi was momentarily taken aback. Well, to be honest, I'm concerned about becoming idle at home, so I wish to enhance my knowledge. What areas do you think I could improve upon? Please arrange some studies for me. Ling Yi looked at Huang Yu, her expression one of delight. Well, have you had an epiphany? I had initially contemplated implanting a chip in your brain in the future. However, the timeline for that remains uncertain. Your willingness to enhance yourself is indeed commendable. Rest assured, I shall support you. Let us begin with your demeanor and conduct. For soon your physique will undergo transformation, and your poise and refinement must keep pace with it. Chapter 135. A fortnight of transformation in the ensuing days. The 10 individuals residing in the villa found themselves preoccupied with their respective endeavors, rendering time to pass swiftly. Ling Yi, in addition to his 5-day workweek, complied with Huang Yu's request by curating a series of etiquette courses for him. By day, he engaged with instructional videos, while in the evenings, upon Ling Ye's return, he provided hands-on training and encouraged Huang Yu to practice calligraphy. When Huang Yu expressed confusion regarding the necessity of practicing calligraphy alongside etiquette, Ling Yi presented a piece of his own casual writing and remarked, "Do you find your handwriting aesthetically pleasing? Moreover, practicing calligraphy cultivates one's spirit. It will greatly benefit you." Left without a retort, Huang Yu glanced at his own handwriting, which resembled a dog's paw print. "Indeed, I certainly require practice." Consequently, he ordered a complete set of writing supplies, dedicating himself to the craft, and whenever he found a moment, he retreated to his study to produce a few pieces. Sisters Feng Ling and Feng Long, too, spent their days engrossed in instructional videos, diligently revisiting elementary and middle school subjects, starting from the most rudimentary concepts. Any uncertainties were promptly directed to their assistant. Notably, the sisters exhibited contrasting attitudes toward learning. The elder sister was industrious and tenacious, grasping concepts with ease, while the younger sister occasionally resorted to shortcuts, often allowing information to pass through one ear and out the other, though she appeared to absorb the lessons. Inquiries would reveal her ignorance, leading her elder sister to poke her forehead in exasperation, leaving her to continue her studies with a sense of grievance. Fortunately, she was not devoid of intelligence and managed to keep pace with her sister's progress. However, there lingered a fear that if this continued, the gap between the sisters would only widen, ultimately resulting in a stark disparity. In terms of household duties, the 6 young women, including Zhong Wanling, balanced their Chinese language studies with a significant share of responsibilities. Perhaps due to their prior training, their cognitive capacities had been enhanced. Coupled with Ling Ye's targeted emphasis on everyday terminology, they were able to communicate in Chinese with ease within just 7 days. As Ling Yi intended for them to manage the company, and given their newfound fluency, he wasted no time. He took them directly to the office, where they began to familiarize themselves with the most fundamental tasks. For any uncertainties, they could simply inquire via their mobile devices. To facilitate this, Ling Yi arranged for a spacious nanny van and employed a dedicated female driver who would transport them to and from work daily. This driver, a skilled woman in her 30s, was married with children and boasted years of driving experience without incident. The decision to hire a female driver stemmed from the desire to avoid any potential gossip that might arise from a male driver escorting such a bevy of beautiful women. Thus, a fortnight slipped by in the blink of an eye. Over the past fortnight, Huang Yu has been residing in the villa at St. Maurice, engaging in self-cultivation. Without even stepping outside for a leisurely stroll, he has truly become a recluse, remaining within the confines of the estate. Additionally, Ling Yi has been vigilantly monitoring the nearby networks, ensuring that anyone attempting to pry into the villa's affairs is met with a series of unfortunate events. Some individuals, while indulging in leisure at certain venues, found themselves apprehended by the police and spent a fortnight in custody. Others experienced sudden equipment failures, losing everything they had hoped would lead to fortune, left only to stare in despair at their ruined devices. A few others received urgent calls, hastily returning home only to discover infidelity, plunging headlong into domestic disputes. As a result of these occurrences, the once numerous paparazzi dwindled down to just a few. This made matters considerably easier for Ling Yi, who felt a sense of tranquility return to the world. In truth, her vexation with the relentless paparazzi had reached its peak. The situation escalated further when Zhong Wanling and her 6 companions appeared, prompting the photographers to intensify their scrutiny. Consequently, she was left with no choice but to resort to such drastic measures. Outwardly, it was known that the villa housed the general manager of Jiuzhou Technology, along with several close female executives, yet the presence of Huang Yu, a significant male figure, remained a mystery. The only ones speculating about this were the villa's former owner and his client, who, in their ignorance, dared to provoke both Huang Yu and Ling Yi. It is worth noting that Jiuzhou Technology is currently flourishing, expanding under Ling Yi's stewardship, with domestic users surpassing the remarkable milestone of 100 million, a figure that continues to rise rapidly. The buzz surrounding the Jiuzhou 10 system, artificial intelligence, and Ling Yi herself has reached unprecedented heights, dominating the trending lists across major platforms. As time progresses, the myriad applications of artificial intelligence are continuously being uncovered. Compared to inferior systems, the Jiuzhou 10 boasts overwhelming advantages. Initially addressing everyday concerns, This was particularly beneficial for the elderly, many of whom struggle to keep pace with the modern world and are often bewildered by online phenomena. While the younger generation may lack the patience to guide them through each detail, however, by equipping the elderly with even a basic smartphone installed with the Jiuzhou 10 system, they can easily inquire about anything they wish to see, play, or operate, with the assistant readily available to resolve their queries and even protect them from telecom scams. This not only brings joy to the elderly but also to their descendants. Language barriers are no issue either, as long as one speaks Chinese. The system can even comprehend dialects. Furthermore, it has been discovered that the assistant can aid in educational pursuits as well. Whenever students encounter difficulties, the assistant provides detailed problem-solving strategies and, astonishingly, even tackles complex calculus questions, leaving one to ponder whether students can comprehend the answers, but nonetheless, it is an impressive feat. For young children, it even introduces engaging teaching methods, enhancing their enthusiasm for learning. When children learn joyfully, parents are equally delighted, relieved from the anxiety of potentially being hospitalized due to academic conflicts with their offspring. Consequently, some parents have proposed allowing the assistant to serve as a school teacher. However, without needing Huang Yu to intervene, Ling Yu promptly issued a statement asserting that artificial intelligence cannot currently replace educators, but can merely function as a teaching aid. After all, it is uncertain how many individuals rely on teaching as their livelihood. Should such a transition occur, it would inevitably lead to widespread unemployment. Moreover, this statement holds truth. For certain profound knowledge, the assistant can only recite information verbatim, lacking the ability to effectively impart understanding to students. Simultaneously, it was declared that Jiuzhou technology would continue to refine the Jiuzhou 10 system, preventing students from exploiting the assistant to directly copy answers as a means of evading homework, while further encouraging diligent study and fostering a joyful learning environment. Upon the release of this announcement, widespread acclaim ensued, including from educators who nearly faced job displacement due to artificial intelligence. This development would indeed simplify and lighten their teaching responsibilities. Currently, the assistant's capability to photograph assignments has proven beneficial, and they themselves also enjoy these conveniences. Furthermore, many individuals have utilized the assistant for social security payments, tax submissions, and refunds. Tasks that many ordinary people previously found daunting are now effortlessly manageable. Presently, this wave of artificial intelligence has swept across international borders, inciting envy among countless foreigners who lament their situation, with some petitioning their governments online, urging Jiuzhou technology to expedite the release of an overseas version. Some foreigners, unable to wait, have formed groups to enroll in Chinese language classes, indirectly promoting the dissemination of the language and igniting a surge in a particular industry. Chapter 136. Jiuzhou Group. As the fervor surrounding artificial intelligence intensified, on the first day of December, the enigmatic figure behind Jiuzhou technology made a rather controversial decision. He invested $2 billion to establish a privately held joint stock company, Jiuzhou Group, in which he holds an indisputable 90% of the shares and assumes the role of chairman. He appointed Ling Yi, the general manager of Jiuzhou Technology, to oversee the daily operations of Jiuzhou Group, while concurrently retaining his position as general manager of Jiuzhou Technology. In addition to the existing Jiuzhou Technology, Jiuzhou Pharmaceuticals has become a subsidiary, and the company has boldly ventured into the entertainment, jewelry, fashion, and perfume industries, registering 3 new subsidiaries at considerable expense. This move has left many perplexed, with the goldmine of artificial intelligence at their disposal. It seems evident that if the company were to go public, countless individuals would eagerly offer their financial support, resulting in an incalculable market value. Yet the chairman refuses to take the company public, tightly gripping the 90% of shares in his possession. Well, even if you can muster a staggering $2 billion, your reluctance to delve into the internet market and prioritize profitability, instead opting to expend vast sums on expanding into unrelated industries, raises questions. As of now, the Jiuzhou 10 system remains free of charge, yielding no profits. Are you truly so unconcerned about finances? In truth, there is no scarcity. Ling Yi has been actively engaged, stirring up the stock market, and in a mere fortnight, the initial sum of over $8 billion has escalated to more than $20 billion. Interestingly, the general managers of Jiuzhou Group's subsidiaries, aside from being members of the board with minor shareholdings, are not only strikingly beautiful, but also possess unique attributes. Consequently, discussions abound online regarding the preponderance of attractive women in the upper echelons of Jiuzhou Group. One particularly popular theory suggests that the chairman is, in fact, a hidden magnate, and these executives are merely his kept women, selected for their appearance rather than their competence. Thus, this so-called Jiuzhou Group is merely a fad. destined to be mired in chaos by these ornamental figures, unable to safeguard even the core artificial intelligence technology. Curiously, while many of these speculations are baseless, one aspect holds some truth. Several general managers of Jojo Group are indeed Huang Yu's women. Although he has yet to engage with 6 of them, it is merely a matter of time. As this news proliferated, Ling Yi felt compelled to act, resulting in a flurry of alternative narratives emerging within mere hours. Some claim that the chairman is an elderly individual suffering from severe illness, necessitating a retreat to a tranquil locale for recuperation. This aligns with Ling Ye's previous statement at the Jojo Technology press conference, where he cited the chairman's health as the reason for his absence. As for the enigmatic relationship between this elusive chairman and Ling Yi, theories abound, ranging from father-daughter to grandfather-grandson and mentor-disciple dynamics, igniting fervent debates online. Others assert that the chairman is a stunning beauty, possessing greater allure and competence than the current board members. Otherwise, how could she hold the position? However, this reasoning is fundamentally flawed, as the chairmanship is determined not by looks or ability, but by financial contributions. Yet, this illogical conjecture has garnered substantial admiration from numerous women, who laud Jojo Group as a symbol of female empowerment. Huang Yu finds himself utterly perplexed by this, yet he remains indifferent to the chatter, regardless of the external discourse. When he makes his public appearance, all will be resolved. At this moment, he is driving Ling Yi in a sleek black Lamborghini, gradually approaching a secluded, expansive warehouse owned by Jojo Group, as today marks the day he has arranged to meet with Ma Ensi for a transaction. Upon entering the warehouse, one is met with towering piles of grains, oils, rice, flour, and a plethora of pharmaceuticals, not to mention a considerable quantity of cured meats. It is estimated that the provisions alone would suffice to feed 4,000 individuals for an entire month, all while arousing no suspicion from the outside world. Over the past fortnight, Ling Yi has been lavishly spending, hiring personnel, and acquiring land, with the Jojo Group generously providing 3 meals a day for its employees. The acquisition of such vast quantities of food raises no eyebrows, as long as the accounts balance. System, send a dialogue request to Mars. Understood, host. In a short while, Mars's visage manifested in the retinas of the two, currently situated within a secluded valley characterized by a closed-off terrain, with only a narrow exit, easily defensible yet difficult to breach. The interior has been artificially leveled into a substantial flat area, serving as his prepared logistics base. Wow, what an enormous warehouse. So much food and medicine. And look at all this meat. The soldiers will surely enjoy a feast. Huang Yu, I cannot thank you enough. You have even processed the meat for our convenience and preservation, haven't you? Ideally, you could have simply helped us with the slaughtering. This way, we could utilize the animal hides to craft essential goods. Upon hearing this, Huang Yu chuckled lightly. You possess half the share of those 10+ tons of gold. These provisions only consumed a fraction of that, so there's no need for gratitude. However, if I were to provide you with the slaughtered meat directly, how would you explain it to your comrades? If they inquire about the type of animals, whether they are edible, and how you procured such quantities, what would you say? You can't simply place all the blame on me. Mars, upon hearing this, awkwardly touched his nose. Ah, indeed, that makes sense. The fauna of 2 different planets is dissimilar, and such discrepancies would undoubtedly raise suspicions, complicating explanations. Let us hasten the transaction and not waste any more time. All right. Swiftly, a shimmering azure light curtain appeared at one end of the warehouse, rapidly advancing and leaving desolation in its wake. Wait, to be precise, wherever the light passed. All supplies, including the shelves that held them, vanished into thin air. Simultaneously, on the opposite side, Mars encountered an identical light curtain, revealing that everything which had just disappeared was now intact on the flat ground of the valley. This marked Huang Yu's first experience in trading such a vast quantity of supplies, leaving not only him and Mars but also Ling Yu momentarily awestruck. The ability to achieve such stable spatial transportation across endless starry expanses is astounding, truly a hallmark of 9th-grade civilization. While it may sound convoluted, the actual process was remarkably swift. Within mere seconds, the entirety of the warehouse's contents had been transmitted. All set. I have specifically prepared a steel-framed greenhouse for storage, facilitating your organization of supplies. Your assistant will guide you on its assembly. At this juncture, Huang Yu, filled with curiosity, inquired, by the way, you have requested provisions sufficient for 4,000 individuals for an entire month. If consumed sparingly, it could last even longer. Along with such an abundance of pharmaceuticals, are you preparing for war? Chapter 137. Finally arrived, is this preparation for war? Upon hearing Huang Yu mention the impending conflict, Mars's smile instantly froze upon his face, and with a resigned sigh, he began to speak slowly. The materials you sent me have kept me occupied day and night, and they have indeed proven to be immensely beneficial. However, I find myself growing increasingly despondent regarding this operation. The organization has decided to fragment the existing 4,000 troops, secretly concentrating them nearby, with plans to launch a large-scale counterattack in half a month. So soon? Huang Yu was taken aback. Some individuals believe it is already too slow. I truly cannot fathom their thought process. A shattered army of over 4,000 lacks the time for reorganization, training, or even adequate nutrition. After gathering, they will be fortunate to enjoy a few hearty meals before embarking on the counteroffensive. What do you intend to do? As you suggested, I will prioritize self-preservation and, if possible, the preservation of our remaining forces. To be frank, during this time, I have been vocal about my pessimistic outlook on the situation, earning a reputation as the organization's renowned pessimist. Were it not for my association with you, I fear I might not even retain my position as logistics minister. Nevertheless, despite the scorn I face, a small faction still chooses to believe in my perspective. If we truly face defeat, Mars abruptly halted at this point. Huang Yu continued his train of thought. If we do face defeat, the disdain they currently harbor for you will transform into respect, granting you the opportunity to seize leadership within the organization. Indeed, though stating it this way may suggest ulterior motives, it is genuinely the only solution I have contemplated. Of course, should they succeed, that would also be a fortunate outcome. That seems unlikely. Huang Yu remained skeptical of this hastily organized counteroffensive. Let us not dwell on this. The more we discuss it, the more it troubles me. I dread to think how many lives will be sacrificed this time. Mars lamented, covering his forehead in anguish. Very well, let us change the subject. Is there anything else you require? I wish to prepare. As for supplies, we can address those matters post-counteroffensive. The priority lies in weaponry. We are significantly lacking in arms and ammunition. That remains unattainable for now. Huang Yu, too, felt helpless. Given the current status of the Jojo group, acquiring a few handguns for self-defense might be feasible, but obtaining enough arms to equip a battalion? That is not merely fanciful thinking. It is akin to searching for a light in the restroom, a fool's errand. While foreign avenues may not be as stringent, the Jojo group presently has no business overseas and lacks connections in this regard. Alas, I suppose that settles it. Mars, who had not harbored much hope to begin with, let out a soft sigh and acquiesced. At that moment, Ling Yi interjected. Mars, in the best-case scenario, it will take 6 months, and in a worst-case scenario, a year. But at that time, we will be able to provide weaponry. However, arms are considerably more expensive than these supplies, and your gold will not fetch much. Mars's eyes sparkled upon hearing this, and he exclaimed with excitement. Is that true, Ms. Ling Yi? That would be wonderful. Your technology is far more advanced than ours. If we could acquire weaponry of that caliber, we would gain an overwhelming advantage on the battlefield. If gold is insufficient, we will find a way. As long as we endure this critical juncture and persevere for no more than a year, everything will experience a turning point. This is indeed true. Ling Yi spoke with unwavering certainty, but then shifted the conversation, adding, to be honest, we no longer require gold. It would be wiser for you to focus on gathering local specialties instead. Mutual exchange and trade are essential for sustainability. Very well. I shall find a way. After severing contact with my NC, the immense warehouse fell into a profound silence, which was soon interrupted by Huang Yu's voice. Have we developed military industry so swiftly? Not quite. You had planned to stir up trouble in a certain country, had you not? At that point, we could sell the captured weapons and ammunition to my NC. But we must also cultivate our own military industry, Ling Yi elucidated. It seems you Haven T shared your plans regarding this aspect with me. While I have briefed you on the overarching direction for future development, I cannot say how long it would take to elaborate on the details. Suffice it to say, numerous constraints stem from Earth's industrial manufacturing capabilities. However, once the forward operating base vehicle arrives, everything will fall into place. And we should be able to develop the military industry within a year at the latest. Wait, a forward operating base vehicle? Is it necessary for developing military industry? No. Could it be that, Ling Yi, you are contemplating the creation of war robots, are you? In response to his inquiry, Ling Yi graciously affirmed, certainly. The weaponry and ammunition currently available on Earth do not impress me. War robots will exhibit no fear and will adhere strictly to commands. With my artificial intelligence in place, their combat performance will be assured, allowing them to easily overpower the armies of most nations on Earth. That is indeed advantageous. We could save many lives. To be honest, I am beginning to feel a sense of anticipation. An army of machines operated by artificial intelligence. Imagine the devastation they could wreak on the battlefield. The psychological pressure they would impose on enemy soldiers. Even merely parading in formation on the square would leave countless people across the globe speechless. But whom shall we target? Huang Yu mused, biting his lip and stroking his chin, his mind wandering through a realm of fantasies, only to be swiftly brought back to reality by Ling Yi's words. Anticipation aside, do not forget that you need to contact Vivian. The growth data for the black elkhorn has been collected, and Lin Xingrong can indeed expedite its growth. What we now lack is a plant with intact roots. That girl does not regard me favorably. I shall take my leave now. Ahem. You may go ahead. Huang Yu awkwardly cleared his throat. I almost forgot. Aside from Ma Inci, there is another transaction to conduct today. System. Send a dialogue request to Vivian. Watching Ling Yi slowly exit the warehouse, Huang Yu then addressed the system, while casually retrieving several items from his storage space. A drone, an entire solar power system, and a smartphone equipped with a specialized version of the Jiuzhou 10 system, containing the language and script of the centaur spirits. As for the original 10 tons of gold, it has been entrusted to Ling Yi, who laundered it through Jiuzhou Group's jewelry industry. Soon, the image of Vivian appeared on Huang Yu's retina. She stood on a patch of grass, with a vast expanse of potted higher grass behind her and a river flowing at a distance. It was evident that she had been waiting for a while, her expression tinged with displeasure. Huang Yu, you have finally arrived. Wasn't it you who proposed this meeting time? I called you several times, but the system indicated you were on another call. What were you doing? Oh, my apologies. A friend of mine was in a dire situation. They were about to engage in battle, which could result in many casualties, so I sent him substantial supplies and had a brief conversation. War? Then it's understandable, Vivian replied, her irritation dissipating. She shifted her gaze to the items on the ground, inquiring once more, is this the tool you mentioned that can assist us in surveying the terrain? I am not well versed in technological devices and do not know how to use them. Do not worry, that compact flat device will assist you. Let us transmit the items from both sides. All right. Once again, a shimmering blue light enveloped them, and Huang Yu's warehouse was filled with an array of higher grass-potted plants. Vivian observed the technological products on the grass, particularly intrigued by the drone, prompting her to circle around it for a closer inspection. The system's lens followed her, revealing the surrounding scenery. A massive tiered hill stood at the confluence of two rivers, surrounded by an endless expanse of grassland. At the foot of the hill lay a newly established campsite, and in the far distance, a continuous mountain range rose majestically into the clouds. At that moment, many centaur spirits were kneeling reverently before this hill, the sacred land guided by the divine. They had finally arrived. Chapter 138, a close call. Although Huang Yu was curious about the current state of the centaur spirit tribe, he feared being discovered and thus needed to depart before the arrival of a new batch of workers. After assisting Vivian in familiarizing herself with the assistant, he severed their connection. Vivian, deeply fascinated by the remarkable artificial intelligence, excitedly engaged with it for quite some time before recalling her unfinished task. Lilia, help me operate this drone to scan the hill and the surrounding terrain. Of course, master. With her command, her assistant Lilia took control of the drone, flying directly towards the summit of the hill, which elicited gasps of astonishment from the centaur spirits below, who were kneeling. Everyone, look. What is that in the sky? By the gods, I have never seen such a bird. What exactly is that? Could it be some kind of beast? Use your bows and arrows. Shoot it down. Let us see what it truly is. It is unclear who shouted so loudly, but suddenly, a throng of centaurs armed with bows and arrows aimed at the drone. Fortunately, the assistant detected the imminent danger in time, prompting the drone to ascend swiftly and evade a disastrous fate. Master, the drone is under attack by your kin and at risk of crashing. You must intervene at once, the assistant conveyed. Vivian, taken aback by the message, exclaimed, what? They are attacking the drone. Please hurry to resolve this, the assistant urged again. I shall be there forthwith. Vivian, regaining her composure, galloped swiftly towards the tribal camp. Upon her arrival, she discovered Chief Sophia present, drawing her bow alongside other skilled archers, all aiming at the drone. Sister Sophia, halt. Everyone, cease your actions. At the sound of her plea, the attendees, though puzzled, complied, for it was the high priestess who spoke. Vivian, do you know what that is? Sophia inquired with a frown. It is a device sent by Huang Yu. He seeks to understand the terrain here to design our fortress, Vivian explained. Another divine favored one has sent it. Sophia was taken aback by this revelation. At that moment, Vivian shouted to the surrounding centaurs, kin, listen. This object was sent by another divine favored one under the god's command. It is to aid us in establishing our new home. Do not attack it any longer. Initially, the centaurs were merely astonished, but soon, panic ensued. What? Another divine favored one? Just like the high priestess? That object was sent by a divine favored one under the god's command. We almost shot it down. Heavens! We have just arrived in the land of the divine favored ones and have committed such a grave sin. The gods will forsake us. Who was it? Who incited the attack with arrows? Yes. Who was it? Burn him as a sacrifice to the gods. Surely they will forgive us. Indeed. Burn him. Offer him to the gods. Who is it? Step forward. The outcry ignited a fervent uproar, and the atmosphere grew tense. Silence. Let the high priestess speak. Chief Sophia, witnessing the situation spiraling out of control, bellowed to regain order, and then urgently turned to Vivian, saying, Vivian, I know the matter is not so dire. You must clarify to our kin. Vivian, surprised by the extent of the panic her words had incited, resorted to her persuasive abilities, declaring loudly, Fear not. It has come with its own mission. As long as we allow it to fulfill its purpose and return safely, the gods shall not punish us. The assistant detected a potential threat and commanded the drone to descend, initiating a methodical scan of the terrain along a predetermined path. Its unhurried demeanor, combined with Vivian's reassurances, managed to calm the tribe members. Look, that thing is coming down again, they exclaimed. What is it doing flying around the hill? Who knows? Let's not speculate recklessly about the will of the gods, came the cautionary reply. The centaur elves quickly dispersed, their curiosity piqued yet remaining at a safe distance, wary of approaching the drone as it conducted its operations. With Sophia having dismissed her guards, only she and Vivian remained on site. Vivian, next time Huang Yu sends something like this, please give me a heads up. We nearly faced a crisis just now, Sophia remarked. This was my first time too. I promise I'll notify you beforehand next time, Vivian replied sheepishly, recalling the anxious expressions of their kin. She felt a lingering dread. Had she failed to clarify the situation in time, a blood ritual may have ensued. Sigh, you can be quite oblivious at times. What shall we do now? Sophia chided lightly, before inquiring about the concluding tasks. I meant what I said earlier. We just need to wait for it to complete its mission. And then I will send it back to Huang Yu, Vivian assured her. Very well. I have other matters to attend to, so I leave this in your capable hands. After a considerable amount of time, the drone finally fulfilled its purpose and was returned to Huang Yu by Vivian. Huang Yu, is this sufficient? She inquired. At that moment, Huang Yu had already returned to his villa in St. Maurice, having just finished dinner. He gazed at the drone on the ground, delaying his response as he leisurely sipped a cup of tea before articulating his thoughts. Rest assured, we will finalize the blueprint soon, in about 2 months. Once my forward-based vehicle arrives, we'll send it to assist in the construction of the fortress, and you can also help me keep it safe. Under the assistance operation, the drone had thoroughly scanned the entire hill and the surrounding terrain. With this data, Ling Yi could design the fortress blueprints based on the actual conditions, which could then be constructed according to those plans. The only issue was that the centaur elves lacked the knowledge of fortification techniques, and their numbers were insufficient, even with guidance. They could not complete the task and would have to wait for Huang Yu's forward-based vehicle. In the meantime, you all should remain stationed here. If you need anything, food, clothing, daily necessities, just let me know. I'll take care of it, Huang Yu assured them. Understood. We await your good news. After severing contact with Vivian, Huang Yu turned to Ling Yi, who had just re-entered the living room. Handing her a warm cup of tea, he said, the terrain data has been collected. I will need your assistance in designing the blueprints. Ling Yi accepted the cup, finishing it in one gulp before sitting beside him. It's no trouble. Designing a military fortress for a secondary cultivation civilization is straightforward. I can have it ready by tonight. Now, let us return to our previous discussion. Chapter 139. Can I begin my cultivation? Let us return to our previous discussion. Ling Yi continued, as she reported on the day's developments. Having just received a fresh batch of higher grass, all of the higher grass had been successfully transplanted into the plant factory today, with Lin Qingron's involvement. The growth rate surpassed that of chives. As long as the roots were preserved, a new harvest could be expected within half a month. Consequently, the limited supply of Jojo hair growth gel could gradually be expanded. However, given the rarity of the resource, and considering the existing formulation, meeting the vast demand of the hair loss market would prove challenging. It is worth noting that there are approximately 250 million individuals suffering from hair loss in Huaxiao alone. Therefore, I have instructed Su Jingyun to begin researching the development of a relatively affordable hair regrowth medication. The medical technology of the Defeng civilization parallels that of traditional Chinese medicine. Thus, I have asked Su Jingyun to familiarize herself with the company's operations while also studying traditional Chinese medicine. In the future, Zhuzhou Group will actively recruit numerous talents in this field and continue to invest in it. Upon hearing this, Huang Yu nodded in agreement. That is indeed the right approach. As a Chinese individual, I prefer traditional medicine over Western practices. Ling Ye's actions were motivated by her own considerations. In my view, Traditional and Western medicine are merely different means to an end. One leans towards herbal remedies, while the other favors chemical drugs. Ultimately, it depends on the practitioner. We will also invest in Western medicine. Currently, our medical technology relies on two main sources, Vivian and Su Jingjun, both of which essentially utilize herbal properties. Therefore, we do not possess a significant advantage in Western medicine at this moment, and must prioritize traditional methods for now. As for the future, we shall see how circumstances unfold. For the time being, focusing solely on profitability is sufficient. Vivian has now reached that hill, and we can gradually introduce her formulations. Very well, Huang Yu replied, savoring a sip of tea before continuing. However, my intent in developing the pharmaceutical industry is not solely for profit. Observing the depth of his gaze, Ling Yi understood his implications. I am aware of your ambitions, but universal free healthcare cannot be achieved overnight. Do not engage in any reckless actions. Haha, I understand. We will take it slow. Huang Yu chuckled lightly, acknowledging the wisdom of gradual progress. What about Jiuzhou technology? How are the other subsidiaries faring? Progress is not swift. Su Jingyun and Lin Qingrong are able to make rapid contributions due to the foundation established by Jiuzhou Pharmaceuticals. The other subsidiaries are still in their infancy and will require time to yield results. However, Zhang Wanling has produced outcomes. Huang Yu was initially taken aback. Then his expression brightened with joy. Oh, has success come so quickly? Does this mean I can begin my cultivation? Currently, the 5 women, Shi Yiru, Yan Biqing, Su Jingyun, Lin Qingrong, and Ming Yuzhu, had all been integrated into the company, with only Zhang Wanling's charitable organization yet to make progress. This was not due to Huang Yu's indecision, but because she was still responsible for assisting him in his cultivation. Initially, Huang Yu was eager to embark on his cultivation journey, and he indeed took action. However, as Zhang Wanling guided the energies of the universe to circulate within his body, she quickly discerned a critical issue. Although their physical structures appeared similar, they were rife with differences, particularly in terms of meridians and acupoints, which were worlds apart. Zhang Wanling dared not proceed recklessly, fearing for Huang Yu's well-being. After several days of research, she concluded that the most suitable cultivation methods for Earthlings must be those devised by Earthlings themselves. Thus, she enlisted Ling Yi to gather a plethora of ancient texts, predominantly concerning martial arts, medicine, and the doctrines of Buddhism and Taoism. Whenever she found a moment, she immersed herself in these tomes, seeking to uncover the ancient cultivation techniques left behind by the early Huaxia people, hoping to amalgamate them with the practices of the Great Feng civilization for improvement. To her astonishment, within a mere fortnight, she had made significant progress. According to her, she had discovered several sets of techniques within the ancient texts. However, due to the sparse energy on Earth, no one had manifested any tangible results. Theoretically, though, these methods could prolong life. She would assist Huang Yu in his cultivation, encouraging him to experiment multiple times for efficacy before attempting further enhancements. Splendid! Where is she? I can hardly wait, Huang Yu exclaimed, brimming with anticipation. She is waiting for you in the master bedroom on the 2nd floor. Hurry along, Ling Yi replied with a playful smile. Oh, I'm on my way, Huang Yu exclaimed, leaping towards the stairs. Yet, as he barely lifted himself from the couch, he suddenly sensed something amiss and, with a distorted expression, turned to Ling Yi. Wait, the master bedroom on the 2nd floor? Indeed. The 6 of them have been here long enough. It's about time. Besides, Zhang Wanling is not only beautiful but also possesses a delightful personality. Among the 6, she is my favorite, so I thought it fitting to arrange this opportunity, Ling Yi teased, her tone taking on a mischievous lilt. Ah, Huang, my distinguished gentleman. You've certainly indulged over the past month. Although the effects of the medicine are not as potent as before, you must have noticed your stamina improving significantly by now. Will you not require my company tonight? Huang Yu rubbed his nose sheepishly. Not at all. Go and cultivate. Before long, Huang Yu gently opened the door to the master bedroom on the 2nd floor and quietly locked it behind him. Everyone in the household was aware of the significance of this room, and naturally, Ling Yi would not be coming. Feng Ling and Feng Long occasionally visited to bring him meals, while the attitudes of the other 6 varied. Some were openly accepting, while others harbored subtle resistance. Only Ming Yuzhu yearned to enter this room, even willing to share the experience with Feng Ling and Feng Long, but she had been firmly denied by Huang Yu. To his surprise, the first to enter was none other than the bookish Zhang Wanling. Upon stepping into the bedroom, she had just finished bathing and was now adorned in a delicate white sheer nightgown, seated gracefully on the bed. Her flowing long hair cascaded like a waterfall, naturally draping over her fragrant shoulders, enhancing her allure. Upon the arrival of Huang Yu, she promptly shifted from a seated position to kneeling, her body slightly leaning forward. Her delicate face flushed with a hint of embarrassment as she softly greeted, "Master, you have come." Coupled with her scholarly demeanor, she exuded an air of pure innocence. "Lingyi informed me that you have discovered a method?" "Indeed, but it still requires some experimentation. Wanling shall first attend to your bath, as it will enhance the circulation of your blood and improve your energy sensitivity, making it more conducive for cultivation." As Wanling prepared to rise, Huang Yu hastily raised a hand to stop her, swiftly retrieving a set of sleepwear before retreating into the bathroom. "Please remain here. I can bathe myself to avoid delaying the process. I jest. I am here to cultivate, and if you accompany me, I will find it difficult to concentrate." Chapter 140, Mastering Energy Sensitivity. Huang Yu, being a man, quickly completed his bath, mindful of the lady's feelings yet finishing in a matter of mere minutes. Clad in a comfortable black sleepwear, he made his way to the bedroom. "Master, please take a seat on the bed in a meditative posture," Wanling indicated, creating space for him beside her. Huang Yu nodded, settling onto the bed in a cross-legged position. As he turned slightly, their gazes locked, and for a brief moment, words escaped them, enveloping the air in an intimate tension. Wanling's expression grew increasingly bashful, and unable to contain herself, she finally whispered, "Would you prefer to cultivate first? Or would you like me to?" Huang Yu blinked, although the refined beauty before him stirred his heart. He was not lacking in female companionship and understood the importance of the task at hand. Let us cultivate first. What must I do?" Wanling sighed inwardly with relief, taking a moment before responding. "Master, I will guide the flow of celestial energy as I did last time, but this time, the technique is one created by the ancient sages of China. Therefore, there is no need for the same caution as before. Just maintain your seated position and close your eyes to experience the circulation of energy." With that, Huang Yu refrained from further discussion, closing his eyes in anticipation of her actions. Observing this, Wanling adjusted her position, sitting behind Huang Yu, her delicate hands resting upon his back as she continued, "Master, this time, the goal is not to fully master the cultivation method, but to familiarize yourself with energy sensitivity. I will also be assessing which technique suits you best. So please take note of the sensations as the energy flows." As she spoke, Huang Yu felt a current of energy flowing into his body from her hands, following a particular trajectory within him. This process seemed intentionally paced by Wanling, making it relatively easy to sense. Gradually, Huang Yu became increasingly immersed in the sensation of energy circulating throughout his being, ultimately succumbing to a state of complete isolation from external stimuli. The only sensation he experienced was that with each breath, the external energy gradually merged with his own, leaving an exceedingly faint trace in his lower abdomen after completing a full circuit within. Is this what they refer to as the energy sea, or dantian? At that moment, the trajectory of the breath's circulation unexpectedly shifted, flowing along a different path. Although it could still leave a trace in the sea of energy, it was noticeably weaker than before. Subsequently, the trajectory of the breath underwent several more changes, preserving varying amounts of energy, yet Huang Yu had grown indifferent to it all. As Zhong Wanling had remarked, the primary objective this time was merely to familiarize himself with the sensation of energy, not to master the cultivation method entirely. Judging by the current circumstances, he felt rather satisfied. Time slipped away, second by second, and he lost track of how long had passed. Suddenly, Huang Yu sensed that Zhong Wanling had removed her hands from his back. At the same moment, the once steady flow of breath seemed to lose control, gradually dissipating. Instinctively, he sought to guide this breath to continue its circulation, but he could only manage an exceedingly faint portion, the outcome nearly negligible, leading him to ultimately relinquish his efforts. Wanling, why did you stop so abruptly?" He opened his eyes wide, turning back with curiosity, only to find Zhong Wanling collapsed upon the bed, panting heavily. Her sheer nightgown was completely drenched in sweat, subtly revealing certain private areas. However, Huang Yu had no time to admire this sight. It was clear that Zhong Wanling had exhausted herself, prompting him to quickly rise and support her, allowing her to lean against his shoulder. After taking several deep breaths, she managed to muster a faint smile and explained, "Master, you entered a meditative state just now, clearly having grasped the sensation of energy. I never anticipated you would succeed on your first attempt." It turned out that earlier, after guiding Huang Yu through several sets of techniques, she had intended to cease her efforts. Yet, despite repeated prompts, Huang Yu remained unresponsive. Only then did she realize he had entered a meditative state, a profound mode of cultivation akin to a complete shielding from external stimuli. In light of this, she chose to seize the moment, maintaining her guidance of the breath to aid Huang Yu in further acclimatizing to the sensation of energy until her own strength waned, at which point she relinquished her efforts. "I see now. Thank you for your hard work, Wanling. I have indeed become familiar with that sensation of energy. After you withdrew your hands, I attempted to control it to continue circulating, but alas, I was unsuccessful. Huang Yu gently patted her back, his tone tinged with disappointment. Do not be troubled, master. The energy here is sparse and quite chaotic, making cultivation inherently challenging. As it is your first time, your mastery over the sensation of energy is not yet strong, and you are unfamiliar with the meridians and acupoints. Coupled with the blockages within your own pathways, it is only natural that maintaining circulation proves difficult. I have discerned which of the previous techniques is most suitable for you. In the future, as long as you make a few more attempts and familiarize yourself with your own meridians and acupoints, you will be able to sustain the circulation on your own. At that time, I shall assist you in refining your techniques gradually. As he gazed at the exquisite figure in his arms, utterly fatigued, yet still striving to comfort herself, Huang Yu was acutely aware that it was the bond of their soul contract that allowed an ordinary man like him to receive such devoted care from her. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion within. All right, enough of that. You are completely soaked. How about I assist you in enjoying another soak in warm water? Zhang Wanling softly acknowledged, closing her eyes and resting her head on his shoulder. Observing this, Huang Yu wrapped one arm around her back and the other beneath her legs, lifting her effortlessly into his embrace. He then proceeded to the bathroom, gently laying her down in the bathtub after covering her with a towel and turning on the water. Wanling, you've truly worked hard tonight. Take some time to relax. And there's no need to. As the warm water gradually enveloped her body, Zhang Wanling felt some of her exhaustion dissipate. Being a cultivator, her spirit was already revitalized. Opening her eyes, she chose not to continue Huang Yu's sentiment, but instead unexpectedly broached the topic of the charitable organization. My lord, are you serious about what you discussed with the matriarch regarding my role in assisting impoverished students, as well as in alleviating poverty, illness, and disaster? Huh. Why do you suddenly inquire about that? Huang Yu was momentarily taken aback, yet he responded affirmatively. I am indeed serious. In times of poverty, one must cultivate oneself. And in times of prosperity, one should aid the world. I was once a commoner, and now that I possess the means, I naturally wish to assist those suffering in this world. In times of poverty, one must cultivate oneself. In times of prosperity, one should aid the world. Zhang Wanling pondered these words, her body still weary, yet her eyes sparkled with an inexplicable radiance. These are not my words, but rather a timeless adage from ancient sages. You should take your time to soak, and then rest well. I shall return upstairs to sleep tonight. Wait, my lord. Just as Huang Yu intended to turn away, Zhang Wanling called out to him suddenly. Your intentions are noble, and I am in awe. Observing the look of confusion on Huang Yu's face, Zhang Wanling boldly unfurled the towel draped across her. Beneath the water, her silhouette, adorned in delicate fabric, was tantalizingly revealed, exuding an enchanting allure. I implore you to stay tonight, my lord. I am willing to. Chapter 141. The Advantages and Disadvantages of Civilization in the Presence of Shallow Wine. They embraced near the soft jade lamp, their gazes entwined with emotion. Ouch, ouch. She playfully pushed him away, her voice trembling, a blush rising to her cheeks. Attempting to engage again, they found no gap between them, as the flavor of the moment overwhelmed them. They moved closer, their arms entwined, lips brushing, and tongues dancing. After a night passed, Huang Yu awoke once more to the bright light of day. Blinking in confusion, he discovered Zhang Wanling resting her head upon his shoulder, her enchanting eyes gazing at him with deep affection. Wanling, you were so exhausted last night. How is it that you woke before me? Please do not misunderstand. The fatigue I refer to is merely a result of Zhang Wanling assisting him in guiding his energy perception, rather than anything else. Although there has indeed been a moment of intimacy, it was merely superficial. Glancing at his phone, he noted that it was just past 9 o'clock. He was surprised that she had awakened even earlier than himself. Upon suddenly locking eyes with Huang Yu, Zhang Wanling could not help but shyly avert her gaze. As a practitioner, Wanling possessed a stamina that surpassed that of ordinary individuals, and having lived in the palace for many years, rising early had become second nature. Oh, so that is how it is. Thanks to your assistance, I am now able to walk this path. This is Wanling's duty. Her tone suddenly quivered. It was revealed that Huang Yu had shifted slightly, causing their bodies to brush against one another, which made the inexperienced Wanling tremble momentarily, prompting her to subtly adjust her position. However, this inadvertently stimulated Huang Yu, whose body was suddenly enveloped in goosebumps. Drawing in a sharp breath as his chest ignited with warmth, in a swift motion, he flipped over, pinning the lovely maiden beneath him. Their gazes met once again. With no escape, Zhang Wanling turned her head to the side, tightly closing her eyes, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Huang Yu slowly leaned down, placing a gentle kiss upon her fragrant cheek. Gradually, their breaths quickened, and Zhang Wanling reciprocated, eagerly offering a sweet kiss while wrapping her delicate arms around Huang Yu's neck. Approaching noon, after their bathing and having donned fresh attire, the two descended the stairs together. The hall was empty, yet sounds emanated from the kitchen. Huang Yu surmised that Su Jingyun was preparing a meal, as she managed the medicinal kitchen and was also quite adept in culinary arts. In merely half a month, she had not only familiarized herself with the ingredients of earth, but had also mastered the art of cooking to such an extent that even Ling Yi, who had replicated the skills of masters, could not compare. Furthermore, she had judiciously incorporated various medicinal herbs, which were beneficial for health when consumed over time. As long as she was home, the task of cooking was essentially entrusted to her, and today, being the weekend, was no exception. How curious, calculating the time. It should be mealtime. With Su Jingyun in the kitchen, where could they have gone? Huang Yu felt perplexed, and, using their soul contract, discovered that Shi Yuru, Yin Bingqing, and Lin Qingrong were basking in the sun in the courtyard, while Ming Yuzhu was alone in the media room for reasons unknown. As for Ling Yi and Feng Ling, he had no soul contract binding him to them, thus he was unaware of their whereabouts. Master, I shall assist Jingyun in the kitchen, Zhong Wanling suggested, perhaps fearing her sisters would tease her. Very well, do proceed. I shall see what is happening in the courtyard. Huang Yu nodded, and then parted ways with Zhong Wanling, making his way to the courtyard, where he found Shi Yuru and the others frolicking with the little sprites. Even the usually aloof Lin Qingrong could not suppress a smile. Perhaps it is Lin Qingrong's innate ability to command flora that fosters her close bond with the sprites, who incessantly cling to her, despite her reticence with others. She tirelessly assists the sprites in constructing new abodes. Consequently, the courtyard is adorned with climbing roses that have enveloped the entire wall, forming rooms of blossoms specifically for the sprites' habitation. Huang Yu refrains from disturbing them and instead retreats to a gazebo, where Ling Yi is also resting. Upon noticing Huang Yu's arrival, she teasingly remarks with a mischievous grin, "You have extricated yourself from the realm of comfort rather swiftly. I thought you would remain there until the afternoon." "Not so exaggerated. I have control over that," Huang Yu retorts, rolling his eyes. "And how did last night's training fare?" "I sensed the energy." Wan Ling suggested a few more attempts, and I should be ready to cultivate. Why don't you give it a try? After experiencing the sensation of cultivation, Huang Yu is inclined to encourage Ling Yi to join him, yet he is taken aback by her lack of enthusiasm for it. "Never mind, I am not from Earth. My physiological structure differs from yours, so it is highly unlikely to work. Rather than squander time on this, I would prefer to focus on technological advancements. If I could enhance my chip, I alone could bring the entire Earth to its knees. That would certainly be a swifter approach. By the time you cultivate to a level where you can rival the core of Tianhua, Earth would have likely entered the cosmic age for many years." Huang Yu exclaims, unable to suppress his astonishment. Is it truly that formidable? Is this the advantage of technological civilization? To some extent, yes. However, it is fair to say that each has its strengths and weaknesses. Cultivation civilizations excel in individual prowess. Cultivators are often more versatile, able to adapt to various combat environments. The most formidable among them can even directly suppress technological civilizations of the same tier. Yet, their downfall lies in their lengthy growth cycles. Once top-tier combatants are lost, it may take an eternity to regain their vitality. In contrast, the combat strength of technological civilizations tends to favor high offense but low defense. A single cultivator can typically sweep aside a group. But technological weapons can be rapidly produced and deployed. In large-scale warfare, overwhelming firepower makes it nearly impossible for the ordinary combatants of a cultivation civilization to evade, resulting in inevitable casualties. Moreover, even in the face of significant losses, a technological civilization can quickly recover its strength as long as its industrial framework remains intact and its population isn't drastically diminished. The only shortcoming is a lack of top-tier combat strength. For instance, while modern nuclear weapons possess power equivalent to that of a peak cultivator's assault, accurately targeting an adversary poses a considerable challenge. Furthermore, if a cadre of powerful cultivators were to infiltrate the ranks of a technological civilization and engage in guerrilla tactics, the repercussions would be dire. Goodness, just contemplating such a scenario is terrifying. Huang Yu exclaims, horrified by Ling Ye's description. What if a formidable team of cultivators infiltrated our territory, wreaking havoc while holding a significant number of civilians hostage? In this scenario, the side hesitates to employ weapons of mass destruction, fearing the consequences, while conventional arms pose no threat to the adversary. Consequently, the likelihood of eradicating them diminishes, leaving one to helplessly witness their rampant destruction. The only feasible solution would be to resolutely deploy weapons of mass destruction, even at the cost of numerous civilian lives. However, Such an action would likely provoke a deluge of public outrage against the authorities. Indeed, each of the three types of civilizations possesses its own strengths and weaknesses, with none exhibiting an overwhelming advantage. Yet, this discussion has only touched upon two types. What of the biological civilization? Chapter 142, Combat Levels and Eight-Dimensional Attributes. As Ling Yi pondered the inquiry posed by Huang Yu, she furrowed her brow before finally articulating her thoughts. Biological civilizations are rather peculiar, exhibiting a myriad of developmental paths, rendering it challenging to predict their evolutionary trajectories and forms of life. Generally, one can only ascertain the nature of a biological civilization upon encountering it. For instance, without a systematic introduction, who could recognize Chue by air as a biological civilization? My encounters with formidable biological civilizations have been few. I have only interacted with a couple, both of which were at a tertiary level, comprised of mere insects. However, through accessing internal records of the Tianhua civilization, it becomes evident that biological civilizations are characterized by three traits: modification of racial genes, rapid population growth, and exceptional resilience to complete annihilation. Insects? Almost impossible to eradicate? Huang Yu expressed his confusion. Indeed, particularly with biological civilizations that have entered the cosmic age. Their knowledge and skills are inscribed within their genes. Even if their civilization were to face extinction today, as long as a single spark of that civilization ventures into the cosmos and encounters a conducive environment, it is poised for a swift revival. Upon hearing this, Huang Yu blinked and unexpectedly exclaimed, just like what Lu Cixin wrote, insects have never truly been defeated. Even Ling Yi struggled to follow his train of thought. Huh, what are you talking about? Who is this Lu? What insects? Oh, it's nothing, just a line from a science fiction novel, Huang Yu casually explained. Yet, now filled with curiosity ignited by Ling Yi, he quickly posed another question. By the way, Ling Yi, with so many civilizations in the universe, you mentioned combat powers several times. Is there a specific classification of combat power levels in the universe? Upon hearing this, Ling Yi tossed her hair back and couldn't help but comment. I truly wonder how someone from a technological civilization like you can be so interested in cultivation. Isn't it more comfortable to focus on technology? Indeed, while Earth's technology continues to advance, the human desire for cultivation has never waned throughout history. In a universe teeming with civilizations, each has its own criteria for classifying combat power levels. However, I have yet to hear of any standardized system, particularly among technological civilizations. So you don't know either? Huang Yu replied, somewhat taken aback. In matters of cosmic knowledge, Ling Yi typically serves as a guiding light for him. However, this marks the first occasion where she encounters something beyond her understanding. For heaven's sake, the Tianhua civilization is merely a meager level 4 civilization, insignificant in the vast cosmos. How could I possibly know everything? Don't you possess a system ring? You could search for information regarding this aspect within the system. Ling Yi rolled her eyes dramatically, while Huang Yu awkwardly rubbed his nose. He hastily summoned the system and shared the inquiry with Ling Yi. Hey, I assumed you were aware of it. No worries. I'll just ask the system. Come forth. Host, I am here. Please assist me in researching information about the classification of cosmic combat power levels. Check if any related items are available for purchase. Such information does not require a purchase. The system can provide an answer, much like it did when defining the first to third level civilizations. The information relayed by the system left both of them in astonishment. Is it truly this simple? What? You can answer directly? You never mentioned this before. Host, you did not inquire. This response rendered both of them speechless. After a brief pause, Huang Yu shook his head and replied, all right. I admit I didn't ask, but now that I have, please enlighten us. Understood, host. Soon. The system commenced its explanation, and the two listened attentively. The three major level 9 civilizations have amassed the majority of combat data in the universe, establishing a universal classification of cosmic combat power, which ranges from 1 to 100 levels. Taking the level 2 technological civilization that the host belongs to as an example, the most formidable weapon's destructive capability, by conventional standards, would not exceed level 29 and is limited to material attacks. Level 29. I wonder if my elder brother He can reach this level. Every 10 levels constitutes a significant threshold, such as levels 10, 20, 30, etc., while the preceding 9 levels have minor thresholds every 3 levels, such as 1, 4, 7, and so forth. This implies that akin to leveling up in combat, levels 1, 4, and 7 represent minor hurdles, while level 10 denotes a major one. However, in practical application, individual combat power varies greatly across different dimensions. The combat power is primarily quantified by 8 attributes, material attack, material defense, soul attack, soul defense, attack speed, movement speed, stamina, and soul. The true combat power of an individual is derived from the amalgamation of these 8 values. Material attack, material defense, soul defense, attack speed, movement speed, stamina, and soul. Are these the 8-dimensional attributes in the universe? It could indeed be represented by an 8-dimensional radar chart. However, it is somewhat intricate. And Huang Yu still harbored doubts regarding this. Hey, system, what about an individual's combat experience and techniques? Shouldn't that be considered? This aspect is challenging to quantify. Hence it has not been included. I see, that makes sense. With this thought in mind, Huang Yu suddenly grew curious about his own 8-dimensional attributes and continued to inquire. Hey, the system, I am merely an ordinary individual. Can you ascertain my 8-dimensional attributes? Yes, but it is unnecessary. The system's tone was exceedingly mundane. Yet to Huang Yu's ears, it sounded somewhat off. Being of a low level is simply that. I have declared myself an ordinary person. Even if it is merely level 1 or 2, you could just inform me. What do you mean by unnecessary? System, what does unnecessary imply? The host's 8-dimensional attributes are all below level 1. In the cosmos, such combat power is deemed subpar, thus rendering testing unnecessary. Huang Yu, cursed system, have you wasted all this time merely to mock me? Ha ha ha. Ling Yi could no longer contain her laughter. Ling Yi, what is so amusing? You are likely not much stronger than I am. System, please assist me in testing her 8-dimensional attributes. In response to Huang Yu's indignant request, the accursed system provided this reply. Host, testing another's combat power does not fall within the scope of free services. Activating this service requires the payment of cosmic currency, however. Your current amount of cosmic currency is 0. Damn. Ha ha ha. This is utterly hilarious. Ha ha ha. Ling Yi laughed even louder. Stop laughing. Ha ha ha. Woo. Woo. Huang Yu could no longer tolerate Ling Yi's ridicule and directly covered her mouth. This commotion also drew the attention of the 3 girls, Shi Yuru, Yin Biqing, and Lin Xingrong, and the little sprites. Chapter 143. The ambition of the Mingyu Pearl. What are the master and mistress doing? It seems they are arguing. The master appears quite angry. Should we go and mediate? Upon hearing the little sprites chattering about wanting to intervene, the most discerning Yin Bingqing quickly restrained them. What do you little ones understand? You cannot even bear children. How could you comprehend adult matters? We cannot bear children. But what does that have to do with adult affairs? Yin Bingqing pointed a finger at the head of the sprite that spoke and continued, trust me. It is best not to disturb them at this moment. Hearing this, the little sprites exchanged puzzled glances, still somewhat bewildered. Shi Yuru, noticing their confusion, addressed the little sprites as well. It is best to listen to Sister Yin. You do not understand such matters. Just know that the master and mistress have a good relationship. They are merely joking, akin to your usual playful chases. She then turned to Lin Xingrong, the favorite of the little sprites, and asked, Xingrong, do you agree? However, Lin Xingrong merely shook her head in confusion, indicating she did not understand. Xingrong, alas. Shi Yuru helplessly shook her head. Yuru, what is the point of asking Xingrong? She tends to remain silent when she can, and what does she know of this? Yin Bingqing silently expressed her discontent, noting that Lin Xingrong's personality was exceedingly reclusive, characterized by her infrequent speech and lack of understanding of social nuances. Were it not for her ability to manipulate flora and her diligent work ethic, which ensured the palace gardens were maintained swiftly and efficiently, she would have never ascended to the position of steward. At that moment, Zhong Wanling gracefully emerged, casting a glance around before making her way towards the pavilion. Meanwhile, Huang Yu continued his relentless teasing, and even though he covered Ling Ye's mouth, she still managed to break free and laugh uncontrollably. In a fit of frustration, he resorted to tickling her, opting to allow her to indulge in her laughter rather than stifle her voice. Observing this scene from a distance, Zhong Wanling couldn't help but smile and cautiously approached, bowing while gently reminding, Master, Mistress, lunch is ready. It is time to dine. The sudden interruption caused Huang Yu to feel somewhat awkward, prompting him to cease his previous actions. Ahem. All right, we shall head there at once. Ha ha ha, Huang Yu. You are quite stingy. Ling Yi, having regained her composure, chimed in with laughter. Huang Yu rolled his eyes at her, wishing to change the subject, and turned to the others in the courtyard, announcing, lunch is prepared. Everyone please come inside. Upon hearing this, the little sprites flocked eagerly to the dining area. While Shi Yuru, Yin Biqing, and Lin Xingrong bowed respectfully before gradually making their way indoors. Inside the dining hall, nearly everyone had arrived, with the little sprites munching on fruits at a small table. Given the increased number of guests and Huang Yu's nature as not a slave master, the ladies had grown accustomed to the relaxed atmosphere. Thus, everyone dined together, with Huang Yu seated at the head of the table. and Ling Yi naturally occupying the seat closest to him. However, it soon became apparent that someone was missing. Huang Yu sensed that Ming Yuzhu was still in the media room, so he decided to send a mental command. Ming Yuzhu, it's time for lunch. Everyone is waiting for you. Any matters can be attended to later this afternoon. Upon receiving this directive, Ming Yuzhu, who had been engrossed in her tablet in the media room, trembled slightly. Yes, master, I will be there shortly, she replied quickly. Feeling a wave of relief wash over her. The mental compulsion, though merely a phrase, had caused her heart to skip a beat. Yet, upon gazing at her artistic creation, a seductive smile graced her lips as she hurried to the dining hall, bowing to Huang Yu as she arrived. Master, I apologize for the delay. I had some matters to attend to. Huang Yu, unperturbed, graciously invited her to sit and casually inquired about her activities. Never mind, just take a seat. What could possibly be so urgent that you remained in the media room? Initially, Ming Yuzhu intended to provide a brief response, but unexpectedly, she stepped forward and handed her tablet to Huang Yu. Master, Yuzhu has been entrusted with managing the estate and should therefore dedicate herself wholeheartedly. Recently, she has been designing garments, which may yield profits for you. Observing her earnest demeanor, Huang Yu blinked. Although he was uncertain about the quality of Ming Yuzhu's designs, he instinctively accepted the tablet, for it would be discouraging to undermine her enthusiasm given her diligent efforts. As he scrolled through the designs, he was astonished to find a diverse array of exquisite clothing, clearly tailored for a high-end market. There were traditional styles as well as contemporary ones, some dignified and grand, others vibrant and alluring. If put into production, these creations could very well set off a new fashion trend. I find these garments splendid. Ling Yi, would you care to take a look? Satisfied with the designs, Huang Yu handed the tablet to Ling Yi. However, Ling Yi did not accept it, but instead cast a knowing glance at Ming Yuzhu and remarked, no need. I've seen them as well. The designs are exceptional. I believe we can proceed to production shortly, and we might even wear them ourselves. Ming Yuzhu, seemingly unfazed by Ling Yi's expression, respectfully bowed once more and said, thank you, master, for your praise. I shall ensure the garments are tailored to your specifications. Very well. You've worked hard. Please, take a seat. Otherwise, the food will grow cold, Huang Yu said, returning the tablet to Ming Yuzhu and inviting everyone to dine. Although Ming Yuzhu appeared to smile while taking her seat, her mind harbored its own thoughts. The late emperor was once a fallen noble who, with the aid of a system ring, managed to conquer the realm, yet his cold-heartedness left no room for opportunity. The current master, however, is quite different. It is unfortunate that the bookish Zhang Wanling has gotten ahead of me. You all may play your games, but in the master's eyes, beauty is but a mere embellishment. It is those who can aid in unifying the realm who truly capture his heart. The current mistress is deemed so not for her beauty, but because she is the master's right hand. A soul contract has been forged. Although I may not possess freedom in this life, I, Ming Yuzhu, am far from ordinary. To win the master's heart is to claim the world. Let us commence with these small matters first. Though the position of mistress is currently unassailable, the first among those beneath her shall undoubtedly be me, Ming Yuzhu. This scheme of mine poses no threat to Huang Yu and does not defy his commands. I still acknowledge Ling Yi as the mistress. Though ambitious, it remains within the bounds permitted by the soul contract. Chapter 144. The Great Zhou Tian Transportation Method at dusk, in the master bedroom on the second floor. Huang Yu and Zhong Wanling finished their dinner and retreated to this private space. Their intentions were not of a passionate nature, even in a state of desire. He would not rush upstairs immediately after a meal. Their early ascent together was undoubtedly for the purpose of cultivating their skills. Sitting in the same positions as the previous night, Huang Yu assumed a meditative posture at the forefront, while Zhong Wanling sat behind him, her hands resting against his back. Master, last night you have grasped the sensation of qi, and now it is essential to remember the operational route of the technique. Is it the same technique that exhibited the fastest speed last time? What is its name? Upon hearing Huang Yu inquire about the name of the technique, Zhong Wanling responded, Master, this technique was discovered by Wanling in ancient Taoist texts, known as the Great Zhou Tian Transportation Method. It is divided into 4 realms, refining essence into qi, refining qi into spirit, refining spirit back to emptiness, and refining emptiness to unite with the Tao. However, regrettably, the technique is incomplete. The later characters are obscured, and currently, only the stage of refining essence into qi is intact. An incomplete technique? Huang Yu asked with concern. Do not worry, Master, she reassured him. Its theory shares commonalities with the Great Seal technique. In the future, Wanling will assist you in perfecting this technique. For now, focus on your meditation and memorize the operational route of the technique. Although Huang Yu initially worried about the potential issues arising from the incomplete Great Zhou Tian Transportation Method, He calmed himself upon hearing Zhong Wanling's words, attuning to her guidance and familiarizing himself with the flow of the qi. However, this familiarity exhausted Zhong Wanling as she withdrew her guidance. Huang Yu had already nearly memorized the operational route of the Great Zhou transportation method and attempted to sustain the technique's flow once more. This time, he successfully controlled the qi for a brief period, but alas, he soon lost control again. Nevertheless, thanks to her assistance, Huang Yu sensed that the qi in his lower abdomen had strengthened somewhat. He embraced Zhong Wanling and made his way to the bathroom. They had previously shared an intimate relationship. Although she felt a bit shy, she allowed Huang Yu to remove her garments, and they both immersed themselves in the warm water. Wanling, I appreciate your efforts once again. I can now barely manage to control that qi for a while, and it may not be long before I can practice on my own, he expressed. Hearing Huang Yu mention his progress, Zhong Wanling, resting wearily against his chest, smiled and replied, That's wonderful. Wanling's efforts have not been in vain. By the way, does that qi within me have a name? Is it Yuanli, Lingli, or perhaps Xinqi? Nayli? Huang Yu continued to inquire, tenderly massaging her temples. Thank you for your concern, master. The ancient texts simply refer to it as qi. In the Great Seal civilization, there are different terminologies, but Wanling does not know how to express it in Chinese. Ultimately, it is all energy from the heavens and the earth. You may name it as you wish. As for its lack of efficacy, it is merely because it is still feeble. Once it grows stronger, you will discover its remarkable uses. Then let us call it Yuanli, Huang Yu suggested whimsically. He then proceeded to ask, by the way, does Yuanli possess attributes? For instance, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth? Indeed, the energy in this world is primarily categorized into 9 attributes: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, yin, and yang. The composition of all things in the universe relies on these 9 attributes of energy. If one is innately attuned to a particular attribute, practicing techniques aligned with that attribute will yield greater results with less effort. Oh, what attribute do I possess? Huang Yu inquired. Confronted with this dilemma, Zhong Wanling hesitated momentarily, prompting Huang Yu to offer reassurance. If you are unsure, it matters not. I shall seek Feng Wuji for assistance in examining the matter, he suggested. No, master, Wanling replied candidly, not everyone possesses affinity with the attributes. Most individuals exhibit only average affinity towards the 9 attributes, cultivating attribute-less techniques that allow for the absorption of all energies, yet their cultivation speed remains rather lackluster. Hence, it implies that I am quite the inept cultivator. Upon hearing Wanling's voice diminish, Huang Yu discerned her meaning, and his expression darkened somewhat. Observing his demeanor, Wanling comforted him, saying, Do not fret, master. Such prodigies with affinity are indeed rare. The majority are but ordinary folk. I am no different, yet I can still cultivate, in this way. I am not hindered by attribute constraints. Yet, Huang Yu soon found solace. Enough with the consolation. I, Huang Yu, am merely an ordinary person. Everything I possess today was once beyond my wildest aspirations. How could I feel despondent over my mediocre talent? After years of labor, I may not boast much, but my ability to regulate my mindset is commendable. Master, your broad-mindedness is admirable, Wanling acknowledged, but my words are not mere platitudes. Even without affinity, we may not be weaker than others. We 6 serve as a testament to that. Oh, pray, elucidate, Huang Yu said, intrigued. Young sister Ling Rong possesses an innate affinity for the wood attribute. Being the youngest, she is also the most gifted. However, her cultivation speed does not exceed that of the other 5 of us by a significant margin, and when confronted by foes wielding metal or fire attributes, she finds herself at a disadvantage. Is Lin Qingrong of the wood attribute? That seems reasonable, given her innate ability to command flora. Moreover, with metal overcoming wood and wood nurturing fire, it is hardly surprising that she falters against those 2 attributes. Yet, her cultivation speed is not markedly superior to the others. This observation likely stems from the fact that, although the remaining 5 lack attribute affinity, their innate talents should not be underestimated. While they may not rival Feng Wuji, that illustrious figure, they certainly surpass me. Furthermore, innate talent is not immutable. It is said that the late emperor, in his youth, was of mediocre potential. Yet after acquiring a treasure that purged impurities from his body, he cultivated at an astonishing rate. Despite lacking affinity, he triumphed over many and ultimately unified the realm. The notion of purging impurities sounds remarkably akin to the effects of a genetic optimization serum. Huang Yu promptly inquired, Wanling, the purging you mentioned, does it manifest as a copious excretion of black filth? And upon completion, does one's physique undergo a marked transformation? Zhong Wanling, taken aback, replied. This detail, I also learned from my research within the palace archives. How did you come by this knowledge, master? Indeed, in approximately 2 months, I shall possess that very treasure you speak of. Haha, Huang Yu exclaimed, his face alight with joy, prompting Wanling's cheerful response. In light of this, I extend my heartfelt congratulations to you, master. Haha, mere words of congratulations are insufficient. Huang Yu chuckled as he uttered this phrase, gently caressing the beauty in his arms. Meanwhile, Zhang Wanling shyly closed her eyes, adopting a demeanor of surrender. Chapter 145. The hidden plan of Ling Yi. Another Friday evening arrived after a fortnight. In the master bedroom on the second floor of the St. Maurice villa, Huang Yu sat cross-legged. Although Zhang Wanling was present, her hands did not support his back. Instead, they faced each other. Indeed, after a month of diligent effort, Huang Yu had finally mastered the technique of the Great Zhou circulation. As he circulated his vital energy within his body, he felt his energy reservoir swell slightly. Satisfied, he opened his eyes and, with a smile, spoke to Zhang Wanling. Wanling, thanks to you, I have finally succeeded. Congratulations, master, on embarking on the path of cultivation. Zhang Wanling replied, her joy evident. Upon hearing this, Huang Yu eagerly summoned the system. Am I now at the first level of power, system? Please assess my current level. Host, I am here. No need for testing. You remain inconsequential. Huang Yu's expression darkened instantly. Haven't I begun my cultivation? How is it that I lack even the power of the first level? Since he had shared the information with Zhang Wanling, she too heard the system's mockery and couldn't help but chuckle softly before explaining, Master, while you have indeed embarked on the path of cultivation, theoretically, your vital energy must coalesce into a whirlwind, circulating in a continuous cycle, to officially enter the first stage of cultivation. You still need to accumulate more energy. All right. I will accumulate it gradually. But how long will this take? Huang Yu asked, slightly vexed. The Earth's environment is not conducive to cultivation. It may take several years. However, Wanling recalls that in his youth, His Majesty quickly formed a whirlwind through medicinal baths. Since you have befriended His Majesty, you might exchange for some medicinal liquid from him. It is best to undergo marrow cleansing before using the medicinal bath, as this will enhance your cultivation efficiency without wasting the medicinal properties. The His Majesty Zhang Wanling referred to as none other than Feng Wuji. Truly remarkable, the abundance of treasures he possesses seems not to be of great value to him. So it should be attainable. However, Huang Yu shifted the conversation abruptly, saying, Wanling, I have noted the medicinal liquid you mentioned, but it is getting late. You should rest well tonight. At first, Zhang Wanling was taken aback, but in the next moment, she comprehended Huang Yu's intention. Does Master wish to accompany the matriarch? Of course. For more than half a month, Huang Yu had summoned her here every night for cultivation, and after their sessions, they both knew what to do, thus neglecting Ling Yi, the rightful queen, for far too long. In the master bedroom on the third floor, Ling Yi sat at the head of the bed. Her arms crossed over her chest, seemingly lost in contemplation. Having refreshed herself, she now wore an alluring yet comfortable white silk nightgown. The developments over the past fortnight had been quite favorable. The user count for the Jiuzhou 10 system was nearing the billion mark, effectively dominating the domestic market. However, at this juncture, it was imperative for the government to introduce relevant legislation. I shall observe how you proceed. Indeed, after more than a month of gradual acceptance, aside from a few exceedingly impoverished and backward groups, the Jiuzhou 10 system had become an indispensable part of the lives of the Huaxia people. Now, anyone who were to suddenly part ways with their assistant would likely find themselves in a state of distress. For once one has grown accustomed to the convenience of artificial intelligence, who would willingly endure its abrupt absence? Unless, of course, a crisis involving intelligent machinery were to arise. Despite Jiuzhou Group's unwavering commitment to free services thus far, a substantial monopoly had taken shape under these circumstances, and it was certain that the state would impose restrictions, though the extent remained uncertain. Thus, Ling Yi had been discreetly monitoring all pertinent information from above, preparing herself for any necessary responses. The four industries of entertainment, jewelry, apparel, and perfume had also found their footing, but it appeared that among these individuals, only Yin Biqing and Ming Yuzhu were truly capable of being retained. Lin Qingrong, on the other hand, was best left unsaid. Her excessively reclusive nature rendered her suitable only for mundane tasks, though Su Jingyun appeared aloof. She possessed a compassionate heart and could not bear to see the common folk suffer. Compared to management, she was more suited to the medical field, capable of overseeing the healthcare sector, but inadequate to handle the complexities of an entire region's affairs, at best serving as a director. Shi Yuru excelled in classical dance and had sufficient artistic cultivation to oversee the entertainment industry. However, her ability to adapt to the modern fast pace remained to be seen. and her overly gentle disposition made her unfit even for the role of regional director. Yin Bingqing, albeit somewhat capricious, had a discerning eye, and her jewelry designs were indeed exquisite treasures. Entrusting her with 12 tons of gold was a prudent use of resources. Within a mere half-month, she had not only turned a profit but had also begun expanding methodically, making her suitable for the position of president in a specific region. Lastly, Ming Yu, with her profound scheming and ruthless methods, had launched clothing and perfumes that had garnered considerable acclaim from the so-called upper class, generating profits that surpassed even Yin Bingqing's and expanding at a swifter pace, all while cultivating relationships with the wives of influential families. Reflecting on this, Ling Yi cast another glance at her silk nightgown. The design was indeed remarkable, albeit her ambitions appeared somewhat excessive. Did she aspire to supplant me? That remained to be seen. If she could not even manage a court lady emerging from a third-tier civilization, what would that say of my years as a general? Humph. The Legion commander of the Tianhua civilization, equivalent to a theater commander in present-day Huaxia, was a title Ling Yi held with pride. Even if Ming Yu were to ascend as president of a particular region, she possessed unwavering confidence in her ability to keep her in check. However, the subsequent thought that crossed Ling Yi's mind emanated an aura of perilous intensity. By the latest Lunar New Year, the outpost vehicle would be delivered, allowing me to commence the refinement of my chip. Initially, her decision to exchange her own genes for the outpost vehicle from lower was indeed driven by Earth's inadequate industrial manufacturing capabilities, which hindered the realization of numerous plans. She had not lied about that. Yet, Huang Yu refrained from inquiring about the specifics of these plans, and she, naturally, chose not to divulge them. Although it would require many years of effort, once I succeeded, at that moment, Huang, the constraints you imposed will no longer bind me. Contemplating the weight of the hatred she bore, the entire legion of comrades, some slain, including the prince she pledged allegiance to, and others sold into servitude, including herself. Now, the opportunity to lift the constraints lay before her. A chilling brilliance suddenly erupted in Ling Yi's eyes. Just then, a knock on the door interrupted her reverie, followed by Huang Yu's voice. Ling Yi, open the door. It's me. Chapter 146. Success will change nothing. Ling Yi, open the door. It's me. Huang Yu stood at the door for a moment before it swung open, revealing a Ling Yi who momentarily left him in a daze. Fresh from her bath and devoid of makeup, she exuded an enchanting allure, accentuated by the sultry white silk nightgown she wore. The gown's form-fitting design showcased her exquisite figure flawlessly, with the deep neckline tracing an elegant curve across her delicate skin, revealing her refined collarbone and voluptuous curves. The white silk shimmered softly under the light, the intricate lace patterns reminiscent of the captivating ripples on a moonlit lake, where beauty and temptation merged seamlessly in that moment. What's the matter? Have you forgotten me after just half a month? Ling Yi teased, observing Huang Yu's reaction, her demeanor still somewhat frosty, yet in this atmosphere, it rendered her even more enticing, to the extent that Huang Yu remained oblivious to her subtle change. It appears I am utterly captivated by your charm. When did you acquire this nightgown? I've never seen you wear it before. You've been preoccupied with your cultivation for the past half-month, so of course, you're unaware of the affairs of the group. Ming Yu's designs are indeed quite remarkable. Many from the so-called upper echelons adore them. She designed this? Naturally. She has created numerous garments, some even more alluring and seductive than this. Perhaps you should head downstairs tonight. I could ask Ming Yu to don the most provocative outfit. Ling Yi raised an eyebrow, reverting to her playful demeanor. Oh dear, I've come all this way, and you wish to shoo me away? Huang Yu remarked as he wrapped an arm around Ling Yi, leading her into the bedroom and shutting the door behind them. I missed you after half a month. Do we not see each other every day? What are you thinking? Can it be the same? You are the mistress of this household, my legitimate wife. If you do not come here often, one might mistakenly believe I have abandoned you. Am I truly that kind of person? Perhaps. Slap. Ah. Why did you hit me? Ling Yi was taken aback by the sudden blow. You have sullied my reputation. It was deserved. It turned out to be Huang Yu, who had playfully smacked her on the backside. Ugh. Ling Yi rolled her eyes as Huang Yu pulled her down onto the bed beside him. How has your cultivation progressed over the past half-month? I can now maintain the operation of my cultivation technique independently, but to attain first-tier strength, I still need to accumulate a significant amount of primordial energy. I plan to wait for the gene optimization serum to arrive before requesting some auxiliary elixirs from Feng Wuji. Oh, impressive. I just wonder if that child has grown tired of his games. If not, I could design a game with a social theme. When he tires of his old games, we could trade, and we might as well venture into the gaming industry. Very well, I appreciate your efforts. Huang Yu smiled and kissed Ling Yi's cheek. Ling Yi chuckled in response, stating, it's merely a trifle. It can also serve as a means of revenue. Revenue? Speaking of which, how much does the corporation possess at present? Upon hearing this, Huang Yu suddenly grew curious. Well, excluding real estate and the several tons of gold, we currently have 74 billion in liquid assets on the books. This is after considerable expenditure due to recent expansions. Otherwise, it would have certainly surpassed 100 billion by now. Wow, so much. The company has developed rapidly over the past half-month. Let me tell you. After a while, Huang Yu finally finished listening to Ling Ye's account and could not help but express a sense of nostalgia. Who would have thought that just 3 short months ago, I, Huang Yu, was merely an ordinary worker with barely over 20,000 on my card, looked down upon by a woman? Yet here I am, 3 months later, with assets exceeding 100 billion and over 70 billion merely in liquid funds. At this point, he could not help but smile at Ling Ye. Moreover, I have such a beautiful and capable wife. You seem a bit unusual tonight. You're not running a fever, are you? Huang Yu, usually socially awkward, suddenly became so affectionate that Ling Yi momentarily could not believe it. She instinctively reached out to check his forehead. Slap. Why did you hit me again? Huang Yu playfully smacked her backside once more. A hint of displeasure in his voice. Who was the one with a fever? How is it that when I finally muster the courage to compliment you, you show no appreciation? If you continue this way, I might refrain from complimenting you in the future. Is it not you who is acting strangely? You would never have spoken so much before. Can't I just miss you? Huh? Is it wrong for me to miss you? In his frustration, Huang Yu suddenly pinned Ling Yi beneath him, launching playful attacks with his hands. Haha, all right, I understand, I was wrong, I admit it, haha. Upon hearing her pleas for mercy, Huang Yu finally relented. This isn't excessive at all. Ling Yi took a moment to pause, resting her head against Huang Yu's chest, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat as she seemingly nonchalantly inquired. Huang Yu, may I ask you something? What is it? What could you possibly want to ask me? It's not another name you wish to bestow, is it? Huang Yu blinked, instinctively assuming she was about to suggest yet another name. What name? I recently came across some information that left me feeling rather unsettled, and I wish to hear your perspective on it. Feeling unsettled? Well, do share. Why is it that so many individuals, when faced with adversity, can be so intimately connected with their friends or partners, offering unconditional trust and support, yet once they attain wealth and success, they elevate themselves and often discard their former friends and partners as if they were worthless? Do people inherently change? The moment this question escaped her lips, it immediately piqued Huang Yu's attention. Why do you suddenly ask this? You haven't been consuming too much of that toxic online wisdom, have you? Leading you to doubt my loyalty? Not at all. I know precisely who you are. I merely find myself pondering why so many can only endure hardship together, yet cannot share in prosperity. Is that so? Huang Yu sensed something amiss, but considering Ling Yi was no naive woman who would pose a question meant to entrap him, he pondered briefly before responding earnestly. One reason might be that most people currently face insufficient material conditions, which means that their unions are primarily based on economic foundations. When both parties are struggling, they stand on equal footing, relying on one another, fostering an intense intimacy. Yet, when one party ascends to wealth through their own efforts, they may come to view the other as unworthy, a hindrance, and thus a rift forms. Some may go so far as to hastily sever ties. Perhaps as economic conditions improve and interpersonal relationships no longer hinge so critically on material needs, such occurrences will diminish significantly. Just like us, with our current affluence, there is little room for discord over material concerns, right? If there are issues in our relationship, then open communication would suffice. I sought your opinion. Why did you have to redirect this to us? Upon hearing Huang Yu steer the conversation back to their relationship, Ling Yi playfully punched his chest and pressed on. And what of the other side? All right. Let us not discuss us. How could we be entangled in such matters? The other aspect, which I believe is of utmost importance, is this. Whether a person can endure hardship and share in prosperity ultimately reflects their character, no matter the rationale. If an individual can only withstand adversity but cannot partake in wealth, it simply indicates that they are a thoroughly selfish person, a refined egoist. The sole reason for their camaraderie with another is the potential benefit they derive from that relationship. When such interests cease to exist, the so-called intimate relationships likewise dissipate. Conversely, a truly good person, regardless of wealth or poverty, will not alter their affections. Alas, such virtuous individuals are often the ones who find themselves threatened or unceremoniously discarded. Success does not transform one's essence. It merely amplifies an individual's inherent nature. Good people become better, while bad people become worse, and thus it transpires. Chapter 147. Starting a new success does not change anything. It merely magnifies a person's intrinsic character. Ling Yi murmured, her gaze emanating an inexplicable brilliance. Just moments before, Huang Yu's heartbeat had been remarkably steady, indicating that these words were spoken from the depths of his heart. Yet, in truth, Huang Yu harbored some doubts. When a woman begins to harbor suspicions, imagining her partner's infidelity, she resorts to veiled inquiries and indirect questions to uncover his true thoughts. Regardless of whether the man has betrayed her, the relationship is likely to end, for once suspicion arises, the accusation is already established. Ling Yi, what is the matter with you today? Why the sudden inquiry? Huang Yu furrowed his brow, yet Ling Yi steadfastly maintained her stance. Did I not mention? I came across numerous pieces of information online that left me feeling rather unsettled. But I can't shake the feeling that you. Huang Yu remained somewhat skeptical, intending to probe further, when Ling Yu unexpectedly turned, straddling him and pinning him beneath her, a flirtatious smile gracing her lips. Let us not dwell on this. Hearing your response has eased my mind. As a reward, you shall remain still tonight, while I take the lead. Huh. Before Huang Yu could fully comprehend, Ling Yi's lips were upon his, silencing him with a passionate kiss. Instinctively, he wrapped his arms around her shoulders, closing his eyes to relish the moment. The following morning, though it was Saturday and work was not required, Ling Yi awoke early, as was her custom. Once she regained consciousness, she gently removed Huang Yu's arm from her body and slowly knelt upon the bed. Though still clad in her silk nightgown, one strap had slipped down, revealing a hint of her delicate form. As she gazed at the still slumbering Huang Yu, Ling Yi reached out to softly caress his cheek, her expression tinged with melancholy. Her choice to become his partner had been a desperate gamble, a last-ditch effort that risked everything she held dear. Through the analysis of vast data, it was evident that this man was sentimental and treated those close to him with kindness. Last night's exchange indicated that he remained unchanged. However, the power he currently wielded was still a far cry from the aspirations she envisioned. One could only wonder if, upon truly becoming the sovereign of the entire planet, he would still retain his current mindset. Huang Yu, you are wonderful as you are now. Do not disappoint me in the future, or else. Upon uttering those words softly and ceasing further contemplation, Ling Yi gradually lowered her head and placed a gentle kiss upon Huang Yu's cheek. She then tidied the blankets, carefully descended from the bed, and made her way to the bathroom. Yet, at the very moment she closed the bathroom door, Huang Yu abruptly opened his tightly shut eyes, though his brows remained slightly furrowed. Indeed, he had already awakened. After days of cultivation, although still unremarkable, his entire demeanor had transformed, and he had largely abandoned the habit of indulging in slumber. However, sensing something peculiar about Ling Yi's state, he had merely feigned sleep. Ling Yi, what do your words truly signify? Do you still hesitate to fully trust my character? After pondering for a moment with his eyes closed, when he reopened them, his expression had grown somewhat grave. Do not let me disappoint you, otherwise, what might you do? Ling Yi, has that unreliable restriction left by Hua Guang truly? No. If you had already liberated yourself from the restriction and harbored intentions to kill me for my system ring, the opportunities for you to act would be plentiful. Ling Yi, is the method you once mentioned to lift the restriction ready for implementation? Yet, the words you just left behind, do they indicate your lingering doubts, a contingency plan for if I were to wrong you in the future, thereby becoming your greatest leverage for rebellion? With such thoughts, Huang Yu suddenly threw off the covers and sat up, feeling a surge of turmoil within. Here he was, simply accompanying his wife. Yet this chain of suspicion had unexpectedly emerged. What kind of situation is this? To eliminate her, to avert future troubles? That was conceivable at our first acquaintance, but now, it feels increasingly difficult to take such action. Yet, he could not entirely entrust his life to another, even to his closest companion. This could not continue. A new path must be forged, one that establishes a cadre entirely his own, unencumbered by the interference of others. Having come to this realization, Huang Yu's demeanor shifted markedly. Ling Yi, I shall not let you down, but you must also refrain from disappointing me. System, assist me in locating a bodyguard skilled in concealment and formidable in combat, with a physique and appearance akin to that of Earthlings. Understood, host. This time, Huang Yu opted once again for mental communication with the system, making not a sound. Soon, a series of products appeared on his retina, and he swiftly began to peruse, seeking the most suitable option. After numerous transactions, he had garnered some insights. Although transactions in lower civilizations predominantly relied on barter, making face-to-face negotiations seemingly essential for gauging the success of a deal, this was not entirely the case. Through the merchant's data, the types of goods, and the wording within product details, one could generally infer the likelihood of a successful transaction. However, without Ling Yi by his side, he had no choice but to meticulously sift through each option alone. At long last, after tirelessly examining dozens of products, Huang Yu finally pinpointed his target. The Shadow Clan Slave, a product of a third-tier cultivation civilization. The Shadow Clan, originally a second-tier cultivation civilization from the same planet as ours, is a peculiar energy life form endowed with remarkable camouflage abilities, capable of replicating any characteristic and aura of its target. Price is negotiable. Chapter 148, Caradon. The Shadow Clan. Is it truly so extraordinary? Upon perusing the detailed description of this species, Huang Yu felt a stir of astonishment. The Shadow Clan is indeed a bizarre energy life form, able to alter its appearance at will, and can flawlessly disguise itself as any target. Even when injured, it can emit simulated blood. The sole vulnerability lies in the target's cultivation level, aura, memories, and habits, which the Shadow Clan cannot mimic, making it relatively easy for those familiar with the target to detect inconsistencies. However, the most astonishing aspect of this species is that it lacks a soul. Its essence is a black life crystal core, rendering it impervious to soul attacks. Yet, it can mimic the soul's fluctuations, allowing it to blend seamlessly into crowds, making it nearly impossible to locate. Such a formidable race would be unparalleled for assassination and espionage. One wonders how this merchant from a third-tier cultivation civilization manages to enslave them. From the merchant's information, it is revealed that he is named Caradon, a male human entity, possessing a physique reminiscent of an earthling, draped in a golden cloak adorned with intricate purple patterns. The cloak obscures most of his form, preventing Huang Yu from discerning any physical differences from humans. However, the face revealed beneath the hood is entirely dissimilar, as he possesses neither mouth nor nose. Only a pair of crystalline purple eyes, dark skin, and a ring of black keratin protrusions resembling a beard are visible. It remains a mystery how this species communicates, consumes food, and breathes. Such a curious life form, though it bears no relevance to me. According to the details, this Caradon seeks items that could aid in meditation, with modest effectiveness yet requiring to be inexpensive and abundant. Huang Yu pondered over the merchant's several needs, swiftly formulating a few potential options in his mind. Whether they would suffice remained uncertain. Nonetheless, it was best to inquire. As Huang Yu contemplated reaching out to the system to contact Caradon, he was suddenly interrupted by the sound of the bathroom door opening. He turned to see Ling Yi, clad in casual women's attire, approaching. Upon noticing him seated cross-legged on the bed, she expressed her confusion. Huang Yu, you're awake. Why aren't you lounging in bed today? A faint smile crept across Huang Yu's face as he cryptically replied, I fear that if I linger too long in bed, I might one day meet my end there. Since you've finished your wash, I shall take a bath as well. With that, he rose from the bed in his bare state, prompting Ling Yi to quickly avert her gaze, exclaiming in mild annoyance, Oh dear, why don't you at least put on some shorts before getting out of bed? We've seen each other in the nude so many times already, why should we be concerned? Is it really necessary? Humph, I want to discuss this further. I'm heading down now to wash up and then join you for dinner. Ling Yi, not comprehending his intent, turned and left after uttering those words, closing the door behind her. As Huang Yu gazed at the direction of the bedroom door, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. Is it really necessary? Shaking his head, he dismissed his worries and headed straight to the bathroom to cleanse himself thoroughly. He did not rush to contact Caradon immediately, realizing that his previous singular focus on the transaction had caused him to forget that he was still unclothed. To approach someone in such a state would indeed be unseemly. Ling Yi's sudden interruption had reminded him of this potentially embarrassing oversight. That was close. He almost revealed himself. Afterward, Huang Yu exhibited considerable patience, waiting until everyone had finished breakfast and scattered, whether preoccupied or leisurely. Only then did he quietly make his way into the cellar without drawing anyone's attention. He was not much of a drinker, yet the curriculum Ling Yi had arranged included a course on wine tasting. Consequently, he had recently purchased a variety of wines to store here, ensuring that their alcohol content was relatively low in consideration of his limited tolerance. According to her, this was an art form, and the current upper echelons of society embraced it. Future social engagements were inevitable. One need not be a heavy drinker, but familiarity with the process and elegance in execution were paramount. Perhaps the wines he had gathered would prove useful today. System, please assist me in contacting Caradon. In no time, Caradon's image materialized in his line of sight. He was seated in a room, perched upon a chair that resembled a third of a cut egg shell, mysteriously suspended in midair. The room, along with the chair, was adorned in gold hues and embellished with purple patterns, exuding an air of opulence. I'm Caradon, the governing officer of the Elren civilization, a guest from a secondary technological civilization. I wonder what it is that you seek to trade. Despite the lack of visible expression on Caradon's face, a deep voice resonated naturally. Greetings, Officer Caradon. My name is Huang Yu, and I have come to negotiate for some slaves of the Shadow Race. Slaves of the Shadow Race? Pray tell, What would you be willing to offer in exchange? Caradon bypassed pleasantries and delved straight into the matter. Observing this, Huang Yu promptly presented his prepared items. From the product information, I understand you require a substantial quantity of inexpensive goods to facilitate meditation. I have 3 items: red wine, tea leaves, and agarwood. As he spoke, he displayed a bottle of red wine, a packet of tea leaves, and a small piece of agarwood, items he had previously considered and could readily present. Red wine, when consumed in moderation, can invigorate the spirit but should not be overindulged. Tea leaves, when steeped in boiling water, can calm the mind, bring comfort, and alleviate stress. Agarwood, whether worn or burned, possesses the remarkable ability to soothe the mind, promote sleep, and facilitate deep contemplation. However, this effect is specific to my kind. Thus I encourage you to experiment for yourself. Caladon pondered over the 3 items for a moment before nodding and responding. Very well, I shall give it a try. If it indeed aids in meditation and is affordably priced, the Elren civilization will place substantial orders, allowing customers to select their preferences. Should it prove beneficial to you, I would be delighted to continue our exchanges. After speaking, Huang Yu presented the items. His curiosity piqued regarding Caladon's method of experimentation, especially given the absence of a mouth or nose, rendering drinking and smelling impossible. The scene unfolded as Caladon raised his hand to grasp the bottle of red wine. Unlike human hands, one of his hands featured merely 4 fingers. With a swift motion, he neatly severed the bottle's neck. He then cautiously poured a small amount of wine onto the back of his hand, spreading it out. Evidently, they typically absorbed liquids through skin contact. Shortly thereafter, Caladon offered his assessment of the red wine. This won't do. I can perceive that while the red wine you mentioned does assist in meditation and has a calming and relaxing effect, even a slight excess would yield the opposite result, detrimental to both body and mind. Huang Yu was not overly disheartened. If the red wine was unsuitable, there were still 2 items remaining. Next, Caladon opened the package of tea leaves, genuine Anchi Tiguanyin. Without any visible movement, he conjured a sphere of water and a flame. The water sphere was rapidly heated by the flame, soon emitting a plume of steam. Caladon then introduced the tea leaves into the now heated water sphere, extracting a small portion to apply to the back of his hand. After a moment of reflection, he expressed surprise, stating, "The effects of this tea are indeed as you described. It calms the spirit, eases the heart, and alleviates stress. Its contribution to meditation surpasses that of the red wine and is considerably safer. If it is affordably priced, we will engage in substantial orders." Upon hearing this, Huang Yu could not suppress a smile. Although authentic Anchi Tiguanyin is relatively costly and not overly abundant, there is no shortage of inexpensive tea. This tea is a delicacy, thus rather expensive, yet there are ample cheaper alternatives, albeit with slightly lesser effects. That is of no concern. The priority is to ensure a large quantity so that every citizen can partake. Are you truly unperturbed by this? It seemed that this transaction was secure, and through the sale of tea, continued profits could be realized. Given this, it might be prudent to offer them some rare teas. Should such items garner the attention of the elite, driving up prices would yield even greater benefits. With this thought, Huang Yu spoke again. "So, Governor Caladon, do you have any interest in rare teas? Although they are costly, the quality of certain exquisite varieties far surpasses that of the package you currently possess." Unexpectedly, Caladon dismissed the proposal with little consideration. "There is no need. As the governor, I must take into account the welfare of all citizens. While tea indeed aids in meditation, if its price becomes exorbitant, it transforms into a luxury that is not only useless, but may also lead to the corruption and moral decay of certain individuals." His words resonated with conviction, yet Huang Yu instinctively suspected he was merely performing for effect, and thus responded, "I understand, Governor Caladon. However, your integrity and righteousness inspire my admiration. I would like to offer you some rare tea as a gift, not as a transaction, but simply as a token of goodwill. While I appreciate your kind gesture, I must decline. As the governor, I am granted power by the citizens of Elrond, and with that power comes responsibility. Regardless of the circumstances, indulging in luxury is a form of misconduct." Caladon reiterated his refusal, leaving Huang Yu utterly astonished. Is this truly the case? As a civilized governor who holds such a significant artifact as the system ring, Caladon evidently stands as the head of Elrond civilization. Is his awareness truly this profound? A person in such a high position, yet not pursuing personal enjoyment. If this is a fade, it must conceal a higher aspiration. If he is sincere, then it is remarkable. Throughout the annals of Earth's history, one would be hard-pressed to find many individuals of such noble character. Noting Huang Yu's wide-eyed silence, Caladon feared he had inadvertently offended him and quickly added, "I apologize, dear guest, but I genuinely cannot accept your gift. Please do not take offense." "Oh, It's quite all right. Governor Caledon, I'm not upset. I am merely astonished once more by your integrity and righteousness. By the way, there is still a piece of agarwood. You should give it a try. Upon regaining his composure, Huang Yu resumed promoting the remaining piece of agarwood. Although the tea trade was largely finalized, having another item for trade would certainly prove beneficial. Caledon nodded, first grasping the agarwood in his hand to appreciate its texture, then conjured a fireball to ignite it entirely, filling the room with a dense smoke. This caused him some discomfort, prompting him to extinguish the flames with a wave of his hand. He then summoned a gust of wind, dispersing the smoke throughout the room. While this agarwood may not be as effective as the tea, its enduring nature is commendable. However, the smoke produced during combustion is rather uncomfortable. Noticing his hesitation, Huang Yu clarified, in fact, when we burn it, we typically only scrape off a bit of powder. Governor Caledon, you ignited it too vigorously, which is undoubtedly why you feel discomfort. At this, Caledon's expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of embarrassment. So it was my method that was incorrect? Please, dear guest, allow me a moment to try again. He picked up the agarwood once more, extending a finger from his right hand, whereupon purple energy coalesced into a sharp blade. He scraped a small amount of powder from it, igniting it again, which produced only a wisp of smoke this time. The combustion of this agarwood yields a superior effect compared to tea leaves, and the two can be harmoniously combined. My esteemed guest, we do not require extravagant luxuries. However, should the price be reasonable, akin to that of tea, we shall commit to substantial orders. Indeed, tea and incense shall henceforth become the primary commodities in trade with the Elrong civilization, at least until a more effective and affordable alternative is discovered within the Elrong realm. This trade can persist for a considerable duration. Rest assured, the 3 items I have selected are indeed treasures, and whether it be tea or spices, I possess ample economical options. Should you desire, I can arrange for extensive cultivation to ensure a steady supply for you in the future. Very well, dear guest, we may now discuss the terms of exchange. I am curious as to how many Shadow Clan slaves you require, and I am prepared accordingly. Caledon, ever straightforward, saw that both parties had settled on satisfactory goods and promptly proceeded to the next stage of discussion. Yet, Huang Yu harbored some reservations. Wait, Governor Caledon. I still have some concerns. Oh, what worries does the guest possess? Huang Yu furrowed his brow and pondered before speaking. According to the product description, the Shadow Clan lacks souls. Their essence is a black life crystal, impervious to soul attacks. This implies that soul contracts would be ineffective against them. Given this, how do you control them and ensure they pose no threat to me? Upon hearing this, Caledon experienced a moment of clarity. I see now. The guest is concerned about this matter. It is indeed my oversight. I should have noted the control methods clearly. Chapter 150, Finalization and Concealment. As Caledon elucidated, Huang Yu finally grasped how they subjugated the Shadow Clan. Although devoid of souls, the Shadow Clan possesses a critical vulnerability, their life crystals. If damaged, it can lead to confusion of thought, or worse, instant death. After extensive research, the Elrong people discovered a method to completely dominate this race by directly modifying the life crystals of the Shadow Clan, implanting thoughts loyal to the Elrong civilization. Thus, those transformed Shadow Clan members would come to believe, in their very essence, that they were slaves to a particular individual, even willing to sacrifice their lives for such a belief. What a terrifying technology. Governor Caledon, while you have found a method to enslave the Shadow Clan, how do you capture them? With their formidable cloaking abilities, once they blend into a crowd, locating them is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. What methods do you employ to discern their presence? Huang Yu pondered for some time, but could not suppress his curiosity and posed this question. The disguise capabilities of the Shadow Clan are indeed formidable, and they have proven to be the most powerful and tenacious adversaries encountered during the rise of our Elrong civilization. When the two factions initially clashed, a significant number of our high-ranking officials were assassinated or covertly replaced, bringing us to the brink of collapse. It was not until a singular hero acquired the system ring and subsequently developed a secret technique that interconnected the thoughts of all Elrong people, allowing us to perceive each other's thoughts and emotions with clarity, regardless of how perfectly the Shadow Clan may mimic, as long as they appear before us. We can pierce through their facade, thus commence to shift in the dynamics of the war, even if they disguise themselves as mere stones. Any movement would betray them to the countless eyes of the Elrong. Interconnected thoughts? Does that not imply, Governor Caledon, if what you say is true, and everyone can distinctly sense each other's thoughts and emotions, does that not mean that privacy ceases to exist? Indeed, that is the case. Yet it is a necessary price for the advancement of civilization. Consequently, The Elrond civilization achieved perfect equity from the top down. Those born in the lower strata would no longer be overlooked, and the words, actions, and even thoughts of the rulers would be subject to the scrutiny of all citizens. This is precisely the foundation upon which the rapid development of the Elrond civilization relies. While Caledon's facial expression remained largely unchanged as he spoke, Huang Yu could still sense the confidence and pride he held for his civilization through his tone. Indeed, in many respects, such a model represents an ideal state for a civilization's development. In a society where every individual's thoughts and actions are monitored by others, the likelihood of crime approaches zero, allowing genuinely talented individuals to freely showcase their abilities for the benefit of civilization, while the diligent are assured protection of their interests. Particularly, the rulers selected through such a process would possess no opportunity for corrupt favoritism, and they would inherently lack the inclination for such behavior, embodying both virtue and talent. If the ruling class of a civilization consistently maintains integrity and efficiency, the speed of its development can be formidable. However, Huang Yu also contemplated a serious issue. This model effectively coerces everyone into becoming saints, even denying them the right to privacy. It is unrealistic to expect everyone to be so virtuous. Inevitably, some may resist this mode of existence. How then do they address those who oppose it? Though curiosity gnawed at him, Huang Yu stifled his thirst for knowledge and redirected the conversation back to the original matter of trade, a desirable societal structure. Yet it seems nearly unattainable in my civilization. Governor Caledon, let us resume our discussion regarding the trade. How many slaves from the Shadow Clan do you currently possess? Since our conquest of the Shadow Clan, we have intentionally increased their numbers, which now exceed 10 million. Their prices vary according to strength, but none exceed level 29. Over 10 million? That is splendid. Such a number is more than sufficient for my needs. Huang Yu exclaimed with immense joy. If utilized effectively, this could potentially lead to a complete overhaul of a nation from top to bottom. As for the Shadow Clan, whose strength does not exceed level 29, this is likely the result of intentional control by the Elrond civilization. Nonetheless, even such strength is akin to a walking atomic bomb. I am uncertain about the annual production of spices, but as for tea, my homeland alone produces over 3 million tons annually. Given your substantial demand, I shall arrange for large-scale cultivation to ensure a significant supply each year. Thus, both parties will possess ample goods for exchange. The next matter concerns the ratios of exchange. This aspect required considerable discussion, but fundamentally, the more powerful the Shadow Clan slave, the greater the quantity of tea and spices they can be exchanged for. For slaves below level 10, the exchange is measured in hundreds of tons. For those between levels 10 and 19, it is in thousands of tons. For slaves at levels 20 to 29, the exchange is quantified in millions of tons. Indeed, the price escalates by a factor of 100 between each 10 levels. The disparity is immense. Governor Caledon, in the upcoming period, I shall prepare the necessary supplies. I wonder how much material would be needed if I require 2 level 29 Shadow Clan slaves? Since we are to barter, might I as well exchange for the 2 strongest? One shall serve as a bodyguard, and as for the other, well, level 29 Shadow Clan slaves are exceedingly rare, and according to our previously agreed exchange ratio, one would require 10 million tons of tea or spices in return. Cough. Upon hearing this figure, Huang Yu immediately erupted into a fit of coughing. That is rather excessive. 2 would amount to 20 million tons. I am unsure if the entire annual production of tea and spices across the globe even reaches that figure. Never mind. I shall start with a few that are less costly. Acquiring several slaves of level 10 or so would suffice. Apologies, but I am currently unable to provide that quantity. Let us settle for some level 19 ones instead. Would an exchange of 100,000 tons of tea or spices suffice? Huang Yu could only settle for a compromise. No problem at all. We practitioners of civilization enjoy long lifespans. I can wait. Generally, I am online and prepared for contact at any moment. That resolves the matter. Next, we need only to gather sufficient resources. This issue cannot bypass Ling Yi, yet I remain unaware of her true intentions. So it is imperative she remains oblivious to the existence of the Shadow Clan slaves. With this in mind, Huang Yu added, Governor Caledon, I may also wish to exchange for some other items, but could I kindly request that you shield all information regarding the Shadow Clan from my end? Please do not disclose our transaction in front of anyone else. Caledon appeared somewhat puzzled. My dear guest, may I inquire about the reason for this? I apologize, but I cannot elaborate. Suffice it to say that internal issues have arisen. Very well, I understand. Caledon refrained from pressing further, yet internally sighed at the mutual suspicion that permeated the civilization. Chapter 151. The Grand Trade After Lunch. Huang Yu pulled Ling Yi into the living room, leaving her utterly perplexed. Huang Yu, Why are you so eager to bring me here? Is there something you need? Oh, it's like this, he replied. I've been cultivating recently, and although there's Huang Yu, that wealthy fellow, it's unwise to put all one's eggs in one basket. On a whim, I checked the system and discovered a level 3 civilization. I intended to make contact, only to find they require a substantial quantity of tea and spices. Tea and spices? Ling Yi blinked in surprise. Yes, ordinary tea leaves and scents like sandalwood and agarwood. They claim these aid in meditation, and their societal structure is quite unique, emphasizing fairness. Hence, they do not seek out exorbitantly priced rarities. This means we could exchange vast amounts of inexpensive tea and spices for their products. However, I currently only need items related to cultivation, which seems rather wasteful. So, I wanted to see if you could identify something of value, as spices are uncertain. But tea can be harvested at least once a year. They are a significant client, after all. Upon hearing Huang Yu's explanation, Ling Yi finally grasped the situation. You make a valid point. Even if it's not for your cultivation, establishing trade with another civilization is certainly a great opportunity. It's a win-win situation. A smile graced her face as she continued. You truly know how to find something to engage in. Discovering a level 3 civilization in need is no small feat. Hey, haven't I been idle for too long lately? Huang Yu replied, sharing the information about Caradon's shop with Ling Yi. Prior to that, he had taken the liberty to check on the information regarding the Shadow Clan, only to find it no longer accessible. Ling Yi quickly located the results and appeared somewhat astonished. Such an impressive level 3 civilization. They've already approached the threshold of level 4 in certain domains. Huh. How so? Huang Yu was equally surprised, as he had little concept of level 4 civilizations, only knowing they could wage wars across star systems. Level 3 civilizations can construct starships, but when faced with external attacks, they can only choose to evade or withstand. In contrast, the starships of level 4 civilizations can deploy enormous energy shields to protect themselves from harm. Are you suggesting that the Elrond civilization has achieved this technology? Would that not mean they are on the verge of evolving into a level 4 civilization? Precisely. I examined their goods, and their energy shield technology, optical cloaking, and advancements in material science are already comparable to those of typical level 4 civilizations. With some time to consolidate their progress or another technological explosion, they could easily ascend to become a level 4 cultivation civilization. Goodness, we could strike it rich. A trade partner with 1 foot in level 4 civilization. What could they offer in exchange? Huang Yu eagerly inquired. One must savor their meal one bite at a time. Presently, our resources are rather limited. Given the current circumstances, the most advantageous asset for you remains the gravity chamber. Are you not eager to cultivate your abilities? Under conditions of increased gravity, the effects of training are significantly enhanced. We could procure a small-scale gravity chamber, alongside a potion that assists in cultivation. However, Huang Yu can also provide this, and it would be more cost-effective as it could be exchanged for game currency. Therefore, we shall not consider this for the time being. In addition, there are numerous materials that are crucial. When combined with the forward-based vehicle, our plans could progress at an accelerated pace. After listening to Ling Yi's exposition, Huang Yu nodded and continued. Are we limited to utilizing only these 2 resources for now? It feels somewhat regrettable after all. Our current situation remains rather primitive. Many artifacts of the Elrond civilization cannot be employed effectively in our hands, and the most vital components are only available for purchase with cosmic currency. However, once we initiate this process, many future endeavors will become considerably easier. Noticing Huang Yu's somewhat despondent demeanor, Ling Yi offered some words of reassurance before proceeding. I have already selected the items. Please contact the other party to finalize the order, so I can arrange the necessary resources for the transaction. Understood. System, please connect me with Caradon. Huang Yu promptly summoned the system and shared Caradon's image with Ling Yi. Esteemed guest, are you prepared? May I inquire as to who this is? This is my fiancée, Ling Yi, hailing from a level 4 technological civilization. She will preside over this transaction. Perhaps due to the Elrond civilization being on the cusp of becoming a level 4 civilization, Ling Yi took the initiative to greet Caradon. Greetings, Governor Caradon. A level 4 technological civilization, you say? That explains much. Caradon suddenly grasped Huang Yu's concerns. A level 2 civilization individual marrying a level 4 civilization partner would undoubtedly create challenges for the husband. While there may be genuine affection between them, the uncertainty of life and death can evoke profound unease, making it understandable that preparations for contingencies are necessary. However, Caradon's remarks left Ling Yi somewhat perplexed. I see. What do you mean by that? Oh, I merely meant to say that it is understandable why Mr. Huang Yu insisted on waiting for you to make the decision. After all, this is my area of expertise, and it is only natural for me to take the lead. Upon learning the reason, Ling Yi's previous doubts dissipated, considering that she had been the one making decisions in numerous transactions thus far. Nevertheless, they agreed to discuss the specifics of the trade. They required a small gravity chamber and a multitude of materials. Ultimately, after extensive negotiations, both parties finalized a substantial trade agreement. Huang Yu would offer 100,000 tons of tea and spices in exchange for a small gravity training chamber and a plethora of high-end materials from the Elrong civilization, with both sides anticipating a preparation period of 2 to 3 months. This was indeed his first time trading such a substantial quantity of goods. According to Ling Yi, some of these materials could be utilized in the production of high-end chips, others for the manufacturing of advanced batteries, and one type could even serve to create the cables for a space elevator, with countless additional applications. Upon receiving this news, Huang Yu's pupils subtly contracted. Not due to the space elevator, but rather because of that chip. He distinctly remembered that Ling Yi's greatest reliance was that very chip nestled within his mind. Ling Yi, do prepare several 100,000 tons for me when the time comes. Having severed ties with Caledon, Huang Yu cheerfully made this request. What do you intend to do? I wish to exchange for some items related to my cultivation. I will ensure to manage the direction and pricing appropriately. Very well. It's merely some inexpensive tea and spices. A bit more expenditure will suffice. Ling Yi assumed Huang Yu had become enamored with cultivation and readily acquiesced without further thought. Chapter 152. A spark from another world. Since finalizing the substantial trade agreement with Caledon, Huang Yu had spent a tranquil fortnight, maintaining a disciplined routine, attending etiquette classes during the day, and practicing alone at night. Although still an unremarkable combatant, his physical condition had significantly improved, and his vitality was markedly different. With the arrival of the new year, as Earth ushered in a new era, all employees of the Jojo Group were granted a holiday, while Huang Yu chose to drive out alone once more to that remote, vast warehouse. The night prior, maids had sent yet another distress signal. Their counteroffensive had predictably faltered against the overwhelming might of the White Army, suffering catastrophic losses with over 3/4 of their forces decimated, leaving them with fewer than 1,000 soldiers. This was still the result of his utmost efforts to salvage the situation. Fortunately, Huang Yu had provided him with a substantial experience package, allowing for some answers even in such dire circumstances. Equally unsurprising was his foresight prior to the battle, coupled with the army's collapse, which enabled him to offer sound advice when faced with the enemy's relentless pursuit, repeatedly guiding the troops to safety. Through this process, he was ultimately elected as the leader of the organization by the majority, despite the fact that it appeared on the brink of collapse. After a brief respite, he reorganized the troops, disbanding those unwilling to remain and leading a contingent of just over 800 back to the impoverished mountainous region, where the scene resembled a band of beggars armed with firearms. However, this time, he deliberately chose not to bring Ling Yi along. After all, he needed to stand on his own. It was rather unbecoming to be dependent on his wife at every turn. Moreover, until he had mastered all necessary abilities, it was essential to temporarily set Ling Yi aside. What happened thereafter would be inconsequential. System, send a dialogue request to maids. Before long, the disheveled Marnes appeared before him, still in that secluded valley with its enclosed terrain. However, he was entirely cloaked in darkness, and although his physique had significantly improved, he resembled the same state as when they first met. Marnes, why do you look even darker? Have you not yet reached a safe zone? Or do you lack even the time to bathe? In response to Huang Yu's inquiry, Marnes initially attempted to lighten the mood with humor. Haha, doesn't this make me look more like a farmer? The crowd will find me more relatable. Shaking his head, he then adopted a serious demeanor. All right, enough with the jokes. I led the troops in circles for quite some time and finally managed to shake off the enemy's pursuit. We returned to our original base just this morning, but the depletion of supplies during this period has been severe. The resources remaining in the valley are few, and I need to seek your assistance for replenishment. Rest assured, we have ample supplies. Huang Yu gestured grandly, encompassing the surroundings in his view. Aside from the towering piles of grains, oils, and various provisions, there were medicines, cured meats, and even abundant coal, tents, sleeping mats, bedding, and daily necessities. Upon witnessing this scene, Marnes finally smiled. Haha, I knew I could count on you. At such a time, a hearty meal can significantly boost morale. The medicines can treat the wounded, the coal provides light and warmth, and the tents and bedding allow the soldiers to rest well. And those daily necessities, ha ha ha. However, after the laughter subsided, Marnes expressed a hint of regret. It's a pity we lack weapons and ammunition. If we had sufficient armaments, I would dare to orchestrate a significant operation in no time. You'll have to figure out the weapons and ammunition on your own. I don't know how long we'll have to wait here. In my country, if a private individual attempts to procure arms, it won't be long before they face dire consequences. Upon hearing Marnes's persistent thoughts on weapons and ammunition, Huang Yu rolled his eyes. Hey, I'm just eager. You are truly our logistics minister. Marnes chuckled, and then, as if suddenly recalling something, he pulled out a note and handed it over, scribbled with some Chinese characters and Arabic numerals. Here. This is the size chart of the soldiers you asked me to compile the other day. When can we expect the new uniforms to arrive? It will be ready soon. Just hold on. I will contact you once it is prepared. 2 sets for each soldier, correct? Yes, 2 sets will suffice. It turned out that during their communication the previous night, Marnes mentioned that the battle had been so fierce that many soldiers' clothing was already in tatters, and now it was practically rags, leaving many inadequately covered. Hence, he sought to order more military uniforms, not overly extravagant in design, but assuredly durable. That's easily arranged. Huang Yu directly handed him a measuring tape, instructing him to take height measurements, and later order a batch of camouflage uniforms online, with an assistant present. Even if his handwriting was not elegant, it would still be decipherable. To his surprise, within just 2 days, he had completed the measurement. All right, I will send the supplies to you now. Great. Thus, a vast azure luminescence swiftly traversed the expanse before vanishing, and the mountains of supplies amassed in the warehouse were seamlessly transferred to the valley on the side of Marnes, who could hardly contain his glee. Marnes, what is your next course of action? Upon hearing Huang Yu's inquiry, Marnes beamed even wider, placing his hands on his hips, exuding confidence as he replied. We are the red pioneers of this world, yet mere red descendants in yours. I have long contemplated the path ahead, although we are currently outmatched. The enemy's dominion in this impoverished mountainous region is feeble, which is precisely why I chose to establish our base here. Henceforth, I shall emulate your forebears, continuing to reorganize our forces, refine our organizational structure, while simultaneously conducting guerrilla warfare in these mountains, nurturing our rural stronghold, and expanding our troop numbers. The 2 venerable ancestors of your world, along with your mentors and instructors, are remarkable figures. With their theoretical guidance, supplemented by your material support, our modest revolutionary spark will undoubtedly illuminate the dark wasteland of Adair. Observing Marnes' fervent demeanor, Huang Yu could not help but burst into laughter. Haha. Indeed. Otherwise, what a waste of your system ring, and the experience package and abundant supplies I provided. The conditions you now possess are far superior to what they had back in their day. Yes, this is trivial. What a true squander. Ha ha ha. After severing communication with Marnes, Huang Yu did not linger but swiftly departed the warehouse in his vehicle, for the genetic optimization serum was soon to arrive. He feared that should it catch the eye of the wrong person, it might incite trouble. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but grumble. Laurel, oh Laurel, when will your serum be ready after all this time? Unexpectedly, as if summoned, Laurel initiated contact. Host, Laurel has sent you a dialogue request. Chapter 153, The Long-Awaited Serum. Laurel? You come to seek me at this hour. Could it be? The moment the thought crossed his mind, Huang Yu's expression ignited with excitement. However, rather than slamming on the brakes, he skillfully maneuvered into a parking space at the roadside and came to a gentle halt. System. Connect. Quickly. Before long, a pale-skinned, robust bald man appeared on his retina, none other than the long-absent Laurel. At that moment, he donned a rough gray robe, situated within a pristine white room. Laurel, your visit at this time signifies the completion of my serum, does it not? Huang Yu's heart raced, dreading a negative response. Fortunately, Laurel did not engage in any suspenseful games. Instead, he smiled and affirmed, Indeed, your genetic optimization serum is complete. The forward base vehicle will take another fortnight. And fearing you might not endure the wait, I have brought the serum to you. Upon hearing this, Huang Yu could no longer contain his joy and erupted in laughter. Wonderful. Ha ha ha. After half a year, do you have any idea how I have spent the past 6 months? I have been a recluse for half a year, avoiding public appearances whenever possible. I feel as though I am on the verge of decay. Where is that item? Hurry and send it over. Quickly. Ha ha. It is stored in my personal space. Though this item can now be mass-produced, if it were to shatter, you would have to wait a little longer. Upon saying this, Lore sent the potion over, and Huang Yu, fearing it might break, promptly placed it into his own storage space. Sensing the syringe resembling a handgun, along with the pale yellow liquid it contained, Huang Yu's smile widened. At that moment, Lore spoke again. Your Excellency Huang Yu, before you proceed with the injection, there are some matters that must be clarified. Firstly, do not eat prior to the injection. Soon after, you will swiftly fall into a state of unconsciousness, which will persist for several hours. Simultaneously, your body will expel a considerable amount of impurities, which are quite filthy and have a strong odor. It is advisable to use this in the bathroom and cleanse yourself upon awakening. As for the effects, not only will you become taller, stronger, more perceptive, and even more intelligent, but many flaws in your genetic makeup will also be rectified, making it unlikely for you to fall ill in the future. Moreover, according to the wishes of you and Lady Ling Yi, this potion will break the reproductive barrier between you, meaning you can now conceive offspring. Upon hearing this, Huang Yu's smile abruptly froze. Just 6 months ago, he had intended to live a solitary life, yet now he was faced with the possibility of becoming a father, causing a tumult of emotions within him. Although there was a barely perceptible, yet real, rift in his relationship with Ling Yi, as long as his desires could be fulfilled, he felt a sense of control over everything. Thus, this revelation did not hinder their potential for procreation, but was he truly prepared to embrace fatherhood? Your Excellency? Huang Yu? Noticing Huang Yu's unusual demeanor, Lord called out to him twice, pulling him from his reverie. Ah, Lord, what is it? You seem less than pleased to hear that you could have children with Lady Ling Yi. Is there some issue in your marital relations? Lord stroked his chin, speaking with a hint of curiosity. I am not. I haven tea. Please do not jump to conclusions. Huang Yu vehemently denied. Really? I do not believe you. Actually, knowing that I might become a father has suddenly made me feel a bit unsettled. Huang Yu was indeed speaking truthfully. I see. Relax your mindset. I felt the same way when my first child was born. However, most men ultimately go through this stage. It is a common experience. Lore offered comforting words as one who had been through it. All right. You need not concern yourself with my personal matters. Are there any other precautions regarding the potion? Cautions have dissipated. However, the research on Ms. Ling Ye's genes continues. Although it may not extend lifespan, once successful, it could significantly delay aging. When my research reaches fruition, I will inform you. Should you express interest, I can assist in further optimizing your genes. Additionally, the gene serum you possess is now ready for mass production. If you require more, you may place an order with me. A few specialty items in exchange would suffice, as you have several intriguing items on your side. It is evident that Laurel wishes to continue the business of gene serums, yet Huang Yu remains indifferent, as he has already embarked on his own cultivation journey and is not concerned about lifespan in the short term. Nonetheless, this gene optimization serum could indeed serve as a strategic asset. On a smaller scale, it could win over certain individuals, and on a grander scale, it could advance racial gene enhancement. Thus, Huang Yu set his sights on the formulation. Specialty items? You are indeed into collecting, are you not? That is acceptable, however. Exchanging a small amount each time is rather cumbersome. Why not select a few more items of interest and simply sell me the formula? Certainly, Laurel did not refuse. But his next statement doused Huang Yu with cold water. However, it must be exchanged for cosmic currency. This transaction does not accept barter. Very well. I currently do not possess even a fraction of a cosmic coin. We shall discuss this later. Perhaps I will discover the formulation myself. Huang Yu felt quite helpless, having never even seen what cosmic crystals or coins looked like. I completely understand. The birthplace of technological civilization inherently lacks cosmic crystals. In comparison, those similarly primitive cultivation civilizations are practically overflowing with wealth. With that, I shall take my leave for now, as I have other matters to attend to. We shall reconvene in half a month, my lord. Farewell. With that, Huang Yu severed the connection with Laurel and swiftly accelerated towards St. Maurice. Only there could he confidently inject the serum and undergo his metamorphosis. Master, you have returned. After parking his sports car, Huang Yu hurriedly entered the house, inadvertently encountering Feng Ling and Feng Long in the living room, watching television. Upon noticing him, the two sisters immediately stood to offer their respects. Feng Ling, Feng Long, have you both completed your lessons for this morning? Not yet, master. We just finished a class and are taking a brief break. Indeed, we still have another class to attend later. The sisters, fearing Huang Yu might chide them for not studying diligently, quickly clarified. However, Huang Yu paid little heed to this matter. While Feng Long may be reserved, Feng Ling's dedication was evident to everyone in the villa. Could you do me a favor and summon the mistress to the master bedroom on the 3rd floor? Just inform her I have something urgent to discuss. With that, he strode upstairs, and though the sisters were puzzled, they obeyed their master's request. Yes, master. Chapter 154. Injection. Huang Yu, what is it you need? Feng Ling and Feng Long informed me that you seemed rather anxious. Ling Yi pushed open the door to the bedroom and, with a hint of confusion, inquired. Moments ago, she had been basking in the sun in the courtyard when the two sisters, Feng Ling and Feng Long, hurriedly approached her, conveying that Huang Yu urgently sought her presence. Although she was unaware of the specifics, she promptly ascended to the room. I'm in the bathroom. Upon hearing Huang Yu's voice, Ling Yi, without a second thought, opened the bathroom door, only to widen her eyes in astonishment and swiftly shut the door again, furrowing her brow and exclaiming with irritation, "Is this why you summoned me? It's still morning. What on earth were you thinking?" It turned out that upon opening the door, she had caught sight of Huang Yu, who was entirely unclothed, in the process of shedding his last piece of clothing. Instinctively, she assumed he was inclined to engage in his favorite pursuits. What on earth? Oh, that is not what I meant. Huang Yu, initially bewildered, quickly grasped the situation. Wrapping a towel around his waist, he explained from behind the door, "On my way back, Laurel delivered the gene optimization serum to me. After using it, I will lapse into unconsciousness quite swiftly. I wanted to inform you in advance, first, to prepare you psychologically, and second, to ensure we aren't disturbed by others." Oh, I see now. I apologize for misunderstanding you. Ling Yi, upon hearing this, reopened the door, feeling somewhat at a loss for words. "It's all right. As long as we can clarify matters between us," Huang Yu replied, settling into the bathtub and retrieving a syringe resembling a handgun. "After using this, I will be unconscious for several hours. I'm not certain how long it will last. But the impurities expelled during this time will have a strong odor. Please turn on the exhaust fan, and there is no need to wait for lunch. Just save me some for dinner." "Understood. I will make the arrangements." Ling Yi nodded, activating the bathroom's exhaust fan. Then approached the edge of the tub and continued to inquire, "Is there anything else I can assist you with?" At that moment, Huang Yu unexpectedly set the syringe down, grasped one of her hands, and placed a kiss upon it. "No, it's that simple. However, there is indeed one more thing." Ling Yi, taken aback by his sudden gesture, gently attempted to withdraw her arm, but he held on firmly. Gazing at his beaming smile, she resignedly asked, "What else is there?" "Laurel mentioned that after this injection, we would be able to have children." Ling Yi gasped, her face instantly flushed, though nearly half a year had passed. She had not forgotten this matter, yet hearing Huang Yu articulate it so candidly caught her off guard. Understood," she murmured softly, wishing to depart. Unable to meet Huang Yu's gaze. Despite having traversed 7 millennia, she had never contemplated the issue of procreation prior to her arrival on Earth. "Wait. Don't be in such a hurry to leave." Huang Yu continued to hold her hand tightly, not letting go. "What is the matter? Is there anything else? I assure you, I shall be different from now on. But before that, may we share one last kiss?" Upon finishing his words, Huang Yu leaned in, his smile unwavering. Ling Yi, feeling helpless, lowered her head and gently kissed the slightly upturned corner of his lips, rolling her eyes in exasperation as she said, "Is this sufficient?" "Indeed. It is. My dear wife, you may leave now, lest the scent becomes quite unpleasant." Huang Yu released her delicate hand, observing her retreating figure until the bathroom door closed. Only then did he withdraw his gaze, his expression gradually turning grave. He picked up the syringe once more, locating the vein in his left arm and injecting it. As the pale yellow liquid gradually vanished, Huang Yu took a moment to feel its effects. Initially, there was merely a chill in his left hand, but soon the coldness spread to his heart, coursing through his veins and causing him to shudder involuntarily. In mere minutes, that chill transformed into an intense heat, elevating his body temperature rapidly, while his mind began to cloud. Before long, darkness enveloped him, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Yet, in that fleeting moment before losing consciousness, he remembered to stow the syringe in his storage space, pondering the implications if it were to pierce a vital area while he was incapacitated. Gradually, a viscous black substance began to seep from Huang Yu's body, soon engulfing him entirely in darkness. Simultaneously, his physique began to alter, elongating while excess flesh gradually diminished. As time ticked away, it soon approached the hour of dusk, a time when dinner would typically be served. However, the 9 women, led by Ling Yi, remained quietly awaiting in the living room. Although Huang Yu had requested only a small portion of dinner to be kept for him, the women, whether unwilling or apprehensive, chose to wait together in the living room, finding no harm in a brief delay for a mere meal. Every now and then, the 6 women, including Zhong Wanling, sent out mental calls to Huang Yu, but their efforts fell into silence, as if he were a stone cast into the ocean, yielding no response. As the evening lights began to glow, it was nearly 8 o'clock. "Madam, the master still shows no sign of life. Could something have happened?" After repeated calls yielded no results, the spirited Yin Biqing felt a twinge of worry. "Silence your ominous words. Let us simply wait patiently," Ming Yuzhu retorted mockingly. "Ming Yuzhu, you speak so casually, do you not feel the slightest concern?" "Humph. If anything were to happen to the master, we, the 6 of us, would surely sense it as well." Yin Biqing felt a surge of frustration, yet Ming Yuzhu was correct. Bound by their spiritual contract, their fates were intertwined. If anything befall Huang Yu, they would receive the signal immediately. Should he perish, they too would meet the same fate. Enough. Why all this bickering? This is indeed a manifestation of rapid genetic optimization. Just wait quietly. In my estimation, your master is about to awaken. Ling Yi observed the two adversaries on the verge of a quarrel and spoke with slight displeasure. As soon as the words left her lips, the previously tense individuals immediately subdued, bowing in apology. We beg your pardon, esteemed matriarch. Just then, all 6 women let out a collective gasp. The master has awakened. Meanwhile, in the bathroom on the 3rd floor, Huang Yu, covered in dark grime, finally opened his tightly shut eyes. Chapter 155. Awakening. A low moan escaped his lips as Huang Yu blinked vigorously, yet his vision remained obscured, and he found it difficult to breathe. As if his eyelashes and nostrils were laden with filth. Without needing to contemplate, he understood that this was the impurities expelled from his body. Trembling, he reached out to turn on the shower head, and warm water cascaded down, cleansing his body. Huang Yu finally began to feel a modicum of comfort. Perhaps due to the drastic changes from genetic optimization and the substantial depletion of energy, he had yet to acclimate to his new physique. Feeling utterly weak and accompanied by an intense hunger. At that moment, he sensed a call from consciousness. It was Zhong Wanling inquiring about his condition. Master, how are you feeling? The matriarch and we are all quite worried about you. Wanling, tell everyone I'm fine, just rather dirty and in need of a thorough wash. Also, I feel quite hungry. Please ask Jingyun to prepare a substantial meal for me. Understood, master. After concluding the mental exchange with Zhong Wanling, Huang Yu mustered his spirits and began to wash himself properly. Meanwhile, in the living room, the women learned of Huang Yu's situation through Zhong Wanling. As the matriarch, Ling Yi immediately began to make arrangements. In that case, we can prepare dinner. Jingyun, make it particularly sumptuous tonight. Genetic optimization consumes a tremendous amount of energy, and Huang Yu must be quite famished. Let us also celebrate. Yes, matriarch. Su Jingyun promptly bowed and prepared to head to the kitchen, but Ling Yi continued. There is no need to rush. Genetic optimization will also expel a significant amount of bodily impurities, and he will require ample time to cleanse himself. Jingyun understood. After instructing Su Jingyun, Ling Yi addressed the others. You need not all remain here. Those who wish to assist may go to the kitchen, while those who prefer to rest may do so. I will go check on him alone. Yes, matriarch. Once everyone dispersed, she ascended to the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. As she opened the bathroom door, a strong odor wafted out, but fortunately, the exhaust fan was functioning, rendering the stench bearable. As Huang Yu was scrubbing his body, he naturally noticed her arrival, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Ling Yi, you've come. What do you think of this face? He had promptly cleansed his visage, although the grime was quite tenacious, requiring 3 applications of facial wash before he felt truly clean. Ling Yi, upon hearing his words, began to scrutinize the face before her, a visage both familiar and unfamiliar. The former Huang Yu could not be described as unattractive, yet he was merely unremarkable. However, the face before her now bore no trace of its previous ordinariness, although it had only lost some fat and undergone slight changes. It exuded an astonishing allure. His features had become sharply defined, radiating a robust masculinity with a hint of intensity, akin to a drawn sword that dared not be gazed upon directly. It was utterly unimaginable that this was once the inconspicuous Huang Yu. Ah, what a handsome man. Far more attractive than before, Ling Yi exclaimed in genuine admiration. Yet, upon hearing this, Huang Yu felt a twinge of concern rather than joy. Isn't the contrast a bit too great? My parents might not even recognize me, which would be troublesome. Fear not. Those who know you will still recognize you. Besides, I have my Male God Development Plan series of videos, which has been long overdue for an update. If they doubt it, they can just watch the videos. Male God Development Plan. Watch videos. At the mention of the Male God Development Plan, Huang Yu nearly forgot about it, but after some recollection, he remembered that Ling Yi had created the first video to promote the Jiuzhou hair growth gel. It was meant to prepare for this very moment. But after such a long hiatus, he had nearly forgotten. Oh, I remember now. It's just been so long that I had forgotten about it. Huang Yu said with an awkward smile. All right, hurry up and finish washing. Everyone is waiting for you to have dinner together. Ling Yi, not dwelling on it, urged him to hasten. Wasn't he said to leave some for me? Everyone is eager to wait for you. Jingyan just went to the kitchen. Okay, then I'll be quick. Huang Yu responded, yet feeling weak and ravenous. His pace was far from swift. Observing this, Ling Yi picked up a towel, rolled up her sleeves, and took the initiative to help him wash. Let me assist you. All right. Huang Yu had no reason to refuse. Closing his eyes and leaning against the bathtub, surrendering his body to Ling Yi's care. However, the impurities on him were thick and stubborn, and the washing took a full hour, turning the water in the bathtub a murky gray. After changing the water 3 times and using 7 towels, Ling Yi finally managed to cleanse him thoroughly. Phew, at last, you are clean. Just how many impurities were in your body? Even with Ling Yi's stamina, She was beaded with a fine layer of sweat after such exertion. Wife, thank you for your hard work. Huang Yu tenderly picked up a fresh towel, soaked it in clean warm water, and gently dried her forehead. Ling Yi, feeling the gentleness of her man, couldn't help but display a sense of enjoyment on her face. However, Huang Yu's next words made her eyes widen in surprise. Your clothes are completely drenched. You should come in and wash up as well. You they are all waiting downstairs. At this moment, Jing Yun should have already prepared dinner. This is not appropriate. And do you still have the energy? He chuckled. What are you thinking? I indeed lack energy, but look. Upon hearing this, Huang Yu realized she had misinterpreted his intentions. Yet, he was currently both exhausted and hungry, lacking the inclination for such thoughts, so he pointed to Ling Yi's attire. Your clothes are practically soaked. It wouldn't be comfortable to eat like this. If you're shy, just help me fetch a set of clothes. I'll wait outside, and once you've finished washing, we can head down together. Oh right. Ling Yi, upon hearing him, finally noticed her own dampness and agreed that it was indeed uncomfortable, though she still preferred to bathe alone. But I'd rather wash up on my own. I'll get you a set of clothes, and once I'm done, we can go down together. Otherwise, this bath could take quite a while. Although Huang Yu felt a desire to indulge, he was too fatigued to pursue it. Thus, he dressed and closed the bathroom door, making his way to the floor-to-ceiling mirror in the bedroom, finally taking a moment to examine his new appearance. Fortunately, his previous garments were quite loose, and he could still wear those short sleeves and shorts. Chapter 156. A metamorphosis. As he scrutinized his reflection, Huang Yu grew increasingly pleased. The changes in his face were evident. Previously, he stood at a height of 175 centimeters, nearly matching Ling Yi's stature. Yet, upon exiting the bathroom, he discovered that her head now barely reached his lips, indicating a height increase of more than 10 centimeters. Moreover, the excess flesh that once plagued him had vanished entirely, replaced by well-defined, robust muscles that exuded a vigorous aura. Lifting his shirt, his 8-pack abs and the contours of a V-line were clearly visible, resembling a masterpiece carved from marble. Strangely enough, once dressed, he felt remarkably proportionate. Perhaps this is what they refer to as looking slim while clothed yet muscular when undraped. In addition, there was a notable transformation in his skin. Blackheads and fat grains had been entirely expelled, and even birthmarks had seemingly disappeared, leaving his complexion exceptionally fair. Coupled with the shedding of excess body hair, save for essential strands such as those on his head and eyebrows, he now sported a smooth underarm, with pores significantly minimized, rendering his skin exceedingly smooth, surpassing that of many women. Slowly walking to the balcony, Huang Yu began to test his senses. He recalled that the genetic enhancement serum could not only alter physical appearance, but also amplify perceptive abilities. Gazing at the distant scenery, he could even discern the features of homeowners strolling under the light several hundred meters away. Closing his eyes to immerse himself in the experience, he found that his sensitivity to sound, scent, and touch had become remarkably acute. With that realization, he suddenly opened his eyes and hurried back to the bedroom, where he settled onto the bed in a meditative posture, practicing the great Zhou Tian transport method. He had mastered this technique with ease. However, this time, the sensation was distinctly different. Not only had the speed of his vital energy circulation significantly increased, but the energy gained after completing a full cycle was also far greater than before. Genetic optimization, as Wan Ling had described, truly was a transformative cleansing of the marrow, and he felt as if he had been reborn. He anticipated that his future cultivation would progress at an astonishing pace. As he continued to circulate his energy through several cycles, he gradually became entranced by the exhilarating sensation of rapid energy growth. Yet, the sound of a door opening abruptly snapped him out of his meditative state. Ling Yi, you're done so soon with your cleansing? Are you in a hurry for a meal? It turned out that Ling Yi had emerged promptly after washing off the sweat, not wanting to delay everyone's dinner. Upon noticing Huang Yu in his meditative pose, she curiously inquired, were you cultivating just now? How did it feel? The experience was undeniably pleasant. Let us head downstairs. They must be waiting eagerly for us. We can discuss it in detail later, Huang Yu replied, wrapping his arm around Ling Yi's slender waist as they made their way downstairs together. Before long, the pair arrived in the living room, where the 6 women, along with the Feng sisters, Feng Ling and Feng Long, had already been waiting. Upon their arrival, they immediately bowed in unison, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Master, on your transformation. No need for formalities. I appreciate your patience in waiting for me. It's quite late now, so let us all proceed to dinner." "Yes, Master," they responded. As they took their seats in the dining room, the evening's feast, ordered by Ling Yi, was lavishly abundant, featuring an array of delicacies from mountains and seas. Accompanied by Su Jingyun's exceptional culinary skills, the meal could hardly be encapsulated by the phrase visually appealing and flavorful. Given his own ravenous appetite, Huang Yu hardly paused with his chopsticks. and ultimately the 10 of them managed to devour every last dish, with a significant portion ending up in his own stomach. He was astonished at how he could consume such a vast quantity of food, yet felt no discomfort, only an overwhelming sense of vitality. Ah, this is delightful. However, Loer never mentioned that this potion would make me so voracious. I can't possibly eat this much at every meal. That would not reflect well if word got out, Huang Yu remarked after sipping some tea in the living room. Rest assured, the significant optimization of human genes will inevitably consume a large amount of energy in a short time. Following this, all cells will be in a state of hunger, necessitating substantial food intake to compensate. It will return to normal soon, Ling Yi reassured him, finishing the last sip of her tea. It appears that Lore has indeed mastered genetic technology quite impressively, aside from the lack of breakthroughs concerning lifespan and aging. Other aspects are commendable within the realm of a level 3 civilization. I have measured your physical attributes, and your height now stands at 192 centimeters. An increase of nearly 10, predominantly attributed to your legs, while the measurement below your waist is now 119 centimeters. Although your weight remains a modest 192 gene, this is primarily due to an increase in muscle mass. At this juncture, Ling Yi narrowed her eyes, extending a hand to caress Huang Yu's face, gradually trailing downward, her tone becoming increasingly nuanced. This handsome visage, this firm chest, this flawless 8-pack, these legs of golden proportions. Huang Yu felt an uncomfortable sensation as she touched him and quickly pressed down on her playful hand. Hey, Ling Yi, what are you trying to do? Humph. Ling Yi withdrew her hand, casting a sidelong glance and letting out a soft snort. You are my man. What is wrong with a little touch? I never minded your previous appearance, and now that you are so dashing, am I not allowed a few touches? Huang Yu found himself momentarily speechless. Such a valid point. Though this was certainly not the Ling Yi of old. Have you rested well? Ling Yi asked unexpectedly. Huang Yu, not grasping her meaning, could only respond awkwardly. I was just hungry before. Now I feel perfectly fine. Then come with me upstairs. I need to delve into your current physical data. The video must be flawless, ensuring no loopholes are discovered. Hey. Before Huang Yu could fully comprehend, he was pulled by Ling Yi towards the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. Every inch of his body was devoid of blemishes. His skin was fair and smooth, significantly improved from before. Moreover, the muscular contours were well defined, with fluid lines that suggested his endurance and explosive power far exceeded his previous capabilities. And most importantly, here, let me take a look. What are you joking about? Ling Yi, this part cannot possibly be included in the video. Huang Yu finally sensed something amiss, yet it was too late to escape. At this moment, Ling Yi dropped her pretense, her smile turning audacious. Let me see if your optimization is normal. Rest assured, this will not appear in the video. Stop. Ling Yi, your behavior frightens me. Be obedient. Let me take a look. Huang Yu fought back desperately, yet he was still no match for Ling Ye's relentless grip. Wow, not only are you stronger than before, but you look even better. Let me measure your height again. Wow, it has surpassed 20. Chapter 157. Preparing to debut the following morning, the shrill ring of a cell phone shattered the tranquility, rousing Huang Yu and Ling Yi, who were still entwined in slumber. Who could it be, calling so early in the morning? Huang Yu opened his eyes, slightly displeased as he fumbled for his phone. Although he was enjoying a splendid quality of sleep and felt invigorated, being disturbed from a dream was quite irksome. However, upon realizing that the ringing was emanating from Ling Ye's phone, he was about to reach for it when Ling Yi awoke as well. Without needing to pick up the phone, she effortlessly connected the call through the chip implanted in her brain. Hello, I have other matters to attend to today, so I won't be going to the office. Just take them there. Upon hearing this, Huang Yu immediately recognized the caller, undoubtedly the female driver he had yet to meet. Now he understood the significance of a 20-centimeter advantage. It seemed she lacked the energy to go to work today. In response, Ling Yi stretched her delicate arms, draping them over his shoulders, and playfully remarked, It's not bad, much better than before. Not bad. You call that merely okay? Hey, Huang Yu, feeling discontented, suddenly flipped over, pinning Ling Yi beneath him, prompting her to beg for mercy. Huang Yu, I was wrong. I realized my mistake. Too late. Can you be a bit gentler? No. Huang Yu was unfazed. After all, it was she who initiated the rough play last night, and now it was his turn. Time slipped away unnoticed as they transitioned from the bed to the bathroom, where they filled a tub with warm water and Huang Yu embraced Ling Yi as they settled into the soothing depths. Tell me the truth. Did you secretly consult with Lore and have your kidneys specially modified using the genes of our Tianhua people? It makes no sense for it to be like this. Now, she finally relented, feeling utterly weakened, unable to even lift her hand, and began to suspect whether Huang Yu had made any particular requests. Yet, Huang Yu had indeed not discussed such matters with Lore. His prowess stemmed primarily from the burgeoning energy within him. No, I merely mobilized a slight amount of energy to restrain things at a critical moment. What? You used your energy for this? That's against the rules. Ling Yu protested, though she lacked the strength to voice her dissatisfaction forcefully. Isn't it your own fault for not practicing? Should I be blamed? Huang Yu replied with a smug expression, relishing in his triumph. Nevertheless, he tenderly began to massage her. All right, stop talking. Allow me to help you relax. Ling Yi closed her eyes, savoring her man's attentiveness. For some reason, she felt that Huang Yu had recently transformed into someone somewhat different. It seemed that such tenderness would become increasingly rare in the future. After a while, as she regained some energy, she leaned against Huang Yu's chest and began to speak without opening her eyes. By the end of December, the annual summary meeting of the group for 2023 has already taken place, and you, the chairman, were absent. Originally, there was to be a monthly meeting today. I had already issued a notice to postpone it until next Monday. Now you have truly undergone a transformation. In this month's meeting, it is essential for you to take the stage. Many of your previous garments are no longer suitable for you. So I have asked Ming Yuzhu to tailor a few bespoke outfits for you. By the way, Yin Bingqing has recently developed a keen interest in watches as decorative accessories. I shall also have her create a special piece for you. With your current striking appearance, you could forego advertising expenses altogether. Furthermore, there is the annual gathering before the Lunar New Year. As she spoke of various matters, Huang Yu readily agreed to each one. Very well, everything is acceptable. You've been working hard during this time, and I will help share the burden moving forward. At least the gazes of those people will not be solely fixed upon you. Ling Yi responded lightly, and then, recalling something, continued, by the way, the grand strategy game I mentioned to you last time has been developed. Although it is constrained by the current underdeveloped hardware of Earth, it will undoubtedly suit Feng Wuji's tastes. It will be available on all platforms in a few days. Oh, it's ready so soon? Indeed, I will visit Feng Wuji today. Yes, I will provide you with a disk for him to insert into the computer. Additionally, if he wishes to experience the historical legacy of his father, we can assist in creating a historical documentation. Excellent. But what is the name of the game? Empires of Destiny. By the time the two descended the stairs, it was nearly noon. Ling Yi handed Huang Yu a disk and proceeded to the kitchen with Feng Ling and Feng Long, leaving Huang Yu alone in the living room. Since he had some idle time, he thought it best to contact Feng Wuji. System, please connect me to Feng Wuji. Shortly, the internet-addicted Feng Wuji appeared before Huang Yu. It was unclear which grand hall he was in, but he was seated at a desk, intently commanding legions on his computer, seizing territories. Huang Yu, what brings you here? The game could be paused at any moment, yet he couldn't even spare a moment to cease speaking. However, Huang Yu felt pleased. The more engrossed this youth was in his gaming, the more profit he would accrue, as he was quite affluent and could afford such indulgences. I have just developed a new grand strategy game, even more entertaining than the previous one I provided you. I thought you would enjoy it and wanted to exchange it for some items useful for your cultivation. Upon hearing this, Feng Wuji's eyes brightened, and he promptly pressed the pause button. Show it to me. Here, just connect it to the computer's interface. Though Huang Yu had not experienced Empires of Destiny, he was confident that anything produced by Ling Yu would be a masterpiece. Without further deliberation, he handed the disc to Feng Wuji. Soon, the game was downloaded, and Feng Wuji eagerly began to play, while Huang Yu, curious, watched alongside him. To his delight, he discovered that Empires of Destiny was indeed impressive. Players could assume the role of any monarch from any point in Earth's history or even establish their own nation. On a macro scale, one can observe the triadic patterns of the global landscape, while on a micro level, the daily lives of individual characters unfold, entirely at the discretion of the player. The objective of the game is to cultivate and fortify a nation, with remarkable flexibility in the realms of politics, economy, diplomacy, and technology, be it despotism or benevolent governance, alliance against adversaries or betrayal of allies. In theory, one could even deploy atomic weaponry against ancient Egypt or construct high-speed railways during the spring and autumn periods. The possibilities are limited only by one's imagination. There exists no operation too audacious to execute, particularly in the realms of military strategy and warfare. The experience surpasses even that of total war simulations and is further optimized for performance. If your computer hardware is robust, you may command legions of hundreds of thousands without any lag. Even on less capable machines, one can opt to delegate command or manage battles involving tens of thousands. Regardless of the tactics and strategies envisioned, they can be realized within the game, though the efficacy of such actions depends on your skill. Corrections will be provided for erroneous decisions. Yet if you are determined to pursue a path to ruin, that is permissible, as it is but a game meant for enjoyment. As for the visuals, they are undeniably exquisite. Even amidst complex gameplay, timely prompts assist players in mastering the mechanics. Just 10 minutes into the tutorial, the game has already captivated the youthful gamer, Huang Yu. Chapter 158, Imperial Essence. Young man, is this game satisfactory? Indeed. Is it enjoyable? Very much so. Noticing that Huang Yu had become thoroughly engrossed, Huang Yu began to voice his requests. I would like to exchange for that medicinal liquid you once concocted while forming your cyclone. Do you still have any? Are you referring to the Imperial Essence? Yes. It appears you have indeed commenced your cultivation without any issues. Huang Yu had previously assumed that Huang Yu was either incapable of cultivation or had encountered difficulties with the advanced techniques of their civilization. The sight of him, now vibrant and animated, sparked curiosity. Upon closer inspection, the young gamer finally recognized the significant transformation in Huang Yu's stature and appearance. Hey, how did you suddenly become so tall and handsome? Have you undergone some sort of rejuvenation? Huang Yu, somewhat speechless, acknowledged, it seems you have only just noticed my transformation. However, to clarify, firstly, I am unable to practice your techniques. I am cultivating the ancient methods of our civilization. Secondly, I indeed have undergone rejuvenation, which has rekindled my hopes for cultivation, prompting me to seek an exchange with you. Ah, that makes sense. After all, in the primordial stages of civilization, any potential may arise. Coupled with the unimpeded flow of your meridians following the rejuvenation, with the aid of Imperial Essence, you could consolidate your cyclone within 6 months. Huang Yu nodded and retrieved a small jade vial from his storage space, presenting it to Huang Yu. Here, this is the Imperial Essence. If there is nothing else, I shall be on my way. Wait. Huang Yu gazed at the jade vial in his hand, a shadow of discontent manifesting upon his visage. The so-called busyness of yours, young man, likely pertains to engaging in games. Yet, is this all you provide? A mere bottle of water on the street, costing but a single coin. Surpasses this in quantity. Whom does this serve? Just this? Could you not bestow a few more? This is hardly sufficient for my needs. However, upon hearing this, Huang Yu displayed a look of disdain, akin to that reserved for a provincial simpleton. What do you understand? This is the Imperial Essence, reserved exclusively for the Grand Feng royal family. Currently, I am the sole representative of the dynasty. In other words, this is solely mine. With just a drop into water. During your cultivation, it guarantees the formation of a cyclone before depletion and ensures a solid foundation. Really? Why would I deceive you? I must attend to my matters. At these words, Huang Yu's spirits lifted. Indeed, a wealthy patron is known for their abundance of fine goods. Yet, observing Huang Yu prepare to log off, Huang Yu halted him once more, for there remained an unfinished task. Wait a moment. What now? That vial of Imperial Essence is sufficient for your needs. Huang Yu, thwarted twice from his gaming pursuits, felt a twinge of annoyance. There is one more matter. Do you not idolize your father? If you wish to play, provide us with your historical records, and we can create a tailored experience for you. What are you saying? Huang Yu's expression was one of utter bewilderment, as he could not grasp the gaming terminology. What I mean is, the game you are currently playing is based on our civilization's history. If you provide us with a historical account, we can transpose it into the annals of your civilization. Have you not always revered your father? At that point, you could embody him within the game, retracing the path he took to unify the realm. Alternatively, you could create a character of your own, opposing your father within the game, and perhaps even defeating him. Upon hearing Huang Yu's enticing proposition, Huang Yu's eyes widened in astonishment, murmuring to himself, to play the role of my father, even to vanquish him. Soon, he regained his composure and exclaimed with excitement, Huang Yu, is what you say truly so? Of course, it is genuine. I have also contemplated exchanging for something beneficial for your cultivation. How long will it take to create? Upon hearing this inquiry, Huang Yu feigned deep thought. This game has been in development for quite some time, and we possess readily available historical data. However, your historical records will need to be entirely re-entered, which is quite a cumbersome task. The quickest estimate is a year, and in the slowest scenario, as long as it can be accomplished, bring me a jade tablet inscribed with the history of the world. Quickly, Huang Yu, upon hearing this, was elated, hastening to procure a jade tablet containing historical records, then turning to Huang Yu and declaring, Huang Yu, as long as you can produce that ammo within a year, I shall provide you with everything you require to break through to level 10, according to my own standards. Splendid. No problem. I shall work tirelessly to ensure it is completed within a year. Upon hearing these words, Huang Yu couldn't help but chuckle. A wealthy dog owner truly lived up to his reputation. According to his own standards, the necessities were far from trivial, and he didn't even bat an eye. In the future, with several updates, he would surely be able to exchange a plethora of valuable items from him, though the current hardware left much to be desired. Once virtual reality technology came to fruition, the cosmic coins could easily be acquired from his hands. It is worth noting that with this technology, games would transcend mere entertainment. Having severed ties with Huang Yu, Ling Yi had already prepared lunch. Huang Yu handed her the jade slip, which contained remarkably detailed historical information. With it, he could produce results within a month or two. Ling Yu eagerly contemplated the prospects, but Huang Yu swiftly quelled her enthusiasm. Oh, don't be so hasty. Take your time. Update a little at a time, and stretch it out over a year or so to maintain novelty. Oh, I understand. Slow and steady. Ling Yi quickly grasped his intent, and the two exchanged a knowing smile. Teasing Feng Wuji's appetite was advantageous if it were too easy to produce. He would likely deem it unworthy of its value. After their meal, Huang Yu took a brief respite before making his way to the master bathroom on the second floor. He filled a tub with hot water and cautiously opened the jade vial, pouring a drop of golden imperial essence. Instantly, the water transformed into a pale yellow hue, reflecting flecks of golden light under the illumination, creating a rather enchanting spectacle. Simultaneously, a rich herbal fragrance began to permeate the bathroom, rather than being overwhelming. It felt incredibly refreshing. Quickly shedding his garments, he settled into the bathtub and began to operate the Great Zhou celestial transport method. This time, Huang Yu could distinctly sense an extraordinarily pure energy emanating from the outside world, which not only entered his body through respiration, but also permeated through his skin. The acceleration of his elemental force was unprecedented. This imperial essence was indeed tailored for Feng Wuji. It was no wonder he claimed he could condense a cyclone within 6 months. As Huang Yu immersed himself in his cultivation, Ling Yi was also occupied. However, her tasks were not related to the group, but rather to her long-neglected account, Thunder General. Currently, it boasted only 2 works across various platforms. One was My God of Men, saving his hair, while the other was Vivian's War Chronicles, the invasion of the dog-headed people. These 2 videos had garnered significant traffic and even sparked considerable attention, but with a lack of updates over the past 6 months, many loyal followers had unsubscribed. Nonetheless, many believed this was undoubtedly the account of a key figure within the Jiuzhou Group. The 7-day effective hair growth gel was solely developed by Jiuzhou Group. And long before the establishment of Jiuzhou Pharmaceuticals, this individual had already brazenly utilized it on her boyfriend. The Jiuzhou Group neither utilizes this account for advertising purposes nor claims any infringement or leaks, instead observing quietly without voicing any opinions. Who would believe that this isn't a significant internal personnel? Today, those few loyal followers who still maintain their interest were suddenly delighted to discover that their beloved figure had updated in a remarkable burst. 4 videos were released simultaneously. My Idol's Transformation Plan 2, Reducing His Weight. My Idol's Transformation Plan 3, Revamping His Skin. My Idol's Transformation Plan 4, Shaping His Figure. And My Idol's Transformation Plan 5, Unexpected Height Increase. Well, it seems this prominent lady of Jiuzhou Group has experienced a creative drought for months. Has she finally burst forth with inspiration? After such a long hiatus, I had assumed she was preoccupied with financial pursuits, yet she still remembers this account. Alas, someone else arrived before me, regrettably. It was the My Idol's Transformation Plan series rather than my cherished Vivian's War Chronicles. I yearn for the long legs of the Centaur Princess. Consequently, followers across various platforms began to watch these 4 videos. The first video showcased Huang Yu maintaining a regular routine, diet, and exercise regimen, leading to a weight loss of 20 to 30 pounds over 2 months, during which his muscles became increasingly pronounced, and he experienced a few centimeters of height increase. His physique was indeed more aesthetically pleasing than before, but the rapid weight loss also resulted in skin laxity. Thus, in the second video, Huang Yu embarked on a journey to revitalize his skin, diligently exercising while applying a particular ointment all over his body and subsequently massaging it in. In an astonishingly brief period, his skin not only became firm but also remarkably fair, with blackheads, fat granules, and even moles vanishing completely. This ointment is not merely a figment of Ling Ye's imagination. After all, the Centaur princesses are also enamored with beauty. Vivian indeed possesses such a potion that can bestow baby-like skin after merely 7 days of application. Moreover, Vivian's collection of potions is extensive, and testing has shown they can be utilized on humans. It is simply that the Jiuzhou Group has yet to release them. The whitening process does not conclude there. Many are aware that individuals with excess weight are prone to developing stretch marks, similar to the stretch marks experienced by pregnant women, caused by excessive skin stretching. At this juncture, the essence of the mark tree comes into play, promoting the skin's self-repair, effectively addressing scarring, including conditions like stretch marks and pregnancy lines. Of course, this remedy is now referred to as Jiuzhou Scar Removal Gel and will be launched after the Lunar New Year, with numerous marked tree saplings cultivated in the greenhouse, naturally cared for by the little fairies. The video concludes with a demonstration of Huang Yu undergoing permanent hair removal, thereby transforming his skin in the video to reflect its real-life appearance. The third video features Huang Yu continuing his exercise regimen, at which point the excess fat on his body is nearly invisible, replaced by increasingly robust muscles. During this phase, the individual continuously shapes the contours of various muscles through specific exercises, leading to the gradual prominence of well-defined abs and a chiseled physique. Concurrently, the changes in height become increasingly evident, a phenomenon that is somewhat perplexing. However, this is of little concern. The final video captures Huang Yu as he unexpectedly collides with the top of a low doorway, resulting in a minor injury and some bleeding. This bewildered him, as he had traversed this doorway numerous times without incident. Upon measurement, he discovered, to his astonishment, that his height had surreptitiously increased by over 10 centimeters, transforming from 175 to 192. Moreover, in the video, he expressed reasonable concern for his health. A subsequent examination within the Jojo group revealed that his growth plates had not yet fully fused, and through a period of proper nutrition and exercise, along with the supplementation of certain elements, this remarkable height increase had occurred. To be candid, this explanation seems somewhat implausible, yet when Huang Yu presented himself before everyone, all irrationality transformed into a singularly rational explanation. Regardless, the video concludes by showcasing over 100 full-body photographs of Huang Yu, illustrating his transformation over the past 6 months. In comparing the before and after images, it is evident that his height, weight, and appearance have undergone a radical metamorphosis, leaving all viewers in awe. The transformation from an ordinary individual to a tall, handsome figure raises incredulous questions. Is this truly the same person? Is this not a mere fabrication? Do you believe this video? Or do you think I am Qin Shi Huang? Is this genuinely the same individual? While weight loss and fitness are commendable, is it plausible to experience such a significant height increase at the age of 26 or 27? The examination results indicate that the growth plates are not completely closed, theoretically allowing for height increase. However, such an abrupt change seems quite extraordinary. I am unfazed by these details. Those long legs and muscles are undeniably impressive. The adage that every overweight person is a potential gem rings true. My perspective on individuals with excess weight has begun to shift. Am I the only one intrigued by the two types of medication featured in the third video? One promises skin whitening, while the other addresses stretch marks, a concern I have faced since giving birth, as I no longer dare to reveal my midriff. For those lacking financial means, it may be best to refrain. The previous hair growth gel was priced at an astonishing $20,000 per box, and given the efficacy of these two medications, which promise results in 7 days, they too may cost a fortune. At present, I am disinterested in such matters. I simply wish to know the identity of this handsome gentleman. I must uncover all his details within 10 minutes. It is futile to speculate. The main subject is likely affiliated with the Jojo group, perhaps even a mid-level executive. In a fleeting moment, the enigmatic figure from the Jojo group and the idol nurtured by her have both surged to the trending topics. Chapter 160. A formal appearance. As Sunday morning arrived, Huang Yu sat in a pavilion within the courtyard, gazing at the trending topics about himself on his phone. And he chuckled at the absurdity of it all. He never imagined he would one day become an internet sensation. The buzz surrounding him has indeed been quite remarkable. Beside him, Ling Yi expressed with great interest, "You will become even more popular. I've already spread the word. Tomorrow on Monday, the chairman of the Jojo group will make an appearance at the monthly meeting in the morning. At that time, you simply need to announce some prepared statements." Huang Yu nodded in understanding. In significant matters, small meetings are held. In trivial matters, large conferences are convened, yet critical issues are often resolved without any meetings. Truly pivotal decisions are typically made in intimate gatherings of core leadership, while in moments of life and death, it is the paramount leader who takes the reins. Monthly, quarterly, or even annual meetings merely serve to allow various departments to summarize their previous achievements and report on their progress, as well as to assign upcoming tasks and deliver preordained announcements. However, Ling Yi continued, but once the media catches wind of this news, they will undoubtedly seek to interview you, so be prepared. I'm not a celebrity. Why would they want to interview me? Just decline. Huang Yu swiftly rejected the idea without a second thought, yet Ling Yi was well aware of his nature. I knew you would refuse, so I've already turned them down for you. But having been cooped up at home for half a year, you will likely feel the urge to explore. Given the significance of Jojo Group and the air of mystery you have cultivated, you will be quite the catch in the eyes of the media. You may encounter reporters seeking interviews or even live broadcasts from minor influencers. It's essential to handle such situations with care and maintain your personal image. Fine, I understand. Huang Yu sighed in resignation. For someone with social anxiety, facing an interview was more daunting than death, yet some challenges must be confronted. The following morning, just before 9 o'clock, a sleek black Lamborghini glided into the headquarters of Jiuzhou Group. This was a vehicle Ling Yi had acquired over a month prior. Situated in an unremarkable office building still located in the less bustling northern part of the city. At this hour, at this location, and in this familiar car, the visitors were naturally Huang Yu and Ling Yi. The first to emerge was Huang Yu, clad in a tailored black suit that accentuated his athletic physique, with a gold watch adorning his left wrist, hinting at a touch of luxury. However, as he gazed at the headquarters building before him, his brow furrowed in dissatisfaction. The structure appeared too small, too short, and far too ordinary. Indeed, Jiuzhou Group had already monopolized the operating system market in China. Although it was a relatively new establishment, it was a bona fide technological giant. Furthermore, it had flourished in various sectors including pharmaceuticals, entertainment, jewelry, fashion, perfume, and gaming, with liquid assets exceeding 300 billion. This unremarkable office building was utterly incompatible with its stature. Unfortunately, the group was established too recently, and we could only temporarily acquire some ordinary office buildings as FAAD. I share your dissatisfaction. Once the reconnaissance vehicle from Roar arrives, we might as well consider constructing our own building. The speaker, naturally, is Ling Yi, who is currently attired in a pristine white women's suit, standing in stark contrast to Huang Yu's dark ensemble. How about we purchase a plot of land by the seaside and construct the tallest building in the world? Imagine being able to gaze upon the ocean while at work. It could even become a landmark for the region. Huang Yu, while intrigued, understood the challenges that lay ahead. Most prime coastal areas in Yu City had already been developed. Where could one find such an expansive plot? I have already identified a suitable location. Although technically categorized under the Northern Administrative District, it is adjacent to the southern area. Which place are you referring to? Let's discuss it later. It's almost 9 o'clock. And now that everyone knows our esteemed chairman is coming, everyone has arrived early. We should hurry inside. Huang Yu glanced at his watch, realizing the time was indeed drawing near. Though curious about the land Ling Yi mentioned, he decided against pursuing the matter further, as it was his first public appearance. And he did not wish to keep everyone waiting. All right, let's go. Meanwhile, in a conference room at the headquarters, the heads of various departments from Jiuzhou Group gathered. Along with Shi Yuru, Yin Bingqing, Su Jingyun, and Ming Yuzhu, the general managers of 4 subsidiaries. While the 4 women were accustomed to one another's presence, the others were filled with curiosity, as their chairman was quite the enigma. As the clock struck 8:58, all eyes turned to see Ling Yi entering the meeting room, accompanied by a tall and handsome man. Upon entering, she announced, "This is our chairman of Jiuzhou Group, Huang Yu. Please give him a warm welcome." Instantly, the room erupted into enthusiastic applause. Everyone stood to applaud, showing the utmost respect for the esteemed leader. Although caught slightly off guard by Ling Yi's sudden introduction, Huang Yu, having prepared for this moment, maintained his composure. He shot her a mildly reproachful glance, then waved as he made his way to the head of the table. Observing his calm demeanor, Ling Yi's lips curved into a subtle smile as she followed suit. Soon, Huang Yu took his seat, with Ling Yi positioned at his side. "Please, everyone, take your seats." As these words echoed, all present promptly sat down, many holding their breath. Despite the chairman's youthful appearance, he wielded a substantial 90 stake in the company, and no one wished to leave a negative impression. Due to health reasons, I have not been able to venture out until now. This is my first meeting with all of you. Our group has only recently been established, and nearly everyone here is new to the team. Therefore, your presence at this meeting speaks volumes about your capabilities. I, too, was once an employee and despised when bosses made grand promises without substance. Now that I am in a position of leadership, I have no intention of repeating that pattern. I shall ensure that your contributions are rewarded with commensurate salaries, and we will gradually implement a fair benefits system. The future development of the group is poised for remarkable improvement. Whether my words today are mere illusions remains to be seen. Now, in accordance with the established procedure, I invite each of you to report on your work. This routine task shall be presided over by Ling Yan. After exchanging some pleasantries, Huang Yu relinquished the reins of the meeting back to Ling Yi. Having never attended such a gathering before, he was unfamiliar with the group's affairs. Thus, it would be unwise to intervene hastily, likely resulting in embarrassment. Instead, it was far more prudent to listen attentively, enabling him to observe the internal dynamics of the organization. Ling Yi, with a smile, nodded and commenced with the proceedings. He felt quite satisfied with Huang Yu's performance, not expecting omnipotence at this stage, but rather a proper mindset. Those in high positions need not involve themselves in every detail, yet they must exhibit composure and authority in significant situations. Chapter 161. The inevitable bottleneck upon Huang Yu's transfer of authority to Ling Yi, the executives of Jojo Group began their reports in sequence. As previously mentioned, the updates revolved around last month's specific operations and forthcoming plans and tasks, with occasional mentions of departments or subsidiaries facing challenges they could not resolve independently. The first to report were the general managers of the 4 subsidiaries, Shi Yuru, Yin Bingqing, Su Jingyuan, and Ming Yuzhu. Su Jingyuan, of course, required no introduction. Despite currently offering only the Jojo hair growth gel, production has steadily increased monthly, yielding substantial profits. During this period, she diligently researched pharmacology and secured the services of numerous experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. Although many lacked formal medical credentials, this was inconsequential. A mere title change sufficed, as the focus remained on research, with promising results anticipated soon. As for the subsidiaries overseen by Yin Bingqing and Ming Yuzhu, their performance could only be described as meteoric. The distinctive artistic styles and unique craftsmanship from another realm have garnered increasing admiration from the so-called upper echelons of society, and they have even begun to expand their business overseas. What astonished Huang Yu the most was Shi Yuru. This was not merely due to the profitability of the entertainment sector she managed. Huang Yu and Ling Yi had previously harbored concerns regarding her adaptability to the fast-paced modern culture. However, it appears that there is indeed a considerable audience for her endeavors. Recently, she has not only immersed herself in modern professional knowledge, but has also recruited a number of promising young singers, dancers, actors, and even directors, initiating rigorous training that begins with foundational skills. The remuneration will be fair, yet if one seeks quick profits, it is regrettable to say that this environment is not suited for them. With the robust capital of Jojo Group at her disposal and Ling Yi's willingness to invest, Shi Yuru is free from financial constraints, currently prioritizing quality over quantity. Her output may be limited, consisting only of a few videos and songs distributed across various platforms, alongside theatrical performances in select venues. Nevertheless, it has garnered considerable acclaim from a significant portion of the populace. It has been demonstrated that the people of Huaxia have been inundated with an excess of capitalistic folly over the years. Now, with individuals willing to create genuinely aesthetically pleasing works, it is no surprise that many are inclined to support such endeavors. Following this, reports from several department heads within the conglomerate were presented, yet with Ling Yi at the helm, everything appeared rather routine and, consequently, less remarkable. As for the pivotal technology sector, it is personally overseen by Ling Yi, thus it was not elaborated upon during the monthly meeting. The morning meeting extended beyond 2 hours, and by the time Huang Yu announced several predetermined matters, it was already past 11 o'clock. The working hours at Jojo Group are from 8 to 12 in the morning and 2 to 6 in the afternoon, with meals provided. At this juncture, Ling Yi found herself with little to occupy her time. Therefore, she guided Huang Yu on a tour of her expansive office. Upon entering the vast office of over 100 square meters, Huang Yu could not help but express his astonishment. Ling Yi, I don't frequently visit, and such a large office seems rather extravagant. Though it is termed an office, it encompasses a reception area, lounge, tea room, dining area, and restroom, making it entirely feasible to reside here indefinitely without returning home. Yet, Ling Yi remained remarkably composed, elegantly settling herself by the tea table, preparing tea while remarking, "What does it matter? Are you aware of succubi? Indeed, the former richest man in Huaxia, now laden with debts exceeding 2 trillion. And I hear he is currently incarcerated in a detention center in the capital. Why do you bring him up?" Huang Yu replied. His corporate headquarters is a towering edifice of approximately 200 meters, occupying the entire top floor, nearly 3,000 square meters. You are merely scratching the surface. Huang Yu gasped in disbelief. Succubi is extravagantly lavish, yet he has failed to act responsibly, causing untold harm to countless citizens of Huaxia. His arrest is well-deserved. Considering his debts exceeding 2 trillion, I suddenly realized that we are not as wealthy as we might have thought. Ling Yi reassured him, "Do not worry. It will come swiftly." She handed him a cup of steaming tea before continuing, "The Jojo 10 system has now captured the national market. We do not even require the forward-based vehicles from lore, as this system alone will yield substantial profits. As many have asserted, with 14 billion people in Huaxia, if each contributes just 1 yuan, I shall become a billionaire." Noting the enigmatic smile upon her face, Huang Yu speculated, "You have consistently offered this for free to seize the domestic market, and now that nearly everyone in the country utilizes this system, are you finally poised to turn a profit?" However, once something free begins to incur charges, users are bound to voice their discontent, which could greatly tarnish the conglomerate's reputation. Thus, it seems unlikely that you would venture into that territory. Previously, I discovered that Jojo Group has developed its own gaming platform. where the game Empire of Destiny is available, along with numerous others. Not only is it more affordable and convenient, but it also offers greater stability and security. If we were to follow this line of thought, then existing online platforms, not merely gaming sites, but also those for video, live streaming, shopping, and literature, could be forcefully penetrated should we choose to pursue such an ambition. Even social networking applications like QQ, as well as cybersecurity software such as RoundAngle, could be easily supplanted. As Huang Yu spoke, he found himself startled by his own conjectures, while Lingyi applauded enthusiastically. Indeed, you have made quite an astute observation. Are you truly intent on pursuing this course? China is not South Korea. It will never permit the emergence of a private enterprise akin to Samsung on its soil. Just how outrageous is the Samsung Group? There is a saying in South Korea: a South Korean cannot escape three inevitable aspects of life: taxation, death, and Samsung. The conglomerate permeates nearly every sector of the South Korean economy, accounting for approximately 20% of the nation's overall revenue, thus wielding a significant influence over its economic lifeblood. However, the crux of the matter lies in the fact that South Korea is fundamentally a colony of the United States, with the majority of Samsung's profits being siphoned off by them. Hence, its existence is underpinned by unique circumstances, given the formidable nature of the Chinese government. How could the Jiuzhou Group possibly grow wild to such an extent? Once it reaches a certain stage of development, the state is bound to impose numerous restrictions. This, indeed, will become an inevitable bottleneck. After all, it is the state that owns the company, not the company that owns the state. I am certainly aware of that. But it is still early days, and you have been waiting for that forward-based vehicle to embark on a significant endeavor, have you not? Lingyi leisurely sipped her tea, yet upon hearing these words, Huang Yu's expression shifted markedly. Chapter 162. The sudden interview. This, too, is premature. I still need to scout for a suitable spokesperson, and with the recent actions taken by the government, I am uncertain if the originally chosen Pugin is still appropriate. Huang Yu had initially settled on a target, but recent governmental maneuvers had instilled some apprehension within him. If it doesn't work out, we can always switch to another option. Regardless, once the forward-base vehicle arrives, it must first be stationed at Vivian's location, while assisting her in constructing a fortress. We can also manufacture some equipment, but the transfer will take some time, as that apparatus is exceedingly conspicuous. Upon hearing Lingyi mention the matter of transactions, Huang Yu suddenly recalled another important issue. Speaking of which, have you prepared those camouflage uniforms I asked you about? And the military attire for maids? Rest assured, they have been ready for quite some time. However, with noon approaching, you should head to the warehouse after lunch. I am quite busy this afternoon and cannot accompany you. Feel free to explore on your own. Do you really not need my company? Not at all. And do keep a low profile. Many media representatives wish to interview you. This morning, I deployed a smokescreen to prevent any encounters, but there are indeed several individuals waiting for you downstairs. Fortunately, your photograph has only been circulated internally, so they have yet to see you. Maintaining a low profile will ensure your safety. Understood. After lunch, Huang Yu accompanied Lingyi for a brief respite before descending alone at 2 o'clock, preparing to drive to the warehouse, which had essentially become his established trading post. Whenever the quantity of goods increased, Lingyi would arrange for their storage there. Good afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon. Hello, Chairman. Yes, you too. Earlier that morning, Lingyi had publicly disclosed his photograph within the company, leading to numerous employees greeting Huang Yu along his way, to which he responded amiably. Upon exiting the headquarters, as Lingyi had predicted, several reporters were indeed waiting with their cameras and microphones. To manage the situation, Lingyi had arranged for security personnel to maintain order. However, this posed little concern, as the reporters had not seen his photograph, and fearing any mishaps, the on-duty security personnel did not recognize him either, mistaking him for an internal employee. Just as he approached his sports car, ready to depart, he was suddenly called out by an urgent voice. Sir. Excuse me, sir. Could you please wait a moment? Huang Yu was taken aback. He had intentionally parked in a secluded spot, making it difficult for the reporters to see him. Who could possibly know his identity and be waiting for him here? Following the voice, he noticed two young men emerging from the shadows, one holding a microphone and the other bearing a camera, approaching him swiftly. The young man with the microphone, rather handsome and sporting glasses, appeared quite refined. With polite demeanor, he introduced himself. Chairman, my name is Li Tao, a reporter from Nanhai Daily. May I request a brief interview with you? Just a few questions. Huang Yu blinked and promptly denied. You must have mistaken me. I am merely an ordinary employee. However, the young reporter Li Tao seemed unfazed, confidently asserting, Chairman, please do not deny it. This morning, General Ling announced that you had altered your plans, opting out of the monthly meeting to inspect work at Jiuzhou Technology, even preparing a grand welcome ceremony there. While most reporters rushed over, I felt something was amiss. So my partner and I hid nearby early this morning, coincidentally witnessing your arrival with General Ling. Unfortunately, I was prepared and failed to capture a clear image. Yet it is evident that only the chairman could warrant such an escort from General Ling. Very clever of you to catch on. I see you weren't fooled and even spotted me with Ling Yi. Having been discovered, Huang Yu chose not to feign ignorance, recognizing he would inevitably face an interview. Scanning the surroundings, he pointed to a CAF across the street and said, "Though this place is somewhat remote, there are too many reporters here. Let us go there for some coffee and chat. It's on me." Li Tao and his partner were exceedingly delighted upon hearing this, and they readily offered to treat him to coffee, indicating their willingness to conduct the interview. Shortly thereafter, the trio arrived at a newly opened CAF. Once seated and having placed their coffee orders, they adopted a formal demeanor, signifying the commencement of the interview. "Mr. Chairman, we are sincerely grateful for your willingness to participate in this interview. However, if I may be so bold, as of now, the Jojo Group has not publicly disclosed your personal information, leaving the outside world unaware of your name. Oh, I am Huang Yu, the Huang from the lineage of Yin and Huang, and the Yu from Yao, Shun, Yu, and Tang. So, you are Chairman Huang, with such striking good looks. You appear remarkably youthful. It seems you take excellent care of yourself. I will be turning 27 in a few months." "What?" Li Tao exclaimed in astonishment. He had initially assumed Huang Yu was considerably older, merely well-preserved. However, realizing they were of similar age, he quickly adjusted to the revelation of his remarkable qualities. "Haha. I never expected Chairman Huang to be so young. I am truly taken aback. Might you share how you founded the Jojo Group? How shall I put this? I cannot divulge the specific details, but I can say that I am a fortunate individual who, during the lowest ebb of my life, seized an opportunity that fell from the sky and encountered the right people." "Lowest ebb? Given your current success, it is hard to fathom that you ever faced such a time." Li Tao keenly noted the key phrase. "Indeed, prior to this, I was an ordinary worker, toiling over 10 hours a day, earning a meager salary of 5,000 to 6,000 a month. I once went on a blind date with a girl, but she ultimately found me unworthy, and I ended up quitting my job because of it." "What?" Li Tao was once again taken aback, staring incredulously at the tall, handsome, and affable Huang Yu. "Chairman Huang, even if you were once an ordinary person, with your attributes, what woman could possibly overlook you?" Huang Yu chuckled self-deprecatingly. "With my attributes? Haha, you refer to my current physique and appearance, correct?" "Yes, precisely," Li Tao replied, still puzzled. "That transformation is the result of several months of effort. You can search for a host named General Thunder across various platforms. She has a series of videos titled The Male God Development Plan, and I am the protagonist of those." "Chairman Huang, please hold on a moment." Li Tao immediately took out his phone and began searching. After a swift investigation, he soon located the videos and, having watched them in fast succession, stared wide-eyed in disbelief. "This is truly you, Chairman Huang?" "Indeed, it is me, no counterfeit. Quite a significant change, right? The old me, overlooked by women, seems much more understandable now, doesn't he it?" This, cough cough." Li Tao was at a loss for words in response to such a question and could only cough a few times to mask his embarrassment. "Then, may I inquire about the girlfriend who filmed the videos for you?" "That would be Ling Yi, whom I appointed," Huang Yu readily acknowledged. "What?" Chapter 163. A stirring commotion. Li Tao's interview did not last long. He initially wished to inquire how Huang Yu and Ling Yi became an item, but was met with a direct refusal from Huang Yu. "This is a private matter between Ling Yi and me, and I cannot disclose it." Wisely, he refrained from pressing further, nor did he delve into Huang Yu's relationships with other attractive shareholders. Instead, he swiftly redirected the conversation towards artificial intelligence. When confronted with questions in this realm, Huang Yu shared only what was permissible, primarily discussing the future trajectory of artificial intelligence, while affirming his commitment to adhere strictly to the forthcoming national regulations. Following this, he departed the CAF and drove straight to the warehouse, dismissing any further contemplation on the matter. As for publicly acknowledging his relationship with Ling Yi, that was a decision he had long contemplated. This was his stance, to be open rather than shrouded in secrecy, lest Ling Yi feel disheartened. Meanwhile, Li Tao, despite still harboring numerous unanswered questions, felt he had returned with ample insights. Not to mention the direction of artificial intelligence that Huang Yu had revealed. The sheer transformation of Huang Yu, coupled with his association with the group, was sufficient to ignite a frenzy online. Indeed, just hours after Huang Yu delivered over 1,000 military uniforms to Maids, the results of the interview sparked a tremendous discussion across the internet. Goodness, at just 26 or 27, Chairman Huang is already at the helm of a tech giant. while I'm still stuck tightening screws in the workshop. I feel utterly inadequate. Relax, my friend. Chairman Huang mentioned that he too was once a worker, with circumstances not dissimilar to ours, even looked down upon by his blind date. He simply had the fortune of luck. Everything else remains the same. Really? With Chairman Huang's physique and handsome face, I can't help but drool. If he were broke, countless wealthy women would vie to support him. What woman could possibly overlook him? Sister, while you're busy admiring the handsome face, perhaps you missed the content? He explicitly stated that this transformation is the result of just a few months. Search online for General Thunder. There are videos showcasing Chairman Huang's transformation. I watched that series. It's more astonishing than plastic surgery. Is the before and after truly of the same person? The key is just a few months. Can one truly undergo such a drastic change in such a short span? It must be true. A few months ago, Huang Yu indeed looked like that, an unremarkable face and a bit overweight. Hey, you up there. You speak as if you know Chairman Huang personally. I actually do know him. He and I worked together in the workshop, though he wasn't on the assembly line. During a downturn, most management had to assist in production, and he happened to be assigned to my line. He was quite amiable and got along well with most of the workers. I heard he was preparing for marriage a few months back, then suddenly resigned. Preparing for marriage? Chairman Huang mentioned in the interview that he met a woman during a blind date, but she looked down on him, which led to his resignation. Surely, that's the matter being referred to? Wow, you've hit the nail on the head. It seems you really do know him. Hand a cigarette to the big shot. Do not address me as boss. I am merely a humble worker, preparing for the night shift. I cannot bring my phone into the factory, so I must take my leave to promote our achievements, particularly to former colleagues in his previous department. It is astonishing that such talent could emerge from this modest place. In just a few short months, an ordinary individual has not only transcended social strata but has also undergone a remarkable transformation, verging on the legendary. Chairman Huang remarked that during the most trying times in life, he seized an opportunity that seemed to descend from the heavens and encountered the right person. The failures he refers to must pertain to both career and love, while the opportunity likely relates to advancements in artificial intelligence. The right person, surely, must be Ling Yi. Indeed, it is she. The account of that formidable general had long been suspected to belong to a significant figure within the Jiuzhou group, and now it is confirmed. That person is indeed her. This means that the current Chairman Huang has been transformed under her watchful eye. Well, General Ling not only possesses exceptional professional capabilities but also exudes striking beauty. Although she may have been dissatisfied with Chairman Huang in the past, she remained steadfast and molded him into a paragon of masculinity. I find my faith in love rekindled. I am rather curious to know how the woman who once overlooked Chairman Huang feels upon reading this report. Simultaneously, Huang Yu had just finished dinner and was enjoying tea in the living room, while Ling Yi could hardly conceal her delight. The online chatter has reached a fever pitch. And you were quite unabashed at the time, straightforwardly declaring, "I am your girlfriend, were you not?" Huang Yu responded nonchalantly, "Of course, we are not celebrities. There is nothing to conceal. The fact that I did not refer to you as my fiancé is already a form of discretion." This heartfelt admission prompted Ling Yi to joyfully leap into his embrace. Observing her rare display of affection, Huang Yu instinctively drew her closer. As their eyes locked, he was about to steal a kiss when his phone suddenly rang. Initially, Huang Yu had no intention of answering, but Ling Yi seemed to sense something and stood up with a gleeful grin. "Quick, answer it. Something entertaining is about to unfold." "What is it?" Huang Yu asked, bewildered, as he glanced at the unfamiliar caller ID. "Just answer. You will find out." Ling Yi urged him. All right, hello? Who is this?" Upon answering, there was a moment of silence before a voice, both strange and familiar, finally broke through. "Huang Yu, it's me. Do you remember me?" This caught Huang Yu off guard. The voice was unmistakably female, one he felt he had heard before, yet he could not place it. Meanwhile, in a hospital dormitory across the city in Yu, Wu Qin took a deep breath, striving to maintain her composure. She had long since deleted Huang Yu's phone number and WeChat contact. But today's sensational interview had stirred such commotion that even the doctors and nurses in the hospital were aware of it. Initially, she had not given it much thought. But upon delving deeper, she discovered that the subject of the interview was none other than her former blind date, the rather unremarkable, financially challenged plump gentleman. To her astonishment, he had transformed into a handsome man and now possessed a staggering 90% stake in the Jiuzhou Group. Although the company was not publicly listed, everyone was acutely aware of the immense wealth this represented. At this revelation, she could no longer remain composed. She mustered the courage to approach her parents and obtained Huang Yu's phone number. Wu Qin recalled Huang Yu's declaration that she was the first woman he had ever liked. Despite their previous candid discussions back home, she believed that if she could conjure a reason to invite him out, evoke a sense of melancholy, garner his sympathy, and subtly hint at her single status while reminiscing about their better days, she could weave a perfect narrative, as she envisioned her flawless script. A self-satisfied smile crept across Wu Qin's lips. Chapter 164. Regret. Just as Wu Qin was basking in her own delight, Huang Yu's response abruptly froze her expression. I'm sorry, but I cannot recall who you are. Wu Qin inwardly cursed the obtuse man, took a few deep breaths to regain her composure, and then feigned a look of pitiful innocence, speaking in a tone laced with grievance. I am Wu Qin. Do you truly not remember me? Upon hearing her name, Huang Yu's brow furrowed. Why are you calling me? We resolved everything the last time we met. There is no longer any connection between us. And even our families have avoided contact. Just as he contemplated ending the call, he glanced at Ling Yi, who wore a mischievous grin, and moved the phone away from his ear. So you knew it was her from the start. You wanted to watch the drama unfold? Why else? Ling Yi replied nonchalantly. Well, I'm curious about what she wishes to discuss this time. Huang Yu nodded indifferently, activated the speakerphone, and addressed Wu Qin in a neutral tone. Wu Qin. It's you. What do you want? Upon hearing his response after a moment of silence, Wu Qin felt a surge of joy. As long as he was willing to answer the call, there was still hope. With this thought in mind, she chose not to reveal her true intentions just yet and instead inquired about Huang Yu's well-being. So, how have you been lately? Very well. I have wealth. A car, a house, a career, and a woman who loves me. My health has also improved. At this declaration, Ling Yi could not help but punch Huang Yu playfully, while Wu Qin felt a pang of distress. About the past. I'm sorry. Huang Yu and Ling Yi exchanged glances, raising their eyebrows in curiosity. Which incident are you referring to? It's about how I once insulted you. I truly apologize. The more I reflect on it, the more I regret it. You were never as despicable as I made you out to be. It was entirely my fault. Sob, sob, sob. Wu Qin's tearful voice came through, her sobs punctuating her words. Listening to this sound, Ling Yi was utterly delighted, covering her mouth as she trembled with laughter, while Huang Yu felt as though he had swallowed a fly, overwhelmed with discomfort. At this moment, regret washed over him, realizing his misjudgment. If only he had made the call a day earlier, he would not be feeling this nauseated. However, Wu Qin's next statement only exacerbated his disgust. You know, I often find myself thinking of you. It was only after parting that I truly recognized your worth. Sob, sob, sob. Huang Yu felt as if he might vomit, and noticing his distress, Ling Yi quickly poured him a cup of hot tea. He gulped it down, feeling slightly better. What game was this woman playing? Even the most melodramatic television series would hesitate to portray such absurdity. All he wanted was to end the call. Yet Ling Yi mischievously leaned in closer and whispered, let's listen a bit longer to her intentions. Reluctantly, Huang Yu rubbed his temples and picked up the phone once more. Sigh. Wu Qin, what is the purpose of your call this time? Surely, it cannot merely be to apologize. Hearing his sigh, Wu Qin's heart swelled with pride. A sigh signified softness, and softness meant opportunity. Do you have some free time lately? I would like to invite you to dinner, my treat. There are no ulterior motives. I simply wish to apologize in person. I have much to say to you. Enough. Enough already. Please stop. Huang Yu could no longer endure it. Raising his voice. You. Wu Qin was momentarily speechless. Huang Yu's reaction caught her off guard, and an unsettling feeling crept into her heart. What a performance you put on. You even shed a few tears. If I were still the old Huang Yu, if I had not seen through you, I might have believed your deceitful words. But one cannot be so shameless. The moment those words escaped his lips, Wu Qin's heart skipped a beat. Yet she clung to a glimmer of hope. What do you mean by acting? What are you implying? What do I mean? You should have deleted my number long ago. I do not know from whom you obtained it, but the reason you are calling me now is undoubtedly because you saw that report earlier today. You clearly witnessed my transformation and sudden wealth, and now you regret it. Yet you can concoct a web of nonsense that disgusts me to no end. Do you truly believe I would fall for your lies? Huang Yu maintained a stern expression throughout, his eyes icy. Is this how I appear in your eyes? Wu Qin's voice brimmed with endless grievance. Otherwise, what should I think? The moment you called my parents, I ceased to harbor any illusions. Do you genuinely believe I would still be interested in you now? I can only say your foolishness surpasses my imagination. With that, Huang Yu abruptly hung up the phone, leaving Wu Qin on the other end, her complexion turning pale, her eyes filled with disbelief and indignation. In the past, this despicable man always navigated his interactions with utmost caution, fearing his own dissatisfaction. Yet today, he audaciously rebuffed her overtures and even humiliated her in the process. It is evident that during their initial meeting back in their hometown, he had already anticipated this very outcome, along with the presence of his current girlfriend, Ling Yi, who had once awaited him outside the milk tea shop. Trust me, you will come to regret this. In the end, both of them were left with the same phrase echoing in their minds. An overwhelming sense of regret enveloped her heart as she bit her lip, leaving Wu Qin utterly speechless. Perhaps she still harbored intense feelings of humiliation and resentment, yet given the current stature of the Jiuzhou group, she could hardly conceive a means of retaliation. This incident would soon spread throughout her hometown, and her family would likely become the subject of ridicule among their neighbors. After hanging up the phone, Huang Yu felt a profound sense of disinterest as he glanced at Ling Yi, who was still smirking mischievously. "You're still laughing. Haha. Are you reveling in her drama or mine? It's utterly nauseating," he exclaimed. Come, let us have some tea, ha ha ha." Accepting the cup of hot tea that Ling Yi had poured for him, Huang Yu rolled his eyes before downing it in one go. He began to realize that despite Ling Yi's seemingly aloof exterior, she possessed a rather playful spirit, relishing in gossip and particularly enjoying his misfortunes. Sighing, he thought it prudent to video call his parents, fearing they might have already seen the news, thus sparing him the trouble of explaining later. "All right. I will testify on your behalf." Over the past few months, Huang Yu had frequently communicated with his family, but he had refrained from video calls. Now, having undergone a significant transformation, he felt ready to explain himself properly. He wanted to prepare them for the upcoming reunion during the new year, ensuring it wouldn't come as too much of a shock. After enduring nearly an hour of his parents chattering, Huang Yu finally hung up. His parents were not particularly bothered by his physical changes, but they were deeply concerned about his major life decisions. Though unspoken, their implications were clear to both him and Ling Yi. "You're approaching 27. Your health has improved, and your career is thriving. We know your capabilities after all these years, and it's likely you owe much to Ling Yi's influence. Where else would you find such a beautiful and capable partner? Hurry up and get married. We are eagerly awaiting grandchildren. And remember, don't you dare mistreat Ling Yi, or we shall have your skin. Hey, your parents are pushing us to get married. What are your thoughts?" Ling Yi feigned indifference as she inquired. "What are my thoughts? Generally speaking, marriage preparations take about 6 months. The upcoming May Day holiday is a splendid occasion, and soon the forward base vehicle from Laurel will arrive, which will grant us the ability to construct wonders of the world. At that time, we shall prepare a wedding of a century, broadcasting it live across the globe for all to witness. I envision Feng Ling, Feng Long, and Wan Ling as the bridesmaids. Regarding our marital abode, I still wish to acquire a slightly larger island, establishing a private kingdom that belongs solely to us. We could introduce a multitude of fairies and nurture a variety of flora and fauna. Naturally, we must also consider our children's education. Thus, it is essential to purchase additional properties elsewhere, as our offspring will need to engage with the outside world." Hearing Huang Yu earnestly plan their future life together, Ling Yi nestled happily into his embrace. Regardless of what the future holds, this man truly loves her at this moment. However, she playfully remarked, "I was asking if you want to marry me, and look where this conversation has gone." Huang Yu, perceptive as ever, recognized her contradictory nature and pulled her closer. "This is something we must contemplate sooner or later, Ling Yi. What I truly wish to convey is that no matter how much time passes, the woman I cherish most in my heart will always be you." I believe you." As their emotions deepened, they naturally kissed, their hands tenderly caressing each other. "Take me to the bedroom." Ling Yi maintained a sliver of clarity, and upon hearing this, Huang Yu immediately swept her off her feet, ascending the stairs with remarkable swiftness. Time flowed like a river, and before long, the day arrived for the delivery of the forward base vehicle. However, in Huang Yu's realm, this moment was anything but solemn. He simply sat in the living room sipping tea. Simultaneously, in a vast manufacturing facility, Laurel, clad in white exoskeleton armor, stood before a colossal silver forward base vehicle, making his final inquiry. "My Lord Huang Yu, as per your request, the forward base vehicle has downloaded the artificial intelligence system you prepared. Everything is now ready. I ask once more, are you certain you wish to send it to Lady Vivian?" "Absolutely," Huang Yu affirmed once more, then turned to Vivian. "Vivian, how are preparations on your end?" "Fear not. Everyone is awaiting your arrival. There will be no disturbances." "Very well, let us proceed with the delivery." On the expansive grassland, Vivian had gathered all her kin in advance to prevent any unrest, proclaiming that the divine hall would descend today. No one doubted the oracle conveyed by the favorite of the gods. 800 centaur elves eagerly awaited, and finally, under the gaze of all, a shimmering blue light flickered across the sky. What appeared next was a massive, irregular silver rectangular shape, the forward base vehicle sent by Laurel. "Look, the hall of the gods has arrived. The gods are watching over us. Thank you, deities." With fervent shouts, spurred on by an unknown leader, all 800 centaur elves, young and old, knelt reverently before the forward base vehicle. At this critical juncture, even if Vivian were a staunch atheist, she found herself compelled to conform and kneel. The items had been delivered, and with numerous matters demanding her attention, she bid farewell to His Excellency Huang Yu and Ms. Vivian, stating, "I must take my leave." With that, Lore exited the video conversation, leaving the ensuing dialogue to Huang Yu and Vivian. "Huang Yu, is this truly as miraculous as you claim?" Vivian inquired. "Rest assured, the materials I sent you previously are intact, correct? Indeed, they are safely stored beneath the hill, covered with the plastic sheeting you recommended. And I have arranged for round-the-clock guards to ensure that no one has tampered with them," she replied, gesturing towards the substantial pile of materials resembling small hills, which consisted of steel and concrete supplies Huang Yu had previously sent her. These were ample to complete the construction of the fortress. As the two conversed, the aerial outpost vehicle had transformed into a significantly larger forward base. After a gradual descent, it extended 6 enormous mechanical arms and settled steadily onto the grassy terrain beside the hill, opening its front and rear gates along with a sloped pathway. "What about the packaged materials? I specifically instructed you regarding them." "Fear not. I have kept that batch of materials in storage to avert any issues," Vivian assured him as she rose, calling out to her kin behind her. "I am now to enter and pay homage to the deities. Everyone may move about freely, but no one is permitted to approach." Upon hearing this, the chiefess Sophia immediately rose and commanded, "Guards, maintain strict watch over the temple. No one shall approach, except for the high priest." "Yes." A contingent of fully armed guards promptly surged forth, encircling the outpost. "Sophia, I shall enter now." "Very well," they nodded at each other, and Vivian dashed towards the entrance of the outpost. However, once inside, she discovered that the entrance was not deep. After just a few steps, she reached the end, confronted by a cabinet that opened outward at an angle. From its exterior, it was evident that a vast space lay within. "Huang Yu, what should I do?" Vivian hesitated. "It is simple. Just place the materials inside." Though she remained perplexed, her trust in Huang Yu prevailed, and she deposited the materials into the cabinet, only to be astonished as they were swiftly consumed within. "Now, simply wait at the other exit, and soon a robot will emerge. Its appearance may seem peculiar to you, but do not fear. It is an adept ally in constructing your fortress." Chapter 166. Autonomous construction with the designated materials introduced. The artificial intelligence within the outpost sprang into action. The Jojo 20 system boasted accelerated computational speed, capable of managing more intricate scenarios and featuring autonomous construction capabilities. Though these would not be available to the public immediately, with subsequent minor updates such as versions 11 and 12 gradually rolled out. Before long, under Vivian's watchful gaze, a white heavy-duty robot slowly emerged from the exit of the outpost. This multifunctional construction robot, currently in its first generation, boasted limbs akin to those of a human. Designed primarily for large-scale engineering projects, its substantial size and robust limbs rendered it somewhat unwieldy in appearance. Equipped with mechanical arms capable of interchangeably wielding various tools, it adapted seamlessly to diverse tasks. Its feet were fitted with tracks, allowing it to traverse flat surfaces smoothly, while the option to switch to bipedal movement enabled it to navigate complex terrains, thereby facilitating operations in challenging environments. Naturally, should the terrain prove excessively intricate, the involvement of light and medium robots would be necessary. "Is this the robot you spoke of? What a colossal hunk of metal!" Vivian exclaimed, her gaze fixed upon it as it headed straight for a pile of materials. With remarkable agility, it deftly lifted a plastic sheet, and with both mechanical arms working in unison, it hoisted a mass of materials larger than itself before making its way towards the entrance of the outpost. Observing the majestic operation of such an immense robot stirred an exhilarating sense of excitement in Huang Yu, as it epitomized the dual allure of cutting-edge technology and heavy industry. Yet, he felt compelled to maintain a semblance of composure in Vivian's presence. "Inform your kin that its task is to assist in the construction of the fortress, so they need not concern themselves with it, nor impede its progress. At present, it is gathering materials to manufacture more robots. Once the requisite quantity is achieved, they shall commence their official duties. Rest assured, I will ensure everything is arranged properly, though I am uncertain when it will be completed. I find myself rather impatient. It will take at least a month, as concrete requires proper curing," Huang Yu cautiously estimated. The speed of robot construction was beyond reproach. However, the materials employed were ordinary earthly substances. While their strength was exceptional, they were still subject to inherent challenges. For instance, the curing of concrete necessitated ongoing watering to maintain its integrity. Perhaps in the future, with the development of innovative building materials, this process could be expedited. Speaking of which, there was an amusing interlude during this period. Originally, according to Huang Yu and Ling Ye's plan, they intended to source materials directly from Vivian's planet, mining stones and metals. This would save considerable effort and eliminate the need for any curing, as they were prepared to use stone as construction material, while simultaneously establishing factories to prepare for utilization back on Earth. However, at this juncture, the system issued a warning. While aiding in city construction could be deemed a normal transaction, venturing into a secondary civilization to mine or even build factories was classified as colonial aggression, strictly prohibited by the three major ninth-level civilizations. It was for this reason that Huang Yu had to dispatch a substantial quantity of construction materials in advance and abandon the factory construction plan, which ultimately had minimal impact. In any case, be patient for now. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Farewell. Very well, goodbye. In a brief exchange, several heavy multifunctional construction robots emerged, resuming their previous tasks. Witnessing this remarkable scene, Vivi was filled with hope for the future. Meanwhile, Huang Yu, having severed contact with Vivian, was approached by Ling Yi, who emerged from her concealed position. It was Saturday, and she was free from work, gracefully taking a seat beside Huang Yu. Although the system prohibited us from mining and constructing factories in that area, it permitted the manufacture of robots. Therefore, it would be prudent to send additional materials over these days, and after the Lunar New Year, we can relocate the robots back. This way, we shall possess sufficient construction capabilities, and the mere revelation of such an array of robots would undoubtedly astonish the world, he chuckled. However, Ling Yi's subsequent remark captured his attention. Speaking of which, the fortress on Vivian's side has already commenced operations. We must also plan for our headquarters construction. Oh, you didn't mention the location of the headquarters last time. Where exactly will it be? Here, take a look. Ling Yi promptly handed her phone to him. Huang Yu focused and observed that the chosen site was a patch of green land adjacent to the Qianhai Bay in Yu City, primarily used for recreation and parking. Although situated in the northern part of the city, it was in close proximity to the south, covering nearly 240,000 square meters, nestled between two rivers. Surrounding it were several parks, the largest being the Coastal Cultural Park, which spanned an impressive 380,000 square meters. The vicinity was bustling with residential buildings, hospitals, schools, and various commercial establishments. From that vantage point, one could easily gaze upon the bay, catching a glimpse of the Jiang Highway Bridge and the Qianhai Bay Wharf. The more Huang Yu scrutinized the site, the more his satisfaction grew, exclaiming, "Wow! I never expected to find such a vast stretch of undeveloped land in this precious area of Yu City. To think that the little waste of Yu City occupies no more than 180,000 square meters." Noticing his delighted expression, Ling Yi also beamed with pride. I had mentioned there was such a place. Initially, the government's plan was to connect the coastal recreational areas, making it somewhat complicated to acquire this land. But we just finalized the negotiations in recent days. Oh, how much did it cost? Not much, merely 3 billion. Huang Yu nodded. With hundreds of billions in liquid assets at his disposal, a mere 3 billion was hardly a concern for him. So, our future headquarters will be constructed here? Do you have any design plans? Of course. With the forward base vehicle, we are certainly going to erect the tallest building in the world to showcase our technological prowess. Given the abundance of parks surrounding the site, we need not preserve excessive green space, allowing for a larger building footprint. Hence, I based the design on the Shenzhou rocket. As Ling Yi enthusiastically elaborated, Huang Yu's gaze remained fixed on the renderings displayed on her phone. The appearance bears a resemblance to the Shenzhou rocket, resembling a celestial pillar that pierces the clouds. Its apex tapers into a conical shape, from which extends a lengthy antenna mast, while the base is adorned with 4 diminutive cylindrical structures, reminiscent of rocket boosters. The entire edifice ascends in a graceful spiral, enhancing its aesthetic appeal, though it may serve additional purposes. Ling Yi, how do you intend to construct it? Upon hearing Huang Yu's inquiry, Ling Yi responded with a smile, revealing a figure, 144 meters. Chapter 167, 3 matters 144 meters? Huang Yu was taken aback by this figure for the tallest building in the world. The Burj Khalifa stands at a mere 828 meters, and even the halted Yunshi Tower was designed to reach only 350 meters, which has long been stagnant. To conceive a structure surpassing 2,000 meters is indeed astonishing. Well, the height is based on the founding year of our nation, yet it falls slightly short of 2,000 meters. Thus, I have added an antenna mast of 949 meters, rounding it up to 144 meters. However, constructing such a towering structure is no simple feat. We must consider natural disasters such as fires, earthquakes, tsunamis, and typhoons, as well as potential man-made calamities like military strikes and terrorist attacks. Regardless, we cannot meet our wedding date on May Day, so it would be prudent to extend the timeline, allowing me to refine my internal design and develop some new building materials. No, no, no. Let us procure some construction materials from Caradon, even customizing dimensions, which would save us the trouble of processing them ourselves. After all, I am quite dissatisfied with the materials available on Earth, and I am not particularly adept in material science. Ling Yu was already contemplating the intricacies of the construction, but Huang Yu had caught on to a key phrase in her words. We can consider these matters later, but you just mentioned our wedding date. Are you implying that you agree to marry me on May Day? Humph, that was the date you set. Do you intend to back out? How could Huang Yu possibly back out? He drew her into his embrace and earnestly stated, of course not. I am overjoyed. How could I ever renege? I will inform my parents that we are getting married on May Day. Humph, that is more like it. Ling Yu feigned annoyance. Yet the smile at the corners of her mouth was impossible to suppress. Leaning against him in contemplation for a moment, she suddenly spoke. By the way, there are 3 matters that require your involvement. You must be prepared. What are they? First, Wan Ling has become well acquainted with modern management practices. This coming Monday, which is the day after tomorrow, marks the official establishment of the Jiuzhou Charity Foundation, necessitating a press conference, and as the chairman of the group, it is imperative that you represent us. Ever since Huang Yu began practicing independently, Zhong Wanling has started learning management within the company like everyone else. For one cannot engage in charity without some knowledge of management. Now, it is time to fulfill the promise made long ago. Certainly. It is now my turn to take the stage. Huang Yu nodded affirmatively and inquired once more. And what of the second matter? In just over half a month, the Lunar New Year will arrive. Next Friday, the company is set to host an annual gathering, and Yuru has long been preparing the program. It is imperative that you make an appearance at such an occasion. Naturally, we must also distribute substantial red envelopes to each employee. At this juncture, Huang Yu suddenly recalled something. This year's New Year's Eve does not entail a mandatory holiday, merely a suggestion for employers to grant time off. Is this not absurd? What if the employers choose to disregard this encouragement? Speaking of which, how has the group's annual leave been arranged? We cannot have employees unable to return home on New Year's Eve. Yet, how could Ling Yi have overlooked this? Clearly, it had already been meticulously planned. Rest assured, the holiday notification has been disseminated long ago. We have consistently maintained a 5-day work week. So we will simply grant a holiday on the first Friday before New Year's Eve. This means that after the annual gathering, employees can return home and resume work the Monday following the Lantern Festival. Huang Yu checked his phone for the dates and, with satisfaction, remarked, "This is splendid, 23 days of holiday. The employees will surely be pleased. And that's not all. Not only will each person receive a gift to take home, but they will also be reimbursed for travel expenses upon their return. The employees will undoubtedly be grateful to you." Chairman, Ling Yi added, "I merely had the idea. You are the one truly managing the group S affairs. They should express their gratitude to you." Huang Yu replied, "Well, it's all the same. But the most important matter remains the third issue." As Ling Yi spoke the last part, her tone took on a serious note, prompting Huang Yu to adopt a more solemn demeanor. "What is it that has you so concerned?" "The state is dispatching individuals to contact us." Huang Yu. On Monday morning, within a vast conference room at the headquarters of Jiuzhou Group, a multitude of media representatives gathered, their anticipation palpable for today's press conference. After all, Jiuzhou Group's press releases are a rare occurrence, and even rarer is the fact that today's conference is presided over by Chairman Huang Yu himself. Soon, Huang Yu, attired in formal wear, strode confidently to the podium and addressed the audience directly. "Thank you all for being here today. I am Huang Yu, the chairman of Jiuzhou Group. The purpose of today's press conference is to announce a significant decision made by our group." Upon hearing this, the audience erupted into hushed discussions. Although Jiuzhou Group's business scope has expanded considerably, its core remains firmly rooted in the high-tech industry. What could possibly constitute such a momentous decision? Is it a breakthrough in artificial intelligence or a new scientific achievement? Huang Yu did not keep them in suspense, promptly diving into the heart of the matter. The Jiuzhou Charity Foundation is officially established today. Starting this year, our group will deposit one of its monthly revenue into a designated account at Jiuzhou Bank, with both the principal and interest fully allocated to charitable endeavors. Furthermore, our group has already deposited 1 billion as the initial funding for the foundation. Jiuzhou Bank, recently established and wholly owned by the Jiuzhou Group, has become an essential enterprise as the liquidity under Huang Yu's control continues to soar. The formation of a personal bank to manage these substantial funds is now imperative. The announcement made by Huang Yu sent shockwaves through the audience. No one anticipated that the Jiuzhou Group would boldly declare its intention to engage in philanthropy. While this in itself may not seem remarkable, the monthly revenue of the Jiuzhou Group is certainly no trivial matter. Although the group is not publicly listed and its financial reports remain confidential, The immense wealth represented by artificial intelligence is evident, particularly given Ling Ye's extravagant expenditures, which reflect the formidable capital possessed by the group. Among its most significant investments is the acquisition of a vast tract of land in Qianhai Bay for 30 billion, purportedly for the construction of a new headquarters. Additionally, there is the staggering sum of 1 billion designated as startup capital. Such grand gestures, initiating with 10 small objectives, raise questions about the potential returns on investment. Can one truly afford to divert such sums to charitable causes? Chapter 168. Jiuzhou Charity Foundation. Amidst the astonishment of the audience, Huang Yu had yet to finish his remarks. The Jiuzhou Charity Foundation will be established to fund scientific research and public service projects in education, science, medicine, public health, and social welfare. However, due to the current limitations of the group's capabilities, the foundation will initially focus solely on domestic initiatives. Contributions from all sectors of society are welcomed, and we will employ artificial intelligence to monitor the flow of funds in real time. Donors will have the ability to track their contributions through the Jiuzhou system and even directly contact the beneficiaries of their donations. Due to my limited capacity, I will not be involved in the management of the foundation. At this juncture, Huang Yu shifted his tone and formally introduced Ms. Zhong Wanling, another shareholder of the group. As the president of the foundation, he urged the audience to extend a warm welcome. Applause erupted as Zhong Wanling gracefully ascended the stage, waving to the crowd. Dressed in an elegant white ensemble that accentuated her graceful figure, she exuded an air of dignity that dissuaded any inclination towards impropriety. Yet another stunning female shareholder. This thought resonated among the reporters in attendance. The board of directors of Jiuzhou Group is indeed a constellation of beauty, a fact that has become a popular topic of conversation. Aside from Chairman Huang Yu, who holds a commanding 90 of the shares and is male, the group boasts Ling Yi, with a 5 stake, and 4 other extraordinary female general managers, Shi Yiru, Yan Biqing, Su Jingzun, and Ming Yuzhu, each possessing unique charms and holding one of the shares. As for Lin Qingrong, she holds no shares due to her unsuitability for management. However, calculating these shares reveals a total of only 99. Speculation abounds regarding the whereabouts of the remaining one, with many believing it likely belongs to yet another captivating woman. Today's revelation has indeed confirmed such suspicions. As for Huang Yu, the chairman, and his relationships with the 6 enchanting female shareholders, this has piqued the curiosity of the public even further. Although he has publicly declared his romantic involvement with Ling Yi, it has not quelled the insatiable gossiping spirit of the onlookers. To say nothing of the fact that since the appearance of these general managers, countless handsome suitors have pursued them, each one youthful, affluent, attractive, and accomplished, including even the offspring of influential figures from various sectors, yet none have succeeded. This is indeed intriguing. In truth, there have been those who harbored ulterior motives, but with the formidable capital of the Jiuzhou Group backing them, and Ling Ye's ruthless tactics at critical moments, all who dared to act on their intentions have met with misfortune. After all, who among those with the desire and the audacity can claim to be entirely untainted, even if one were? It is not uncommon for ordinary individuals to encounter severe car accidents while driving or experience violent electrical explosions during their rest, though the probabilities of such incidents are low. They are not entirely unfathomable, are they? Nevertheless, regardless of the reporter's rampant speculations, Zhong Wanling, well-versed in modern etiquette, proceeded with her self-introduction. Hello everyone, I am Zhong Wanling. Observing the throng of reporters brimming with questions, Huang Yu seamlessly transitioned into the QA segment. It seems everyone has numerous inquiries. Let us embark on this question and answer session. Both Zhong and I will endeavor to provide answers. Journalists wishing to pose a question, please raise your hand, limited to 1 question per person. Upon this declaration, a flurry of reporters raised their hands, and Huang Yu, somewhat taken aback by the sheer number, casually selected a striking female journalist. You there, please pose your question. The female journalist, elated, rose with excitement and said, "Thank you, Chairman Huang. As is well known, the core research achievement of the Jiuzhou Group is artificial intelligence. You previously mentioned utilizing AI to monitor the flow of every donation in real time, allowing donors to track or even directly contact beneficiaries. Is this true? How will it be accomplished?" Indeed, queries related to Jiuzhou Group invariably circled back to artificial intelligence. Huang Yu internally rolled his eyes, but nonetheless replied earnestly, "That is an excellent question. While we are eager to engage in philanthropy, we are equally determined to ensure that the benevolent funds we donate do not end up in the pockets of unscrupulous individuals. I believe that kind-hearted individuals across society share this sentiment. Therefore, every aspect of this charitable funds distribution will be monitored in real time by artificial intelligence and publicly disclosed, detailing precisely what each donation is spent on, the prices of these items, the merchants involved, and to whom these items are delivered. Each step of this process will be transparent and accessible to society, effectively preventing any possibility of misappropriation. Thank you for your response, Chairman Huang, the female journalist said, satisfied as she took her seat. President Zhong, please call upon the next journalist. The president of the foundation is Zhong Wanling. Huang Yu must allow her to showcase her abilities. Very well, Chairman, that young male reporter. Please proceed with your inquiry. Zhong Wanling graciously accepted Huang Yu's kindness, while the young journalist appeared somewhat flustered, quickly rising to speak. Thank you, President Zhong. Earlier, Chairman Huang mentioned that artificial intelligence can monitor the flow of funds in real time. Is this technology applicable to other companies and government agencies? This surely would greatly aid in anti-corruption efforts. Zhong Wanling found herself momentarily at a loss for words, and Huang Yu also seemed somewhat troubled. This is quite a challenging question. I certainly cannot bear that pressure now. Young man, was that intentional or merely a slip of the tongue? However, he swiftly responded. Coming to Zhong Wanling's defense. My dear journalist, you are placing President Zhong in a difficult position. Although she is a shareholder, she is not well versed in the matters of the group and artificial intelligence, which is why she serves as the chairperson of the charitable foundation. In fact, you ought not to pose such inquiries to us. Our Jiuzhou Group is merely a private enterprise, not a state-owned enterprise or government agency, and can only provide technical services in this regard. As for the applicability to other companies and government agencies, that is not a matter for our group to consider. With Huang Yu's gentle correction, the young reporter finally realized his misstep, awkwardly expressing his gratitude before hastily taking his seat. Yes, I was rather presumptuous. Thank you for your response, Chairman Huang. Observing that this potentially perilous question had been deftly sidestepped, Zhong Wanling cast a grateful glance at Huang Yu. The subsequent inquiries resumed a more customary tone. President Zhong, the Jiuzhou Charity Foundation currently boasts a fund of 1 billion. Do you have any forthcoming initiatives? I have devised a plan primarily aimed at assisting impoverished regions within the country, constructing schools and roads, and aiding impoverished populations nationwide in addressing educational and healthcare challenges. Chairman Huang, given that Jiuzhou Group is also involved in the pharmaceutical sector, will there be collaboration between this industry and charitable endeavors? Certainly. Jiuzhou Group is vigorously expanding its business in this field and will establish its own hospitals in the future, committed to providing affordable and high-quality medications to benefit the broader populace. President Zhong. Chapter 169. Widespread praise. Several days have elapsed since the last press conference concluded. Today is a weekday, and within the chairman's office at Jiuzhou Group's headquarters, Huang Yu is perusing pertinent news articles. Once a worker, now a chairman. Never forget the original intention. Give back to society. Jiuzhou Group establishes a charitable foundation with a staggering initial fund of 1 billion. President of Jiuzhou Charity Foundation visits impoverished regions, funding the repair of roads and schools. A certain short video producer donates 100 yuan. Jiuzhou Charity Foundation utilizes funds responsibly. With transparent financial tracking, the Kyushu Charity Foundation has garnered widespread acclaim for its remarkable initiative, utilizing artificial intelligence to monitor the flow of funds in real time with impressive efficacy. Initially, the intent was simply to engage in charitable acts, yet the response has been overwhelmingly positive. The background of Huang Yu, including his educational and professional history, has been thoroughly examined. For over 20 years, he lived an unremarkable life, but within a mere 6 months, he miraculously achieved a significant social elevation. Even the high school and university he once attended extended invitations for him to speak at their upcoming sessions, all of which he graciously declined, opting instead for monetary donations to be made on his behalf. While this experience is undeniably legendary and has inspired many, it has equally provoked jealousy and criticism. What makes Huang superior to me? Some might ponder, dismissing him as merely a fortunate nouveau riche. His girlfriend has managed the daily affairs of the Kyushu Group, leading some to label him a mere beneficiary of her efforts. They question the fairness of his sudden wealth, lamenting their own struggles amidst a declining global economy, where the working class faces increasing hardships while the affluent continue to amass wealth. This discontent has led many to abandon the notion that hard work guarantees prosperity, fostering resentment towards the wealthy and the fortunate few. Huang can empathize with this sentiment, as he once shared similar views, and he acknowledges his status as a newly wealthy individual without shame. The distinction lies in his unwavering commitment to integrity. He does not consider himself superior, nor does he exploit his employees. His philanthropic endeavors stem from this principle, unexpectedly turning many critics into supporters. Unlike many charitable organizations, which often face scrutiny regarding their operations and transparency, sometimes even refusing donations deemed insufficient, the Kyushu Charity Foundation stands apart. Presently, every citizen in Huaxia possesses access to the Kyushu system, enabling them to inquire about fund allocations with ease. Detailed records reveal purchases and their respective costs, even providing contact information for beneficiaries. Initially, skepticism surrounded the foundation's authenticity. However, a short video producer, motivated to investigate, donated 100 yuan via the foundation's official website. To his astonishment, he received notification the following day that his contribution had been utilized to purchase a set of student desks and chairs, complete with a detailed expenditure report indicating a total cost of 941 yuan, leaving a balance of 59 yuan. There exists a precise alignment of information regarding the manufacturers and prices of desks and chairs obtainable online, ensuring not only satisfactory quality, but also reasonable pricing. Several days later, the assistant once again notified that the set of student desks and chairs had been delivered to the school, accompanied by the school's name and address, as well as the principal's telephone number. Upon contacting the principal for inquiries, a video call ensued, visually revealing the modest school environment and the pristine set of student desks and chairs. Aware of the young man's intentions, the principal even took the time to locate the very set of desks and chairs he had donated. After all, there were only a handful of sets, most inscribed with the words donated by Jiuzhou Group on a specific date, save for one that stood out. Our circumstances are quite dire. The entire school comprises merely a dozen children, with only 4 teachers, including myself. The front gate is on the verge of rusting, and we cook over a wood fire, especially in the teaching building, which is even older than I am. Young man, I am truly grateful for your donation of these desks and chairs. Gazing at the set inscribed with his origin, name, and donation date, the young man, who initially contemplated disavowing his contribution, found his eyes moistening in an instant. Despite having donated numerous times before, this was the first occasion he felt the tangible impact of his assistance to others. Principal, I only donated 100 yuan. It hardly amounts to much. Oh, one mustn't say such things. In our impoverished region, 100 yuan can stretch for quite a while. If gratitude is to be expressed, it should be directed towards the Jiuzhou Charity Foundation and the Jiuzhou Group behind it. Indeed, they deserve thanks. They are also investing in renovations for our school during this winter break, not only for the classrooms but also for the kitchen and our dormitories. However, we must also extend our gratitude to you. No matter how formidable a company may be, it cannot cater to all impoverished schools across China. It relies on compassionate individuals like yourselves. The principal was quite aware of this reality. The young man, holding back tears, concluded the call and promptly created a video detailing his experience, transforming into a fervent supporter of the Jiuzhou Group. From now on, I shall be a devoted fan of Jiuzhou Group. Chairman Huang is truly a remarkable boss. This video rapidly garnered widespread attention, prompting an increasing number of individuals to attempt modest donations. When monetary contributions were made, artificial intelligence efficiently allocated the funds to procure specific items. If items were donated, they would be inscribed with pertinent information before delivery. This enabled benevolent donors to swiftly receive feedback, witnessing their contributions genuinely aiding others, a sense of fulfillment that is indescribable. Consequently, an ever-growing number of individuals began to donate through the Jiuzhou Charity Foundation's official website, with contributions increasing in magnitude. Continuous updates provided contact information for both donors and recipients, whether they be impoverished school staff and students, unfortunate individuals born with disabilities, or patients suffering from terminal illnesses. All of this garnered widespread acclaim for the Jiuzhou Charity Foundation, Jiuzhou Group, and Mr. Huang Yu from various sectors of society. This feeling has left me somewhat elated. Yet I also sense a hint of danger. Huang Yu gazed at the comments on his phone, murmuring to himself. The model employed by the Jiuzhou Charity Foundation had illuminated the significant role that artificial intelligence could play in anti-corruption efforts, ensuring that the flow of funds remained entirely transparent, leaving no room for personal enrichment. Numerous voices online had begun clamoring for AI to monitor the trajectory of public funds. I still lack sufficient strength. I hope nothing goes awry. At the very least, just as he was about to delve deeper into his thoughts, a sudden knock at the door interrupted his reverie. Come in. Huang Yu's expression grew serious. The representatives from above had finally arrived. Chapter 170, Visitors from Above Come In. With Huang Yu's response, Ling Yi immediately pushed the door open. However, rather than entering directly, he stood at the threshold, courteously gesturing for the guests to proceed. The first to enter was an elegant middle-aged man, fair-skinned and beardless, with a friendly smile. Following him were 2 younger men, tall and robust, exuding an unmistakable air of danger, clearly of military background. Aware of their identities, Huang Yu dared not be presumptuous. He quickly rose to his feet and stepped forward, extending his right hand. Greetings, I am Huang Yu. May I inquire your name? The man opposite him reciprocated the handshake and introduced himself. My surname is Li. With the given name Yin. You may simply address me by my name, Mr. Huang. But I am a junior. How could I presume to address you so? Huang Yu responded, though he did not take the formality lightly. Perhaps it would be better to refer to your title. May I ask which department you represent, Mr. Li? Mr. Huang, my identity and departmental affiliation are not convenient to disclose, but I have come specifically to negotiate with your esteemed group. In any case, you may refer to me as Special Commissioner Li. Li Yin maintained a friendly smile throughout. Yet Huang Yu felt a shiver run down his spine. An individual who could not even reveal his identity or department. The title of Special Commissioner, though often synonymous with military oversight due to an abundance of portrayals in film and television, still existed within the core departments of Huaxia. Yet, even core departments should not be shrouded in secrecy. Who exactly was this Li Yin? Despite the tumult of thoughts swirling in his mind, Huang Yu managed to maintain his composure on the surface. Having encountered extraterrestrials on numerous occasions, he remained unfazed in the presence of individuals from above, extending the necessary courtesies without losing his poise. All right, Special Commissioner Li, may I offer you some tea? We have a tea room where we can discuss matters further. Certainly. I do enjoy tea, Li Yin replied amiably. Seeing him readily agree, Huang Yu led him to the tea room, with Ling Yi naturally following. However, halfway there, upon glancing back, Huang Yu noticed that the two remaining individuals had exited and closed the office door behind them. Special Commissioner Li, are those two not joining us? Oh, their task is to ensure that this conversation remains undisturbed. The matters at hand concern only the three of us. I see. Huang Yu nodded thoughtfully. The trio settled into the tea room, with Li Yin seated on one side of the table, Huang Yu on the opposite side, and Ling Yi naturally taking her place beside him, eagerly assuming the role of tea preparer. You two truly embody the perfect match, especially you, Director Huang. It is truly admirable how, within just half a year, through diligent training and some assistance from supplements, you have transformed your physique to such an impressive state. Observing this couple before him, Li Yin sincerely marveled. Oh, so Commissioner Li has also seen the series of videos featuring Ling Yi? Huang Yu inquired with curiosity. Indeed. Not only domestically, but also abroad. Many have viewed them, with numerous individuals even regarding Director Huang as a fitness role model. Ha ha ha. All credit goes to Ling Yi. I have attempted to lose weight multiple times before, but always faltered midway. Were it not for Ling Yi's diligent supervision and her remarkable ability to generate income, I would not have possessed the willpower or resources to transform myself. In response to such flattery, Huang Yu naturally attributed all credit to Ling Yi. After all, one cannot candidly admit to having utilized gene-enhancing agents, can one? You are far too modest, Director Huang. Regardless, achieving such a significant transformation undoubtedly reflects exceptional qualities. Speaking candidly, many from our circle initially believed that the video was fabricated, claiming that the real Director Huang had been swapped out long ago. However, despite extensive scrutiny, the video has proven to be authentic. Haha. What does this imply? Huang Yu asked, perplexed, yet he chuckled along. Indeed, at first, I could hardly believe the immense change myself. Thus, those individuals who prided themselves as deities in the software domain now seem unworthy to even be students of Ling Yi. Ha ha ha. Li Yin maintained a benevolent smile. But Huang Yu was taken aback by this remark, and Ling Yi's tea-preparing hands paused momentarily, yet both remained silent, listening intently. After much polite discourse, we finally arrive at the crux of the matter. In truth, prior to my assignment here, I conducted a thorough investigation into both of your backgrounds. Please do not take offense, as this is a necessary procedure. Director Huang holds a degree in civil engineering through an upgraded program, while Ling Yi possesses a diploma in computer technology. Just 6 months ago, both of you were unremarkable individuals. Director Huang had changed jobs numerous times, while Ling Yi had long lived a transient existence, never having held a formal position. However, the two of you came together and suddenly established such a substantial enterprise as the Jiuzhou Group, with funds continuously flowing in at an almost geometric rate, which is indeed perplexing. Initially, some speculated that you might be a smokescreen devised by certain individuals, but no matter how we investigated, the outcome consistently revealed that neither of you has traveled abroad, nor has there been any foreign capital influx, nor any close associations with domestic organizations. There is but one explanation. The Jiuzhou system was developed independently by a certain computer genius. We have considered Mr. Huang as a possible candidate, or perhaps a third individual who created the Jiuzhou system and then entrusted its management to two others, providing initial funding. However, the most probable architect remains Mr. Ling. Furthermore, after developing the Jiuzhou system, he did not immediately launch it. Rather, He leveraged it to accrue profits in the financial sector until he amassed sufficient capital to establish a company for its release. Yet, the current Jiuzhou 10 system does not seem capable of achieving this. Might this suggest that Mr. Ling has already developed a more advanced artificial intelligence? And that the present Jiuzhou 10 system is merely a truncated version? How accurate are our speculations? At this juncture, Li Yin finally ceased his discourse. Awaiting the responses of the two, Huang Yu and Ling Yi exchanged glances, their hearts unperturbed. Huang Yu even exhaled with relief. For Ling Yi had long been aware that their detailed information was under scrutiny, including the previously concealed sources of their stock market funds. Nevertheless, Li Yin, or rather the group he represented, although having surmised much, could be shown through his recent statements that they remained oblivious to the fabricated life history and video evidence crafted by Ling Yi. Given this, there was little to be concerned about. Commissioner Li, your deductions are indeed correct. The Jiuzhou system was solely developed by Ling Yi, and we have been utilizing it to accumulate initial funds. We initially believed that your visit was to discuss matters regarding the Artificial Intelligence Regulatory Act, yet we did not anticipate that you would uncover so much. Truly, the higher-ups are thorough, and we are astonished that all this has come to light. Now, Commissioner Li, might you disclose the true purpose of your visit today? Surely it cannot be. Huang Yu paused momentarily, slowly articulating the worst-case scenario, to arrest us and nationalize the Jiuzhou Group? Chapter 171. Restrictions emerge. Surely it cannot be. To arrest us and nationalize the Jiuzhou Group? Upon hearing these words, Li Yin felt a slight pang of anxiety, a trickle of imperceptible sweat forming upon his brow. Why? Because there was indeed a certain reckless individual who once entertained such an idea, despite facing overwhelming opposition. Being guessed correctly by Huang Yu inevitably placed him in an awkward position. How utterly preposterous. Such a fool undermines the government's credibility. Cursing inwardly, Li Yin endeavored to alleviate Huang Yu's apprehensions. Mr. Huang, you jest. The state would not treat its law-abiding citizens in such a manner. Although profiting from artificial intelligence in the financial sector may not align with legal provisions, there are currently no laws prohibiting this activity, correct? Therefore, there is no need for you both to worry. This implied that they were law-abiding citizens and that Ling Ye's tumultuous activities in the stock market would not be pursued. Thank you. Our lives are now sufficiently affluent, and we no longer rely on the financial sector for support in our development. Thus, such matters will not recur in the future. Huang Yu speaks not in jest. The liquidity held by the Jiuzhou Group exceeds 500 billion, making it unnecessary to persist in this direction. Our focus henceforth should be on the advancement of real industry. Given the nation's generosity towards us, we ought to reciprocate. The Jiuzhou 10 system is indeed a curtailed version, while the true potential lies within the Jiuzhou 20 system. We are willing to submit it to the state and make its source code publicly accessible. Upon hearing this, Li Yan's smile broadened. He expressed gratitude to Chairman Huang and General Ling for their collaboration, assuring them that the nation would remember their contributions. However, he inquired about the comparative advantages of the Jiuzhou 20 system over the Jiuzhou 10 system, as he needed to prepare a brief report. In matters of this nature, it is most persuasive for Ling Yi to respond. The Jiuzhou 20 system boasts faster computational speeds and enhanced intelligence, capable of addressing more complex emergent issues. The most significant breakthrough lies in its ability to construct autonomously. Autonomous construction? Li Yin was taken aback. Indeed, the Jiuzhou 10 system has already been implemented in robotics. While the Jiuzhou 20 system can be applied to intricate construction sites, drastically reducing labor costs by allowing robotic teams to complete the majority of construction tasks. Oh, does that mean we won't need human workers at all? No, it merely implies a substantial reduction. Presently, artificial intelligence fundamentally executes pre-programmed instructions. When faced with unforeseen circumstances that even humans might not anticipate, it is rendered powerless. Furthermore, I would advise against the promotion of such technology and engineering by the state. Despite Li Yan's profound prudence, he found himself entranced by the wonders of artificial intelligence, instinctively believing that this technology should be fervently advocated, thus expressing confusion at Ling Ye's concluding remarks. This is for... But before he could finish his thought, he suddenly fell silent. After a prolonged pause, Li Yan let out a sigh, nodding as he spoke. Alas, General Ling is indeed correct. While artificial intelligence can significantly diminish the need for human resources, if we were to entrust everything to machines, how many would be left unemployed? To speak of the elderly and frail migrant workers. Physical labor is nearly their sole means of livelihood. Replacing them with artificial intelligence would render their existence untenable. This is tantamount to a covert form of murder. Furthermore, once this avenue is opened, the proliferation of artificial intelligence in production will inevitably grow unchecked, displacing all replaceable human labor, leading to turmoil that China cannot possibly accept. General Ling, although I have formed an answer in my mind, I must still inquire whether the artificial intelligence system you have developed can be applied to the military industry. At last, Li Yan articulated his ultimate objective for the day, while Ling Yi assumed a contemplative demeanor, pausing for a moment before responding. If it pertains to military manufacturing, it is feasible. However, if it involves employing artificial intelligence to control robots in warfare, it is utterly unacceptable. How can this be justified? Li Yan pressed further. Firstly, as previously mentioned, the extensive promotion of artificial intelligence would significantly displace existing human jobs. If applied to warfare now, what would become of the millions in the Chinese military? How would these individuals be accommodated? Secondly, both Huang Yu and I are ordinary individuals who have never engaged in warfare. How could we navigate the complexities of a battlefield? I possess no experience in this domain, hence the artificial intelligence we develop lacks such capabilities. Thirdly, artificial intelligence is merely a program, unbound by legal constraints. Should a malfunction occur, leading to a catastrophic intelligent machine crisis, unarmed humanity would face merciless slaughter. These 3 points encapsulate my perspective. Subsequently, I shall provide you with the compressed disk of the Jiuzhou 20 system, accompanied by my unique compilation method. Let the nation decide the subsequent development. Upon hearing Ling Yi's sincere response, Li Yan fell into a prolonged silence. Meanwhile, Huang Yu wore a taut expression, struggling to suppress laughter at Ling Yi's half-truths. Ordinary person. Never encountered warfare, lacking any experience. Does this apply to Ling Yi? You, a commander of a level 4 civilization's military district, a distinguished General Thunder. Are you truly an ordinary person? Have you never engaged in war? Lying, are you? Moreover, how could the artificial intelligence you developed possibly trigger an intelligent machine crisis? Even rudimentary artificial intelligence lacks such capability. As for the Jiuzhou 20 system you intend to relinquish, while indeed more advanced than the Jiuzhou 10 system, it has also been significantly curtailed. Nevertheless, it suffices to deceive a group of ordinary earthlings. Unbeknownst to Li Yan, the two individuals before him harbored their own calculations. He solemnly rose and bowed to them, prompting Huang Yu to hastily pull Ling Yi to his feet as well. Thank you both for your cooperation. I will accurately report the contents of today's discussion, and the nation will undoubtedly provide corresponding rewards for both of you. Additionally, for your protection, we shall conceal the identity of the developer, General Ling. However, please remember that while Director Huang may have no issues, General Ling must not leave the country under any circumstances from this point onward. Huang Yu and Ling Yi exchanged glances and simultaneously replied, "Understood. We will remember." Satisfied with their cooperation, Li Yan nodded and continued, "The details of today's conversation must remain confidential, publicly. Please state that I came for the Artificial Intelligence Regulation Act. We naturally comprehend this." Shortly after, Li Yan departed, taking with him an inconspicuous disk. In the tea room, Huang Yu finally exhaled in relief. Phew, Ling Yi, he has finally left. It seems we have passed this hurdle. As expected, the government of China is quite reasonable. Ling Yi quietly sipped a cup of hot tea. Yet, limitations have also arrived. Unlike Ling Yi's nonchalance, Huang Yu furrowed his brow in contemplation. Who exactly is this Li Yan, who refuses to disclose his department and position? I have no idea. To Huang Yu's surprise, Ling Yi provided such an answer. What? You cannot even uncover his department and position? This is utterly absurd. I have examined Li Yan's profile. He is indeed affiliated with the higher-ups, yet the department he belongs to has no name at all. Huang Yu wore an expression of utter disbelief. How could this be? Which department in Huaxia is devoid of a name? Who said that? I cannot find the name of a single department, Ling Yi asserted earnestly. Is that true? Well, let me ask you. Every nation possesses its own intelligence agency. What is the name of the one in the United States? Oh, and what about Russia? Ah, wait, that belongs to the old brother. Currently, Russia's intelligence agency seems to be. What about Huaxia's? Ling Yi posed her final question. Just as Huang Yu was about to respond, he suddenly realized he truly did not know. After racking his brain for a considerable time, he could only utter a witty remark. It can't be the Chuyang masses of the capital, can it? Ha ha. Upon uttering this, not only could Huang Yu contain his laughter, but Ling Yi was also amused. You. Ha ha. The two shared a hearty laugh, alleviating the slightly tense atmosphere. However, Huang Yu still had matters to ponder. The recent negotiations with the higher-ups seemed to be going well, yet the concern was their excessive scrutiny. They not only conducted a thorough investigation into both him and Ling Yi, but also deduced her significance in software to the extent of forbidding her from traveling abroad. Although this was indeed for safety considerations, it posed a limitation to their aspirations. From this point forward, you cannot travel abroad. I had hoped we could enjoy some outings together. This is of little consequence. Huaxia is vast enough for us to explore for a long time. And even if I do not travel abroad, I can still remotely influence international affairs. Ling Yu was remarkably confident in this regard. After all, to a secondary technological civilization like Earth, she was akin to a dimensional strike. I understand that even if I were alone abroad, you could assist me from afar. And I am confident I can realize my plans. However, my greatest concern is, in the event that I have to deal with the higher-ups. Huang Yu refrained from voicing the remainder of his thoughts, yet Ling Yi comprehended his meaning. Fear not. Our development is already on the right track. The higher-ups merely see me as a software genius, yet I am not a powerless damsel. As our influence grows, no one will dare to easily turn against us. TSK. I fear that I might be caught at my weak points. Not just you, but also my parents and even relatives and friends. With the system ring in hand, Huang Yu had ample means of protection. He was even training to become increasingly formidable. His only concern was for those he cared about. Do not worry, come. Have some tea. Ling Yi maintained her composed demeanor, exhibiting no trace of concern. Instead, she poured another cup of hot tea for Huang Yu, offering him solace. The thoughts you entertain are matters that may only transpire long after. Often, possessing a long-term perspective is advantageous. However, excessive contemplation without action can lead to a sense of despair as one becomes overwhelmed by perceived obstacles. I understand your intentions, and I anticipate that you will initiate your endeavors in a small nation this year, even in the absence of my assistance. The capabilities of the system ring will suffice for your success. Since you have chosen this path, there is no turning back. My only concern is that, should conflicts arise, those in power may leverage your family as a means of coercion. Yet, you have misjudged one aspect. Huang Yu paused, taken aback. What have I misjudged? Which part is incorrect? Given your current stature, they possess the ability to act, but they are unlikely to do so. Once you truly demonstrate your strength, whether they dare to act against you or can bear the consequences remains questionable. That makes sense. Presently, in the eyes of many, he was merely a nouveau riche, fortunate to have found a good wife. Little did they realize that his greatest asset was not Ling Yi, but the ring he held. Since he could operate freely, it implied that his plans abroad would not be hindered, and Ling Yi was not someone to be confined. Once he could develop without restraint, the energy unleashed would astonish the entire world, even upending the existing global order. At that juncture, anyone contemplating crossing him would need to carefully consider the cost. Observing Huang Yu's dawning realization, Ling Yi smiled gently and continued, You are simply overthinking this. The worst-case scenario is not set in stone. From now on, you should focus on expanding overseas, while I will manage matters domestically. With my presence, your relationship with those in power will remain stable. Indeed, you will handle domestic affairs while I oversee international endeavors. In the future, I shall bring you over. Huang Yu nodded, already formulating his plans. But Ling Yi countered his thoughts. No, do not attempt to bring me away. My presence in the country serves as a vital link for maintaining trust and communication with those in authority. What if I miss you? If I were to pursue that, I would fear returning lightly. Huang Yu, no longer anxious about Ling Yi's safety, recognized that their prolonged separation posed a challenge. Even though they could connect online at any moment, it could not compare to face-to-face interaction. In response to this dilemma, Ling Yi lazily extended her arms, wrapping them around his neck, and said, Thus, once you arrive overseas, you must seize the opportunity to develop. When you possess absolute confidence, at any time and in any place, should you wish to depart, no one will be able to detain you or inflict harm upon you. When that time arrives, should you find yourself missing me, you are always welcome to return and see me. Huang Yu closed his eyes and contemplated for a long while before reopening them, resolutely declaring, Yes, I understand. That's good to hear. However, in the short term, you need not worry about being unable to return. You may first support a proxy. Stepping onto the stage gradually, there's no need to rush. Chapter 173. Subsequent developments in the encounter between Li Yin and Huang Yu, Ling Yi. The higher-ups did not shy away from the matter, but instead boldly mobilized official media for promotion. They detailed the discussions between the government and the Jiuzhou group regarding the artificial intelligence regulatory law, which was not fabricated. As Li Yin had indeed briefed them on this topic in the end, and they had no objections. The primary reason for such actions was, of course, to obscure the true intent. The disk that Li Yin brought back had already initiated the formation of an expert team for research, though it remains uncertain when they will thoroughly comprehend it. The general content of the artificial intelligence regulatory law stipulates that artificial intelligence must be subject to national oversight and protection, prohibiting the public disclosure of source codes and databases to foreign entities. The application of artificial intelligence across various industries or key projects, as well as the replacement of human positions, must receive state approval. Furthermore, it prohibits the use of artificial intelligence for activities such as, but not limited to, invading others' electronic devices, monitoring others' information, breaching public networks, disseminating false information online, defaming others, and profiting in the financial sector. Perhaps Ling Yi's words to Li Yin had an effect, as the higher-ups exhibited extreme caution regarding the large-scale application of artificial intelligence. Thus, without state approval, enterprises were not permitted to independently implement it in any industry, nor to replace human labor without consent. In this regard, the authorities also sought to guide public opinion, vigorously promoting the notion that allowing artificial intelligence to develop unchecked would inevitably lead to widespread unemployment, a sentiment that resonated deeply with many laborers at the grassroots level. With the global economy in decline, we are already suffering considerably. While artificial intelligence has undoubtedly brought us convenience, if it were to take away our jobs, how would we survive? Naturally, there were dissenting voices. Numerous experts funded by capital began to vocalize their opinions, with one individual brazenly proclaiming online that the replacement of human labor by artificial intelligence is an inevitable trend of historical development, and that large-scale unemployment is a necessary cost of progress. Furthermore, humans cannot be entirely supplanted by artificial intelligence. Workers can change careers and should actively adapt to roles that cannot be replaced by technology, rather than hindering national development. This, of course, ignited a torrent of online outrage. Go to hell. You speak from a position of comfort. We are to bear the costs of progress? Why should we pay this price? Why don't you take on this burden? Only the capitalists would relish this. Currently, the prowess of the artificial intelligence developed by the Jojo Group is so remarkable that they seem eager to replace laborers entirely. They believe they can take advantage of our silence, do they? Such sycophants. I find the expert's remarks quite astute and recommend that he lead by example, relinquishing his own position to be managed by artificial intelligence and subsequently adapt to roles that cannot be supplanted by such technology. The Jojo Group has responded promptly, asserting that the large-scale deployment of artificial intelligence should not be rushed. They will also set an example by vigorously promoting the development of tangible industries, accompanied by the public release of a development plan following the Lunar New Year, in addition to furthering the existing sectors. The Jojo Group intends to strategically venture into manufacturing industries such as mobile phones, computers, automobiles, aircraft, ships, machinery, and medical equipment, thereby creating a plethora of job opportunities for the nation. This does not imply a complete abandonment of artificial intelligence. Indeed, in the realm of high-precision technology, such as chips and precision instruments, the efficiency and accuracy of artificial intelligence is unparalleled. Although national approval is requisite, given the favorable performance during previous engagements, the authorities are inclined to grant Jojo Group's requests. Furthermore, simpler tasks can be entrusted to artificial intelligence, which, while increasing labor costs, is beneficial for job creation. After all, Huang Yu has never perceived himself as a capitalist. As public opinion swells, the morale among the employees of Jojo Group and its subsidiaries has also escalated. In the afternoon, at a large conference center in Yu City, a steady stream of buses continued to arrive, bringing wave after wave of individuals, clad in clean and tidy uniforms. Differing slightly in color and detail, yet sharing an overall style, they bore on their chests a red emblem that, at first glance, resembled a sinuous Eastern dragon, but upon closer inspection, clearly formed the cursive characters for Jojo. Indeed, they are employees of Jojo Group and its subsidiaries, having just enjoyed a lavish meal at various hotels before being ushered here for a brief respite. Although established only a few months ago, the workforce has already burgeoned into the thousands. Under Huang Yu's insistence, Jojo Group and its subsidiaries do not engage labor dispatch. Once one joins the company and surpasses the probationary period, they are considered a full-time employee. Consequently, as formal employees, they naturally receive the benefits that accompany such status, including an annual gathering. Some individuals headed straight to the venue, while others congregated in small groups to engage in conversation. Hey, where have you guys been? We've been looking for you. We've been searching for you too. We simply missed the same bus, and we didn't expect to encounter such a crowd upon disembarking. Indeed, I was surprised that the headquarters would gather us all together. Just how many people are here? I'm not sure, but there must be several thousand. Never mind. We're not the bosses, so why concern ourselves with that? By the way, have you bought your tickets? Of course. The company notified us well in advance. How could I forget to purchase them? I am the ticket for the early hours. Everything has been packed. Why did you buy it so early? Isn't it the same if we leave tomorrow morning? 23 days of vacation, isn't that enough for your return? Haha, are you missing home? However, your mention of this brings me joy. 23 days of leave, I posted about it on my social media, and I wonder how many people are envious. I also shared it. Haha. And tonight there is a lucky draw with a minimum prize of 10,000. Before we depart, there are gifts, and upon our return, we can reimburse our travel expenses. They must be so envious, haha. Mr. Huang and Ms. Ling are quite generous, even if each person receives a $10,000 red envelope. It must amount to several million, not to mention other expenses. This time, I fear they may have spent over 100 million. It seems that they have indeed done so, tis TSK. After working for so many years, this is the first time I've encountered such a magnanimous boss. Outside, everyone is eager to join. Not only are the salaries high, but the benefits are also comprehensive, with a 5-day work week, 8-hour days, and overtime pay that is quite generous. Indeed, Mr. Huang and Ms. Ling are truly magnanimous. Hey, wait, let us stop chatting. There is no one left outside. We should head in. It really is true. Let us go. Quickly. Chapter 174. Annual meeting at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The venue was bustling with voices, as all employees of the Gyoujo group had gathered. With the lights dimming, the crowd gradually quieted, though a slight commotion lingered. Suddenly, a spotlight illuminated the stage, drawing everyone's attention, but to everyone's surprise. The person taking the stage was not the host, but the chairman, Huang Yu. The hall fell silent. After all, one must show respect for their own boss. Good afternoon, everyone. You all should recognize my face, so I won't introduce myself. All of you present are formal employees, and our group has only been established for a few months. Yet look at how many of us have gathered here. It's quite a serendipity. After the new year, the company will undergo significant expansion, and at that time, there will be even more employees. Next year's annual meeting might not allow us to gather as we do now. Just thinking about not having the chance to show off in front of all employees again makes me a bit melancholic. So, I seized the host's opportunity to indulge in a bit of showing off before letting them take the stage. Initially, the employees thought Huang Yu would deliver a lengthy speech. But he quickly shifted gears, candidly admitting his intent to show off. This stark contrast left many unable to contain their laughter. Haha. After all, jokes from the boss are always particularly amusing, and a wave of laughter and applause erupted from the audience. After a moment, as the atmosphere settled, Huang Yu began the subsequent remarks. Thank you for your applause. I was once an employee myself and despised lengthy speeches from bosses, so I'll keep my words brief. In summary, I hope everyone enjoys their meal and has a good time today. The program will conclude at 6 o'clock, and the gifts have already been distributed in advance. However, there will be a subsequent red envelope lottery, and everyone is included. Rest assured, there are no deceitful thank you for participating messages, nor any trivial items. The winnings will be directly transferred to your bank cards, with the smallest prize being 10,000. As for the largest, can you guess how much it is? What? 100,000? Who do you look down upon? That is merely second rate. The grand prize is a staggering 500,000. At 6 o'clock, a QR code will be displayed on the screen, and you can scan it to enter the lottery. Although it was already known that the smallest red envelope is 10,000, the revelation of the 500,000 grand prize brought about a delightful surprise. As everyone has a chance to win, this instantly triggered another round of applause, accompanied by many who enthusiastically praised him. The boss is impressive. The boss is generous. The boss is the most handsome. Feel free to say more. I relish your words. Huang Yu appreciated the flattery, and the employees were naturally eager to cooperate, their enthusiasm growing. However, noticing that time was running short, he intervened. All right. The show-off time is nearly over. Let me say a few final words. Due to the large number of people after the lottery, please exit in batches. We will arrange transportation to take you out for dinner, and afterward, everyone will return home. Regardless of when you joined the company, you are all part of our family. This past year has been tough for everyone, and I wish you all a happy new year in advance. Next, please join me in welcoming our hosts. Amidst thunderous applause, Huang Yu stepped down from the stage, and a male and female host took the stage to commence the next segment. Backstage, after Huang Yu descended, Ling Yu promptly opened a bottle of mineral water and handed it to him, somewhat surprised. You did well. You weren't nervous in front of thousands. Huang Yu accepted the water and took a generous sip before replying, I did feel a bit anxious before going up, but once I was there, I calmed down. After all, I was well prepared and didn't embarrass myself, though I didn't expect to feel a bit shaky afterward. You were just too excited. You'll get used to it. Why don't you take a moment to rest in the lounge before taking your seat? All right. At that moment, the sound of music resonated outside, signaling that the first program had commenced. The two entered a private lounge, closing the door to find a much quieter environment. Lying on the sofa, Huang Yu couldn't help but let out a sigh, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts before broaching the topic of returning home. I have a high-speed train ticket for 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, and I expect to be home in time for lunch. The location in St. Maurice is indeed convenient. Just a short walk to the train station. Otherwise we would have to wake up early. What about Feng Ling, Feng Long, and Wan Ling? Are you really not bringing them back? Ling Yi raised an eyebrow. What a jest. If I were to bring them back, the news would undoubtedly explode that very day, and my parents would surely break my legs. It's best to let them remain in St. Moritz, where everything is readily available. How could Huang Yu possibly be unaware that Ling Yi was merely teasing him? He could hardly muster the energy to open his eyes. Hiki. Ling Yi chuckled softly before inquiring about the other women. By the way, ever since you optimized your genes, you have been spending every night at my place. Not to mention anyone else. You haven't even touched Feng Ling, Feng Long, or Wan Ling surely. You haven't changed your ways, have you? Can't you figure this out? Huang Yu countered. What? Ling Yi was momentarily perplexed, but Huang Yu suddenly opened his eyes, reached out, and pulled her onto him. It's quite simple. I wish to have a child with you. Ling Yi froze at his words, a blush rising to her cheeks as she playfully punched his chest. Huang Yu slightly lifted his head, and the two had long established a tacit understanding. Soon, they closed their eyes together. Their lips met gently, like two blooming flowers whispering secrets to one another. The air seemed to suspend, leaving only the sound of their breaths. While the powerful rhythm of their heartbeats echoed in the tranquil lounge, Huang Yu's fingers tenderly caressed Ling Yi's back, drawing her closer, their bodies pressed tightly together, separated only by the distance between their hearts. Yet, at that moment, someone knocked on the lounge door. Knock, knock, knock. The noise startled them, and they quickly composed themselves. Ling Yi called towards the door, "Come in." The door swung open to reveal a stunning woman, clad in black stilettos and a provocative leather outfit, adorned with a cat ear headpiece. Huang Yu recognized her all too well. Su Xiaoli? What brings you here? Chapter 175, each to their own. Su Xiaoli. Once Huang Yu's neighbor was someone he had known even before Ling Yi. He had heard she was reassigned to work as Ling Yi's secretary. However, after Huang Yu made his public appearance, he hadn't seen her by Ling Yi's side, and upon inquiring, Ling Yi merely stated that she had been placed in another position for training, leaving him with no further questions. He certainly hadn't anticipated encountering her at the annual meeting today, seemingly preparing to perform on stage. Mr. Huang, it's like this. Ling said she wanted to see my performance, and since my act is next, I noticed the audience was empty, and my calls went unanswered. I asked around, and they mentioned seeing you both enter this lounge. Su Xiaoli's cheeks flushed slightly. She had waited for a while before receiving a response, likely engaged in something else. Yet she couldn't help but steal a glance at Huang Yu. Her former warm-hearted neighbor had changed remarkably, despite having seen numerous videos and photographs. He was even more striking in person. Oh, I see. My phone was on silent, so I was unaware. Xiaoli, you may go ahead. We shall join you in the audience shortly. Let me see the fruits of your labor. Ling Yi's tone carried a hint of embarrassment. Did she truly need her phone to answer the call? It was merely that she had been intimate with Huang Yu moments prior and chose not to respond. Upon hearing her speak, Su Xiaoli cheerfully acknowledged and quickly exited, sticking out her tongue as she left. Ling Yi Jia, I apologize for interrupting your moment. Hey, your audacity grows bolder. While Ling Yi's words seemed like a reproach, her tone was undeniably affectionate, leaving Huang Yu slightly perplexed. Is there a performance by Su Xiaoli tonight? Where exactly have you arranged for her to develop? It wouldn't be under Sure You Row as a trainee, would it? Indeed, Xiaoli may not possess high academic qualifications, yet she is remarkably talented in this domain. She learns singing and dancing swiftly and is one of the few adept at modern dance among us. I also plan to arrange for her to pursue further studies. To enhance her acting skills, who knows, she may blossom into a major star. Hearing the concern in Ling Yi's words, Huang Yu grew even more puzzled. I have no objections to these arrangements, but why do I sense you are particularly invested in her? Well, if you wish to know the reason. Ling Yi twirled her hair, as if contemplating the answer herself. First and foremost, she was the first person I met on Earth, aside from you. She has a pleasant disposition, is strikingly beautiful, and her background is rather tragic. Initially, I merely intended to offer some support. However, as I kept her by my side as a secretary, our bond deepened over time. I could sense she genuinely regards me as an elder sister. And having such a younger sister feels quite delightful. Therefore, upon discovering her talent, I began to nurture her intentionally. Huang Yu nodded in understanding. Both Ling Yi and Su Xiaoli seemingly shared emotional voids, perhaps explaining their close relationship. But what did you mean by initially? Secondly, having such a beautiful and obedient sister whom I have invested so much effort into nurturing. What if someone were to whisk her away? Naturally, I must remain vigilant. Yet, she constantly seeks a tall, genuine man. At this point, Ling Yi's expression turned subtly complex as she leaned closer to Huang Yu, breathing warm air into his ear. How about I let you take advantage of the situation? Just now, she was secretly watching you. What? Huang Yu exclaimed in surprise. Yet, He soon shook his head in resignation, recognizing the familiar banter. It's been ages, and you are still making such jokes. Let us go. Your sister's performance is about to begin. Without looking back, he strode forward, while Lingyi muttered something before catching up. Humph, you say one thing but mean another. The two settled into their seats in the audience, and given their status within the organization, they had their designated spots. Shortly after they sat, Su Shaoli took to the stage. Oh. To Huang Yu's astonishment, the moment she appeared, she ignited a fervent cheer from the audience. How could so many people be enamored with her? Were they all her ardent admirers? Our group predominantly comprises young employees, many of whom are single. It seems you are unaware, as you have not been perusing short videos lately, but we have established our own short video platform. And Shaoli has garnered a substantial following, with numerous individuals eager to pursue her. Indeed, ever since Huang Yu began his cultivation, he has devoted his time solely to watching the news, indulging in medicinal baths, and has scarcely engaged in gaming, thus falling out of touch with the realm of short videos. As the music commenced, Su Shaoli began her performance. Surrounded by backup dancers, she sang and danced with exuberance, embodying the passionate and free-spirited essence of modern dance. Every movement was infused with power and rhythm. Her graceful physique and agile muscles transformed each turn and leap into a vivid tableau, captivating the employees below who rose to their feet, applauding and cheering. Lingyi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Shaoli is amazing." Huang Yu nodded slightly, his heart brimming with admiration. He had never anticipated that his once timid female neighbor would possess such extraordinary talent in this arena. Though Lingyi's support was tinged with personal motives, it was conceivable that she could ascend to become a dazzling star in the entertainment industry, with the backing of the Jiuzhou Group. Her journey would likely encounter no unforeseen obstacles. An array of splendid performances continued until 6 in the evening. In addition to modern song and dance, there were classical performances directed by Shiru herself, as well as magic acts, crosstalk, and skits presented by the employees who volunteered. Notably, a middle-aged couple from the Northeast showcased a delightful duet, clearly well-rehearsed. The grand finale, a lottery draw, elevated the atmosphere to a fever pitch, with cheers erupting as the long-anticipated grand prize of 500,000 was won by a young employee who had recently passed his probation. The unexpected fortune left him questioning whether he was dreaming, due to Huang Yu's strict prohibition against forcing colleagues to treat others after the draw. The surrounding crowd did not jeer, but instead sent forth their congratulations, devoid of any significant jealousy. After all, on one hand, every individual present had received at least 10,000 in red envelopes. On the other hand, everyone recognized that working at a large company like Jiuzhou Group, where the boss treated employees so generously, meant that as long as one remained diligent and dedicated, they would eventually earn their own 500,000. Following the lottery, the crowd departed in orderly batches. After this evening, everyone would return to their respective homes, resuming their busy lives after the new year. This, of course, included Huang Yu himself. Chapter 176. Family matters in a small town in Hunan province. A middle-aged couple in their 50s awaited eagerly at their doorstep. Their hair was streaked with gray, and they were dressed warmly, for the temperature here was considerably low, unlike in Guangdong province. Suddenly, a brand new black car appeared from a distant intersection, speeding towards them. "Hey, old man, take a look and see if that's the one." The license plate matches. It's definitely Xiao Yu and his wife. This middle-aged couple was none other than Huang Yu's father, Huang Jianjun, and his mother, Shen Fang. They had contacted each other early that morning, knowing their son would drive back after arriving at the high-speed train station, so they had been waiting there for some time. Sure enough, the car approached, gradually decelerating before coming to a steady halt in front of their home. A man and a woman emerged from the vehicle. It was Huang Yu and Lingyi. "Dad, Mom, we're back," they exclaimed in unison. Aware of the low temperatures in Xiang province, they had both donned thick overcoats. "It's good to be back. Good to be back." Huang Jianjun said little, merely observing silently, while Shen Fang approached with a joyful expression, ready to examine the pair. "Xiao Yu, daughter-in-law, come here, let me take a good look at you both." After circling around them, she continued, "Wow, daughter-in-law, you are as beautiful as ever. But it's thanks to you for supervising Xiao Yu's diet and exercise. His transformation is remarkable. He looks so much handsomer now that he has lost weight, and even grown taller. I wonder how many relatives will be left speechless this year." Lingyi modestly replied, "This is all Xiao Yu's own doing. It wouldn't work for anyone else." "Oh, don't be so humble. I know him well. How many times has he talked about losing weight? And how many times has he actually followed through? You must have been a great motivator." Huang Yu smiled silently at this, while Huang Jianjun chimed in, "Hey, dear, let us discuss this inside. It's chilly out here." "Oh, right. Everyone, Let us head inside. Quickly. Thus, Xinfang took Ling Yi's arm and led her into the house, while Huang Yu assisted his father in unloading items from the car. Xiao Yu, didn't you take the high-speed train back? Why do you have your own car? I did take the train, but I picked up the car in the city. After all, it's the new year, and not having a car would be rather embarrassing. What brand is it? How much did it cost? Lamborghini, over 3 million. Though driving home in a car is quite impressive, it pales in comfort compared to the high-speed train. The two modes of transport seemed contradictory. However, now that he had the means, it was no big deal. He had reserved a car at the nearest Lamborghini dealership in advance. And with his status as the chairman of the Jojo Group, they were even willing to send someone to the train station to wait for him. He could simply get off the train and drive away. Yet, while 3 million seemed like a trivial amount to Huang Yu now, it sounded astronomical to his father. How much? Did you say how much? Huang Jianjun stuttered. Over 3 million, Huang Yu reiterated. Seeing his father still in shock, he added, Dad, our family is doing well now. We should spend a little. Don't you have a driver's license too? After the new year, I will depart, leaving this car to you. It doesn't matter if it gets scratched or bumped. At worst, I can gift you another one. Just remember, do not drink alcohol. Huang Jianjun blinked and immediately felt delighted. After all, he was a father who enjoyed driving, having gone so many years without a car. Suddenly possessing a vehicle worth over 3 million, gifted by his own son, was a source of immense joy. All right, I understand, he exclaimed. However, he soon furrowed his brow, recalling something. Speaking of which, news of your affairs has spread throughout our hometown. In recent days, numerous relatives and friends have come to pay visits, not to borrow money, but to seek employment for their younger generations at your company. Even several leaders from the town have subtly hinted at wanting us to invest in the community. Huang Yu sighed inwardly upon hearing this. It was true that wealth attracts attention, and he could not escape this reality. He was curious about how his father managed such situations. How did you respond? Despite leading an ordinary life, Huang Jianjun was adept at handling these matters. As for me, with those I maintain a good relationship with, I merely played it safe, stating that you and your wife are now in charge at home, and everything will be discussed upon your return. For those with whom I have little connection, I invited them in for tea, and when faced with excessive demands, I pretended not to hear. Gradually, their visits diminished. What infuriated me the most were those who had grievances with our family in the past. They shamelessly came to curry favor. I could overlook their past offenses, but when they came begging for money and favors, it angered me to the point where I chased them out with a broom. Only then did they cease their visits. As he spoke, Huang Jianjun's frustration grew. Huang Yu, unaware of the past conflicts, had never been informed by his parents, but now with his support, no one dared to overstep their bounds. All right, Dad, you handled it well. Now that I'm back, I'll take care of the ensuing matters. As long as the requests are reasonable, I'll assist. As for those who overstep, they should blame me for being unyielding. Great. Let us proceed. We only have 2 boxes left. By the way, you've brought an excessive amount this time. Sighing, Huang Yu replied, it's better to bring more. After all, we'll be quite busy. It's uncertain whether I can return for the new year. Huang Jianjun initially struggled to believe his ears, but after blinking, he realized that his son had changed. He nodded in agreement and fell silent. Well, all right then. After lunch, the family of 4 gathered around the dining table, engaging in conversation. Xiao Yu, daughter-in-law, please don't blame your mother for being anxious. So when do you two plan to get married? His mother, Xinfang, was most concerned about their impending nuptials. Huang Yu and Ling Yi exchanged glances, realizing that it would be best for the matter to be voiced by the bride. Rest assured, Mother, Huang Yu and I have already discussed it. We will get married on May Day. Really? Oh, that is wonderful. Where are you planning to hold the wedding? Where will you buy a house? As expected, upon hearing the news, my mother was filled with joy and immediately began to inquire about the details. But my father, Huang Jianjun, could no longer contain himself. Dear, let our son and daughter-in-law manage this themselves. They are more capable than us now. Hey, you old rascal. Am I not concerned about our son and daughter-in-law? Huang Yu, having already made arrangements, smiled and said, all right, Mother, let us handle this ourselves. We will hold the wedding in Guangdong province and purchase a house there as well. If you and Father wish to come, I can help you buy a property there. Upon hearing this, my parents hesitated. Chapter 177. Time flies. When Huang Yu suggested they move, Xinfang appeared quite hesitant. Well, if you have children, it would be fine for us to help out, but right now, let me speak, Huang Jianjun interjected, noticing his wife's struggle to articulate her thoughts. Xiao Yu, your mother and I have spent most of our lives here. We do not wish to relocate in our old age. Moreover, your grandparents and great-grandparents' graves are here, and we need to tend to them, even if we become unable to move. It would be acceptable for you to come and look after us, but if we were to pass, we would still need to be buried here. Dad, why are you talking about passing away? You and Mom are just in your 50s. That is still a long way off. Huang Yu's brow furrowed as he realized his parents were indeed aging. He needed to prepare for the future, but now was not the time. If you truly do not wish to move, perhaps I could purchase a plot of land nearby and build a small villa for your retirement. We can also renovate this old house, so you can stay here whenever you wish. At this suggestion, Huang Jianjun and Shun Feng finally appeared pleased. Hey, old man. I think this is a splendid idea, haha. Yes. After all, you're wealthy now. Building a villa in our hometown means we can live comfortably without relocating. Spending our days fishing and sipping tea with old friends. While the two were elated, Ling Yi took out her phone. Dad, Mom, we have already considered the villa in our hometown. Look, this is the land we selected, along with the design renderings of the villa. What do you think? Huang Yu was taken aback, as he initially intended only to renovate the old house and primarily wanted to bring his parents along. He had never discussed this matter with her. Observing his parents engrossed in the phone, he quickly leaned towards Ling Yi and whispered, We didn't discuss this initially. When did you come up with these designs? Just earlier, she replied. What? Huang Yu was bewildered. Oh, come on, it was just a quick design. Meant to make our parents happy. At that moment, his parents began to share their opinions. The old man remarked, I believe a 2-story villa is just perfect. Anything larger would make cleaning a hassle, and a more spacious abode for just the two of us would feel rather unsettling. Indeed, a quaint 2-story cottage encircled by walls, with a spacious courtyard at its center, is truly delightful. At that moment, Huang Yu also grasped the situation and quickly chimed in, Haha, as long as you two are satisfied. Since Huang Yu and Ling Ye's return, relatives and friends have been visiting in greater numbers. Some came seeking loans, while others sought assistance with various matters. Of course, with the prior assurances given by his father, many were simply eager to see the remarkable transformation of their humble locale. Huang Yu adhered to his predetermined strategy. Loans were easily arranged for amounts ranging from 100 to 200,000, with promissory notes drawn up. And he would even waive interest. Just a promise to return the money to his parents sufficed. However, those who approached with demands for sums in the millions or who refused to sign promissory notes were dismissed without further ado. As for the borrowed funds, there was an understanding of reciprocity. Repayment was expected, and future loans would not be difficult to secure. Yet, should anyone default, they would find themselves unwelcome in their home. As for those seeking assistance, trivial matters were manageable. For those wishing to secure employment within the company, as long as they possessed the requisite skills and integrity, Huang Yu could facilitate their entry. Under Ling Ye's keen data analysis, no one could deceive the system. However, those lacking competence and character, who sought easy jobs with minimal responsibilities, or who aspired to managerial positions without merit, would similarly be shown the door. Lastly, there were the town officials. In essence, they came to solicit investments, hoping Huang Yu would contribute to the development of their hometown. He made it clear that he would personally fund the renovations of the town's roads and schools. Subsequently, he pledged a substantial sum to the Jiuzhou Charity Foundation to oversee the refurbishment. Naturally, other infrastructure projects would require the town to manage their own construction. So he directly invested 100 million, leaving the officials beaming with delight. Undoubtedly, facilitating the construction of his parents' villa was a straightforward endeavor, as the land was not only ample but also favorably located. However, once they departed, Huang Yu turned to Ling Yi and said, Ling Yi, although our hometown has seen considerable development in recent years, I remain skeptical that 100 million will not entice anyone to misappropriate funds. Please keep a watchful eye. Should anyone dare to line their own pockets, I will ensure they face the fullest consequences. To his surprise, Ling Yi responded with even greater resolve. Why wait for the future? Those who have reached out before will certainly do so again. I am already preparing the necessary documentation. In a few days, those opportunists will be apprehended, and I will continue to monitor subsequent individuals. After all, our resources are not easily acquired. Indeed, you are correct. Thus, as the new year approached, the townsfolk suddenly discovered that numerous offenders had been apprehended for their illicit activities, with undeniable evidence against them. This did not incite any panic. For who among the respectable would feel alarmed by the arrest of corrupt officials? The common folk, on the contrary, clapped their hands in delight. For their true disdain was not directed at the high-ranking tigers, with whom they had little interaction, but rather at the pesky flies, whose presence they could feel palpably. They harbored a deep-seated animosity towards these minor figures, and witnessing their misfortune brought them considerable joy, making their New Year celebrations all the more festive. As for how these flies would fare in the new year, that was their own concern, a lamentation aptly sung in the tune of Tears Behind Iron Bars. 23 days of holiday passed in the blink of an eye. The four of us watched a spring festival gala devoid of any surprises, paid respects at our ancestors' graves, exchanged greetings with dear relatives and friends, gathered for a few sumptuous meals, and thus the year came to a close. After the Lantern Festival, Huang Yu and Ling Yi bid farewell to their parents once more, boarding the high-speed train to Yu City. This time, Huang Jianjun personally drove them, with Shenfang accompanying them as well. Dad, Mom, we're off. Yes, you may go. All right. Though the elderly couple repeatedly expressed their agreement, it was only when their figures faded from view that they turned back with reluctance. Old man, I can't shake the feeling that it will be difficult to see Xiao Yu and my daughter-in-law again. Indeed, they have their own careers now. Let them go. Come, let us drive back home. We're heading home. They all understood that Huang Yu and Ling Yi were leaving, and it was uncertain how long it would be until they returned to their hometown again. Chapter 178. City of Tianyu. Merely 3 hours after bidding farewell to their parents, and still before 5 in the afternoon, Huang Yu and Ling Yi returned to their villa in St. Maurice. After all, it was just over a 2-hour journey. A few steps from the high-speed train station brought them to their destination. Feng Ling and Feng Long, the two sisters, had been waiting at the door since early morning. Upon seeing them, they rushed to greet them. Master, Mistress, you have finally returned. Haha, yes, we are back. Did you miss us? Huang Yu affectionately ruffled the hair of the two sisters. We did, not just a little. We missed you immensely. Being young girls, both under 17, they had spent every day with them before this sudden separation of over half a month left them feeling quite nostalgic. Such good girls. Don't just stand outside. Let us hurry inside. Yes. Once the four entered the courtyard, Zhong Wanling and the other girls greeted them together, bowing in unison. Welcome back, Master. Mistress. It's been a long time since we last met. Please, no need for formalities. Huang Yu smiled, motioning for them to rise, but as he surveyed the surroundings, he noticed the little sprites were nowhere to be seen. Where are the little sprites? Why are they missing? Feng Long, well informed about the matter, eagerly responded, Huh? They were here waiting at first, but not long ago they started complaining of hunger, so my sister and I cut some fruit for them. They are currently dining in the restaurant. I see. Very well then, everyone, please head inside. It is nearly time for dinner, and we must put forth a little more effort for Jingyun. This is indeed Jingyun's responsibility. The ingredients have already been prepared, and dinner will be ready shortly. I shall take my leave now. Su Jingyun smiled gently and turned, making her way directly to the kitchen. As a sole servant, the 6 maidens held a certain fondness for Huang Yu, which had only deepened during their time on Earth, leading them to feel that this place was far more liberating than the royal palace of Defeng. With their growing understanding of Huang Yu, those who once regarded him with more reverence than familiarity had begun to adopt a much more amiable demeanor, especially considering that Huang Yu was significantly easier to engage with than Feng Wuji or his formidable father. Upon entering the living room, Huang Yu had just settled down with Ling Yi when he unexpectedly received a prompt from the system. Host, Vivian has sent a request for dialogue. Vivian is seeking me? Ling Yi immediately surmised her intention and rose. Calculating the time, the fortress should be completed. You may speak with her and also check on the progress of the robot manufacturing. I shall first see how things are in the kitchen. With that, she departed from the living room. Watching her retreating figure, Huang Yu shook his head in resignation. It had all begun as mere pretense. Yet he had not anticipated it would become so convoluted. Before long, Vivian's image appeared before him. Huang Yu, today, those robots have not begun their watering duties. Most remain idle on the grasslands, while only a portion is engaged in transporting resources and producing more robots. Can we move in now? Huang Yu was momentarily taken aback but quickly responded, take a few steps forward, allow me to assess the surroundings. All right. As Vivian moved, the nearby landscape gradually revealed itself. First, the original hill had completely vanished, replaced by a formidable fortress. Given that this was a realm of cultivation, the construction utilized high-strength materials, resulting in towering and thick walls, complete with a city gate and a well-maintained road leading directly to the river and vast grasslands below the hill. Although the scale was modest, with only a circular wall built along the terrain and a few simple structures within, it already bore the semblance of a burgeoning settlement. After all, the centaur and elf population was currently limited to 800. Any larger, and they would struggle to defend it. Should the population increase in the future, they could extend the walls and buildings outward. However, the scene soon shifted to the vicinity of the outpost. The outpost remained unchanged, the grasslands still as they were. Yet now there were formations of robots, light, medium, and heavy multifunctional construction robots, arranged neatly, their blue lights extinguished, indicating they were in a power-down state. Meanwhile, Heavy robots continued to transport materials into the outpost, producing even more robots, which would subsequently emerge and automatically align themselves into formations at a distance. This has all been meticulously arranged by Ling Yi. According to the plan, there will be a production of 10,000 light robots, 5,000 medium robots, and 1,000 heavy robots, which will be dispatched back to Earth in batches for construction. To this end, Huang Yu sent a substantial amount of supplies ahead of the new year. At this pace, it is nearly complete, especially since the production speed at the outpost is exceptionally efficient. Their priority is the construction of the fortress, and given the current silence, it is certain that the work has been finished. Really? I will gather my kin immediately. I must hang up now, Huang Yu. Farewell. Upon hearing this, Vivian was filled with elation and dashed towards her tribe's encampment. Huang Yu had intended to bid her farewell and perhaps observe the city's structures. But the call was abruptly ended. Well, it doesn't matter, as the construction process will be documented, and I can review it later. Just as he was contemplating this, Ling Ye's voice echoed from the dining area. Huang Yu, dinner is ready. Hurry over. Oh, coming. Huang Yu responded and promptly rose to join the gathering. Meanwhile, in another realm, Vivian joyously entered the encampment, announcing to all her kin along the way. Everyone come out. Our fortress has been completed. Completed. Throughout this time, centaurs and elves emerged from their tents, initially astonished by their high priestess's exuberance. And then turning to gaze upon the rapidly evolving fortress, their faces alight with jubilation. Aha! The fortress bestowed by the gods is finally complete. Oh. We can move in. A miracle. This is indeed a miracle. Soon, under Vivian's leadership, the entire tribe swiftly packed their belongings, forming a long line to enter the fortress, all astonished by the grandeur of this unprecedented structure. The towering walls were constructed along the cliff of the hill, exceeding 10 meters in height and over 5 meters in thickness, appearing exceedingly robust, difficult for even an ordinary cultivator to dismantle. Inside, there were simply constructed houses, devoid of ornamentation, yet far more cozy and warm than tents, arranged in a tiered layout reminiscent of Windhelm and Skyrim, divided into 3 areas. Considering the physical structure of the centaurs, the pathways connecting these areas were all gentle slopes rather than steps. Atop the hill, not only was the summit leveled, but a magnificent structure akin to a Gothic cathedral was erected as a temple for worshipping the gods. This was a specific request from the centaurs, who were even willing to reduce the population cap by 100,000 for its construction. Additionally, underground water channels were excavated below the temple, enlarging the original water output, with water flowing from the temple's reservoir through channels within the city to ensure a steady water supply for all. This is the city constructed by the heavenly gods for our protection. From now on, it shall be named Tianyu City, and this temple shall be called Tianyu Temple. Vivian stood at the entrance of the temple, declaring the names of the city and temple to all her kin. Oh, Tianyu City, Tianyu Temple. May the heavens bless our tribe. Chapter 179. Update of the Jiuzhou Tin system following the Lantern Festival. Enterprises across Huaxia have just resumed their operational status. However, what took everyone by surprise was the sudden and vigorous initiative by the Jiuzhou Group, which had risen to prominence the previous year, to embark on a series of significant developments centered around artificial intelligence. The Jiuzhou Tin system has finally received its inaugural update, just a day after the Lantern Festival. The nation officially introduced the artificial intelligence regulatory law, and the Jiuzhou Group promptly responded by unveiling the Jiuzhou 11 system. This update not only aligns with relevant legal regulations by imposing certain restrictions on user behavior, but primarily focuses on the integration and enhancement of various applications within the Jiuzhou Group. Earlier, the Jiuzhou Group had gradually rolled out its own video and gaming platforms, which required users to download them separately. However, with this update, users are no longer burdened by the need for separate downloads, as these features are now integrated into the system itself. Additionally, 2 new applications have been introduced, one for security protection and another as a social platform. The Security Protection app, akin to the Round-Angle Security Guard, boasts superior functionality powered by advanced artificial intelligence, rendering the former inadequate. On the day of the update, Round-Angle was in a state of alarm, hastily convening an emergency meeting. The social platform bears similarity to existing ones, but distinguishes itself with a more streamlined interface, exquisite imagery, and intelligent operations. Its standout feature is the intelligent friend search capability, which has caused considerable anxiety for the likes of Pony Ma from Tencent, as this innovation is difficult to replicate and poses a direct threat to Tencent's 2 major social platforms. The fast pace of modern life has led to a growing sense of loneliness among individuals, compounded by the lack of sufficient time for social interactions, leaving many disinterested in socializing altogether. Nonetheless, as inherently social beings, the need for communication persists, prompting more individuals to engage actively online while remaining silent in reality. The challenge, however, lies in the difficulty of finding like-minded friends on the internet, where the powerful intelligent friend search feature proves invaluable. Users can enable a random search, and the assistant will automatically recommend other users with the highest compatibility. Should specific criteria be provided, the assistant will precisely search for online friends that meet those conditions. For instance, if a user is inexperienced in gaming and seeks a helpful companion who excels in gaming, the assistant can even narrow down recommendations to particular games and servers. Alternatively, if a user is single and desires a partner with specific attributes, tall, attractive, wealthy, devoted, gentle, and filial, despite such lofty expectations, the assistant can identify several potential matches among over 1 billion users. Naturally, whether those meeting such criteria choose to connect remains subjective. If not, the assistant will tactfully suggest lowering expectations while enhancing personal qualities. As for how the assistant accomplishes this feat, don't inquire. It's all about big data analysis. After all, frequent communication between users and assistants is commonplace, while privacy must remain safeguarded. Analyzing the personality traits of users poses no issue. Although the aforementioned features are inherently built into the system, suggesting a semblance of bundled installation, it is of little concern. The Jojo Group's applications are devoted to quality, offering not only enhanced functionalities but also greater convenience. And most importantly, they are devoid of advertisements. Indeed, you heard me correctly, no advertisements. At this point, one might wonder how a company with over 1 billion users manages to achieve profitability without charging for advertisements. Surely, they cannot rely solely on goodwill. It is true that Lingyi has now abandoned the stock market, the quickest route to revenue, and thus must seek new avenues for profit, ultimately settling on a systematic approach. While this may seem like an antiquated concept, it proves effective. Although the Jojo system is free of advertisements, its distinguishing features include higher video resolution, the ability to stream premium content, faster gaming speeds, and robust security measures. Additionally, the intelligent assistant and enhanced hardware efficiency with lower energy consumption contribute to its appeal, though significant advancements in these areas are necessary to attract attention. The crux of the matter is that the Jojo system offers a comprehensive package for a mere monthly fee of 15 yuan. Users can enjoy all these services in one fell swoop. With over 1 billion users, even if just 1/10 were willing to subscribe, that would amount to over 1.5 billion yuan in monthly revenue. It is noteworthy that the research and development costs of the Jojo system are nearly negligible, as Lingyi has handled everything personally. Aside from employee salaries and server maintenance costs, and after paying taxes, the remainder constitutes pure profit. Not to mention, there are other revenue streams for the Jojo Group, and the Jojo system has yet to launch versions in other languages, leaving a vast overseas market untapped. Should we consider providing a salary increase for our employees? In the office of the chairman of the Jojo Group, Huang Yu cheerfully remarked to Lingyi, "Arrangements are already in place. With the assistant overseeing it, every contributing employee will receive corresponding raises and promotions." Lingyi has long embraced Huang Yu's philosophy that enhancing employee benefits ultimately yields returns from the workforce. The Jojo Group has long implemented artificial intelligence management, effectively the corporate version of the Jojo system. During work hours, the assistant compiles the tasks of each employee and even the management team. This is not surveillance, after all. It is unrealistic to expect employees to refrain from slacking off entirely. Rather, it tallies employee points based on daily productivity, which employees can view at any time. Once points accumulate to a certain level, they can directly attain promotions and salary increases. In cases of insufficient positions, those with the highest points are prioritized for advancement, entirely eliminating the possibility of opaque practices. Naturally, those who slack off excessively to the detriment of their work, as well as individuals who struggle to meet the demands of their new positions after promotion, will receive appropriate feedback from the assistant. First, there shall be a system of deductions accompanied by constructive feedback, along with reasonable work recommendations. If there is no improvement over a period of time, a warning will be issued. Should there still be no change, demotion and salary reduction will ensue, and in extreme cases, termination may be warranted. Although Huang Yu treats his employees well, necessary disciplinary measures must be enforced if an employee proves to be incapable. A balanced approach to rewards and punishments is essential for the proper management of any enterprise. Of course, it is also possible that some individuals may simply lack managerial aptitude, while others can effectively handle the responsibilities of multiple roles. In such cases, employees may opt to remain in their current positions, seeking only a salary increase. Overall, The implementation of this management strategy has garnered unanimous praise from across the organization. However, this feature has not been made publicly available, as its application in other companies could likely devolve into a tool for exploiting workers, severely tarnishing the reputation of the Jojo Group. I trust you with the matters of the group, and have you finalized discussions regarding the copyright issues? Suddenly, Huang Yu brought up a seemingly unrelated topic, to which Ling Yi responded, "Rest assured, although considerable effort and resources were expended, the copyright now fully belongs to the Jojo Group. That is reassuring. We can proceed as planned." Upon hearing this, Huang Yu exchanged a smile with Ling Yi, knowing that their strategy in the robotics sector was now complete. As for what comes next, Chapter 180, the spectacular debut of the Robot Legion on a sunny day in March 2024, with the weather exceedingly pleasant. The Jojo Group convened yet another press conference. However, unlike previous occasions, this event was not held in the conference room of the Jojo Group headquarters, but rather at a construction site along the Qianhai Bay. This land was reportedly prepared by the Jojo Group for the construction of a new headquarters, and thus a construction team had already leveled it, erecting tall barriers around the perimeter, while inside, stacks of building materials were meticulously covered with black plastic sheeting. Additionally, a massive display screen and tent had been hastily constructed the day prior to accommodate the media who flocked to the event. This led many to speculate that the Jojo Group was about to unveil plans for its new headquarters. Yet, regardless of the external conjectures, Huang Yu's premeditated actions would not waver. As the appointed time arrived, he strode confidently to the podium, offered a brief self-introduction, and promptly addressed the main topic at hand. "Thank you all for being here. I am Huang Yu, the chairman of the Jojo Group. The theme of today's press conference, as many have surmised, pertains to the construction of our new headquarters, but this is not the true focus of our discussion. Today, we are here to unveil something even more significant: intelligent robots." As soon as his words fell, an image of a robotic formation appeared on the display screen behind him, instantly piquing the curiosity of the journalists present, who could not help but murmur amongst themselves. This time, Huang Yu chose not to continue his speech, but instead opted to engage with the reporters, thereby better setting the stage for the forthcoming groundbreaking announcement. "It appears that many of you have numerous inquiries. I shall address some of them. Each person may pose a single question." The journalist seated in the center of the front row, "What query do you have?" This journalist is a middle-aged man, yet he maintains a commendable appearance. "Thank you, Mr. Huang. I would like to inquire about the development plan that Jojo Group released prior to the year's end, which signifies a significant foray into the manufacturing sector. Is the intention now to leverage its advantages in the realm of artificial intelligence to develop intelligent robots? This is indeed evident. Our group possesses unparalleled expertise in artificial intelligence. However, to fully harness its potential, compatible hardware must be developed. Hence, the advancement of intelligent robots has become imperative." After the first journalist took his seat, Mr. Huang gestured towards a female journalist who appeared to be of a similar age. "Thank you, Mr. Huang. While I concur that the development of intelligent robots is necessary prior to the year's end, both the government and Jojo Group issued statements cautioning against the unregulated advancement of artificial intelligence, as it could lead to the displacement of numerous jobs. If intelligent robots are indeed developed, it will undoubtedly result in widespread unemployment. The decision made by Jojo Group now seems to contradict earlier assertions, does it not? You have indeed posed a pertinent question. It appears that the vigor of youth continues to surprise me." Mr. Huang pondered for a few seconds before responding thoughtfully. "Madam, your question is astutely formulated. Prior to this, I have also deliberated carefully and concluded that if we allow intelligent robots to develop without constraints, similar to the situation with artificial intelligence, it will inevitably lead to massive unemployment." Upon hearing this, murmurs began to circulate among the audience. Isn't this a case of saying one thing and doing another? They acknowledged that the development of artificial intelligence will lead to significant job losses while simultaneously advocating for its advancement. Is it possible that previous statements were merely a ploy to deter other enterprises from pursuing this path, with the ultimate aim of monopolization? However, as the atmosphere in the room grew tense and the female journalist appeared quite incensed, Mr. Huang swiftly interjected with a decisive but, redirecting the audience's attention back to him before continuing. "However, it is akin to the principle of the atomic bomb. Possessing a sword and choosing not to wield it are two entirely different matters. As a citizen of Huaxia, the technological superiority of Jojo Group signifies the technological prowess of Huaxia itself. If we remain stagnant, we will inevitably be surpassed by foreign entities. The conclusion reached by our group is that we must neither permit the unregulated development of artificial intelligence nor obstruct its normal progress. Furthermore, We should judiciously implement artificial intelligence and intelligent robots in certain sectors. We must persist in our development, strategically replacing some high-risk jobs, while gradually addressing employment concerns over time. For instance, tasks in mining, metallurgy, firefighting, deep-sea exploration, and high-altitude operations can be entirely entrusted to robots controlled by artificial intelligence. Moreover, our group has already obtained governmental approval for the research and development of intelligent robots. The primary focus of this research will be on these high-risk occupations. As he spoke, a red-headed official document appeared on the screen behind Huang Yu, signifying that the Jojo Group had received national approval for its research and development of intelligent robots. Upon witnessing this scene, the gathered journalists comprehended that Huang Yu's proposed development concept had garnered national recognition, and the advancement of intelligent robots was now a foregone conclusion. However, the timeline for tangible results remained uncertain. After a female reporter took her seat, a third journalist, a man in his 30s, raised a pertinent question. Mr. Huang, given that the development of intelligent robots is now imperative, could the Jojo Group disclose its initial research and development plans? I eagerly anticipate your breakthroughs. In response, Huang Yu, wearing a broad smile, replied, I have not prepared a development plan, and you needn't harbor any expectations for breakthroughs. His response left the journalists momentarily speechless. What did it mean to summon them with such fanfare yet have no development plan at hand? And why suggest that there was no need for expectations? Was he simply giving up? This seemed improbable. The inquisitive journalist pondered for a moment before asking again, Mr. Huang, what do you mean by that? At this, Huang Yu's smile broadened as he gestured to his assistant, who was already brimming with excitement, signaling him to inform the workers to commence their tasks. He then clarified, I have not prepared a development plan because our research and development has already concluded. You needn't hold any expectations because our results are right here. Ladies and gentlemen, please take a look. Huang Yu pointed, directing the attention of the reporters to a pile of construction materials that were tightly covered. At that moment, some workers had begun tying ropes around drones. This is our research achievement. With a commanding shout, hundreds of drones ascended into the sky, revealing a meticulously arranged formation of robots. Their gleaming silver exteriors and humanoid limbs rendered all present utterly speechless. Compelled by the spectacle, everyone stepped out of the tent, transfixed by the breathtaking scene before them. Chapter 181. Live construction. Due to our Group's plans to construct a brand new headquarters, we prioritized the development of intelligent robots for construction purposes. What you see before you are the latest multifunctional construction robots. In total, we have assembled 1,000 light construction robots, 500 medium construction robots, and 100 heavy construction robots. They will all be deployed for the construction of our headquarters. As Huang Yu spoke with conviction, the 1,600 robots of various sizes powered up simultaneously, their indicator lights glowing with a soft blue luminescence. They then moved in unison, removing the plastic coverings, switching tools, and commencing operations on site, some excavating earth, others transporting debris, and even a few watering to suppress dust. Simultaneously, the three types of robots coordinated in a meticulously organized manner. Essentially, the heavy robots tackled the major tasks, the medium robots followed to address the residual matters, and the light robots handled the finer details. In the blink of an eye, the previously even construction site transformed at a visibly rapid pace. Perhaps awakened by this spectacle, the journalists on site finally responded, as photographers armed with their cameras surged forward, feverishly capturing the scene of the robots at work, only to be firmly held back by security personnel stationed at the perimeter. Although the light robots were not much larger than an elementary school student, the medium robots were comparable to an adult male, not to mention the towering heavy robots that stood 2 to 3 meters high. While Ling Ye's developed artificial intelligence was remarkably reliable, one could never be too cautious. Should an accident occur, it would be quite a calamity. Huang Yu, noticing the excitement among the crowd, swiftly interjected with a warning, ladies and gentlemen, please exercise caution. Avoid any stampede. We will arrange for you to photograph from nearby shortly. Moreover, we have prepared multi-angle live broadcasts of the ongoing construction. Now, please return to your original positions. I will continue to address your inquiries. With this, the fervor of the crowd subdued somewhat, as they remembered that the main speaker was awaiting their questions, hastily returning to their seats under the tent. All right. I understand that you now have even more questions. I will continue to call on you one by one, adhering to our usual protocol, one question per person. As soon as Huang Yu finished speaking, all the journalists raised their hands eagerly, but he had anticipated this, methodically selecting individuals to pose their questions. Mr. Huang, could you disclose the model specifications of these robots from the Jojo Group? Certainly. Please direct your attention to the large screen. The multifunctional construction robots are currently in their first generation, with further research and development underway. They are categorized into light, medium, and heavy types, each designed to tackle different construction tasks and environments. They can advance on tracks or walk bipedally, and a pair of mechanical arms can interchange various tools. Mr. Huang, will these robots be available for external sale? Can you reveal the pricing? At present, they are not available for external sale, as their usage is still in the exploratory phase and must be restricted. Consequently, we are only accepting orders from the national government, and pricing details cannot be disclosed. Mr. Huang, does your previous statement imply that the government has indeed placed an order with the Jiuzhou Group? Indeed. The government has ordered a batch of robots for the construction of key national projects. Mr. Huang, which field will the Jiuzhou Group focus on for the development of intelligent robots in the next phase? That information is confidential. But I assure you that the next model of robot is something you have all seen before, and I guarantee you will be pleased. As more journalists were called upon to stand and pose their questions, they returned to their seats, some satisfied while others remained eager for more. As Huang Yu continued to respond to inquiries, he suddenly noticed a few white journalists who had initially been obscured in the crowd, with the number of raised hands dwindling. These individuals became conspicuously prominent. However, upon reflection, there was nothing particularly strange about this, despite the relatively short history of the Jiuzhou Group and its limited overseas operations. Its remarkable breakthroughs in the realm of artificial intelligence had already garnered widespread acclaim beyond national borders. Naturally, such a high-tech enterprise would attract significant attention from international media. To his surprise, a foreign journalist was present. Yes, that lady, please proceed with your question. Huang Yu gestured towards a well-groomed Caucasian woman, who surprisingly demonstrated commendable proficiency in Chinese, commencing her inquiry with a series of accolades for the Jiuzhou Group. Greetings, Chairman Huang. I hail from the United States, and the Jiuzhou Group's advancements in artificial intelligence have left the world astounded. Your recent significant breakthroughs in intelligent robotics suggest we may be on the brink of a new industrial revolution. I'm aware that China has enacted legislation prohibiting the disclosure of artificial intelligence source code and databases to foreign nations, thus I will refrain from posing such imprudent questions. Instead, I would like to inquire whether intelligent robots could be utilized in warfare, and whether the Jiuzhou Group intends to develop military robots. Huang Yu was taken aback by her question. Could intelligent robots be employed in warfare? The answer was unequivocally affirmative, although Ling Yi had previously alerted Li Yin. She indicated that higher authorities had indeed initiated research in this area, even extending an invitation for her to lead the project, which she declined on the grounds of her aversion to war. However, this matter was primarily under governmental jurisdiction. What was the intent behind her question? Madam, at present, the Jiuzhou Group's research and development of intelligent robots is strictly confined to civilian applications. Current artificial intelligence is ill-equipped to navigate the complexities of a battlefield environment, rendering such applications impractical at this stage. As for the development of military robots, that is even less feasible. In our nation, private enterprises producing arms is virtually impossible. Moreover, China is a peace-loving country that, in the face of advanced technology, does not instinctively gravitate towards warfare as the United States might. The white female journalist seemed poised to offer further commentary, yet Huang Yu was unwilling to grant her that opportunity, opting not to select any additional foreigners for questions, lest they pose another challenging query. As time elapsed, the momentous press conference came to a close. However, numerous journalists remained, meticulously documenting the scene of robotic construction under the supervision of security personnel. With the Jiuzhou Group's live broadcast and extensive media coverage, a new wave of intelligent robotics swept across the globe, following the earlier surge in artificial intelligence. The Jiuzhou Group had once again left the world in awe. Chapter 182. Global attention on the construction site of the Qianhai Bay, a remarkable assembly of 1,600 construction robots, both large and small, is diligently at work in an orderly fashion. Within a mere day, the excavation of Earth has reached completion, and thanks to their exceptional soundproof design, the noise generated during their operation has been minimized to the lowest possible level. Concurrently, this spectacular scene is being broadcasted live to a global audience through various channels. In addition to the several drones deployed by the Jiuzhou Group, major domestic and international media outlets, including state-run agencies, have dispatched resident reporters to provide continuous coverage. At this moment, as the event begins to gain traction, numerous journalists are on site, explaining the unfolding situation to their cameras. Ladies and gentlemen, behind me lies the construction site of the new headquarters of the Jiuzhou Group. Under the unified coordination of artificial intelligence, the site is operating with remarkable efficiency. For over 24 hours, not a single malfunction or accident has occurred, ensuring that the construction remains in a state of constant activity, which leaves us in awe of the capabilities of these intelligent machines. Viewers, according to the latest construction plan released by the Jiuzhou Group, these robots are ultimately tasked with erecting a skyscraper soaring to a height of 144 meters. Should this come to fruition, it will surpass the Burj Khalifa, establishing itself as the tallest building in the world. This monumental endeavor will heavily incorporate the use of intelligent robots in its construction. Dear audience, I have made a new discovery. Over there, those container-like structures, as explained by the site staff, are the charging devices for the robots. However, based on my observations, none of the robots have charged thus far, despite having worked tirelessly for 24 hours. Could this be yet another technological marvel of the Jiuzhou Group? Moving on. Among the various reports, one journalist has identified a blind spot. Although these are intelligent robots, they too require energy to operate. Currently, electricity stands as the most suitable energy source on Earth. During the design phase, Lingyi equipped the robots with 2 detachable and replaceable advanced batteries, boasting exceptional endurance. The site is equipped with charging facilities that allow for a seamless energy supply. Once a battery is depleted, the robot can simply replace it with a fully charged one. Previously, during the construction at Weiwan, the robots initially established solar power generation systems to sustain prolonged operations. However, on Earth, electricity is abundantly available, thus rendering that preliminary step unnecessary. Regarding the energy at the outpost, it is derived from the advanced technology of Laurel, primarily utilized for interstellar exploration and colonization. Capable of harnessing cosmic crystals as reserve energy while also generating power through solar energy. The efficiency of solar energy utilization in this context far exceeds that of Earth. As these extensive reports flood the media, netizens are captivated, fervently supporting the Jiuzhou Group, with the most popular being the live broadcast from the Jiuzhou Group itself. Long live China! Long live the Jiuzhou Group! I never anticipated witnessing such a science fiction-like spectacle in my lifetime. This is the allure of high technology and heavy industry. It would indeed be a loss not to experience it firsthand. I shall procure the nearest high-speed train ticket to visit Yu City and behold it with my own eyes. To the individual above, I would suggest that I operate a ride-hailing service in Yu City. The vicinity has been cordoned off, and apart from staff and designated journalists, almost no one can enter. If you truly wish to see, you might consider riding the Ferris wheel at the nearby Coastal Cultural Park, which offers the best vantage point for us ordinary folk. Oh, thank you, my friend. No need for thanks. I merely wanted to inform you that due to the happenings surrounding the Kyushu Group, the area has suddenly become a hotspot, and queues have formed, making it uncertain whether you will gain access. That is of no consequence. Thank you nonetheless. The Ferris wheel? I fear most will be unable to board. Perhaps I should bring a drone to capture footage myself. You must be dreaming. At the site, apart from the drones belonging to the Kyushu Group, all others are prohibited from flying. Any discovered will be shot down immediately. If it were permissible, the skies would be filled with them by now. Well, has Huaxia's technology advanced to such heights? Our old Biden rambles incessantly, while the congressional representatives only know how to paint grand visions. Various grassroots organizations seem to be in disarray, and yet Huaxia is venturing into the future of humanity. I can hardly see hope for this nation anymore, if possible. I would like to acquire Huaxia's citizenship. Old Biden, the American? Do Americans also utilize the Kyushu system? Isn't the overseas version yet to be released? That seems implausible. The command of Chinese is so adept, many phrases are not used by a native speaker. Dear friends, I have spent a considerable amount of time in Huaxia, hence my proficiency in Chinese. I downloaded the Kyushu system as soon as it was launched, much to the envy of my friends, who were still learning the language. Do foreigners study Chinese? The culture of Huaxia is vast and profound. One should learn gradually, diligently, and absorb as much knowledge as possible. There is no need to be overly excited. Foreigners have been learning Chinese for quite some time. It's just that the Kyushu system has intensified this phenomenon. This only speaks to the prowess of the Kyushu Group. I suspect the delay in the overseas version's release is to encourage foreigners to learn more Chinese. By the way, is the United States plotting anything nefarious, akin to what Ms. Ming has done? It is possible, but with the backing of their government. They likely wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Speaking of which, my American friend, I have heard that many organizations there are opposing the Kyushu Group. Is that so? I was unaware. Indeed, dear friends from Huaxia, there is such a situation. It is the scheming of despicable politicians and tycoons. They have long sought to compel the Kyushu Group to disclose the source code and database of their artificial intelligence, thus vehemently asserting that AI will lead to the destruction of humanity. Now that intelligent robots have emerged, they claim these will incite widespread unemployment and hasten the demise of mankind. Then the proposed solution was for the Kyushu Group to publicly disclose all its technologies, subject to the oversight of the United States. My goodness, are their minds filled with nonsense? The audacity of such a proposition is striking, as if the very beads of their abacus have shattered upon my face across the Pacific. If they possess the capability, why not develop it themselves? Mere outcry serves no purpose. The United States, once a formidable power, now lacks the capacity to compete. The past is not the present. Do they truly comprehend what it means to lead the world? In an instant, the barrage of comments was filled with derision directed at the United States, and the atmosphere in the live stream was buoyant with mirth. Yet, amid the jest, one must ponder whether the faltering empire across the ocean is merely a paper tiger, or if there lies a deeper significance to their bluster. Chapter 183. Movements across the ocean. Far across the ocean, the aging President Biden and his advisory team were also observing the live broadcast from their own media, their brows furrowed and faces etched with worry. I must ascertain the identities of the research team at the Kyushu Group. 6 months prior, Congress had allocated funds to intensify research into artificial intelligence, yet to date, no tangible results had emerged, while they have now unveiled such advanced intelligent robots. Everyone understands the implications of this development. Sitting on the couch, Biden rubbed his tense brow. Age was beginning to take its toll, often clouding his clarity. Nevertheless, he issued directives to his advisors. The situation had escalated significantly. When the Kyushu 10 system was launched 6 months ago, the United States had already reacted, initially preparing to breach it directly by assembling a large group of experts who conducted numerous experiments. However, the outcome was not only a failure to penetrate the system but also an embarrassing counterattack from the artificial intelligence, resulting in the destruction of their expensive equipment. In desperation, Biden had to persuade Congress to allocate more funds for artificial intelligence research. Fortunately, the financial backers of these lawmakers recognized the gravity of the situation, so there were no significant obstacles. Yet, half a year had passed, and almost no progress had been made. If we consider the displayed artificial intelligence as a measure of success, back then, although urgency was palpable, it was not as pressing as it is now. For experts estimated that it would take China at least 2 years to apply artificial intelligence in the realm of robotics. Developing mature and reliable intelligent robots would require at least a decade, given the robust support from several major conglomerates. It was not implausible for the United States to eventually surpass its rivals. However, in less than 6 months, China had already developed such advanced construction robots. Upon receiving the news yesterday, Biden initially assumed that China was merely spinning tales, akin to the false promises the United States made to its former ally decades ago, deceiving opponents and squandering national resources. Yet, the subsequent live broadcast nearly caused him to faint. The advent of construction robots heralded the imminent arrival of combat robots, which was the true source of concern for all. The words spoken by old Biden echoed, yet the think tank exchanged glances. For this directive had been issued 6 months prior. Had the president's mind wandered once more? Mr. President, you issued an order to investigate the RD team of the Kyushu Group 6 months ago. However, neither our spies nor our operatives have yielded any results. Even the internal employees of the Kyushu Group are unaware of who comprises their RD team, or even where their research department is located. This information was reported to you long ago, at which point you commanded us to prepare a plan for infiltration and to conduct covert investigations and surveillance on the members of their board. Mr. President, have you forgotten? Old Biden wearily blinked, recalling the matter at hand, and indeed, it seemed he had repeated his old mistake. Yet, he could not afford to admit this in front of his subordinates, so he maintained his composure. I have not forgotten, but even if we cannot uncover anything, we must not relent. Allowing Huaxia to possess such a research team would spell disaster for America. Who knows when they might develop intelligent warfare robots? We must persist in our investigation of this team. Thus, it appeared the president was still lucid. The think tank collectively exhaled in relief and nodded in agreement. Yes, Mr. President. Old Biden closed his eyes and nodded, but then suddenly recalled their previous discussion regarding the infiltration plan targeting the Kyushu Group. He inquired, how is the plan for infiltration of the Kyushu Group progressing? Apologies, Mr. President. We attempted to place several spies within the Kyushu Group, but for reasons unknown, all were rejected during interviews. What? Old Biden was taken aback and felt a surge of anger. Could you not send capable individuals? Not a single one passed the interview. The members responsible for this matter hung their heads in shame, rendered speechless. In truth, they could not be entirely blamed, as the group employs big data analysis during the hiring process to weed out individuals lacking integrity, particularly those who are overly enamored with foreign cultures. Initially, Ling Yi personally oversaw this, but as the number of employees grew, it was delegated to artificial intelligence. Currently, the Kyushu group does not hire foreign employees. So those they attempted to place were all operatives embedded within Huaxia, and how could such individuals possess the requisite integrity? One think tank member, sensing a potential solution, proposed a feasible plan. Mr. President, perhaps the Kyushu group has grown wary, and our operatives have been discovered. Therefore, we should consider a long-term strategy. Granting our operatives entirely new identities, severing electronic communications with us, and refraining from any attempts to directly infiltrate the Kyushu group. Elaborate on your plan. Old Biden immediately showed interest. Currently, the operations of the Jojo group within Huaxia are nearing saturation. It is inevitable that future expansion will occur overseas. At that juncture, we can initially arrange for undercover agents to infiltrate subsidiaries, gradually ascend the ranks, and ultimately gain access to core secrets. Although this plan may require considerable time, our competition with Huaxia is destined to be prolonged, rendering it entirely worthwhile. Upon hearing this proposal, Old Biden's expression remained taut, devoid of any semblance of relief. While the strategy is feasible, what he lacks most is time. With the presidential election looming this year, the previous administration under Trump is still a looming threat. If he secures re-election, that would be one scenario. However, should he lose, even a successful plan would be of little utility, merely serving to dress his rivals in finery. The upcoming presidential election necessitates that we postpone this plan until after the vote. We must seek a more immediate solution. Well, as his think tank, we are all acutely aware of this reality. Moreover, should there be a change in the presidency, we too would be replaced, necessitating a breakthrough in a short time frame. Securing technology and artificial intelligence would be ideal, as it could yield a substantial increase in votes. Mr. President, investigations and surveillance concerning the Jojo Group's board of directors are ongoing. We have discovered that they all reside in the same villa. Although the area is heavily guarded by Huaxia, deterring our personnel from approaching, we can surmise that the woman in that villa is either Chairman Huang Yu's fiancée or his mistress. Thus, we collectively conclude that Huang Yu is our point of leverage. His lascivious nature is his greatest vulnerability. Oh, please elaborate on your plan, Mr. President. We can arrange it as follows. By the time of the election, we are certain to achieve a significant breakthrough. As long as we can secure the technology and artificial intelligence, victory in this year's election will be assured. After listening to his think tank strategy, Old Biden felt immense satisfaction, a smile breaking across his wrinkled face, reminiscent of a blooming chrysanthemum. Excellent. Let it be done. Ha. Suddenly, Old Biden's laughter faltered, his brow furrowing once more. The members of the think tank initially assumed he had encountered a new dilemma, only to be met with an unpleasant odor. Old Biden, you've had another episode. Chapter 184. The shadow of sorcery. Unbeknownst to Huang Yu across the ocean, he was presently driving alone. The destination was encircled by towering concrete walls, topped with high-voltage electric fencing, and a massive, imposing iron gate barred entry to outsiders, devoid of any keyhole. However, the walls were festooned with cameras, and upon detecting Huang Yu's sports car approaching, the gate swung open as if he were the master of the estate. In reality, this was a colossal storage base under the Jojo Group, containing multiple, vast warehouses managed by artificial intelligence, where even the transfer of goods was conducted by multifunctional construction robots. His visit to this clandestine location was certainly purposeful, serving as an optimal site for the storage of transactional goods. He parked his sports car directly in front of a warehouse, and the artificial intelligence detected his intention to enter, promptly opening the grand doors. Huang Yu secured the car door and sauntered inside, where he was met with mountains of neatly packaged tea leaves, agarwood, sandalwood, and other fragrant materials. System, please connect me with Caradon. Moments later, Caradon, cloaked in a dark robe, appeared before him, accompanied by a vast array of supplies, everything required by Ling Yi. Mr. Huang Yu, you remain as punctual as ever. The final batch of supplies, along with the special items you requested, has been prepared. Huang Yu nodded. Even for the initial order, he needed to amass over 1 million tons of materials. Moreover, Ling Yi had subsequently requested additional construction materials for the headquarters, necessitating a series of transactions. Governor Caradon, I am also ready. Let us proceed with the exchange. Soon, a colossal azure light swept across the space, causing the cardboard boxes within the warehouse to vanish, replaced by diverse materials. After numerous transactions, Huang Yu had grown accustomed to such occurrences. The only items that piqued his interest were the 2 black crystals before him, each roughly the size of a walnut, life crystals of the Shadow Clan. The transactions initially agreed upon were nearly completed, yet there remained one item that Caradon had not delivered. The 2 level 19 Shadow Clan slaves you requested have arrived. When shall I deliver the final small gravity training chamber to you? This specially prepared chamber for Huang Yu could be utilized for physical training up to level 10. Despite its designation as small, its actual size was equivalent to a 100 square meter floor. In the beginning, Huang Yu pondered where to place it, but ultimately, Ling Yi devised a solution. Utilizing Vivian's world to access materials and employing construction robots to clandestinely expand a basement beneath the St. Maurice villa, perfectly matching the dimensions of the gravity chamber. Naturally, undertaking such actions was illegal and must remain concealed from outsiders. Thus, the hidden entrance was situated in the wine cellar, and should Huang Yu ever relocate, he would need to backfill the basement. Governor Caradon, this item is too large. I must find another location. I will contact you again shortly. Very well. I shall store it in my own spatial storage for now. You can reach me at any time through the system. I must attend to other matters. Caradon responded before severing the connection, leaving Huang Yu momentarily stunned. Good heavens, indeed, cultivation civilizations are affluent. The spatial storage of the system ring can only be expanded by spinning universal currency. While I am unaware of the extent of Caradon's storage capacity, the mere ability to accommodate such a large gravity chamber is enough to evoke envy in this impoverished soul. After a considerable time, Huang Yu extricated himself from the pangs of poverty and turned his focus toward the two black crystals before him. Simulate my appearance. Let me witness your abilities. As soon as the words fell, the two crystal stones emitted a surge of black energy, which swiftly coalesced into human forms, taking on the likeness of Huang Yu, and then simultaneously knelt on one knee, exclaiming, "We greet our master." Huang Yu gazed at the two replicas before him, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. Apart from their demeanor, which was rather respectful, they mirrored him almost perfectly. Even their voices were indistinguishable. Initially, he had employed the pretext of translating his cultivation insights to have Ling Yi translate between Chinese and Erlang language for Caradon, who subsequently implanted this information into their life crystal cores, thus facilitating seamless communication. "What are your names?" Huang Yu inquired. "In response to our master, we possess no names. Should our master desire, we humbly request that you bestow names upon us." "Not even names." Huang Yu was taken aback, then continued to question. "Both of you are at level 19. Who is slightly stronger?" "In response to our master, our strengths are approximately equal. The outcome of a duel between us is unpredictable. Since your powers are on par, it matters not," Huang Yu declared, pointing at the individual on his left. "From this day forth, you shall be called Moe." He then gestured towards the individual on his right. "You shall be known as Moe. "Thank you, master, for bestowing names." With names assigned, he pondered how to store them alongside himself and Ling Yi, but what form should they take? He decided to clarify first. "Can you transform into something smaller than your life crystal cores?" Upon hearing this, Moe and Moe shook their heads. In response to our master, "No, we cannot. While we can disguise ourselves as many things, we are incapable of transforming into anything smaller than our life crystal cores." Huang Yu stroked his chin thoughtfully. Initially, he had contemplated having one disguise itself as a ring or some other ornament, ensuring Ling Yi would wear it. However, it seemed that was not feasible. Nevertheless, disguising themselves as other objects to accompany him and Ling Yi daily would suffice. With this in mind, he spoke once more. "Moe, from now on, you shall disguise yourself as a common object, accompanying me and ensuring my safety." "Yes, master." "Moe, I shall gift you to a woman. She will be your mistress. Like Moe, you will disguise yourself as a common object and follow her, always safeguarding her well-being. However, should she wish to bring harm to me?" Huang Yu's voice trailed off, an enigmatic expression crossing his face. "Understood, master," Moe replied. At that moment, Huang Yu recalled something and cautioned them earnestly. "You must closely observe the behavior of those plants and animals, ensuring your disguises are flawless. Within my abode, be especially wary of the small sprites. They can communicate with flora and fauna. If necessary, play the fool and do not reveal your true identities." "Rest assured, master. We comprehend." Shortly thereafter, Huang Yu departed from the storage base, driving while conversing on the phone with Ling Yi. "Ling Yi, the transaction is complete. I shall return shortly." "What? A whole roasted lamb for lunch? How delightful it is to savor the exquisite dishes crafted by Feng Ling and Feng Long after such a long time." While Jing Yun's culinary skills are undoubtedly unparalleled, a change in flavors can be quite refreshing. Just as he engaged in a light conversation, two petite birds flitted through the sky, closely trailing the speeding sports car. Chapter 185, Medical Robot. Dubai in the secret underground chamber of the St. Maurice villa. Huang Yu gritted his teeth as he performed push-ups, his clothes drenched in sweat, revealing muscles akin to a marble sculpture, as though each repetition demanded immense physical exertion. The pristine white room housed an array of fitness equipment, resembling a private gym. Logically, since Huang Yu underwent genetic optimization, coupled with his training regimen, such strenuous exercise should not leave him breathless, let alone drenched in perspiration. This, of course, was attributed to the gravity training room, a bespoke version tailored for him by Ling Yi, operated by the assistant Yu, powered by electricity. Huff, huff, huff. After several more repetitions, Huang Yu finally exhausted his stamina, collapsing onto the ground, panting heavily before calling out loudly, Yu, turn off the gravity system. Understood, master. After an imperceptible wave of energy, Huang Yu's tense body relaxed, and even his breathing became considerably lighter. At that moment, the door of the gravity chamber swung open automatically, and Ling Yi approached him, holding a glass of warm water. Observing his disheveled state, she couldn't help but tease. How does it feel to experience double gravity training for the first time? Are you still able to train? Huang Yu rolled his eyes at her remark, propping himself up with considerable effort to sit cross-legged on the floor, retorting, Oh my, this gravity chamber is truly exhausting. I feel as though I can hardly stand. Yet this type of training undeniably benefits my cultivation. I can sense every cell in my body yearning for energy, and even the speed of my elemental force has increased significantly. Afterward, I shall indulge in some Emperor Yuan essence. My cultivation will surely yield twice the result with half the effort. Upon finishing, he accepted the warm water and drank it in one go, while Ling Yi shook her head in exasperation. You are beyond saving. Clearly a person of scientific civilization, yet you are so infatuated with cultivation. But Huang Yu chuckled heartily. Despite his fatigue, finding joy in the challenge. Haha, let us consider this my obsession. You suggest I exercise, and I would resist. But if you tell me that exercise equates to cultivation, I am instantly invigorated. Suit yourself, but given your current state, it is the perfect opportunity to test Dabai's efficacy. After speaking, Ling Yu turned towards the door and called out, Dabai, come in. Before long, a chubby, endearing white robot waddled in on its short legs, its limbs resembling those of a human, and a minimalist expression displayed on its head. Hello, my name is Dabai, and I am your personal health consultant. I heard your call. What seems to be the matter? Gazing upon the endearingly naive yet familiar robot, Huang Yu was momentarily taken aback, only to express his surprise with delight. Has the artificial intelligence of Dabai finally been perfected? Ling Yu chuckled, gently patting Dabai's head, and with arms crossed, stated with a sense of pride, Indeed, it took considerable effort on my part. This artificial intelligence, specifically designed for medical robots, encompasses an impressive repository of up to 10,000 medical knowledge entries. It can scan the Human Health Index, provide certain medical assistance and emergency wound care, and, when necessary, serve as a warm companion or a life buoy, while also offering massage capabilities. Of course, there are some distinctions from the original, such as enhanced material strength to resist piercing from sharp objects, prolonged battery life to avoid premature depletion, and the consolidation of 5 chips into one. With the combat mode eliminated, with an outpost in place, hardware manufacturing is relatively straightforward. Conversely, the development of this artificial intelligence demanded significant effort. Indeed, every civilization possesses its unique attributes. Such an adorable medical robot, even in terms of creativity, is a first for me. Had you not reminded me, I might have overlooked it entirely. Those self-satisfied beauties, thinking that our acquisition of the copyright was merely for branding, believed they had cleverly extorted us for a paltry sum. Now, with this robot in operation, the profits generated annually will surely incite their envy. At that moment, Dabai blinked and approached Huang Yu, stating, Sir, I am about to conduct a scan. Scan complete. Sir, your physical exertion has been excessive. You now require ample rest. However, your overall health is excellent. Regular exercise is commendable, yet do not overexert yourself. Huang Yu beamed at the scene. On Earth, few could withstand the charm of Dabai. Possessing one at home could provide care for the elderly, look after children, offer treatment when ill, and serve as a protector in times of danger. Truly, it is suitable for all ages, a perfect companion. Thank you, Dabai. Could you assist me in standing? Certainly, sir. Dabai extended a hand, grasping Huang Yu's arm and lifting him up. Once upright, Huang Yu could not resist the urge to touch Dabai's body, poking it. It was soft yet remarkably resilient. While Dabai merely blinked, adorably oblivious. Ling Yi, how's the construction of the robot manufacturing factory progressing? It has been completed. Now, without the need for an outpost, we can also produce multifunctional construction robots in Dabai. However, our current output is quite low. We must continue expanding to meet market demands. Huang Yu stretched his body, twisting his neck as he replied, given that the multifunctional construction robots currently only have the government's orders, and with Vivian having several thousand units, we might as well prioritize increasing Dubai's production. This charming creature is simply irresistible. By the way, what is the current pricing? The production costs from the factory are significantly higher than those from the outpost, and the materials themselves are quite expensive. Thus, the cost of one unit is around 1 million. This response left Huang Yu momentarily stunned. The price was beyond the means of most individuals, likely only affordable to the affluent. Upon observing his expression, Ling Yi discerned his thoughts. The high costs were undeniable. One cannot operate at a loss simply for the sake of publicity. It is only when Earth's technological advancements progress that we can hope to reduce these expenses. My suggestion is to, in addition to regular sales, donate some units under the auspices of the Jiuzhou Charity Foundation to certain schools and hospitals. This could be manufactured at our outpost, ensuring we neither incur losses nor fail to benefit a broader populace. That indeed is a commendable approach, Huang Yu mused. In that case, let us set the price a tad higher. After all, we are not exploiting the impoverished. Selling to the less fortunate at exorbitant rates weighs on my conscience. Yet I fear that pricing too low for the wealthy may be detrimental. Then I shall price it at 10 million per unit. Should we export it abroad, the price will surely double. Ling Yi raised an eyebrow. Agreed. Selling to foreigners at doubled prices is still deemed insufficient. Indeed, today, you shall see what we are capable of. Chapter 186. The charming deity conquering humanity. A mere month and a half had elapsed since the Jiuzhou Group's press conference regarding construction robots. Yet the fervor showed no signs of waning. Discussions among people worldwide intensified instead. Initially, public sentiment leaned positively, with many recognizing the inevitable rise of intelligent robotics, albeit with the realization that this technology was uniquely Chinese, which irked certain nations. However, at some point, opposition to artificial intelligence and intelligent robots began to swell. First manifesting among Western liberal circles, but soon echoed by domestic factions, including a few from the 50,000 and those influenced by foreign ideologies. The prevailing rhetoric mirrored that of the West, asserting that artificial intelligence would lead to humanity's downfall, and the deployment of intelligent robots would precipitate mass unemployment and further accelerate human extinction. Consider the construction robots' formidable size, once equipped with weaponry. They would transform into veritable war machines, and undoubtedly, Jiuzhou Group is already developing true combat robots. Should they emerge, and if artificial intelligence were to spiral out of control, humanity would find itself in grave peril. The initial argument seemed plausible, yet the subsequent assertion provoked public outrage among the Chinese populace. The Jiuzhou Group should immediately cease research on artificial intelligence and intelligent robots or publicly share relevant technological data with the world to ensure global oversight. The times have changed. With China vigorously asserting its narrative power, such nonsensical claims no longer deceive many. Countless citizens vehemently condemn those propagating these views, ultimately suppressing the dissent to the point where it scarcely made a ripple domestically. However, this wave of discourse has been intensifying abroad. Although the Jiuzhou Group has minimal operations overseas, it undeniably hampers their strategic plans for global expansion. Ultimately, the hidden forces behind this movement are acutely aware of the terrifying potential of artificial intelligence. They recognize that should Jiuzhou Group's AI dominate their domestic market before it is developed in-house, it would pose a significant threat to national security. Consequently, they are devising various methods to prevent Jiuzhou Group from entering their countries, which is not surprising, much like the restrictions imposed by Huaxia on foreign entities. Dangerous innovations, no matter how useful, must not be wielded by outsiders. Yet, unexpectedly, all of this unraveled within mere days. Anyone on Earth who could receive news was captivated by the latest medical robot released by Jiuzhou Group. On a weekend, a public park in Yu City suddenly witnessed long lines, so extensive that the government had to dispatch police to maintain order. Hurry up. Stop dawdling. Aren't you perfectly healthy? No need for idle chatter. Indeed, it's our turn. The individuals in line were filled with impatience, while the person at the front continually delayed, unfazed by the curses hurled from behind, their face radiating excitement and anticipation. When it was finally their turn, they would transform from a target of verbal abuse to a procrastinator and a recipient of scorn. However, the end of this lengthy queue led to merely a makeshift tent, erected because Jiuzhou Group had set up a free experience point for their new medical robot, Baymax. As each individual approached, Baymax would greet them. Hello, my name is Baymax, and I am a health consultant. I am now going to conduct a scan. The next in line was a young and charming girl, her eyes sparkling with delight as she gazed upon the adorable Baymax. Wow, it's really Baymax. I'm so happy to meet you. May I give you a hug? After the scan concluded, Baymax responded, Of course, madam, but your heart rate is elevated. Please try to remain calm. Furthermore, I have detected that you have chronic gastritis, likely due to irregular eating habits. I recommend maintaining a regular and hygienic diet, and it would be best to visit a hospital for further examination. Some medication could alleviate your symptoms. While Baymax is a fully medical-oriented robot, it can only treat minor and moderate injuries and is incapable of performing clinical or major surgeries. Its primary functions are detection and prevention, necessitating a visit to the hospital for medicinal treatment. Upon hearing Baymax's diagnosis, the girl reflected carefully on her dietary habits, realizing they were indeed irregular. At times, she would eat carelessly, while at other times, she would indulge excessively. Recently, she had been experiencing stomach pains. Could this truly be the reason? Wow. Baymax, you're incredible. I'll head to the hospital right away. The girl suddenly leapt into Baymax's embrace, and Baymax, in perfect harmony, wrapped its arms around her. Standing at nearly 2 meters tall, it naturally instilled in her a warm sense of security, prompting her to close her eyes and linger in that comforting embrace. In the bustling atmosphere, the soft and warm figure of Baymax captured the attention of many. With a gentle blink, Baymax responded, "Madam, it is my pleasure to serve you." It was only when the impatient crowd behind began to urge her on that the young lady reluctantly departed from Baymax's embrace. Taking a moment to capture a photograph together. "Come on, Baymax. Let us take a picture." This charming scene unfolded simultaneously across numerous major cities in China, drawing countless individuals eager to partake in the experience. The catalyst for this phenomenon was a press conference held by the Jiuzhou Group just the day prior, announcing the impending release of a new model of intelligent robot. Initially, the attending journalists anticipated the unveiling of a new construction robot, but to their surprise, the star was none other than the well-loved robot from the film Big Hero 6. The adorable, plump, white robot, Baymax, had captured the hearts of many, transcending nearly a decade since the film's release, and remains an endearing figure in the minds of young and old alike. A reporter raised a question regarding potential copyright infringement, to which Huang Yu clarified that the Jiuzhou Group had acquired the rights at a considerable price. With that assurance, the matter was settled. That day, the reporters present were fortunate enough to experience Baymax's medical capabilities firsthand. With just a scan, Baymax could identify any health issues. Ultimately, everyone was enchanted by Baymax, leading to an avalanche of coverage from the journalists, including many foreign correspondents. Moreover, news spread about the Jiuzhou Group's establishment of Baymax experience centers in various cities, resulting in an extraordinary turnout the following day. Throngs of citizens eagerly queued from the early morning to partake in the experience. In regions lacking experience centers, locals either watched the news with envy or hastened to the nearest city with a setup, willing to wait in line for hours for the chance to interact with Baymax. Surprisingly, many individuals, including affluent foreigners with the means to act, booked the soonest flights to China. Even those in the West who had vocally opposed intelligent robots found themselves charmed by Baymax, swiftly altering their positions, with protest slogans shifting to, "We need Baymax. We need artificial intelligence. We strongly urge the government to introduce Jiuzhou Group's technological products." Chapter 187. The Protective Gentle Giant once again. It must be said that few can resist the allure of Baymax. Within mere days, its popularity eclipsed that of the previously anticipated construction robot. On the third day of Baymax's free experiences, a particular location was abuzz with enthusiastic crowds forming lengthy lines, albeit near a busy road which created a bit of noise. A young girl, appearing around 8 or 9 years old, was cradled in her grandfather's arms. Having queued for nearly the entire morning, they had even brought their own lunch. Upon catching sight of Baymax beneath the tent ahead, her excitement was palpable. "Wow, Grandpa, I see it. I see Baymax. I want to give it a hug." As she struggled to escape her grandfather's embrace, the young girl could only think of rushing over to hug Dubai. However, her grandfather was a man of reason. "Hey, you Xian, don't fidget. The older brothers and sisters, uncles and aunts ahead of us have worked hard to queue, and we must not cut in line, understand?" Yet, the little girl could hardly grasp such concepts. "No, I want to go. I must." Sighing, her grandfather gently reasoned, "You Xian, think about it. It will soon be our turn. If a smaller child suddenly ran over claiming the right to cut in line, would you be happy? No. I would let him cut. He should wait like everyone else. See? You are not happy about that, right? If we cut in line, wouldn't others also be unhappy? Would they dislike us? They would definitely be unhappy. They would certainly hate us. Then, does that mean our Yu Xian is a child that others dislike?" The little girl seemed to comprehend something, pouting and pondering for a moment. Before responding with a hint of dejection, "Grandpa, I won't cut in line anymore. I don't want to be disliked. Let us continue waiting." Seeing his lesson had taken root, the grandfather smiled with delight. "Ah, that is more like it. Ha ha, Yu Xian is so good. When we see to buy later, tell him about this. He will surely commend you." Yu Xian nodded earnestly. Finally, after patiently waiting a while longer, it was at last their turn. Hello. I am Dabai, a health consultant. I will now scan you. Could the little one please step down for me to scan you alone? Well, Dabai, I finally see you. Yu Xian exclaimed, eager to leap into Dabai's arms, prompting her grandfather to cautiously hand her over. Dabai lifted Yu Xian with his hands and scanned her health before cradling her in his embrace, one hand gently stroking her adorable little head. Scan complete. Little one. You are in excellent health. However, Yu Xian was not concerned about her health. She excitedly sought praise instead. Dabai, I waited for such a long time to see you, and I didn't cut in line. Am I a likable person? Yes. By achieving this. You are a good child, and I like you. Dabai winked and kindly provided feedback, which filled Yu Xian with joy. Grandpa, Dabai said he likes me. Haha. Indeed, Grandpa would never deceive you. Yu Xian's grandfather watched this heartwarming scene with immense happiness, while Dabai began scanning his health as well. Old Grandpa, I will now scan you upon completion, Dabai continued. Old Grandpa, your cartilage has degenerated, primarily affecting your hips. I recommend taking some pain relief medication and exercising daily. Preferably at this moment. Only Dabai and the grandfather-granddaughter duo remained inside the tent, while the next person in line was still several meters away. Boom. As the gentle giant shared his examination results and recovery suggestions, a sudden roar of engines interrupted from the nearby road. An out-of-control vehicle careened through the greenery, hurtling straight towards the tent. Bang! A deafening crash echoed, obliterating the tent, while those queued outside could only glimpse the car speeding past them and the white sphere that flew through the air. No one knew the fate of the elderly man and his grandson. The vehicle finally came to a halt after crashing into a nearby foam mountain. A collective jolt surged through the crowd. Fortunately, the car had not barreled directly into the line. Otherwise, the misfortune would not have been confined to just the gentle giant and the unfortunate duo. The elderly man and his grandson? Those at the front of the line finally grasped the situation and rushed forward to assess the aftermath. Quick, call for an ambulance. We need to save them. Yet, in their hurried search, they could only find the shattered remnants of the tent, devoid of any trace of blood. Where are they? They exclaimed. Check the car. They might have been taken away. Yes, hurry. However, upon reaching the foam mountain, they discovered only the damaged vehicle and the inebriated driver at the wheel. The scent of alcohol wafting through the shattered glass. Damn, this scoundrel is driving under the influence. Call the police. Despite their frantic search for the injured, they could find no one, leading them to drag the driver out. Just then, a shout from a distance captured their attention. Look, they're over there. And the gentle giant. Upon rushing over, they saw the giant, now significantly inflated, deflating himself, his exterior unscathed but dusted with debris. In his embrace were the frightened elderly man and his granddaughter. Strangely, while the grandfather wore a face of terror, the granddaughter beamed with delight, cuddling against the gentle giant. Grandfather, are you all right? Do you feel any pain? Hold on. The ambulance is on its way. Though nearly 60 and shaken, the grandfather quickly regained his composure upon hearing the gentle giant's reassurances. As he was helped to his feet by the crowd, he immediately began to check on his granddaughter. Yuxuan, are you hurt? Please tell me. The old man was nearly in tears from worry, yet astonishingly, his granddaughter responded with joy. Grandfather, just now, the gentle giant held us and flew into the sky. It felt like we bounced a few times on the ground. It was so much fun. This revelation bewildered the old man. How could his granddaughter be laughing after such a perilous encounter with the vehicle? At that moment, the gentle giant, now returned to his usual size, began to speak. An elderly gentleman, moments ago, cradled you both in his arms and infused you with a substantial volume of air, akin to a large safety cushion. Fortunately, during the descent, you encountered no sharp objects, thus escaping any harm. The old man, still in disbelief, hurriedly embraced his granddaughter, repeatedly inspecting her for injuries, but she merely laughed in delight. Haha, Grandpa, don't do that. I'm so ticklish. Ha 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 ha. At that moment, the surrounding onlookers began to react, offering their reassurances. Do not fret, old sir. Given the lively spirit of you and your granddaughter, it seems you are indeed unharmed. Indeed, what injured person could exhibit such vitality as the two of you? With this, the old man finally exhaled a sigh of relief, gently placing his granddaughter down, who promptly leapt onto the belly of the robot, named Dabai. Dabai, were you protecting me while Grandpa was so scared? Dabai tenderly embraced her. Fear not, little one. Dabai will always keep you safe. Witnessing this scene, the crowd erupted in applause. Well done, Dabai. You are truly remarkable. Who would have thought a robot could be so heartwarming? Just like in the movies. You are a guardian and a gentle soul. Following the incident, The drunk driver was apprehended, and the grandfather and granddaughter underwent thorough medical examinations, emerging unscathed. Dubai, undoubtedly the hero of the day, not only saved 2 lives but also preserved the integrity of a family. Its comforting gesture towards the little girl earned it the title of a nurturing protector, in addition to being a beloved figure. This event swiftly ascended to the headlines of major media outlets, even garnering extensive coverage from international sources, amplifying its popularity and sparking an unprecedented surge in public demand, compelling the Jojo Group to announce the pricing. Chapter 188. Recruitment and Training Program. Following the viral news of Dubai's heroism, public anticipation soared, and the desire to purchase intensified. Daily, numerous individuals flocked to the Jojo Group's official website, leaving inquiries. As the first intelligent robot formally offered for sale to the public by Jojo Group, it was theoretically accessible to anyone with sufficient funds. Despite the general consensus that Dubai would command a hefty price, a glimmer of hope remained. Ultimately, after a week of complimentary trials, Jojo Group unveiled Dubai's price, 10 million. This announcement extinguished the purchasing aspirations of the majority, as over 90% of the populace in Huaxiao would never amass such wealth in a lifetime. Only the affluent could afford such an acquisition. However, it was soon evident that Huaxiao harbored a considerable number of wealthy individuals, with over 100,000 families possessing assets exceeding 100 million. Any family with substantial financial resources was eager to procure one for the care of their elders and children. Furthermore, significant hospitals and large corporations, backed by robust capital, also placed substantial orders with Jojo Group, often requesting dozens of units at once. This has led numerous financially strained individuals and companies to opt for loans in order to acquire a unit. At this juncture, the Dubai has transcended its role as merely a medical robot, evolving into a symbol of status and economic prowess. Consequently, within a mere few days, various sectors across Huaxiao placed orders for over 130,000 units of Dubai from the Jojo Group, culminating in an astonishing order value exceeding 13 trillion. It is noteworthy that 90 of this amount constitutes pure profit, which implies that the Jojo Group has generated nearly 12 trillion in profit within just a few days. Naturally, such an exorbitant profit cannot be disclosed publicly. Much like the Jojo hair growth gel from earlier, Lingyi has always managed to conjure high costs through various means. Outsiders perceive this as entirely reasonable, believing that the Jojo Group offers a price that reflects integrity, as any competitor capable of producing a similar product would undoubtedly charge a higher price. However, despite this, the billions of ordinary citizens can only watch helplessly as the affluent flaunt their Dubai online, leading to a palpable sense of imbalance among many. Shortly thereafter, the Jojo Group issued a statement declaring that it would annually donate a batch of Dubai to be allocated by the Jojo Charity Foundation to schools and hospitals in need, while also striving to reduce production costs in the future. This mollified many, as it is understood that such high-tech products, arguably cutting-edge innovations, cannot possibly debut at rock-bottom prices. The hope now rests on future cost reductions, allowing the average person to eventually afford one. Privately, Huang Yu also engaged in discussion with Lingyi. Lingyi, I recall that Dubai boasts exceptional quality, remaining unscathed even under significant physical impact. Does this not imply that following this purchasing frenzy, future orders may plummet dramatically? Should we not consider a planned price reduction? Lingyi had indeed contemplated this aspect. Certainly, when a product's quality surpasses demand, producers may struggle to secure long-term orders, and buyers may soon grow weary, leading to dissatisfaction on both sides. However, the functionalities of Dubai necessitate high quality, ensuring a lifespan of up to 10 years. Thus, I initially set the price at 10 million to guarantee substantial benefits during the early phase. We can subsequently reduce the price annually, enabling an increasing number of people to afford it. Although the unit price decreases, the sales volume will rise. I trust that as the manufacturing sector progresses, we will be able to lower the cost of Dubai without relying on outposts. Huang Yu nodded in agreement and then broached another topic. Well, now that we possess over 1 trillion in liquid assets, fully capable of sustaining long-term development, it is time to advance the talent recruitment and training program I previously proposed for various industries. Lingyi contemplated this for a moment. The talent recruitment and training initiative had emerged in Huang Yu's mind after several transactions with Caledon during this period. Despite the presence of Lingyi, whose technological knowledge far surpasses that of Earthlings, the advanced technologies of the Jojo Group emerge one after another. However, while an individual may significantly propel a particular field of technology, it is impossible for one person to elevate the overall level of technological advancement. Achieving such a comprehensive enhancement necessitates the establishment of a mature research system. Although Jojo technology is capable of producing intelligent robots, it faces numerous challenges in material acquisition, particularly the crucial components such as chips and batteries, all of which are procured from Caradon. As for technology transfer, unless the counterpart is left with no choice or is offered an overwhelming incentive, who would be so short-sighted as to divulge their means of sustenance to others? As a member of the post-90s generation who has personally witnessed the transition of Huaxia from being constrained by the West to now stripping the Western industrial crown of its glory, Huang Yu understands the fallacy of the mindset that it is better to buy than to build, and better to rent than to buy. The ability to produce independently is paramount. The resources acquired through the system ring may serve as a temporary solution, and even be relied upon for an extended period. However, one must not harbor a mindset of dependency that stifles progress. For the long-term development of civilization, establishing a mature research system is imperative. Huang Yu, as per your previously articulated plan, you intend to invest substantial funds to recruit a multitude of creative research talents both domestically and internationally, as well as talents from other industries, while also founding a technological university to cultivate and reserve talent, correct? Indeed. Furthermore, in conjunction with the willingness to invest, we will leverage artificial intelligence for management, thereby completely eliminating the oppression of juniors and the appropriation of their innovative achievements. I may not have control over other matters, but under my jurisdiction, such occurrences will be unequivocally prohibited. Huang Yu's resolute words resonated with conviction. Countless passionate talents across various sectors in Huaxia have sought opportunities abroad due to inadequate financial support or have suffered immense grievances. Many of these individuals are not unpatriotic. Rather, their fervor is cooled as they witness their vast knowledge met with meager wages, all while enduring exclusion from incompetent predecessors. Even when they manage to achieve success, they often find their accomplishments usurped in an instant. Countless individuals harbor a profound disdain for such phenomena yet feel powerless to change them. Huang Yu is naturally among them. But now that he possesses the capability, he is determined to alter this situation. What if I oppose your plan? Ling Yi furrowed her brows, then simply refrained from participating. I will take full responsibility for this matter, Huang Yu declared, his gaze unwavering. Chapter 189. Race and genes then simply refrained from participating. I will take full responsibility for this matter. Observing Huang Yu's steadfast demeanor, Ling Yi suddenly broke into a smile, embracing him around the neck. Now that feels right, humph. Are you willing to support me now? At this moment, Huang Yu also wrapped his arms around Ling Yi's slender waist. Support is one thing, but your plan could indeed be bolder. Oh, what do you have to add? Huang Yu raised an eyebrow, recognizing that Ling Yi's perspective was broader than his own. Now that she was willing to voice her opinion, it was evident that she had considered aspects he had overlooked. Establishing a mature research system is a necessity for the long-term development of a technological civilization. However, your plan remains confined to domestic boundaries. It would be more prudent to broaden the scope. While the cultural sector should primarily focus on the Chinese populace, other industries, particularly in research, must not only recruit a significant number of Chinese talents, but also attract a plethora of international talents. The more diverse the talent pool, the better. Moreover, nurturing and reserving talent requires a bolder approach. Merely having a single technological university is rather insipid. My suggestion is to adopt orphans and abandoned infants from around the globe and commence their education from a young age. Although this endeavor is incredibly time-consuming, it is undoubtedly worthwhile in the long run. Regardless of their future success, these children will grow into steadfast supporters. After a moment of contemplation, Huang Yu acknowledged the plan. Your proposal is indeed bolder than mine. The world is far from peaceful. Numerous regions are engulfed in conflict, resulting in countless orphans daily, some of whom are mere infants. Ensuring these children can survive and providing them with favorable living and educational conditions is indeed a noble cause. However, suddenly, a thought crossed Huang Yu's mind, and he furrowed his brow, leaving Ling Yi somewhat perplexed. What is it? Perhaps I still cannot transcend racial limitations. I agree with your assertion that the cultural sector should primarily focus on the Chinese. Furthermore, all adopted children, regardless of their country of origin, must receive education in Chinese. Yet the issue lies in, is that not sufficient? What precisely is the problem? Ling Yi pressed for clarification. The issue of ethnicity. As a Chinese individual, I naturally wish for Chinese culture to spread globally and would be pleased to see Mandarin become a universal language. However, I do not desire for future generations of Chinese to have darker skin tones, do you understand? Among the 56 ethnic groups of China, there are those with yellow and white skin, but there are none with black skin. This is not a matter of racial discrimination. It does not diminish the humanity of those with darker skin tones. However, the reality is that regardless of which ethnicity combines with those of darker skin, the subsequent generations will not inherit lighter skin. Although China has a vast population, many are hesitant to have children. Coupled with the high fertility rates of those with darker skin, if this issue is overlooked, contemporary Gaul could very well become the future of China. So this is your concern. It is indeed a valid issue. Ling Yi reflected thoughtfully. It appears I have overlooked this aspect. If the internal racial issues within a civilization are not properly addressed, it could lead to significant problems down the line. How does your Tianhua civilization manage this? Huang Yu was unaware of the internal dynamics of Tianhua civilization, but from the scenes during their initial transaction, it was evident that its populace predominantly featured individuals with blonde hair and blue eyes. Ling Yi pondered for a moment before replying. I am also uncertain. There is a lack of historical documentation on this matter. What? There are no records in the historical documentation? Could it be that you physically eradicated them? The current state of affairs on Earth is quite untenable, while I am uncertain of the specifics. It is evident that such actions would render us adversaries in the eyes of the world. Have you not witnessed the scorn directed at Judas, who, despite being shielded by the beautiful and formidable nation, remains subjected to global disdain? After a brief moment of reflection in each other's embrace, Huang Yu was the first to speak. Ling Yi, do you find my notion feasible? Oh, what clever idea have you conceived? Do you share? Ling Yi inquired with curiosity. Is it possible to employ genetic engineering to enhance the vitality of the Han Chinese while ensuring resilience against dilution? At the very least, we must avoid being tainted. Huang Yu had personally experienced the remarkable effects of genetic optimization agents, and this thought immediately crossed his mind. Should it succeed, over time, regardless of how much intermingling occurs, the Han Chinese could retain their original appearance and even influence others. Feasible, yet the only obstacle is that such genetic technology is beyond the reach of our current Earth. I am aware. What if we were to commission Laurel to customize such genetic optimization agents and procure the formula in the future? That is also a possibility. But Laurel is likely to demand an exorbitant price. I had considered that as well, yet I deem this expenditure worthwhile compared to the potential hazards of future civilizational development. Ling Yi pondered for a considerable time before nodding, resting her head on Huang Yu's shoulder, murmuring, You are correct. Although I am unaware of how my ancestors resolved this issue, I can envision the grave consequences of inaction. Since we have made a decision, let us strive to implement it. Perhaps we can acquire some cosmic currency from Feng Wujie, and we must not cease our own genetic engineering efforts. At that moment, Huang Yu closed his eyes, feeling an overwhelming pressure suddenly descend upon him. Indeed, regardless of the direction we take, we must not relinquish our independent research. However, I sense that the vast sum of over 10 trillion may prove insufficient. That can be easily addressed. It is nearly time to launch the overseas version. There are numerous Western capitalists eager to invest, and selling to them would yield greater profits. That brings me comfort, yet we must maintain a steady momentum. You cannot shoulder every responsibility alone. Let me know how I can assist. No need. I will manage the company affairs. You should focus on preparing for the overseas initiative. When the time comes, you will be in charge, and I will provide resources without interference. Very well, I appreciate your efforts. It is no burden. This is far less strenuous than my previous role managing the military. By the way, have you finalized your objectives? Yes, we shall depart immediately after our wedding. Chapter 190. The overseas version launch as March drew to a close. The frenzy surrounding intelligent robots, particularly the phenomenon of Dubai, showed no signs of abating. Rather, it surged to new heights. The free trial period for Dubai had been extended, allowing anyone who queued to experience the exceptional service firsthand. However, the issue is confined to within the borders of China, which has sparked envy among many foreigners, prompting numerous individuals to board flights directly to China, thereby contributing significantly to the tourism industry. Yet, the predicament lies in the fact that all products from the Jiuzhou Group currently support only the Chinese language. Foreigners unfamiliar with Chinese, even upon arriving in China, can only communicate with the intelligent assistant using their mobile devices and voice translation. We require an overseas version. I shall emphasize this daily. As long as you do not provide other languages, I will leave messages on your official website every day. Across the vast ocean in the beautiful United States, a bespectacled young man, as usual, circumvented restrictions to leave messages on the Jiuzhou Group's official website, urging the release of an overseas version of the artificial intelligence. Although he had yet to receive a response, he remained steadfast in his efforts. However, today, after leaving a message, he habitually browsed related information and was pleasantly surprised to discover an announcement from Jiuzhou Group. The overseas version has been launched. After the initial excitement, he immediately searched on his phone, but unfortunately he could not find any relevant content, not a single download link or even related news. What the heck? What is going on? In his frustration, he revisited the announcement to realize that while Jiuzhou Group had indeed introduced an overseas version, The matter of its introduction in various countries was a different issue altogether and was still under discussion. Seeing a glimmer of hope, he rushed online to disseminate this news. And during this time, discussions related to Jiuzhou Group began to proliferate. From artificial intelligence to intelligent robots, all of Jiuzhou Group's groundbreaking technological products have only supported Chinese for nearly 6 months without an overseas version. Good grief. Has their foolish research team still not managed to resolve this? The official explanation states that due to the absence of specific texts, the translation workload is excessively large and time-consuming. Yet, does this imply that the workload for Chinese is any less? We have the resources. We require an overseas version. My friend, you could learn Chinese like I did. Although my fluency is not perfect, I can now communicate effectively with the Jiuzhou Systems Assistant, which I am currently using. Oh my god. I also enrolled in a Chinese class, but I simply cannot grasp it. I need an overseas version. Hey folks, I have some exciting news from my circumvention efforts. Jiuzhou Group's artificial intelligence has indeed launched an overseas version. Moreover, the intelligent robot system is also supported. The major languages of the world have been compiled. Oh, is this true? That is fantastic. I must download it right away. Finally, it has been released. My artificial intelligence. Here I come. What the heck? You liar. There is absolutely no information available online for downloads. I am not deceiving you. Jiuzhou Group's official website has clearly announced this news. However, it requires governmental introduction. I just circumvented the restrictions as well. And indeed there is an overseas version, however. That announcement was made several days ago. Why have we heard nothing at all? The Kyushu Group has indeed released an overseas version, and several days have elapsed since then. As for the lack of news in the beautiful land of America, President Biden, who is currently burdened by this predicament, is acutely aware of the underlying reasons. In the past, they did not have an overseas version, and while we could justify not introducing it, only a handful of individuals downloaded the Chinese version. However, now that they have launched an English version of their artificial intelligence, can we truly prevent the Kyushu Group from entering America? This news cannot remain concealed for long. Just a few days prior, he was quite elated. The emergence of the overseas version indicates that the Kyushu Group is reluctant to forfeit the vast overseas market. This presents America with an opportunity to compel them to divulge pertinent technological information regarding artificial intelligence or even to reluctantly accept American investments. The rationale remains akin to that of China. Artificial intelligence must be subject to regulation. Nevertheless, the crux of the issue lies in the fact that Ling Ye's initial objective was never America but rather other nations across the globe, as she understood that America would not readily relinquish its market. Thus, she did not even apply for entry. Conversely, other countries are not as difficult to negotiate with. For many smaller nations, their domestic industries are inherently reliant on America. Transitioning to the Kyushu Group from China is not entirely unacceptable. The key point is that the Kyushu system is indeed appealing. Consequently, in recent days, numerous countries, particularly those in the Third World, have resolved to adopt the products of the Kyushu Group. Although these nations may not be highly developed, even the least developed countries are not devoid of wealthy individuals, thereby generating considerable overseas revenue for the Kyushu Group and creating a breach in America's blockade. Currently, a significant number of nations have begun integrating the artificial intelligence from the Kyushu Group. Thankfully, our allies remain relatively compliant and continue to stand by our side. Now, I implore you all, what strategies do we possess? Do not tell me about your research. I am merely inclined to deliver a resounding reprimand to those so-called experts. President Biden rubbed his eyes, seeking counsel from his advisory team, but was met with an unsettling silence. Why the reticence? Is there truly no solution? Upon hearing their esteemed president's frustration, the advisors exchanged glances, ultimately deciding to push forward the individual most closely associated with Biden to speak. Mr. President, with all due respect, it is now impossible to prevent the Kyushu Group from entering our domestic market. Previously, we could barely manage the artificial intelligence and construction robots. But since the advent of that medical robot, we find ourselves powerless. Damn it, those incompetent executives truly deserve condemnation. I could easily envision sending them to the gallows. Biden cursed vehemently, lamenting that if those foolish individuals had not sold the rights to the medical robot to the Kyushu Group, even a mere change in the robot's appearance could have spared us from this predicament. Mr. President, at this juncture, we are at our wits' end. Once news spreads that individuals from other countries are utilizing artificial intelligence, particularly that medical robot, the public will become increasingly agitated. Even if we manage to hold our ground, it will prove challenging for our allies. Moreover, with the presidential election looming, if Trump, although the statement was left unfinished, old Biden was well aware of its implications. If he stubbornly refused to embrace artificial intelligence while Trump declared his intention to introduce it upon taking office, it would inevitably seal Trump's fate in the presidential election, regardless of whether he ultimately followed through. Cursing once more, old Biden was too weary to even open his eyes, muttering with resignation, "Very well, let us proceed. We shall permit the Jojo Group to enter the domestic market. But we will take our time with the Jojo system. For now, let us introduce that confounded medical robot," he added, "and arrange for one for me. I require its care." Chapter 191. The world's richest. After the United States relented, a host of allies opened their doors to the Jojo Group, including Britain, Gaul, Australia, Germany, New Zealand, and Japan, all welcoming the introduction of the Dubai, yet remaining cautious regarding the Jojo system. All discerning individuals understood that the United States feared the potential threat to its national security posed by artificial intelligence, yet this concern was ultimately futile, if Huang Yu wished. She could breach America's cyber defenses at any moment. Thus, she remained indifferent, as long as they were willing to adopt Dubai, which would provide her with a substantial influx of capital. Although there were many affluent individuals in China, they paled in comparison to the financial tycoons overseas, particularly those from the Middle East. Despite the fact that Dubai's price abroad was more than twice that within the domestic market, it did not deter thousands from waving their cash to place orders. By the end of March, the total sales revenue generated by the Jojo Group, both domestically and internationally, was already sufficient to cover the debts owed by succubi. As the volume of orders surged, the transactions between Huang Yu and Caradon became increasingly frequent. After all, the key materials for manufacturing Dubai still relied on imports, and with each transaction, Huang Yu would request Huang Yu to prepare an additional several 100,000 tons of tea and spices, citing the need for cultivation. As for the actual purpose, that remained to be seen. Regardless of Huang Yu's covert arrangements, the liquidity held by the Jojo Group was rapidly increasing, although financial reports had never been publicly disclosed. The revenue generated by Dubai in March alone, amounting to trillions, positioned them to challenge the world's strongest enterprise. The reason for the term challenge rather than confirm lies in the fact that the year 2024 had yet to conclude. Last year, Walmart, as the world's leading corporation, achieved over $610 billion in revenue and more than $11 billion in profit, which translates to over $4 trillion in revenue and $800 billion in profit. While the Jojo Group boasted a profit margin exceeding 90%, this remained internal knowledge, unbeknownst to the outside world. Thus, they were merely deemed capable of challenging the title of the world's strongest company. Nevertheless, a distinction uniquely belonging to Huang Yu was firmly established. He was the world's richest individual. Holding a 90% stake in the Jojo Group, Huang Yu possessed absolute control, which meant his personal net worth had surpassed 1 trillion, equating to over 100 billion. Consequently, both Hurun and Forbes have recently released their global billionaire lists, placing him at the pinnacle of wealth in the world. Thus, Huang Yu has become the first individual from China to hold the title of the world's richest person. In a mere 6 months, he has transitioned from an ordinary worker to a global magnate, a transformation that leaves all who are aware of his journey in disbelief. More significantly, he is just 27 years of age. Although he has a girlfriend, he remains unmarried, rising from humble beginnings, youthful and affluent, tall and handsome. Combined with his single status, he has become an object of great desire. Consequently, numerous media outlets have sought to conduct interviews with him, all of which he has graciously declined. Just when it seemed this would be the end of it, his Lamborghini's license plate was exposed, resulting in throngs of people flocking to him wherever he goes, their smartphones at the ready. Moreover, the frequent haunts he visits appear to have been discerned by some individuals, leading to an influx of various women in those locations. However, with an array of stunning beauties at his disposal, Huang Yu finds little appeal in them. Yet, for the sake of his reputation, this socially anxious individual must conceal his impatience and maintain a courteous smile. After several days of this incessant attention, he has grown weary of the situation. Now he avoids all places except his villa in St. Moritz and his company. This is utterly exasperating. What is the meaning of so many people watching me daily? It is quite tiresome. I can scarcely even venture out for a walk. I do not engage with Weibo or Xiaohongshu, and I have strived to remain low profile, yet my frequent locations have been so thoroughly scrutinized. At the headquarters of the Jojo Group, Huang Yu was lamenting to Ling Yi in his office. Observing his furrowed brow, Ling Yi jested. Could it be that your avoidance of Weibo and Xiaohongshu has left those intrigued by you with no means to gather information? Thus, when you finally emerge, you're besieged by so many admirers. That won't do. I must retreat to another city. Huang Yu shook his head, continuing, however, you do have a point. Shouldn't our own social platform incorporate features akin to Weibo and Xiaohongshu? Rather than directing traffic to other companies, we should generate it for ourselves. Indeed, Just have Yu assist you in setting it up. I can help you secure a verified account, Ling Yi replied. Huang Yu nodded and promptly requested assistance from his aide. Yu. In an instant, a message was posted on the Jiazhou social platform, declaring it to be his sole public social account and indicating that due to various circumstances, he would be departing from Guangdong City for a period, the exact location remaining undisclosed. Upon sending this message, Huang Yu, though uncertain of its impact, felt a sense of relief. He then broached an important subject. By the way, what is the purpose of Li Yan's meeting with us today? Can you uncover any details? Indeed, his visit to the company this time was not solely to confide in Ling Yi, but rather prompted by Li Yan, who had reached out again, expressing a desire to meet and discuss matters of significance. Although he did not disclose the nature of these important matters, it was essential to accord him the respect befitting his status as a representative from above. Hence he and Ling Yi awaited his arrival. Since receiving his call, I had been closely observing him, thus I had a fair understanding of his intentions. Upon realizing Ling Yi had discerned Li Yan's purpose, Huang Yu eagerly inquired, "Please, do share. It would be prudent to prepare. Last time, I entrusted him with the data on the Jiozhou 20 system, along with my unique compilation method." And then? Huang Yu was present during that exchange and was well aware of the details, yet he was uncertain about Ling Yi's implications. After taking the materials back, Li Yan handed them over to a cadre of expert scholars for research. This was no jest, they were indeed true experts, many of whom were so obscure that their names were not even found in public records, belonging to the hidden elite of Huaxia. However, after 2 months of diligent study, their progress was sluggish, and they had yet to grasp my innovative compilation method. Meanwhile, we had successfully developed intelligent robots, which spurred their urgency. If he could facilitate my transition into the system, that would be ideal. If not, he would at least invite me to serve as a temporary instructor. What? Upon hearing Ling Yi's explanation, Huang Yu found it hard to believe that such a plethora of top-tier experts could not comprehend Ling Yi's pioneering compilation method. While Ling Yi's software prowess eclipsed global standards, this situation seemed rather. Chapter 192. Objective, Northern Bagan. Mr. Huang, Ms. Ling. It is a pleasure to see you again. In the tea room, Li Yan maintained his congenial demeanor as he accepted the warm cup of tea handed to him by Huang Yu. It seemed he had realized a faux pas in his previous remarks and quickly amended himself. No, I should refer to you as Mr. Huang the wealthiest. Having become the world's richest man at the tender age of 27. Truly, Mr. Huang, you are remarkably accomplished. With a clear understanding of Li Yan's intentions, Huang Yu acknowledged the implication and waved his hand, continuing in kind. Oh, surely, others may not know, but the higher-ups are aware? Even you, Commissioner Li, are not in the dark? This is all thanks to Ling Yi's efforts. To put it bluntly, I am merely a figurehead, a shield for her. Ha ha ha. Mr. Huang, such words are unwarranted. While Ms. Ling is indeed a peerless beauty and an extraordinary scientific talent, it is evident that there is something exceptional about you that has captured her heart. Having said that, why do you not reveal your purpose for coming? Commissioner Li, there is no need for flattery. We have become somewhat familiar now. Your previous visit was concerning artificial intelligence data. I trust this visit is not merely for information on intelligent robots? As Li Yan continued to engage in circles with him, Huang Yu decided not to waste any more time and directly posed his inquiry. However, Li Yan showed no signs of surprise, instead savoring a sip of tea before responding. Director Huang, you are indeed forthright, which aligns with your character. Unlike us, who have grown accustomed to such discourse over the years, I shall refrain from any further circumlocution. The disc that General Ling asked me to bring back has garnered significant attention, leading to the immediate assembly of numerous esteemed experts and professors for research. Yet, 2 months have elapsed with no tangible progress. They claim that General Ling's compilation method is exceedingly avant-garde, unfamiliar to their experience. Consequently, the implication is that they hope General Ling will integrate into the system. Rest assured, all provisions will be accorded at the highest standards. Indeed. Why engage in such convoluted discussions? Ling Yi furrowed her brow, adopting an appearance of difficulty, and spoke first. Commissioner Li, I appreciate the goodwill from above. However, I must respectfully decline. I find my current circumstances quite satisfactory. Should I enter the system, I would lose my freedom, and presently, foreign forces remain unaware of my significance. If I were to join the system and news were to leak, it would place me in peril. Just as Li Yan intended to assure her of the nation's commitment to her safety, Huang Yu interjected, effectively stifling his words. Commissioner Li, while we are indeed eager to serve our country, Ling Yi is correct. At present, we have our own endeavors. She and I enjoy greater freedom together. And with me as a shield, she is safer. Regardless of the benefits within the system, I am unwilling to expose her to such risks. Moreover, very soon. At this juncture, Huang Yu's expression became increasingly troubled as he silently grasped Ling Ye's hand. Li Yin, perplexed, inquired, Director Huang, what is imminent? Is something amiss? Let me be straightforward. We have decided to marry on May Day, and the wedding preparations are already underway, with just over 30 days remaining. If she were to enter the system at this time. Upon hearing this, Li Yin blinked, feeling an overwhelming pang of conscience. The couple was on the verge of matrimony, and to pull the bride into the system, especially one that would require her to live incognito, seemed profoundly inconsiderate. Furthermore, given their substantial family business, what level of treatment within the system could possibly compare? They had previously cooperated seamlessly, providing artificial intelligence without hesitation. How could he now approach them with such a proposal? My sincerest apologies. I genuinely did not realize your wedding date was approaching. Not at all. Commissioner Li, you are merely following orders. We would be honored to have you at our wedding, Huang Yu replied. Oh, certainly. In gratitude for your immense contributions to the field of artificial intelligence, I shall personally attend to congratulate you, regardless of whether I am dispatched by above. Li Yin hastily affirmed. However, regarding the matter of entering the system, we truly cannot acquiesce. Li Yin appeared somewhat troubled. In truth, the higher-ups never truly believed that Ling Yu would willingly join the bureaucratic system. Therefore, as long as he could persuade Ling Yu to come to the capital for a few days as a teacher, his task would be deemed accomplished. Albeit this could not be stated outright. Let us do it this way. I shall report the situation later. But I kindly ask General Ling to accompany me to the capital. There is no ulterior motive. I simply wish for you to instruct our esteemed experts and professors for a few days. This posed no issue. I can indeed make a trip to the capital. But how long will my absence be? Aside from company matters, I am also preoccupied with wedding preparations. Upon hearing Ling Ye's acquiescence, Li Yin promptly responded, 7 days. Just 7 days. After that, I shall personally escort General Ling back. Huang Yu and Ling Yi exchanged glances and spoke in unison, agreed. Shortly thereafter, Li Yin departed, arranging to personally drive to the St. Maurice Villa the next morning to collect Ling Yi, and together they would board a private plane to the capital. However, with the departure of the Jiuzhou group, it would be unreasonable to leave without someone in charge. Huang Yu naturally assumed responsibility. Since you will be going to the capital tomorrow, it seems I cannot leave for the next few days. I shall oversee the company's affairs during this period. Yet, Ling Yi held great confidence in the employees he had meticulously chosen. That is unnecessary. The company currently has an abundance of orders. The primary task is to enhance the production of our product, to buy, and proceed methodically. Furthermore, I need time to devise a detailed plan for our expansion into various countries and industries. Therefore, there will be no immediate actions, and the routine matters will be handled adequately by the team. Do not underestimate your own employees. If you insist on that, may I then prepare my own affairs? Huang Yu's gaze drifted elsewhere, lost in contemplation. Compared to the unfamiliar terrain of corporate management, he was far more intrigued by his own ventures. Oh, are you preparing to take action? You won't be flying directly to Beijing, will you? Ling Yi surmised Huang Yu's ultimate choice. Indeed, it was still the northern region of Beijing. Although there had been recent activities from Huaxia in that area, they had merely focused on combating fraud and drug trafficking, without further involvement in the local situation. With that being the case, there was little to worry about, especially since this location was both close to Huaxia and rife with turmoil. Chaos signifies war, and war often represents opportunity. Of course, I want to fly directly to Beijing. I will first head to Yunnan to scout for a spokesperson. However, I cannot publicly declare that I am traveling for leisure. Therefore, I would like Su Jingjun and Ming Yuzhu to accompany me. Huang Yu had already devised his plan, but Ling Yi was somewhat puzzled by his choice of companions. Jingyun excels in medicine, and Yunnan is rich in traditional Chinese medicinal herbs, so it makes sense to bring her along. But what purpose do you have in mind for bringing Ming Yuzhu? Surely you are not succumbing to her allure and seeking to take advantage of this opportunity. What are you thinking? You will understand when the time comes. Chapter 193. Journey to Yunnan Province. After Ling Yi arranged the group affairs for the upcoming week, the next morning, a modest car came to a gentle stop at the entrance of the St. Maurice Villa. The door opened, and a fair-skinned, beardless middle-aged man emerged from the driver's seat. The visitor was none other than Li Yin, who was met at the door by Huang Yu and Ling Yi, who had been waiting since early morning. Commissioner Li, you truly drove here yourself? Huang Yu's insinuation hinted at his expectation that Li should have arranged for someone to protect his wife. Li Yin was certainly perceptive enough to grasp this underlying concern. The more discreet one is, the safer it becomes. Moreover, we have personnel providing discreet protection throughout the journey. Rest assured, Mr. Huang. If someone like General Manager Ling were to encounter an incident while in our homeland, we would all be out of a job. All right, Huang Yu, you can rest easy, Ling Yi said with a reassuring smile before turning to Li Yan. Commissioner Li, have you had breakfast yet? I saved you a portion. Would you care to join us for a bite before we depart? I have already eaten. If there are no further matters, let's set off promptly. It is already past 8. If we head to the airport now, we should reach the capital by noon, have lunch, take a brief rest, and commence our classes in the afternoon. Very well then, Huang Yu, I shall be on my way. After embracing Ling Yi, Huang Yu personally placed the briefcase into the car's trunk. He watched the car gradually recede from view, waving a farewell. Drive safely. Remember to rest. Got it. Understood. Huang Yu did not turn back until Li Yan's vehicle vanished from sight, at which point he returned to the courtyard where Su Jingyun and Ming Yuzhu had been waiting for some time. Master, the two women, similarly attired in formal wear, presented contrasting auras, one exuding an air of aloofness and the other radiating an enchanting charm. Well then, let us depart. Yes. In no time, the three of them boarded a van driven by a woman in her 30s named Zhang Ping. She had been specifically hired by Ling Yi to transport herself and others to work. Now married with children, Zhang Ping was quite presentable, with a mature and steady demeanor. And, most importantly, she was prudent enough not to pry into matters that did not concern her. For instance, why was it that the chairman, who was clearly General Manager Ling's boyfriend, still had other beautiful shareholders residing in the villa? Furthermore, it seemed that General Manager Ling was entirely unconcerned by it all. Although she was perpetually curious, Zhang Ping had never asked nor disclosed anything to others, maintaining a facade of nonchalance. After all, given her lucrative salary and light workload, it would be unwise to offend her benefactor. Sister Ping, to the airport. Understood. Mr. Huang. With a swift press of the accelerator, the van sped off, moving swiftly yet smoothly. By midday, high above Guangdong province, aboard a plane belonging to the Jiuzhou Group, Huang Yu sat in first class alongside Su Jingyun and Ming Yuzhu. This flight was not chartered, but rather belonged to a subsidiary of the Jiuzhou Group itself. Kyushu Airlines, a recently established subsidiary under the Kyushu Group, possesses a limited fleet of aircraft and modest revenue. Nevertheless, it is capable of arranging a private jet for its chairman. The pilots aboard are seasoned veterans with years of flying experience, while the flight attendants are all youthful and strikingly beautiful. Yet, in the presence of Su Jingyun and Ming Yuzhu, they seem to pale in comparison. They dare only to steal glances at Huang Yu, the young global tycoon, and do not muster the courage to request an autograph or a photograph, as the aircraft lacks internet connectivity. Huang Yu engages in a conversation with the two women regarding company matters. I have not closely followed the developments of the subsidiary. Jingyun, has there been any recent progress or challenges with Kyushu Pharmaceuticals? Please enlighten me. Chairman Huang, Su Jingyun responded. The shampoo you and General Ling tasked me with developing has proven successful, although its efficacy period has been extended to 3 months compared to the Kyushu hair growth gel. It achieves noticeable results with just 3 bottles, each priced at 200 yuan. Additionally, due to the incorporation of other herbal ingredients, it also promotes black hair, and it will be officially launched soon. In public settings, the other women at the villa refer to Huang Yu as Chairman Huang and to Ling Yi as General Ling, rather than the more intimate titles of Master and Mistress. That is excellent news. While the Kyushu hair growth gel shows results in 7 days, the current yield of black grass is quite limited. Achieving results in 3 months with the integration of other herbal ingredients is already commendable, and the added benefit of promoting black hair broadens our audience. As for the price of 600 yuan, it is affordable for the majority of the populace in Huaxia. After a brief pause, Huang Yu continued, Jingjun, while the success of this shampoo is certainly a positive development, I am more interested in your ability to tackle complex medical challenges. You come from a lineage of traditional Chinese medicine, and having recruited so many talented practitioners. Have there been any breakthroughs? Su Jingzhen nodded, a genuine smile breaking through her typically icy demeanor. My colleagues and I have been collaborating on a medication targeting cancer. Historically, they could significantly extend the lives of cancer patients through bodily regulation, but I aspire to go further by completely eradicating cancer cells using traditional Chinese medicine. Our current progress is promising. Huang Yu was overjoyed at this revelation. This is cancer we are discussing. Western medicine resorts to surgery and excising tumors, leading to a clear demise, while traditional Chinese medicine can regulate the body, allowing one to muddle through life, albeit under constant pressure from Western practices. However, if traditional medicine can enable individuals to live with clarity, then, excellent. Jingyun, should you succeed in your research, it would be a monumental contribution to the legitimacy of traditional Chinese medicine. If this herbal remedy is released, not only will no one dare to suppress traditional medicine again, but you may even receive a Nobel Prize in medicine. Su Jingyun smiled subtly, though her focus remained solely on healing and saving lives, indifferent to accolades. I am not particularly interested in the Nobel Prize. Its reputation is rather tarnished. Haha. Indeed. We are not concerned. However, Jingyun, since you are so passionate about healing and saving lives, I am contemplating the establishment of a traditional Chinese medicine university. Once you successfully develop your remedies, your name will undoubtedly resonate far and wide. I wish to invite you to concurrently assume the role of president, nurturing a new generation of talents in traditional Chinese medicine and elevating its prestige. What do you think? Really? That would be splendid. Su Jingyun responded with evident excitement. Excellent. It's settled then. However, you must first devise a cure for cancer. Additionally, we must not neglect the establishment of a medicinal herb planting base in Yunnan, nor the exploration of ancient recipes and the recruitment of practitioners in traditional Chinese medicine. Rest assured, Chairman Huang, I will deliver. I shall await your progress. As the dialogue with Su Jingyun concluded, Huang Yu turned his gaze towards the enchanting Ming Yuzhu, who had been subtly attempting to captivate him, her allure manifesting at every moment. Yuzhu, do share the recent developments of the subsidiary you oversee. Chapter 194. The Shadow Squad. Upon hearing her name mentioned, Ming Yuzhu's smile grew even more beguiling. She casually tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her enchanting presence intensifying. Chairman Huang, the subsidiary I manage primarily focuses on apparel and fragrance. Though it has been established for a brief period, it has swiftly gained recognition as a luxury brand within the nation. As for international markets, they will require more time to penetrate. Recently, I have also taken on responsibilities in the tea industry, with General Ling urging me to acquire tea companies as extensively as possible and to enhance tea production. The quality does not need to be exceptional, but the yield must be substantial. Although I am uncertain of the rationale behind this directive, I trust General Ling has her reasons. Thus, I will proceed with the acquisition of tea enterprises and cultivation bases as planned, while also expanding the cultivation scale. We anticipate that our tea production this year will exceed 1 million tons, and we are also experimenting with varietal improvements, aiming for even higher yields in the future. Very well, Huang Yu nodded. He placed greater significance on the tea industry than on fashion and fragrance, recognizing that the fragrant trade of tea with the Erlong civilization was of paramount importance. The advanced technologies of the Jiuzhou Group heavily relied on core materials supplied by Caledon. 1 million-ton annual output, while seemingly a modest figure compared to the initial transaction with Caledon, does not account for his private stock. Nevertheless, it is substantial, as last year's tea production in China was merely over 300,000 tons. The tea dispatched in recent transactions largely consisted of stock acquired from various regions, much of which had aged considerably. Fortunately, Caledon was unconcerned with this aspect. As for fragrant materials like agarwood and sandalwood, due to their lengthy maturation periods, the current focus remains on acquiring existing stock from various locations. However, Huang Yu's purpose for visiting Yunnan was not solely to delegate the tea business to Ming Yuzhu. Yuzhu, unlike Jingyun, this visit to Yunnan is to introduce you to someone important. I have a significant task for you. Upon hearing this, Ming Yuzhu's expression slightly shifted. Chairman Huang, may I inquire about the person you wish to introduce me to? However, Huang Yu did not respond to her question. Instead, he suddenly inquired about her family. Yuzhu, do you have any siblings? Chairman Huang, I do not have any brothers. Well, you shall have one soon. I have arranged for you to have a younger brother. Chairman Huang? What do you mean? I understand. Although Ming Yuzhu still did not fully comprehend Huang Yu's intentions, she chose not to press further and began to anticipate the arrival of this unexpected brother. I am eager to meet this brother soon. You shall see him shortly. Huang Yu replied, before closing his eyes to rest, falling silent thereafter. A few hours later, the plane landed at the airport in Dian City, which is bordered by Dian Lake to the south and surrounded by mountains on 3 sides. The climate here is temperate, characterized by mild summers and winters, earning it the title of Spring City. In addition to business matters, Huang Yu was also prepared to indulge in some leisure activities. After boarding the designated vehicle for pickup, the three of them headed towards a grand hotel named Century Golden Source, a high-end establishment that integrates dining, entertainment, business, conferences, and vacationing, all under a 5-star standard. The trio enjoyed a sumptuous lunch at the hotel before retreating to their luxurious suites. Although the cost was considerable, Huang Yu, now the world's richest man, did not need to concern himself with such matters. With ample time in the afternoon, Huang Yu was accustomed to taking a nap, and therefore had briefed the 2 women beforehand. Jingyun, I am here under the guise of business. Yunnan is abundant in medicinal herbs, primarily related to your line of work. During this period, you are free to go wherever you wish, and our subsidiary is also located in Yunnan. Are you familiar with that? Su Jingyu nodded and replied. Chairman Huang, rest assured. After our previous discussion, I have already devised a plan. Jiuzhou Pharmaceuticals has sent personnel here in advance, and I will be contacting them today. That is good to hear. Yuzhu, you have been specially invited. I will introduce you to your brother today, and I will call for you when the time comes. All right. Chairman Huang. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Huang Yu awoke in his room. Despite his health being far superior to before, the several hours of flight had left him feeling mentally fatigued, leading to his extended slumber. Rubbing his eyes, he rose to wash his face in the bathroom. Feeling significantly more alert afterward, Huang Yu then strolled to the window, opened it to let in the cool breeze. The sky was gradually darkening, and the bustling city was enveloped in a golden glow, exuding a magnificent aura. However, he had no inclination to admire the view. Instead, he addressed a flock of birds fluttering outside, saying, "Come in." If a passerby were to witness this, they might either think he was merely playful and attempting to amuse the birds, or they might consider him mad. Yet, remarkably, a dozen birds seemed to understand his words and flew directly into the room. Once they entered, Huang Yu promptly drew the curtains, ensuring that his assistant had thoroughly checked the room beforehand to confirm there were no hidden cameras, as the command was issued to restore their human forms. A dozen birds instantaneously transformed into figures draped in black garments, obscuring their features entirely. Upon their appearance, they knelt on one knee, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to our master." "I appreciate your diligent company throughout the journey," the master replied. "You may rise." "Thank you, master." Observing the sudden manifestation of these 12 individuals, Huang Yu's lips curled into a slight smile. Indeed, they were all his Shadow Clan slaves, who had concealed themselves aboard the aircraft, having stealthily accompanied him from Yu City to Dian City. Among them was Moe, tasked with ensuring his safety, while the remaining 11 were slaves acquired from Caradon. In accordance with his strategy, a level 19 Shadow Clan member could orchestrate a nation's conquest, yet he required additional support. Hence the inclusion of 10 level 9 shadows as his aides. After all, even a level 9 warrior would easily overpower any special forces on Earth. Through multiple transactions with Caradon, he had prepared several such squads, all secretly infiltrating various parts of the world to develop influence, remaining in the shadows unless summoned by him. Aside from Moe, none of you have names yet. Squad leader, is your disguise ready? Yes, master. It is prepared. The squad leader stepped forward, his form shifting once more until he resembled a striking young man in his 20s, bearing a remarkable resemblance to Ming Yuzhu. From this day forth, you shall be named Ming Yulo. Tonight, you shall accompany me to meet someone. Henceforth, you shall be her brother. Thank you for the bestowed name. Yulo obeys. As for the names of the other squad members, they were free to decide for themselves. Yes, master. Chapter 195. Siblings at 6 in the evening. Ming Yuzhu had meticulously applied her makeup and donned an exquisitely chosen black evening gown. She arrived at Huang Yu's door and gently pressed the doorbell. When Huang Yu opened the door, despite being accustomed to her allure, he was nonetheless taken aback by her stunning appearance. Truth be told, although the villa was filled with women, none had ever worn such an ensemble before. The black evening gown clung to Ming Yuzhu's graceful figure, accentuating her perfect curves and tastefully revealing her fair shoulders, inviting endless imagination. As the hem of the dress fluttered, it resembled black velvet dancing gracefully under the moonlight. Her long hair cascaded smoothly over her shoulders, with a few strands playfully swaying, adding a touch of seduction. Her eyes sparkled like the brightest stars in the night sky, radiating a mysterious glow, while her lips were a vivid, luscious red, reminiscent of freshly plucked cherries. Her skin, fair as jade, contrasted sharply with the dark fabric of her gown, and around her elegantly elongated neck adorned a platinum necklace set with a sizable pearl. Dangling from her ears were pearl earrings that shimmered brilliantly under the glow of the lights. Her appearance resembled a blooming poppy, enigmatic and enchanting, causing the very air in the room to thicken with an unspoken tension. Master, is Yuzhu beautiful? Observing the astonished expression on Huang Yu's face, Ming Yuzhu offered a faint smile, even lifting her skirt to twirl gracefully, allowing him a more comprehensive appreciation of her allure. Had this been the Huang Yu of yore, he would have undoubtedly displayed a foolish grin, utterly captivated. Yet, he was no longer the man he once was. Within mere moments, he extricated himself from Ming Yuzhu's enchantment. Nonetheless, he nodded in acknowledgement, candidly confessing, "Very beautiful. You have truly mesmerized me. Did you come to find me because dinner is ready?" "Indeed, master. Yuzhu has already arranged dinner. We may take our seats now." "And what of Jingyun? Where is she?" At the mention of another, a hint of reproach flickered across Ming Yuzhu's delicate features. "Jingyun is wholly engrossed in her medical studies. She checked out this afternoon to head to the branch of Jiuzhou medicine here, and she asked me to convey her regards to you before she left. Has she departed so soon? Very well, let us proceed. Master, Yuzhu shall lead the way, please follow me. When we arrive, address me as Director Huang. Understood, Director Huang. Moments later, the pair arrived at a private dining room by the window, where the waitstaff began to serve the dishes. Though they were captivated by the striking beauty of their guests, they maintained their decorum, refraining from inquiring about their identities or taking photographs. This was, of course, partly due to Huang Yu donning sunglasses, which obscured his visage to some degree. Otherwise, it would have been unimaginable for the world's wealthiest individual to arrive in Dian City unannounced without attracting attention. Director Huang. The cuisine of Yunnan province is renowned for its variety of fungi. Thus, I have ordered a wild mushroom hot pot to sample the local specialty. Indeed, one must experience the mushrooms when in Yunnan. Huang Yu concurred with Ming Yuzhu's sentiment, yet the waitstaff had yet to present the chopsticks, leaving them unable to indulge just yet. This was not an oversight on the part of the waitstaff. After all, in a five-star hotel, such a blunder would be inconceivable. Quite the contrary, it demonstrated their consideration for the guests. There is a saying that goes, in Yunnan, one must be familiar with three things when consuming mushrooms: the types of mushrooms, the preparation of the mushrooms, and the route to the hospital. Each year, countless locals find themselves in hospitals due to mushroom consumption, commonly experiencing hallucinations, while outsiders are even less acquainted with the proper cooking times, making them more susceptible to such episodes. The hotel, aware of this, refrained from providing chopsticks until the mushrooms were thoroughly cooked, fearing that a moment's carelessness might land a guest in the hospital. However, observing the current temperature of the hot pot, it would likely require another 10 minutes. Thus, they could enjoy some appetizers and engage in conversation in the meantime. Yuzhu, your brother has arrived. After we finish our meal, we shall proceed to my chamber, where I will introduce you to him and convey the true nature of your task. Upon hearing this, Ming Yuzhu initially assumed she had successfully ensnared someone, her face lighting up with surprise, only to discern the solemnity etched on Huang Yu's countenance. From her understanding, such a demeanor indicated that Huang Yu was not contemplating trivial matters. Had he truly brought someone into this space? When had that person arrived? And what precisely was her task? At that moment, Ming Yuzhu was engulfed in confusion, yet she surmised that Huang Yu was preparing to bestow upon her a significant responsibility. Regardless of the task's nature, she understood that if she executed it well, her future would be promising. With this thought, a renewed expression of delight graced Ming Yuzhu's features. Very well, Director Huang. It has indeed been quite some time since I last saw my brother. After they concluded their dinner, they entered Huang Yu's room. However, as Ming Yuzhu surveyed her surroundings, even employing her perceptive abilities, she failed to detect anyone. Could she have misjudged the situation? Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, a voice emerged from behind her, sending a shiver down her spine. Greetings, Master. Being a practitioner herself, Ming Yuzhu was aware of her own strength. She could easily subdue a group of robust men if necessary, and an unseen formidable opponent could eliminate her in an instant. Yet, upon hearing the words spoken, her racing heart calmed, and she exhaled softly. She slowly turned around to face a young man before her, strikingly similar to herself. Is this truly my brother? Greetings, sister. I am Mingalo. Huang Yu had already briefed Mingalo, hence he displayed a warm familiarity with Ming Yuzhu, his face radiating joy akin to that of a genuine sibling reunion. Remember, your public relationship henceforth will be that of long-lost siblings. Mingalo has lived in Beijing, and by chance encountered information about his sister Ming Yuzhu online. Their striking resemblance prompted him to seek her out. However, having established himself in Beijing, he prefers to remain there to organize his own forces, protect the local populace, and aspire to transform his homeland. Should your matriarch inquire, you shall affirm that Ilo is indeed Yuzhu's biological brother, who, upon learning of Yuzhu's arrival here, voluntarily requested to follow. As for Wanling and Jingyun, I will make the necessary arrangements. Understood, Master. The two siblings responded in unison. Ming Ilo maintained his expression of joy, concealing any hint of deception, while Ming Yuzhu seemed to glean something from Huang Yu's words, her smile growing increasingly enigmatic.